In the restroom of the cafeteria at Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy. On a finely carved wooden recliner, a handsome young man of about 18 or 19, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes lay lazily. On the tea table before the young man rested a plate of peanuts, faintly radiating spiritual energy. With his left hand, he leisurely picked up the peanuts and tossed them into his mouth one by one while his right hand held a phone, endlessly scrolling through the Immortal Cultivation version of TikTok. Yes, that's right, the Immortal Cultivation version of TikTok. Several hundred years ago, spiritual energy revived on Tianlan Star, and ferocious beasts spread everywhere. Humanity was forced to evolve from the technological era into the current era of universal immortal cultivation, and even TikTok kept pace with the times, launching a brand new Immortal Cultivation version. Just as the young man was engrossed in scrolling through Immortal Cultivation news, a middle-aged man of imposing stature and extraordinary aura appeared at the cafeteria's back kitchen, leading a young girl. The girl wore a purple long dress, her skin as white as snow, her features delicate, and her large, lively eyes bright and spirited. She was unmistakably a stunning beauty. "Uncle Lu, weren't you going to take me to the Sword Academy? Why did we come to the cafeteria's back kitchen?" The girl followed behind the middle-aged man, blinking her lively eyes as she looked around. Xuanxuan, the Sword Academy of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy, is quite special. If you want to enter and become a disciple of the Sword Academy's dean, you must come here, the middle-aged man said with some helplessness. "Oh, why?" The girl's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. This Uncle Lu Xiao was the vice head of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy and one of the few nascent soul seniors there. Not even he could get me accepted as a disciple of the Sword Academy dean. Could it be that in this cafeteria back kitchen of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy, there is a hidden figure even more formidable than Uncle Lu? The middle-aged man pointed towards a certain room. "See that kid? Whether you can become a disciple of the Sword Academy dean depends on him." Looking at the handsome young man lying lazily on the recliner scrolling through his phone, the girl was speechless. She had thought Uncle Lu would bring her to meet some ancient patriarch hiding here in the academy. Who knew the person Uncle Lu was talking about was this young man, seemingly not much older than herself. Though he was handsome enough, could good looks be eaten? If this man weren't her father's sworn brother, she would almost suspect her father had been fooled. His name is Jiang Fan, one of the Sword Academy dean's 2 personal disciples. "As long as you win him over, the matter of apprenticeship will be settled," Lu Xiao said softly. Upon hearing this, the girl's beautiful eyes widened. "I get it. He's the famous soft rice king of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy, right?" When at home, besides cultivating, she would also scroll through news about Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy on her phone. She had long heard of this notorious soft rice king Jiang Fan. As far as she knew, the Sword Academy of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy had the strictest admission conditions among all the branches. It had the fewest students, yet its influence was among the top in the entire academy. The Sword Academy's dean Lu Wuchen had only 2 personal disciples. One was the unparalleled beauty and peerless talent, Yue Qingying, the most outstanding heavenly daughter in the history of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy. The other was Jiang Fan before her. Of course, he also had another identity, Yue Qingying's fiancé, always under her protection. It was said that Jiang Fan became Lu Wuchen's personal disciple only as an add-in when Yue Qingying was accepted. Because of this, Jiang Fan's title, Soft Rice King, was known to almost everyone in Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy, and even the entire Han Prefecture. "Uncle Lu, are you sure you're not joking with me?" The girl couldn't help rolling her eyes. She clearly hadn't expected that Uncle Lu's way of getting her accepted by the Sword Academy dean was to bring her to Jiang Fan, the legendary Soft Rice King. "You are the dignified vice head of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy, and you can't do it yourself. How could you hope for this Soft Rice King? This is too unreliable." "Do I look like I'm joking?" Lu Xiao said expressionlessly. "He is Yue Qingying's fiancé. As long as he opens his mouth, it's as good as Yue Qingying agreeing. And Dean Wuchen never refuses any request from Yue Qingying." The girl was lost for words. She somehow felt that Jiang Fan's influence was even greater than Uncle Lu's, the vice head of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy. Having that much power just by living off a woman, that was truly unbeatable. But then again, becoming a disciple of Sword Academy dean Lu Wuchen and being Yue Qingying's junior sister had always been her dream. "Well, as long as I succeed in apprenticeship. Anyway, I'm just pulling strings. Come on, this brat is notoriously difficult to deal with in the academy. Don't say anything wrong later," Lu Xiao said directly, leading the girl toward Jiang Fan's room. "Nephew Jiang Fan." Entering the room, Lu Xiao greeted with a smile. His tone faintly carried a hint of ingratiation. The girl was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. a dignified nascent soul powerhouse, vice head of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy, and this. Uncle Lu's position must have been obtained through connections, right? Hearing the greeting, the young man looked up at Lu Xiao and the girl and said lazily, "Oh, it's Vice Head Lu." Then his gaze returned to his phone, continuing to scroll. Seemingly accustomed to the young man's attitude, Lu Xiao wasn't angered. Still smiling, he said, "Ling Xuanxuan, this is Jiang Fan, the second disciple of Dean Wuchen of the Sword Academy. You can call him second senior brother." "Hello, second senior brother." Ling Xinxian blinked her lively big eyes looking at Jiang Fan with curiosity and called out sweetly, No. You can't just casually call me second senior brother." Jiang Fan immediately looked at Lu Xiao with a wary expression. "Vice Head Lu, I don't recall the old master ever taking on a junior sister for me. What's your games?" "She's not now, but she will be soon," Lu Xiao said with a smile. "Xinxian has a special passion for the sword path, and her talent is decent. I plan to have her become a disciple of Dean Wuchen." "Then go find our master. What's with coming to me?" Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. "Vice Head Lu, you're the dignified vice head of Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy, blatantly pulling strings. Believe me, he'll report you to the dean." Lu Xiao's liver ached. "You yourself got in through Yue Qingying's connections, yet you have the nerve to report others. Have you no shame?" "Nephew Jiang Fan, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you say?" Knowing Jiang Fan wouldn't act without reward, Lu Xiao cut to the chase and named his price. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up slightly, but then he put on a reluctant expression. "Vice Head Lu, it's not about money. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones." Lu Xiao directly doubled the spirit stones, then added, "Xinxian is the eldest daughter of the Ling family in Han Prefecture. Her family has nothing much except a lot of spirit stones." Hearing this, Jiang Fan immediately said with righteous fervor, "Vice Head Lu, our sword academy is now in need of talents. Xinxian is exceptionally gifted. If she can become my junior sister, I would be very happy. Lord Lu, take Xinxian to see the master. Tell him that I, Jiang Fan, acknowledge Xinxian as our junior sister." After accepting 2,000 low-grade spirit stones from Lu Xiao, Jiang Fan waved his hand at him and said, "I'm going to work in the kitchen." After saying that, Jiang Fan patted his backside and disappeared. "Uncle Lu, that's it." Ling Xinxian stared blankly at the scene, feeling a bit speechless. Lu Xiao nodded and said, "Don't worry. That kid, aside from being lazy and a money grubber, is quite reliable. As long as there are spirit stones, there's basically nothing he can't do." Ling Xinxian blinked her eyes. "A money grubber, huh?" As the young lady of the Ling family in Hanzhou, Ling Xinxian was definitely a little rich girl. As long as a problem could be solved with spirit stones, it wasn't a problem in her eyes at all. "Uncle Lu, what kind of person is second senior brother really?" Ling Xinxian looked in the direction Jiang Fan had left, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. "A lazy, gluttonous, money-grubbing scoundrel." Lu Xiao's earlier fawning demeanor vanished, and he said through gritted teeth, "Xuanxuan, after you become Master Wuchen's disciple, you should learn more from your senior sister and have less contact with that kid. Don't let him lead you astray." Ling Xinxian blinked, but said nothing. She felt that her second senior brother was actually quite nice. At least he's more capable than Uncle Lu, who's a nascent soul cultivator. Things that Uncle Lu couldn't manage were solved by second senior brother with just one sentence. Although this ability came from relying on a woman, but being able to rely on senior sister Yue Qingying, such a proud daughter of heaven, was still pretty impressive, right? But why doesn't second senior brother stay in the Sword Academy and instead goes to the kitchen? As the saying goes, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Could it be that second senior brother comes to the kitchen to cook for senior sister himself? At this moment, blazing gossip ignited in Ling Xuanxuan's heart. "Let's go. They'll take you to see Dean Wuchen." Lu Xiao shook his head without saying more about Jiang Fan and led Ling Xinxian toward the Sword Academy. In the kitchen, Jiang Fan held a kitchen knife and skillfully slaughtered a spirit beast at the 9th layer of qi, refining, tossing it aside. The next moment, a stream of qi circulated through Jiang Fan's meridians, eventually transforming into true essence that converged into his dantian, causing the golden core inside to instantly expand and the number of patterns on it to increase from 1 to 2. Golden core, 2nd layer. Jiang Fan slowly exhaled. 3 years ago, Jiang Fan unexpectedly transmigrated into this world, and together with his childhood sweetheart and fiancée Yue Qingying joined the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, becoming direct disciples of Lu Wuchen, the dean of the Sword Academy. His wife was extraordinarily talented, unmatched in the way of the sword. In less than 3 years, she had condensed her golden core, comprehended sword intent, and achieved a divine-grade core capable of slaying nascent soul cultivators with her golden core alone. This put immense pressure on the average talent Jiang Fan. Fortunately, Jiang Fan possessed the perks common to all transmigrators. Before transmigrating, Jiang Fan was about to play a light variation cultivation game where he started at level 1, had 100x experience, and could reach the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Now he had inherited some of the game's attributes and abilities. Simply put, after transmigrating, he possessed the realm of Tribulation Transcendence, but was only at Qi Refining Layer 1. As long as he gained experience, he could break through to the next realm without any obstacles. He also had a system shop inside his body. He could level up by killing monsters at 100x speed. That was exactly why Jiang Fan stayed hidden in the kitchen, relying on monster kills to keep pace with his wife reaching Golden Core 2nd layer in just 3 years. If only I had known I would transmigrate, I should have chosen an ultra variation cultivation game, start at max level with a set of top-tier equipment and unlimited spirit stones in the shop. Then I would be invincible. Jiang Fan glanced at the spirit beast he had just slaughtered and sighed helplessly. The ingredients in the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy's kitchen were mostly spirit beasts below the foundation establishment stage. As Jiang Fan's cultivation broke through to the Golden Core stage, the level suppression was too severe. Even with 100x experience, killing these Qi refining beasts barely raised his level anymore. It had taken him several months to go from Golden Core 1st layer to 2nd layer. It seems there's no point in staying in the kitchen anymore. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, then returned to his private room. As he pondered his future plans, he continued to lie down like a corpse. Lu Xiao brought Ling to the Sword Academy. Before them stood a refined, middle-aged man in a blue robe, appearing somewhat ethereal and otherworldly. This refined, middle-aged man was Lu Wuchen, the dean of the Sword Academy. "Senior brother Lu, what brings you to my Sword Academy?" Lu Wuchen looked at the two, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. Lu Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Junior brother Lu, this is my niece Ling Xianxian. What do you think of her? I plan to have her become your disciple." "Disciple?" Lu Wuchen was startled and waved his hands repeatedly. "Senior brother Lu, you should teach your own niece. I'm not taking any more disciples. He'll never take another disciple in this life." 3 years ago, he had traveled out and brought back 2 disciples. The eldest disciple, Yue Qingying, was monstrously talented. Half a day to Qi Refining, 1 month to Foundation Establishment, 3 years to Golden Core. Moreover, she had a divine grade Golden Core, comprehended sword intent, could kill nascent soul cultivators, and often urged him, her master, to cultivate hard. The second disciple was even more of a scoundrel, lying around every day, relying on the eldest disciple's support, making his kidneys ache from anger. If a third disciple came to torment him, how could he survive? Xianxian aspires to become a sword cultivator, so it's better for you to teach her. Lu Xiao shook his head. Junior brother Lu, Jiang Fan has already acknowledged Xianxian as his junior sister. What? Lu Wuchen nearly jumped in anger. That bastard. Who told him to go around accepting disciples for me? But soon Lu Wuchen wilted like a frosted eggplant. He rubbed his temples and said weakly, "I need to ask Qingying about this." "I think Qingying won't object." Lu Xiao chuckled and beckoned Ling Xianxian. "Xuanxuan, come and pay respects to your master." Just as Ling Xianxian was about to perform the disciple ceremony, a sudden surge of sword intent shot up from somewhere in the Sword Academy into the sky, transforming into a golden phoenix hundreds of zhang in size above the academy. The terrifying pressure made even nascent soul powerhouses like Lu Xiao and Lu Wuchen feel their hearts palpitate. 2nd layer sword intent materialization. Lu Xiao couldn't help but gasp in awe. "Junior brother Lu, you truly are a great teacher." Qingying has broken through again. Lu Wuchen's mouth twitched. "Great teacher? I'm a great teacher, my ass. That eldest disciple of mine learns everything at a glance, completely self-taught. She's actually the one teaching me, her master." The sword intent in the sky came and went quickly. Just as Lu Xiao was speaking, all the sword intent in the sky dissipated. The next moment, a cold and proud woman in a white long dress with a peerlessly beautiful face gracefully landed beside Lu Wuchen. She stood there like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world, untouched by worldly dust. The celestial maiden of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy, Yue Qingying. Ling Xianxian gazed at the figure of peerless elegance before her, her eyes brimming with adoration. Yue Qingying had always been her idol. The thought of becoming the junior disciple to her idol filled Ling Xianxian with an irrepressible thrill. "Master Lord Lu." Yue Qingying glanced at Lu Wuchen and the other man, her voice crisp and cool. "Niece Qingying, you've arrived just in time." Lu Xiao quickly said with a smile, "This girl is Ling Xianxian. Your master intends to take her as a disciple. What do you think? Take a disciple, eh?" Yue Qingying cast a glance at Lu Wuchen. "Master, I don't mean to criticize. A year ago, I urged you to break through to the 1st level of nascent soul, and a year later you're still at the 1st level. With your lack of talent, you should focus your time on cultivation, not on these trivial matters." Yue Qingying's reprimand left Ling Xianxian utterly bewildered, a disciple scolding her master. What was happening? This future senior sister of hers was far too formidable. Even Lu Xiao couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat inwardly. Having such an overpowering disciple wasn't necessarily a good thing. Fortunately, his own disciples were relatively normal, not prodigies like Yue Qingying. This was simply impossible to handle. Lu Wuqian's face darkened. Qingying, do you think I wanted to take a disciple? It was that brat Jiang Fan who agreed. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yue Qingying's attitude shifted instantly. In that case, so be it. Having one more junior sister is no big deal. Lu Wuqian was left speechless. Qingying, you're being far too biased. What? If master is unconvinced, shall we spar? Yue Qingying's expression was impassive. Lu Wuqian fell silent. His eldest disciple's combat prowess was monstrous. A month ago, she had slain a nascent soul beast in defiance of the heavens. Now that her sword intent had broken through to the second realm, materialization of sword intent, he was even less a match for her. Sparring with his eldest disciple was just asking for a beating. Lord Lu, how about we exchange a few moves? Seeing her master silent, Yue Qingying turned her gaze to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's eyelid twitched, and he forced a dry laugh. Niece Qingying, am swamped with affairs. I have no time to spar with you. Xianxian is in your hands. Farewell. Without giving Yue Qingying a chance to respond, Lu Xiao swiftly turned and fled. Ling Xuanxuan's mouth fell open slightly as she watched the fleeing Lu Xiao, a shiver of fear running through her. Even a nascent soul grandmaster fled in terror. This senior sister was terrifying. Xianxian greets master and senior sister. Despite her fear, Ling Xianxian mustered her courage and bowed to Lu Wuqian and Yue Qingying. Xuanxuan, since your second senior brother has acknowledged you as his junior sister, I naturally have no objections. Yue Qingying helped Ling Xianxian up. But as my junior sister, you must be prepared. Ling Xianxian quickly replied, senior sister, I understand. Good. Yue Qingying nodded. You're only at the 8th level of qi refining. Far too weak. I give you 2 months to reach the foundation establishment stage and comprehend sword intent. Senior sister, you're not joking, are you? Ling Xianxian nearly stumbled and fell. Breaking through from the 8th level of qi refining to foundation establishment in 2 months. Wasn't that too extreme? The most absurd part was the requirement to comprehend sword intent. Everyone knew that intent was profoundly elusive and extremely difficult to grasp. Even many golden core cultivators found it no easy task. Among all forms of intent, sword intent was the hardest to comprehend. Wasn't senior sister's demand far too harsh? Was this even something a human could achieve? I never joke. If you haven't met my requirements in 2 months, don't blame me for being harsh. With that, Yue Qingying vanished from the spot. Ling Xuanxuan's face crumpled into a bitter gourd as she pitifully looked at Lu Wuqian. Master, why are you looking at me? I can't help you either. Just cultivate diligently. Lu Wuqian spread his hands, indicating he could do nothing to help. He suddenly felt that taking on another junior disciple wasn't so bad. At least he'd have someone to share his misery. Ling Xianxian was on the verge of tears. Master, senior sister's demands are too harsh. This is simply impossible for a human. Isn't your senior sister human? By her standards, 2 months is even generous. Lu Wuqian said helplessly. She went from the 1st level of qi refining to foundation establishment in just 1 month. Ling Xianxian was at a loss for words. As the eldest daughter of the Ling family in Hanzhou, she had started qi refining at 12 and reached the 8th level in 3 years, considering herself fairly talented. Even by the standards of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy, she was at least above average. But compared to her senior sister, her talent was nothing but trash. But senior sister was a celestial maiden, the greatest genius in the history of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy. Judging others by her standards was simply unreasonable. Breaking through from the 8th level of qi refining to foundation establishment in 2 months, with some effort and a few pills to boost her cultivation, might still be possible. But comprehending sword intent wasn't something one could just will into being. After all, in the entire Hanzhou Immortal Academy, only a handful of disciples had comprehended any form of intent. And the only one who had grasped sword intent was senior sister Yue Qingying. Who was she, Ling Xuanxuan, to comprehend sword intent in 2 months? Unless the heavenly Tao opened a back door for her, it was impossible, even if she gave her life. Xuanxuan, if it's truly impossible, go find your second senior brother. Seeing his junior disciple under such immense pressure right after joining, Lu Wuqian's heart softened, and he finally offered her a way out. Ling Xuanxuan's spirits lifted as she looked up at Lu Wuqian. Master, does second senior brother have a solution? Lu Wuqian nodded. Your second senior brother may seem lazy, greedy, and perpetually idle, but he has the most tricks up his sleeve. As long as you can get him to help, everything will be fine. He'll go find second senior brother right now. Unable to sit still, Ling Xianxian hurriedly dashed toward the cafeteria. In the back kitchen of the cafeteria, Jiang Fan lounged in a wooden chair, rocking back and forth as he eagerly scrolled through cultivation news. Suddenly, a surge of sword intent, all too familiar to him, shot into the sky, jolting him awake. Jiang Fan sat up straight and glanced toward the direction of the sword court. When he saw the golden phoenix formed from sword intent above the court, he couldn't help but rub his temples in exasperation. Second realm sword intent, materialization of sword intent. Jiang Fan didn't need to guess. He knew it belonged to his wife Yue Qingying. What a headache. His wife was as always cheating her way through cultivation. So while there's nothing wrong with relying on my wife's strength, I can't fall too far behind her. Since she's comprehended second realm sword intent, I'll head to the marketplace and buy a copy of it to calm my nerves. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, then opened the dazzlingly abundant game mall. This mall, which he had brought over from the game, contained all sorts of treasures that cultivators dreamt of, even including immortal artifacts for attaining enlightenment and becoming an immortal. However, purchasing these items required an exorbitant amount of spirit stones. Given Jiang Fan's current financial standing, he was naturally far from being able to afford them. In the skills and techniques section, Jiang Fan found a golden scroll engraved with the pattern of two small swords. A cultivation scroll for the second layer of sword intent. Beneath it was a description, a mysterious scroll that condenses the second layer of sword intent. Upon use, one can directly master the second layer of sword intent. Price, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Fan checked the number of spirit stones in his mall backpack, 10,800 low-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were what he had saved up over more than a month, including 2,000 he had obtained from Lu Xiao. Jiang Fan winced in pain as he looked at the cultivation scroll for the second layer of sword intent. Once he bought this thing, he would instantly become destitute again. However, Jiang Fan also knew that the price in the mall was actually quite reasonable. Cultivating immortality was difficult, and comprehending artistic conception was even harder. The vast majority of ordinary cultivators needed to reach the nascent soul stage before they could comprehend it. Being able to comprehend artistic conception at the golden core stage was already considered a rare genius. If this scroll for the second layer of sword intent were put up for auction in the real world, it would undoubtedly fetch a sky-high price. Unfortunately, the items in the mall could only be used by Jiang Fan himself. Although they could be designated for others to use, they could not be materialized into physical objects. Otherwise, if Jiang Fan casually bought a few items from the mall and auctioned them off, making a 10-fold or 100-fold profit, why would he ever worry about spirit stones? Jiang Fan sighed softly in his heart. With a thought, he chose to purchase the cultivation scroll for the second layer of sword intent. The next moment, the scroll appeared in his mall backpack. Ding! You have purchased the cultivation scroll for the second layer of sword intent. Would you like to use it now? Yes. As Jiang Fan silently affirmed in his mind, the scroll instantly transformed into a beam of golden light that merged into his body. Jiang Fan immediately felt his comprehension of sword intent surging at a terrifying speed. Soon enough, Jiang Fan sensed his sword intent break through the first realm, initial sword intent, and reach the second realm, sword intent materialization. Terrifying sword intent materialized above Jiang Fan's head, coalescing into a small golden sword. Just as the small golden sword was about to soar into the sky, Jiang Fan forcibly suppressed it, dispersing all the condensed sword intent above his head. With his wife being so formidable, he just wanted to keep a low profile. Wasn't it nice to honestly rely on her? I have to figure out a way to get spirit stones again. After using the cultivation scroll for the second layer of sword intent, Jiang Fan lazily laid back in his chair, his mind pondering ways to make money. His wife cultivated as if she had cheats enabled. If he didn't want to fall behind her, there was only one way: make money and spend big. How about I steal Master's invisibility artifact and raid the Academy's treasury? Jiang Fan stroked his chin. After thinking it over, he abandoned this dangerous idea. Although his master's artifact was decent, it couldn't fool everyone. For instance, Mo Changkong, the head of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, was a formidable nascent soul peak powerhouse, a renowned figure even across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. If he were discovered, there would likely be no good outcome. Although his wife possessed unparalleled talent capable of slaying nascent soul cultivators at the golden core stage, she probably couldn't yet take on Mo Changkong, a nascent soul peak powerhouse. Therefore, this plan could only be implemented once his wife was invincible in the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. With his wife backing him up, what would he have to fear? Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Just as Jiang Fan's thoughts were wandering, a breathless voice reached his ears. Jiang Fan turned his head and saw Ling Xianxian rushing towards him in a fluster. What's wrong? Old man Wuchen didn't agree to take you as his disciple. That shouldn't be the case. Jiang Fan stretched lazily, shifting to a more comfortable position to continue loafing around. Second senior brother master has already accepted me as his disciple. Ling Xianxian poured out her grievances to Jiang Fan. It's just that senior sister is too strict. She wants me to reach the foundation establishment stage and comprehend sword intent within 2 months. That's all. Jiang Fan glanced at Ling Xianxian. Little junior sister, your senior sister gave you 2 months. It seems your talent really isn't that impressive. Ling Xianxian felt 1,000,000 points of damage. So senior sister giving her 2 months was actually considering her lack of talent. Was her talent really that poor? Ling Xianxian put on a pitiful expression, tugging at Jiang Fan's sleeve and shaking it. Second senior brother master said you have a way and told me to come to you. I don't have any damn way. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. I'm just a freeloader of Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, lying around all day eating and drinking. Do I look like someone who has a way? Ling Xianxian was so anxious she started crying, tightly gripping Jiang Fan's arm. Second senior brother, please help me out. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, quickly soaking a patch of Jiang Fan's sleeve. Stop, I'll help you, alright. Jiang Fan felt a bit speechless. This woman really was made of water. Such a hassle. From his past life to this one, the thing he feared most was women crying. Thank you, second senior brother. Ling Xianxian quickly wiped away her tears, flashing Jiang Fan a sweet smile. Breaking through from the 8th layer of qi refining to the foundation establishment stage isn't difficult. Handle that yourself. It'll mainly be responsible for helping you comprehend sword intent. Jiang Fan stroked his chin. But little junior sister, you should know that sword intent isn't easy to comprehend. Helping you comprehend it will come at a considerable cost. Second senior brother, that's not a problem. Ling Xianxian quickly replied. To her, any problem that could be solved with spirit stones wasn't a problem at all. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. Little junior sister, to help you comprehend sword intent, you'll need at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The first layer of sword intent in the mall wasn't expensive, only 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Considering their bond as fellow disciples, he was only making a few times the profit. That shouldn't be too much, right? Ling Xianxian waved her hand, and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones appeared before Jiang Fan. Second senior brother, here are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is that enough? After all, this was about comprehending sword intent. Not to mention a mere few thousand low-grade spirit stones, even if it cost 100,000 or 80,000, as long as she could comprehend sword intent, Ling Xianxian wouldn't bat an eye. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. This little junior sister of his was indeed a little rich girl, so generous. Jiang Fan didn't stand on ceremony and casually pocketed the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Little junior sister, you have great potential. I like it. Jiang Fan ruffled Ling Xuanxuan's hair and patted his chest with confidence. Don't worry, leave the matter of comprehending sword intent to your second senior brother. Second senior brother, how do you plan to help me comprehend the sword intent? Ling Xianxian looked up at Jiang Fan, her large, lively eyes filled with curiosity. As the eldest daughter of the Ling family in Hanzhou, Ling Xuanxuan's father was a nascent soul cultivator, so she was no country bumpkin. Yet she had never heard that sword intent could be imparted to others. There's no rush. Didn't the senior sister give you 2 months? That's plenty of time, Jiang Fan said lazily. Ling Xianxian was speechless. The senior sister was a peerless prodigy. She naturally assumed reaching the foundation establishment stage and comprehending sword intent in 2 months was trivial. Ling Xianxian accepted that. But where did the second senior brother get the confidence to say such a thing? Little junior sister, today is your first day as a disciple. I heard a new restaurant just opened in Xuanxuan City, and their signature dish, Brahma Sea Snowfish, is excellent. How about we go try it and celebrate your induction? Jiang Fan, having seen an ad on his phone, winked at Ling Xianxian. Sure, should we invite master and senior sister? Ling Xianxian had no objection. No. Jiang Fan waved his hand. Master is busy and your senior sister only ever cultivates. She never wastes time on eating. Ling Xianxian was taken aback. She had always thought her second senior brother stayed in the cafeteria kitchen to study cuisine and win the senior sister's heart. It seemed reality was different from her imagination. In Xuanxuan City at the Wangxian Tower. This was a newly opened restaurant in the city. Though it had just opened, the Wangxian Tower was already famous in Xuanxuan City with excellent online ads. Every day, many cultivators who saw the ads on their phones came out of curiosity. It was said that the Wangxian Tower had an incredibly rich variety of ingredients. As long as one was willing to spend money, one could even eat foundation establishment or even golden core stage demon beasts. Every dish here greatly benefited a cultivator's training. especially the signature dish Brahma Sea snowfish, which was said to temporarily enhance the comprehension of cultivators below the golden core stage. In fact, this Brahma Sea snowfish held a fatal attraction for countless cultivators below the golden core stage in Sichuan City. Besides wanting to taste the Brahma Sea snowfish, Jiang Fan had another purpose in coming to the Wangxian Tower: to join the Wangxian Tower's kitchen and continue leveling up by slaughtering monsters. Generally, Foundation Establishment stage demon beasts were treasures usable as materials for alchemy and artifact forging. With so many disciples at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy and scarce resources, they naturally couldn't afford to use demon beasts above the Foundation Establishment stage as food for the students. Therefore, in his 3 years at the Academy's kitchen, Jiang Fan had never killed a demon beast above the Foundation Establishment stage. But the Wangxian Tower was different. The Wangxian Tower specialized in high-end ingredients with Foundation Establishment stage ingredients readily available. As long as one was willing to spend money, the Wangxian Tower could even procure golden core stage demon beasts to be stewed in a pot. If he could infiltrate the Wangxian Tower's kitchen, his leveling efficiency would greatly increase. Why didn't he just go out and kill monsters? Actually, when he first transmigrated, Jiang Fan had considered going to the border battlefield of the Great Xia Kingdom to level up. But when he saw the news of a nascent soul powerhouse falling on the border battlefield, he immediately chickened out and holed up in the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. The outside world was too dangerous. He'd better lie low until he reached the nascent soul or even the divine transformation stage. Entering the Wangxian Tower, Jiang Fan went straight to the counter and said to the woman in a Chongsam, "Miss, a private room, please." "I'm sorry, but the last private room has just been taken by this guest beside you," the woman said apologetically. "Senior brother Jiang." Just then, the short-haired young man beside him noticed Jiang Fan and quickly came over to greet him. "Yi Ming, it's you." Jiang Fan looked at the young man and said with a grin, "Here for a meal too. Want to join us?" Yi Ming was an inner disciple of the Sword Academy at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Jiang Fan had dealt with him a few times and was not unfamiliar with him. "No thanks." Yi Ming shook his head frantically. "Senior brother, since you need the room, I'll give it up for you." This guy was not only the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy's notorious gold digger, but also famously stingy. He had eaten with Jiang Fan 3 times. Each time Jiang Fan said he would treat, but Yi Ming ended up paying all 3 times. If he ever ate with Jiang Fan again, he would be a pig. "Yi Ming, this is my little junior sister Ling Xianxian. Master just took her as his 3rd disciple." Jiang Fan patted Yi Ming's shoulder. "I came to the Wangxian Tower today to celebrate with her. Are you sure you don't want to join?" The dean had taken on another personal disciple. Yi Ming was startled. According to rumors, the vice principal of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, Lu Xiao, had brought a young girl to visit the Sword Academy's dean today. Could it be the one beside Jiang Fan? This was another inside job, pure nepotism. 2 of their Sword Academy dean's 3 personal disciples had gotten in through the back door. Yi Ming was helpless. In this day and age, even cultivating immortality was all about human connections. "Greetings, senior sister Ling." Yi Ming didn't dare to be negligent and quickly bowed to Ling Xianxian. At the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, personal disciples held the highest status. Even though Ling Xianxian was just a young girl, he still had to call her senior sister. "Senior sister Ling, I won't disturb your meal with senior brother Jiang today. Another day I will surely present a generous gift to congratulate you." Yi Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. Just then, Jiang Fan's voice came from behind. "Hey Yi Ming, don't go. Let's eat together. My treat today." "Like hell I believe you." Yi Ming rolled his eyes, pretended not to hear, and sprinted away. Jiang Fan was speechless and had to follow the Chongsam woman to the private room with Ling Xianxian. "What would you two like to order?" From Jiang Fan's conversation with Yi Ming, the woman realized they were important figures at the academy and was very polite. Jiang Fan said directly, "Bring us 1 serving of your signature dish, Brahma Sea snowfish." "Well," the woman showed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, but the Brahma Sea snowfish is limited to 3 servings a day, and they're all sold out for today." "Sold out?" Jiang Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Brahma Sea snowfish to be so popular. However, he wasn't about to give up. He used his signature skill. "Miss, could you ask your boss to make an exception? My wife is Yue Qingying." Jiang Fan was well-versed in relying on his wife's reputation. Whenever he couldn't handle something, he would just drop her name. It never failed. "Who cares who your wife is? Do you think dropping her name will make the Wangxian Tower break the rules?" The woman rolled her eyes internally. "Wait, why does the name Yue Qingying sound familiar?" Soon the woman realized something, and her expression changed. Yue Qingying, wasn't she the prodigy of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy? Holy crap, this guy claimed Yue Qingying was his wife. Could he be the legendary gold digger? The woman in the Xuanxuan stared at Jiang Fan, before her face a mask of speechlessness. Jiang Fan, the legendary rice cattle king of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, truly lived up to his reputation. Others might rely on their fathers, but this bastard directly relied on his wife. I've seen freeloaders before, but never one so shamelessly open about it. As a direct disciple of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, have you no shame at all? Young Master Jiang, please wait a moment. He'll be right back. Though inwardly exasperated, the woman in the Xuanxuan dared not act on her own. The Wangxian Tower had considerable backing, and ordinary disciples of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy didn't warrant special treatment. But Yue Qingying was different. She was the celestial daughter of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, a monstrous talent who could slay nascent soul cultivators even at the golden core stage. Even many nascent soul masters in Hanzhou had to show Yue Qingying respect. Jiang Fan, the rice cattle king, she could dismiss, but his heaven-defying wife was another matter entirely. Yue Qingying cherished her husband, notorious as the rice cattle king, more than anything. Once she had seen a news article on her phone, and because Jiang Fan casually mentioned craving roasted dragon meat, Yue Qingying went straight to the border battlefield and slaughtered a golden core stage flood dragon. If Yue Qingying found out that Jiang Fan couldn't get the Fanhai snowfish at Wangxian Tower, she'd likely clean out their entire stock. The woman in the Xuanxuan dared not delay, heading straight to a room on the 3rd floor. Inside, a woman in a red dress sat with furrowed brows, lost in thought. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin like congealed fat, her face like a blooming peach. A veritable reincarnation of dodgy, every movement exuding an intoxicating charm. Miss. The woman in the Xuanxuan approached the red-dressed woman and called out respectfully, "Chuyer, what's the matter?" The red-dressed woman looked up, a flicker of confusion crossing her beautiful eyes. Chuyer was her maidservant who had been by her side since childhood, as close as a sister. She had entrusted most of the Wangxian Tower's affairs to Chuyer. She knew well that unless something major happened at the Wangxian Tower, Chuyer usually wouldn't disturb her. Miss, the legendary rice cattle king from the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy has come to the Wangxian Tower. Chuyer said helplessly. That fellow insisted on tasting the Fanhai snowfish, and even invoked his wife Yue Qingying. Oh, a glimmer of intelligence flashed in the red-dressed woman's captivating phoenix eyes. Chuyer, go tell the kitchen to prepare. Let him eat his fill as much as he wants. This meal is on me. Chuyer hesitated slightly. Miss, our stock of Fanhai snowfish is running low. The Fanhai snowfish was the Wangxian Tower's signature dish, but their supply was limited. If Jiang Fan ravaged their stock, the tower would lose this signature dish for a long time, inevitably hurting business. It's fine. The red-dressed woman smiled calmly. Make the arrangements. They'll come see him later. In a second-floor private room, Jiang Fan lounged lazily in his chair. 2 plates of Fanhai snowfish on the table had already been devoured by him and Ling Xianxian. Watching the pair start on a third, Chuyer felt her heart bleed. The Fanhai snowfish, the Wangxian Tower's signature dish, cost 188 low-grade spirit stones per serving. Ordinary outer disciples of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy received only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones monthly. Even the highest-ranking direct disciples got just 3,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. In other words, a direct disciple's monthly allowance could only afford 1 serving of Fanhai snowfish. Yet Jiang Fan and his companion had already polished off 3 servings. Did this bastard think Fanhai snowfish was as cheap as street vegetables? Chuyer couldn't fathom why her mistress would offer a free meal. Even if this bastard's wife was Yue Qingying, he was still just a freeloader. The Wangxian Tower didn't need to curry favor, so blatantly did it. Sister Chuyer, this Fanhai snowfish is excellent, truly worthy of being the Wangxian Tower's signature. He'll be coming often. Jiang Fan picked up a translucent piece of fish and popped it into his mouth, giving Chuyer a thumbs up. Thanks a lot. Chuyer nearly cursed aloud upon hearing this. Who the hell wants you coming often? I wish you'd never set foot in the Wangxian Tower again. Chuyer held her tongue and chose silence. This guy had no shame, constantly invoking Yue Qingying as his wife, every word making her adrenaline spike. Chuyer had no doubt that if she kept engaging with Jiang Fan, had shortened her lifespan by several years. While Jiang Fan leisurely enjoyed his Fanhai snowfish in another VIP room on the 2nd floor, a short, stocky young man in the uniform of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy hurried into the room. Inside, 2 academy disciples were feasting. Senior brother one, this Wangxian Tower has gone too far. They clearly don't respect you at all. The short young man couldn't help but complain to the crew-cut youth at the head of the table. Oh, the crew-cut youth looked up. What do you mean? When we ordered, the Wangxian Tower said they had no Fanhai snowfish today. But when I passed the opposite private room, I overheard the waitstaff saying that room had already ordered 3 servings. The short young man said indignantly. Isn't the Wangxian Tower blatantly disrespecting you, senior brother? The crew-cut youth's eyes narrowed. Do you know who's in that room? I've already found out. It's that rice-cattle king from the sword court, Jiang Fan. The short young man quickly replied. Fine, Wangxian Tower. The crew-cut youth snorted coldly. He Wanxiao was an inner disciple of the Blade Court at the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, and his elder brother was a direct disciple of the Blade Court's dean and its #1 genius Wanyang. The Wangxian Tower would rather break their rules for Jiang Fan's Fanhai Snowfish than serve him. How could he save face? Come on, let's go to the opposite room and demand an explanation from the Wangxian Tower. Wanxiao shot to his feet, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. The three stormed over to the opposite room, ignoring the waitress' protests, and kicked open the door. The sudden intrusion stunned Jiang Fan and the others in the room. Wanxiao, have you lost your mind? The Wangxian Tower is no place for your antics. Chuaner's brow shot up as she snapped at Wanxiao. Wan Chaos gaze swept slowly over Jiang Fan and the others, and a faint cold snort escaped his lips. Miss Chuaner, didn't you say the Wangxian Tower had no Fanhai Snowfish today? Then why do Jiang Fan and his group have it? I want him a VIP here. Am I worth less in your eyes than this rice-cattle king Jiang Fan? Wanxiao, how our Wangxian Tower conducts its affairs is none of your concern. Chuaner's expression turned icy. Leave now while you still can, or don't blame me for being rude. Whether you can match Jiang Fan or not I don't know, but you certainly don't have a wife who both dotes on him and is incredibly formidable like he does. Miss Chuaner, is this how Wangxian Tower treats its guests? Why can Jiang Fan order the Fanhai Snowfish while we cannot? Wan Chaos' expression turned somewhat ugly. Simply because my wife is Yue Qingying and everyone is willing to show her face, Jiang Fan said lazily before Chuaner could speak. Wanxiao, if you lack the skill, don't come here blabbering nonsense. Get lost now and stop ruining my appetite. That fellow had never been a good sort in the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, often bullying others by relying on his somewhat impressive elder brother. Most importantly, Wan Chaos' elder brother Wanyang had always been pursuing his wife, Yue Qingying, trying to steal her away. Although his wife had never even glanced at Wanyang, it still irked Jiang Fan. Wanxiao almost blew his top at Jiang Fan's words. I at least earned my place as an inner courtyard disciple through real strength. And you, a guy living off Yue Qingying's soft rice, dare to say I lack skill? Jiang Fan, your skin is truly remarkably thick. No wonder you're known as the soft rice king of Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Wanxiao sneered mockingly. Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Are you even a man? Whether I'm a man or not, my wife knows that well. None of your damn business. Jiang Fan pursed his lips. Sister Chuaner, throw this noisy bastard out. Wan Chaos' face turned ashen. Jiang Fan, having a disciple like you in Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy is a sheer disgrace. If you've got any guts, fight me, Onion. There's no benefit in fighting you, so why would I bother? Jiang Fan savored the Fanhai Snowfish with relish. Besides, are you even worthy of fighting me? You can't even beat my wife. Come back when you can. Wanxiao felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, nearly fainting from rage. 3 sentences, and he couldn't go without mentioning his wife. Would it kill him to stop? However, Jiang Fan paid no heed to the nearly exploding Wanxiao and said to himself, with a lowlife like you forget my wife, you probably can't even beat my master's newly accepted little apprentice. Ling Xuanxuan, who was eating fish and watching the drama on the side, was utterly bewildered by Jiang Fan's words. Why did second senior brother suddenly drag her into this? The fellow before her was wearing the attire of an inner courtyard disciple of Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Generally, only disciples who had broken through the qi refining stage and successfully established their foundation could become inner courtyard disciples. This meant Wan Chaos cultivation was at least at the foundation establishment stage. How could she, a mere qi refining 8th layer weakling, possibly defeat a foundation establishment inner courtyard disciple? Even if he was only at the 1st layer of foundation establishment, he could easily obliterate her. Second senior brother, if you're going to brag, at least think it through first. Did he think everyone was as freakish as senior sister? She wished she could leapfrog realms like senior sister, but she just couldn't do it. Little junior sister. Wanxiao paused briefly, then his gaze fell on Ling Xianxian. Are you the 3rd personal disciple of the Sword Academy Dean? That's right, she's my master's newly accepted little apprentice at qi refining 8th layer. Jiang Fan glanced at Wanxiao, emphasizing Ling Xuanxuan's current cultivation level. Upon hearing that Ling Xianxian was only at qi refining 8th layer, Wanxiao became even more agitated. What did this soft rice king mean? Although he had just recently broken through to foundation establishment, he was still an inner courtyard disciple. This soft rice king actually thought he couldn't defeat a mere qi refining 8th layer little girl. This was a blatant humiliation. What the uncle can tolerate, the aunt cannot. Fine. Fine, fine. Wan Chao laughed in fury. Jiang Fan, in that case he'll spar with your little junior sister. How about it? Second senior brother. Ling Xuanxuan's face turned pale with fear. She quickly tugged at Jiang Fan's sleeve and called out weakly. She was genuinely afraid that Jiang Fan might agree in a fit of impulse. She really couldn't handle Wan Chao, a Foundation Establishment inner courtyard disciple. Jiang Fan ignored Ling Xianxian and blinked. It's not impossible for you to spar with my little junior sister, but it can't be for nothing, right? Then let's bet 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Whoever loses pays the other 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. How about that? Wan Chao said with a cold sneer. If this soft rice king wanted to play, he was game. Wan Chao truly didn't believe he could lose to a chi-refining 8th-layer little girl. All right, it's settled then. Jiang Fan clapped his hands. The Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy prohibits private fights. Let's meet on the Academy's arena in 3 days. As a top spender, spirit stones were everything. With 5,000 spirit stones practically delivered to his doorstep, it would be an injustice to the heavens not to take them. 3 days it is. He'll see what tricks you can pull. Let's go. Wan Chao finished speaking and turned away without looking back. Second senior brother, you're not really going to make me fight, Wan Chao, unknown in 3 days, are you? Ling Xianxian was on the verge of tears. What kind of misfortune had she brought upon herself? On the first day of apprenticeship, senior sister demanded she reach Foundation Establishment and comprehend sword intent within 2 months. Second senior brother was even more outrageous, wanting her to fight a Foundation Establishment inner courtyard disciple. Being the little junior sister was just too hard. Her heart was full of bitterness. Of course, a gentleman's word is his bond, and even 8 horses can't take it back. Jiang Fan ruffled Ling Xuanxuan's hair. Little junior sister, you've got to work hard. Second senior brother believes in you. Second senior brother, you're overestimating me. I really can't win, Ling Xianxian said, wanting to cry but having no tears. Wan Chao just became an inner courtyard disciple, probably only at Foundation Establishment first layer. Your cultivation is a bit weak, but if you go back and train for a couple of days, comprehend sword intent, or something, you'll take him down in no time, Jiang Fan said lazily. Ling Xianxian was completely numb. This second senior brother and senior sister were indeed birds of a feather. In their eyes, comprehending sword intent was as easy as eating and drinking. Comprehending sword intent in 2 or 3 days. That was utterly ridiculous. Chuier, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes. This soft rice king probably had no idea what comprehending sword intent actually meant, did he? Making a chi-refining stage little girl comprehend sword intent in 2 or 3 days. Only a bastard like him could come up with such an idea. Did he really think everyone in the world was as monstrous as his wife? All right, don't look so miserable. Jiang Fan waved at Ling Xianxian. I have a house in the Sword Academy. Go back now and train according to my instructions for 3 days. Ling Xuanxuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that second senior brother had already arranged for her to comprehend sword intent? Thank you, second senior brother. You're so good to me. He'll go back and train right away. I won't let you down. She got up excitedly and hurried back to the Sword Academy. Why aren't you leaving yet? Seeing that Jiang Fan still showed no sign of leaving, Chuier said impatiently. Sister Chuier, I've decided to stay at Wangxian Tower from now on. Jiang Fan said lazily. Is Wangxian Tower hiring? I worked in the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy's kitchen for 3 years. I have extensive work experience. Why aren't you leaving yet? Seeing that Jiang Fan still showed no sign of leaving, Chuier said impatiently. Sister Chuier, I've decided to stay at Wangxian Tower from now on. Jiang Fan said lazily. Is Wangxian Tower hiring? I worked in the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy's kitchen for 3 years. I have extensive work experience. Why aren't you leaving yet? Seeing that Jiang Fan still showed no sign of leaving, Chuier said impatiently. Sister Chuier, I've decided to stay at Wangxian Tower from now on. Jiang Fan said lazily. Is Wangxian Tower hiring? I worked in the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy's kitchen for 3 years. I have extensive work experience. Why aren't you leaving yet? Seeing that Jiang Fan still showed no sign of leaving, Chuier said impatiently. Sister Chuier, I've decided to stay at Wangxian Tower from now on. Jiang Fan said lazily. Is Wangxian Tower hiring? I worked in the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy's kitchen for 3 years. I have extensive work experience. Ling Xianxian left Wangxian Tower and flew back to the sword courtyard like the wind, heading straight for her second senior brother's residence. Since Jiang Fan spent all his time hiding in the kitchen, his quarters in the sword courtyard were practically abandoned with a thick layer of dust coating even the main door. Ling Xianxian paid it no mind. Bursting with excitement, she pushed open the door and searched the courtyard for a way to comprehend the sword intent. Soon she spotted a parasol tree planted in the yard. Hanging from it was a wooden plaque on which a few lines of large crooked characters were scrawled. Want to comprehend sword intent? Look at it, look at it, look at it. Important things must be said 3 times. At the end of these lines, an arrow pointed directly to a 3-foot-tall stone beneath the parasol tree. It was an utterly ordinary stone bearing nothing but a single distinct sword scar. Ling Xianxian was completely dumbfounded. Was this the method second senior brother used to help her comprehend sword intent? Hadn't he said it would cost 5,000 low-grade spirit stones? Thousands of low-grade spirit stones, and all he prepared for her was this. Ling Xianxian felt like crying, but had no tears. Master, are you really going to mess with your youngest disciple like this? Second senior brother seems utterly unreliable. Xuanxuan, what are you doing here all alone? Where's your second senior brother? Lu Wuchen, as if sensing his youngest disciple's complaints, appeared before Ling Xianxian in a flash. Master, you said second senior brother was reliable. But his method for me to comprehend sword intent is just to look at this stone. Ling Xianxian looked at Lu Wuchen and couldn't help but complain. Xuanxuan, your second senior brother may seem unreliable, but anything he promises he delivers. You'll understand in time. Lu Wuchen smiled faintly. Besides, this stone before you can indeed help one comprehend sword intent. Master, does this stone have some extraordinary origin? Ling Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes widened with curiosity. No extraordinary origin, your second senior brother just moved it here. But since you've become my third personal disciple, I can tell you something. In truth, your senior sister wasn't the first disciple in the sword courtyard to comprehend sword intent. Lu Wuchen's words were startling. What? Ling Xuanxuan's eyes went wide. Senior sister with her peerless talent, hailed as the greatest genius in the history of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy, wasn't the first to comprehend sword intent. Could it be second senior brother? This was too incredible. So the second senior brother, famous for living off others, was actually the most formidable. It seems you've guessed it. Back when I brought your senior sister and second senior brother to the Hanzhou Immortal Academy, everyone marveled at your senior sister's talent, yet no one knew that your second senior brother comprehended sword intent even before her. After he grasped sword intent, he left a scar on this stone. Your senior sister took one look and comprehended it herself. Lu Wuchen paused. Xuanxuan, I'm telling you this, so you won't judge your second senior brother by worldly standards. He told you to come here, so cultivate diligently. Master, I understand. He'll work hard. Ling Xianxian gazed at the stone, a hint of admiration spreading across her delicate face. So second senior brother was willingly the man behind senior sister. He was the most amazing of all. Jiang Fan moved swiftly, expertly butchering all the ingredients in the slaughterhouse. Over a dozen Foundation establishment-level demonic beasts, plus 2 Xiantian-level ones, instantly boosted his cultivation significantly. Higher-level demonic beasts truly yielded more cultivation experience. A single day of grinding at Wangxian Tower was probably worth at least 10 days at the Hanzhou Immortal Academy's canteen. After clearing the beasts in the slaughterhouse, Jiang Fan handed the rest to the staff and retreated to the next room. He pulled out his lying-down trio and happily scrolled through his phone. Not long ago, he had passed the interview with Su Yimei, the owner of Wangxian Tower, and became a member of its kitchen staff. Here, not only could he hunt higher-level beasts to raise his cultivation, but the boss also paid him a monthly salary of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Though 1,000 low-grade spirit stones wasn't much, every bit counted. Boosting his cultivation while earning spirit stones. Could life get any better? However, little did Jiang Fan know, as he began his idle life in a room at Wangxian Tower, 2 figures were watching the kitchen through a large screen. These 2 were Chui'er and her mistress, Su Yimei, the owner of Wangxian Tower. Miss, did you see that? Everyone else is working, but he butchers the beasts and then goes to lie down next door. I really don't know why you kept this freeloader. Chui'er couldn't help but complain as she watched the screen. What's more, other kitchen staff only got 200 low-grade spirit stones a month, yet the miss gave this guy 1,000. Chui'er had a feeling that if this guy kept freeloading at Wangxian Tower, the miss might end up losing even her own dowry. Chui'er, sometimes what you see is just what others want you to see. Su Yimei's seductive red lips curled into a slight smile. Everyone calls him a useless freeloader, but have you ever considered that making a celestial maiden like Yue Qingying willingly support him is a skill in itself? Chui'er was speechless. Miss, are you serious? That counts as a skill. Su Yimei didn't elaborate. She smiled and said, Chui'er, if I'm not mistaken, there will be uninvited guests at Wangxian Tower tonight. Stay here and watch. You might discover something unexpected. Final, see if this freeloader is worth your attention. Chui'er pulled up a small stool and sat before the screen. Time ticked by as she watched. Unbeknownst to them, night gradually fell. The bustling Wangxian Tower slowly quieted down. The kitchen staff had all left, leaving only Jiang Fan lying there. Miss said there would be uninvited guests tonight, but where are they, eh? Chui'er murmured softly as she watched Jiang Fan drift into sleep. Soon the third watch passed. Nothing unusual happened at Wangxian Tower. Just as Chui'er was about to leave, a dark figure suddenly appeared on the screen. Someone really did come. Chui'er was startled. Who was this shadowy figure sneaking into Wangxian Tower in the dead of night? Chui'er dared not delay. She quickly notified her mistress, while keeping her eyes locked on the screen. Upon receiving the news, Su Yeme soon appeared beside Chui'er. Miss, who is this black-clad figure? How did you know that Wangxian Tower would have an uninvited guest tonight? Chui'er gazed at the scene on the screen, curiosity coloring her voice. A guest, Su Yeme replied calmly. Someone from Xuanxuan approached me today and issued an ultimatum. I anticipated they would make a move. Someone from Xuanxuan. Chui'er's expression shifted. Xuanxuan was a long-established tavern in Sichuan City renowned for its booming business. However, ever since Wangxian Tower opened and introduced its signature dish, braised snow fish from the vast sea, it had lured many of Xuanxuan's patrons. Xuanxuan had always viewed Wangxian Tower as a thorn in its side. Had Xuanxuan finally lost patience and decided to strike at Wangxian Tower? Chui'er took a deep breath. Miss, they must be after the braised snow fish. I'll order someone to capture this black-clad figure immediately. No rush, Su Yeme said with a faint smile. Rest assured, Xuanxuan can't stir up any trouble. Isn't that fellow still here? Chui'er was speechless. If Xuanxuan dared to send an infiltrator into Wangxian Tower, it meant the black-clad figure's strength was formidable, likely at least a foundation establishment cultivator. And yet her mistress expected Jiang Fan, that notorious freeloader, to deal with someone from Xuanxuan. Preposterous. Sure, the guy had a formidable wife, but that didn't make her omnipotent. In the kitchen of Wangxian Tower, a figure clad in black appeared like a specter in Jiang Fan's room. Jiang Fan's eyes stirred as he lazily opened them, glaring with annoyance at the intruder. Who the hell are you? Disturbing someone's sleep in the dead of night. Are you out of your mind? Humph, just a mere cook from Wangxian Tower, and yet you dare to be so arrogant when death is at your door, the black-clad figure sneered. Kid, if you want to live, answer my question obediently. Where is the braised snow fish stored? Oh, so you're after the braised snow fish, Jiang Fan yawned. I won't stop you from trying to get it, but don't bother me while I'm sleeping. I'm just a new hire, I don't know a thing. I gave you a chance. Since you're asking for death, ill granted. The black-clad figure wasted no time unleashing the oppressive aura of a foundation establishment cultivator directly at Jiang Fan. Yet facing this pressure, Jiang Fan seemed utterly unaffected. He shot the man a displeased glare. I told you not to disturb me. Can't you understand plain speech? Seeing Jiang Fan completely unfazed, the black-clad figure's eyes narrowed. After all, he was a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Even a casual release of his aura would be enough to make any cultivator below foundation establishment explode. This youth before him was no ordinary person. That woman Su Yeme is indeed formidable. She must have anticipated Xuanxuan's move and prepared in advance. I need to finish this quickly. A cold glint flashed in the black-clad figure's eyes as his murderous intent surged. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at Jiang Fan, sending a black energy bolt streaking through the air like a sword aimed straight for Jiang Fan's brow. Jiang Fan remained calm, still lounging lazily in his chair, without the slightest movement. Yet the incoming black energy bolt was halted by an invisible force about 3 feet from Jiang Fan's brow. Jiang Fan flicked his finger, and the black energy bolt instantly dissipated into nothingness. You? Who are you? The black-clad figure stared at Jiang Fan, his expression one of sheer terror. His earlier strike, though seemingly simple, had been delivered with full force. A full-powered attack from a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator had been effortlessly neutralized by this mysterious youth. This meant the youth's strength was at least on par with his own, if not greater. Possibly even a golden core cultivator. Damn it. I thought Wangxian Tower had no golden core cultivator station here recently. Where the hell did this kid come from? The black-clad figure didn't hesitate another moment, turning to flee. But the moment he turned, an astonishing sword intent filled the room. Sword intent. Terrified, the black-clad figure hastily mobilized his true essence, forming a black light shield to envelop his entire body. At that instant, a tangible golden sword intent pierced through space and struck the black light shield. With a crisp sound, the shield crumbled like paper before the golden sword intent. In the next moment, the golden sword intent had already pierced through the black-clad figure's heart. All signs of life vanished instantly, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, a cold corpse. Having dispatched the intruder with a single sword strike, Jiang Fan rose lazily from his recliner, walked over to the body, and retrieved a storage pouch. He casually wiped away the spiritual mark on the pouch and emptied its contents. Inside were only a few low-grade pills, 2 inferior spiritual artifacts, some miscellaneous materials, and fewer than 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a popper. A 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator, and this is all you've got. Pathetic. Jiang Fan couldn't help but mock. The black-clad figure's entire fortune was probably worth less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A dignified 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator poorer than his junior sister, who was just a chi refining rookie. How embarrassing. After looting the spoils, Jiang Fan raised his hand and conjured a fireball, incinerating the body until nothing remained. Having done that, he looked up toward a certain spot and said with utmost seriousness, "Boss, this kitchen job at Wangxian Tower is no easy gig. I need a raise." Jiang Fan knew that his boss Su Yeme was likely watching his every move, but he didn't mind. Though he preferred a low-key life as a freeloader, he didn't care about revealing his strength. Besides, the beautiful owner of Wangxian Tower was a clever woman. Jiang Fan trusted she wouldn't casually divulge his secrets. With that, Jiang Fan flickered back onto his recliner and resumed his lifeless repose. On the 3rd floor of Wangxian Tower, Chuyer stared at the scene, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Missy, he." Chuyer stammered, her voice trembling with shock. One move, and he had killed a foundation establishment cultivator. Was this really the legendary freeloader of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy? "I've told you before, sometimes what you see is merely what others want you to see." Su Yeme said, a seductive smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Chuyer, don't breathe a word of today's events. And remember to give him a raise. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones a month." Double-layered sword intent materialized. Sword intent. This legendary freeloader was indeed extraordinary. Such talent was likely on par with Yue Qingying's. If she could gain his support, perhaps she truly had a chance to change her fate. The kitchen of Wangxian Pavilion. Jiang Fan finished butchering today's ingredients and reclined contentedly onto a chair. It had been 3 days since he arrived at Wangxian Pavilion. Over these 3 days, Jiang Fan had slain monsters in the pavilion's kitchen daily, earning abundant experience and advancing his cultivation at an astonishing pace. Not bad at all. At this rate, I should break through to Golden Core 3rd rank within a month at most. Jiang Fan's mood soared. The only regret. The Fanhai snowfish served at Wangxian Pavilion was prepared in a uniquely refined manner, no slaughter required. When he'd once slaughtered a Fanhai snowfish, the cultivation experience gained far surpassed that from many foundation establishment-level demonic beasts. If he could slaughter such fish daily, his advancement would accelerate even further. I nearly forgot. Today is the day my junior sister faces Wangxian in combat. I must return at once. The 5,000 spirit stones wagered cannot slip through my fingers. Jiang Fan suddenly recalled the wager he'd made with Wangxian 3 days prior and murmured to himself. He rose slowly, stretched languidly, and strolled out of the room. Wangxian Pavilion lay not far from the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. Before long, Jiang Fan arrived at his long-abandoned residence in the Sword Academy. Within the courtyard, Ling Xianxian sat motionless before a massive boulder beneath a parasol tree, deeply absorbed in comprehending the sword intent Jiang Fan had inscribed upon it. Lu Wuchen stood nearby, guarding her vigilantly, clearly anxious for her safety. "Jiang Fan, you little rascal, you finally deigned to return." Seeing you saunter in so lazily, Lu Wuchen snapped irritably. "I heard you're sending Xianxian to fight Wangxian on the arena platform. Is that true?" "Master, must you overreact so? Sparring between disciples of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy is perfectly ordinary, isn't it?" Jiang Fan curled his lip dismissively, utterly unconcerned. "Ordinary? Nonsense. Your junior sister cultivates only at Qi Condensation 8th rank, yet you dare pit her against a foundation establishment disciple. That's sheer recklessness." Lu Wuchen exploded in fury. "Since Xianxian has sworn me as her master, her safety falls upon me. Should anything befall her, I swear I'll thrash you soundly." Jiang Fan grinned mischievously at Lu Wuchen. "Go ahead and thrash me. I won't hold it against you." Lu Wuchen winced inwardly, his liver aching. His eldest disciple doted on this young man beyond reason. If he laid a hand on Jiang Fan, the elder disciple would surely demand a sparring session immediately. Moreover, though Jiang Fan appeared perpetually idle, lounging, eating, and loafing, he was in truth a prodigy whose talent rivaled even Yue Qingying's. Years ago, he grasped sword intent faster than Yue Qingying ever had. True, Lu Wuchen had never supervised Jiang Fan's cultivation, and Jiang Fan had concealed his progress meticulously, but his intuition whispered clearly Jiang Fan was no less gifted than Yue Qingying. "Jiang Fan, I'm not jesting. Xianxian is your junior sister. Don't push things too far." Lu Wuchen drew a deep breath, gazing helplessly at Jiang Fan. "Rest assured, master, I know my limits." Jiang Fan remained smirking. "Wangxian has only just broken through to foundation establishment. Once Xuanxuan grasps sword intent, she'll school him in seconds. As he spoke, he purchased a tier of sword intent from the spirit market and directly assigned it to Ling Xuanxuan. You have no limits whatsoever. Do you truly believe everyone in this world is as extraordinary as your wife, able to grasp sword intent merely by glancing at this weathered stone? Fury surged in Lu Wuchen. You impudent brat. Your junior sister's talent simply cannot. Yet, mid-sentence, an invisible wave of sword intent rippled outward from Ling Xuanxuan's body. She truly grasped it. Lu Wuchen staggered backward, eyes bulging in disbelief. Lu Wuchen had assumed his newly accepted junior disciple, though promising, was unremarkable, certainly dwarfed by his elder disciple Yue Qingying by a chasm of 10,000 li. For Ling Xuanxuan to grasp sword intent from this stone alone seemed virtually impossible, yet she had done precisely that in just 3 days. It defied reason. He'd taken Ling Xuanxuan in hoping she'd be a steadying, ordinary presence, soothing his wounded heart. Instead, another prodigy. Lu Wuchen felt utterly drained. What karmic debt had he accrued that he could not, just once, accept a normal disciple? Is there no respite left in this world? Master, second senior brother, I grasped sword intent. I grasped sword intent. At that moment, Ling Xuanxuan ended her meditation and dashed radiant with excitement toward Jiang Fan and Lu Wuchen. She'd meditated for 3 full days without breakthrough, until quite suddenly inspiration struck and comprehension flooded her mind. Still dazed with exhilaration, Ling Xuanxuan blinked in wonder. She'd never dreamed she'd grasp sword intent so effortlessly, so haphazardly. Enough already. You took 3 whole days. What's there to boast about? You're nowhere near your senior sister's level. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes, exasperated. He'd sent her here to comprehend sword intent independently, to save the spirit stones needed to purchase it outright. After all, his wife had grasped it instantly at first glance. Though Ling Xuanxuan's talent fell short of hers, 3 days still seemed reasonable. Alas, this girl was simply too slow-witted. His hope dissolved, predictably, and joy was the last thing he felt. Second senior brother, senior sister is a celestial genius. I can hardly compare myself to her. Ling Xuanxuan beamed, utterly unfazed by Jiang Fan's barbs. Grasping sword intent was no small feat. She'd entered the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy and sworn discipleship just 3 days ago, and already achieved this. Wasn't that extraordinary? Consider this. Her family, the Ling clan, had cultivated for centuries. Their most gifted scion was her own father, who only grasped his cultivation insight after reaching golden core. And yet, she'd grasped it while still in chi condensation. What a triumph. Returning home, her father and the Ling clan elders would surely revere her as a living ancestor. Xuanxuan, your swift mastery of sword intent brings me great pride. Continue striving diligently. I must depart now, matters await me. Deeply wounded within, Lu Wuchen vanished in a flicker of light. He resolved then and there he would enter strict seclusion and cultivate with relentless fervor. A disciple who grasped sword intent in 3 days, even if not rivaling his eldest, was a rarity unmatched in the mortal realm. Without redoubled effort, he feared he might soon lose authority even over his youngest disciple. Let's go, junior sister. We're due to deal with Wan Chao. Jiang Fan paid no heed to Lu Wuchen's abrupt disappearance, addressing Ling Xuanxuan with lazy nonchalance. At Jiang Fan's words, Ling Xuanxuan's face instantly crumpled into a bitter grimace. Had he not reminded her, she'd almost forgotten entirely about the impending duel with Wan Chao. She lifted her gaze to Jiang Fan and asked timidly, second senior brother, Wan Chao is a Foundation establishment disciple. Am I truly ready to face him now? Ling Xuanxuan was genuinely uncertain whether she could prevail over Wan Chao. Though she had now comprehended the sword intent, her cultivation remained at the 8th layer of chi refining, making her feel somewhat daunted at the prospect of crossing realms to battle a Foundation establishment disciple. What's there to fear? Just go for it. You're someone who has grasped the sword intent now. Jiang Fan paused mid-step, fixing a serious gaze upon Ling Xuanxuan. Little junior sister, even a dear junior sister, must settle accounts clearly. I wagered 5,000 low-grade spirit stones with that fellow Wan Chao. If you lose, you'll have to compensate me with 10,000. Ling Xuanxuan was taken aback. Second senior brother, wasn't the bet 5,000? How did it become 10,000? If you lose, those 5,000 spirit stones that were rightfully mine from Wan Chao vanish, and I still have to pay him 5,000. Added up, isn't that 10,000? Jiang Fan stated with an air of unassailable logic. Ling Xuanxuan's expression froze. Her second senior brother's method of accounting was truly unparalleled. Second senior brother, it's not about the spirit stones. My main concern is that losing would bring shame upon you. Ling Xuanxuan said with a hint of helplessness. No matter, Jiang Fan replied with a nonchalant shrug. Whether you bring shame or not isn't important. What matters is that you produce the spirit stones. Ling Xuanxuan. In short, whether she won or lost, her second senior brother had to make a profit of 5,000 spirit stones. Second senior brother, if that's the case, can I just give you 5,000 spirit stones and skip fighting Wanqiao? Ling Xianxian pondered, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightening. She was the pampered young miss of the Ling family, never having fought in her life, and truly unskilled at brawling. After all, her second senior brother only cared about the spirit stones. Though Ling Xianxian hadn't brought many spirit stones to the Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy, she still had around 100,000. If spirit stones could solve the problem, why bother with the effort of fighting? That won't do. Jiang Fan blinked. Little junior sister, even if you give me spirit stones, it doesn't stop us from going to win back Wan Chaos 5,000. Ling Xianxian was utterly speechless. It was said that her second senior brother valued wealth above all else, and now she truly understood it firsthand. She simply couldn't fathom why her second senior brother was so enamored with spirit stones. As a personal disciple of the Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy, and with the senior sister as his wife, he shouldn't be lacking in spirit stones. Yet her second senior brother acted as if he were desperately impoverished. His eyes would gleam at the mention of spirit stones, treating them like his own father. The next time she returned to the Ling family, Ling Xianxian decided she would take her second senior brother to the Ling family mines to dig for 3 days and 3 nights straight. She was determined to cure him of this avaricious affliction. The arena of the Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy was one of the most bustling places on campus. The academy prohibited private brawls. If disciples had grievances, they typically came to the arena to settle them on the fighting stage. Additionally, to hone the disciples' abilities, the academy had established a dedicated competition system. Whenever a disciple fought on the arena stage, the system would award the victor between 1 and 10 points, depending on the specifics of the battle. Points were tallied monthly, and the top 100 disciples in the rankings received generous rewards. This was precisely why a constant stream of disciples visited the arena daily, with many spending years there to earn ranking rewards. When Jiang Chun and his companion arrived at the arena, the vast space was already packed, surrounding a black stage of unknown material in the center, so tightly that not a single gap remained. On the stage, 2 disciples of the Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy were already locked in an intense battle. Second senior brother. With so many people, when will I fight Wanqiao? Ling Xuanxuan, seeing the scene before her, felt an urge to flee. No idea, Jiang Fan said lazily. It depends on when Wanqiao registered. We'll go when it's our turn. Though he had never been to the arena, he knew that only 30 matches were held each day, requiring advance registration. If the day's slots were full, the match would be postponed to the next day. However, Jiang Fan wasn't worried at all. Wanqiao had suffered losses at his hands before, but dared not retaliate. Now, with a chance to bully his junior sister, he was likely eager beyond measure. If Jiang Fan guessed correctly, even if Wanqiao couldn't secure a slot for the day, he would find some way to cut in line. Come. Today's highlight match: Sword Court Personal Disciple Ling Xianxian versus Blade Court Inner Disciple Wanqiao. Bets are open. Don't miss out. Just as Jiang Fan and the others were speaking, an unexpected shout reached their ears. Bets. Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled, and he turned to look in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a chubby young man in his 20s with a round face and big ears sat on a chair. Behind him, 2 underlings were busy. One was recording in a small notebook, while the other was collecting spirit stones. It was clear that many academy disciples had already started placing their bets. Jiang Fan took an immediate interest and squeezed through the crowd to stand before the chubby young man. Fatty, how do you take bets here? The fatty didn't even bother to look up. 5 odds. It's all written clearly. See for yourself. Jiang Fan glanced at the sign in front of the fatty. Wanqiao wins with 10 points, odds 1-5. Wanqiao wins with 79 points, odds 1-1. 5. Wanqiao wins with 36 points, odds 1-2. Wanqiao wins with 13 points, odds 1-3. Ling Xianxian wins, odds 1-1-0. Around them, many disciples were discussing the odds in hushed tones. With these odds, betting on Wanqiao winning with 79 points is a sure profit. Not necessarily. Wanqiao is at foundation establishment, while Ling Xianxian is only at the 8th layer of qi refining. You could gamble on Wanqiao winning with 10 points. I think it's not that simple. It would be good enough if Wanqiao wins with 36 points. The crowd murmured as they began placing their bets. Jiang Fan looked at the fatty. Fatty, is there a betting limit? If I bet big, you won't welch, will you? Hearing this, the fatty finally looked up and said indignantly, Brother, who do you think you're looking down on? I've been running bets in this arena for years, and my reputation is rock solid. No matter how big your bet'll take it. 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. I bet on Ling Xianxian to win. Without further ado, Jiang Fan staked his entire fortune, tossing 13,000 low-grade spirit stones before the fatty. Swish, swish, swish. In that instant, everyone around turned their gazes almost simultaneously, all fixed on Jiang Fan. Holy crap, who is this guy? He dares to bet over 10,000 spirit stones on Ling Xianxian winning. Is he out of his mind? Shoo, keep your voice down. He's our academy's infamous rice bowl king. So it's him. Damn, what a spendthrift. Shoo, keep your voice down. He's our academy's infamous rice bowl king. So it's him. Damn, what a spendthrift. At this moment, countless disciples from the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy looked at Jiang Fan with utter speechlessness. Although Ling Xianxian was the third personal disciple of the Sword Court and Jiang Fan's junior sister, that didn't mean he should bet on her victory. An eighth layer of qi refining against a first layer of foundation establishment. Unless Ling Xianxian could be as prodigious as Yue Qingying comprehending sword intent at the qi refining stage, it was simply impossible. Betting on Ling Xuanxuan's victory, wasn't that just throwing money away? This was 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even with the benefits of a personal disciple at Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, it would take 5 months to save up. What a spendthrift. Oh, no, that should be a reckless man. Even if your wife is Yue Qingying, you can't squander money like this. Jiang Fan, are you sure you want to bet on Ling Xianxian? The fat man stared blankly at the pile of spirit stones before him, wondering if he had misheard. Mo Xiaopong had run the arena's betting for years and had seen plenty of big scenes. Jiang Fan betting 13,000 low-grade spirit stones didn't faze him. But the object of Jiang Fan's bet left Mo Xiaopong bewildered. Although the odds for Ling Xuanxuan's victory were 110, anyone with sense could see that was just a token figure. Yet Jiang Fan had placed the bet anyway. What the hell was going on? That's right, I'm betting on my junior sister. Any problem? Jiang Fan glanced at Mo Xiaopong. You're not afraid to take it, are you? Worried you can't afford to pay up? Nonsense. I am Mo Xiaopong scared. Since you dare to bet, I dare to take it. Mo Xiaopong directly accepted Jiang Fan's 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. The arena battles had a dedicated monitoring system. No one could use external help, let alone cheat. He truly didn't believe Jiang Fan could pull any tricks. These 13,000 low-grade spirit stones were practically a sure profit. Why would Mo Xiaopong refuse? Second senior brother, maybe you should reconsider. I'm afraid I can't win. Ling Xianxian tugged at Jiang Fan's arm on the verge of tears. His actions had put immense pressure on her. If she lost, who knew if he'd demand she repay the 13,000 spirit stones? Even as the eldest daughter of the Ling family with a mine at home, she couldn't withstand such extravagance. There's nothing to reconsider. You're my junior sister. If I don't support you, who will? Jiang Fan waved his hand. You're Yue Qingying's junior sister too. Have some confidence. When your senior sister was at the 8th layer of qi refining, dealing with someone like Wan Xiao at the 1st layer of foundation establishment was like swatting a fly. Ling Xianxian felt exhausted. I know the senior sister is incredible, but the problem is I'm not her. Can you stop treating me like her? However, just as everyone thought Jiang Fan had lost his mind, a flicker of doubt crossed one person's eyes. That person was Ye Ming. He knew Jiang Fan, a personal disciple of the Sword Court, better than anyone present. To Jiang Fan, spirit stones were like his lifeblood. Once spirit stones fell into his hands, not a single one could be pried out. He would sooner believe the sun would rise in the west than believe Jiang Fan would willingly lose over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Something was fishy. There had to be a trick. If Jiang Fan dared to bet, he was almost certainly confident of victory. He had to follow suit. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones on Ling Xianxian. Ye Ming steeled himself, stepped forward, and tossed the stones to Mo Xiaopong. Everyone stared at Ye Ming as if he were a fool. While following a big spender in betting was common practice. If you were going to follow someone, at least pick a sensible one. Following Jiang Fan would leave you stripped bare. Ye Ming daring to bet on your senior sister Ling. Good eye. Jiang Fan gave him a thumbs up. Ye Ming puffed out his chest. Second senior brother, as a disciple of the Sword Court, supporting senior sister Ling is my duty. Jiang Fan was left speechless, a vein bulging on his forehead. No wonder he hadn't managed to trick this guy last time. His brain really had improved a lot. TSK. So it's just sycophancy. Everyone sneered at Ye Ming's words. Jiang Fan and Ling Xianxian were both personal disciples of the Sword Court's dean. Ye Ming's bet was clearly an attempt to curry favor and latch onto them. News of Jiang Fan's bet quickly spread through the arena, reaching Wan Xiao on the other side. Jiang Fan, that idiot, actually bet 13,000 on Ling Xianxian. Wan Xiao rolled his eyes. Wasn't that just handing spirit stones to Mo Xiaopong? If had known Jiang Fan had so many spirit stones, he would have raised the stakes. Senior brother wants since Jiang Fan dared to bet so much things might not be simple. You should be careful. The shrewd-looking lackey behind Wanxiao warned him. How complicated can it be? Wanxiao shot him an annoyed glance. What? You think I can't handle a little girl at the 8th layer of qi refining? Senior brother won. The lackey started, but Wanxiao cut him off. Enough. Go to Mo Xiaoping and bet 5,000 low-grade spirit stones on me winning by 10 points. Senior brother won. We only managed to scrape together 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. That was for the bet with Jiang Fan. Another lackey said weakly. Are you a pig? Wanxiao slapped him on the head. I'm not going to lose, so why would I need to give Jiang Fan spirit stones? The two lackeys dared not argue and hurried off to place the bet. Shortly after, another match on the arena stage ended and a mechanical voice echoed overhead. This match Wu Guang wins 3 arena points. Next match, Wanxiao versus Ling Xianxian. Without hesitation, Wanxiao flickered and shot toward the central stage. On the other side, Ling Xianxian wore a bitter expression as she reluctantly stepped onto the central stage following Jiang Fan's instructions. Wanxiao stood with his hands behind his back looking down at her. Little girl, you're no match for me. Be smart and concede. I'd love to, but second senior brother insists I fight. If I don't help, punish me. Ling Xianxian looked at him pitifully, her demeanor utterly vulnerable. Big brother one, could you let me have one move? Just one. As she spoke, anxiety churned within her. Would second senior brother's plan really work? This girl's talent may be mediocre, but her acting is truly remarkable. Jiang Fan watched Ling Xianxian on the arena, who was playfully acting cute, with a pitiful demeanor, and nodded with satisfaction. Generally speaking, comprehending the sword intent at the 8th level of qi refining made it not too difficult to deal with a first-level foundation establishment cultivator. However, considering Ling Xianxian had only just grasped the sword intent and was not yet adept at its application, coupled with her inexperience in combat, Jiang Fan devised a strategy for her. Act cute and pitiful, preferably making that fool Wanxiao let her have the first move. Then Ling Xianxian could unleash a powerful strike, catching him off guard and defeating him in one blow. As Jiang Fan had anticipated, faced with Ling Xuanxuan's irresistible charm, Wan Chaos' sense of justice surged. That Jiang Fan, a freeloader, is utterly inhuman, even bullying his own junior sister. He patted his chest and vowed to Ling Xuanxuan, little girl, make your move. I won't just give you one move, I'll even let you have 3. With that, Wanxiao stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a master. As a first-level foundation establishment cultivator, an attack from the 8th level of qi refining was no more than a tickle to him. Let the girl have one move and show off at the same time. Why not? Then he'll strike now. Ling Xianxian blinked, then urged her longsword and unceremoniously slashed at Wanxiao. In an instant, a chilling, icy sword intent radiated from Ling Xuanxuan, pressing down fiercely on Wanxiao. What the? Feeling the sudden burst of sword intent from Ling Xuanxuan, Wanxiao felt a herd of 1,000 alpacas stampeding through his heart. That little girl's cute act had been deliberate all along. Damn, it had been tricked. But since he had initially planned not to strike and had underestimated Ling Xuanxuan, the sudden suppression of her sword intent left him no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as her sword struck him. With a loud crash, Wanxiao was sent flying by Ling Xuanxuan's strike, tumbling off the arena in a sorry state. At the same time, the arena's mechanical voice rang out. This match, Ling Xianxian wins. Arena points 10. The scene plunged the vast arena into a deathly silence. Wanxiao had lost, and he had lost to Ling Xuanxuan, who earned 10 arena points. This was utterly illogical. In the arena, the highest score for each match was 10 points. Achieving a perfect score of 10 required flawless performance in battle. Winning with 10 points was an exceedingly rare occurrence in the arena. At that moment, everyone stared in stunned disbelief. They had assumed that Wanxiao at the first level of foundation establishment would easily defeat Ling Xianxian at the 8th level of qi refining, even if not instantly. Who would have thought he would be the one instantly defeated? Sword intent. Ling Xianxian has comprehended sword intent. After an unknown time, someone in the arena finally snapped back to reality, uttering an incredulous cry. With that cry, countless people gasped in awe. Their gazes toward Ling Xianxian were filled with shock and disbelief. I never thought the Sword Academy's newly promoted direct disciple would have comprehended sword intent. Impressive. Comprehending sword intent at the 8th level of qi refining is truly terrifying. Indeed, such talent might even rival that of Yue Qingying. Damn. My 3,000 spirit stones are gone, just like that. Exclamations of amazement mingled with wails of despair echoed across the arena. Of course, none was more frustrated than Mo Xiaoping. He stared blankly at the scene, hardly believing his eyes. He had thought Jiang Fan's bet on Ling Xianxian was a sure win. But in the blink of an eye, Wan Chao was defeated in one strike. With odds of 110, the thought of having to pay Jiang Fan 130 low-grade spirit stones made Imo Xiaopang's heart bleed. Damn it. I was careless. This time it's a huge loss. Senior brother Jiang, senior sister Ling is truly worthy of being the dean's direct disciple. Awesome. Yiming snapped out of his daze, visibly exhilarated. He had hit the jackpot with this bet. He knew Jiang Fan's wager had to have a hidden agenda. Turns out Ling Xianxian was also an extraordinary prodigy who had comprehended sword intent. He had once heard about Ling Xuanxuan's connection with Vice Master Lu Xiao and assumed she had become a direct disciple through connections. Now he realized how shallow he had been. Of course, if she didn't have the skill, would she be worthy of being my junior sister? Jiang Fan shrugged. He turned to Yi Ming with a grin. Yi Ming, I've helped you make a good profit this time. Shouldn't I get a share of those spirit stones? Senior brother Jiang Fan, I ate something bad this morning. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the restroom. Yi Ming's face turned pale as he clutched his stomach and fled. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes at Yi Ming, who had bolted like a rabbit. You're a foundation establishment cultivator, and you claim to have an upset stomach. Are you kidding me? In the center of the arena, Wan Chao, caught off guard by Ling Xuanxuan's strike, tumbled off the platform in disgrace, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He looked up at Ling Xianxian on the stage, incredulous. You've comprehended sword intent. Yes, Ling Xianxian replied with a cheerful nod. And you still asked me to let you have a move. Wan Chao was fuming. You're already someone who has comprehended sword intent, and you still had the nerve to act cute and ask me to go easy on you. Have you no shame? You never said that comprehending sword intent meant I couldn't ask you to let me have the first move. Ling Xianxian jumped off the arena, looking at Wan Chao innocently. Wan Chao felt his blood pressure skyrocket, and he spat out another mouthful of crimson blood. If I had known you had comprehended sword intent, would I have let you have the first move? All right, junior sister, stop talking now. Seeing Wan Chao on the verge of passing out from anger, Jiang Fan quickly stepped forward and said helplessly, if you anger him into a coma, who will pay me the spirit stones? Wan Chao glared at Jiang Fan, his eyes practically spitting fire. Jiang Fan, are you screwing me over? Wan Chao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Jiang Fan looked at Wan Chao with displeasure. This was a fair bet. You lose, you pay up. Hand over the 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's only 5,000 spirit stones, but I don't have that many on me right now. I'll owe you. Wan Chao took a deep breath and snorted coldly. Although he had an elder brother who was a personal disciple, and he used his brother's reputation to swindle and cheat within the academy, making him wealthier than the average intercourt disciple, he was accustomed to living extravagantly and had never formed the habit of saving spirit stones. Even the 5,000 spirit stones he had bet against Jiang Fan were scraped together by his underlings. He had just used those 5,000 for the wager, and now truly had none to give Jiang Fan. What are you trying to welch? Jiang Fan's face immediately darkened. You should know the consequences of defaulting on a debt with me. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Wan Chaos' expression shifted drastically. Over a year ago, he had first crossed paths with Jiang Fan. Accustomed to bullying others at the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, he had tried to renege on a debt to Jiang Fan. The outcome had been utterly miserable. Jiang Fan had summoned his wife Yue Qingying, who looted him like a bandit, stripping him clean. In the end, it took a considerable number of spirit stones from his elder brother Wangxian to redeem him. Even now, that incident remained vividly fresh in his mind. Wan Chao had no desire to relive that experience. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to contact his brother Wangxian to send him 5,000 spirit stones. Wangxian was quite attentive to his younger brother Wan Chao. Upon receiving the news, he rushed to the arena without delay. What's going on? Seeing the disheveled Wan Chao and Jiang Fan before him, Wangxian couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Jiang Fan cast a casual glance at Wangxian. Your brother made a bet of 5,000 spirit stones with my junior sister in an arena match, and now he's lost. Wangxian's eyes narrowed slightly. With a wave of his hand, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones flew directly before Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, I advise you not to think that with Yue Qingying backing you, you can run rampant through the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. Wangxian shot Jiang Fan a deep look, then turned and left the arena with Wan Chao. Outside the arena, Wangxian looked back at Wan Chao, his face dark as a storm. I've warned you repeatedly not to provoke Jiang Fan. Do you take my words as nothing but wind? Brother Jiang Fan's junior sister Ling Xuanxuan is only at the 8th level of qi refining. I thought I could easily defeat her, but who knew she had comprehended sword intent? Wan Chao said, his expression gloomy. Are you a pig? Jiang Fan isn't stupid. If he dared to let Ling Xianxian compete against you, that alone proves there's a trick to it. Wangxian couldn't help but curse loudly. With a brain like yours, 10 of you couldn't outsmart him. As he spoke, his expression grew even more somber. That Ling Xuanxuan at the 8th level of Qi refining had comprehended sword intent. Such talent was hardly inferior to that of Yue Qingying back in the day. The sword court of this Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy truly produced exceptional talents one after another. Some matters could no longer be delayed. Wanxiao, this is my final warning. I have something very important to do during this period. Don't stir up trouble at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. I won't have time to clean up your mess. With that, Yang vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan pocketed the 5,000 spirit stones and wasted no time heading straight to Mo Xiaoping. He grinned at Mo Xiaoping. Mo Xiaoping, I won the bet. Pay up. With odds of 110, 13,000 low-grade spirit stones would instantly become 130,000. This was an exhilarating way to make money. Brother Jiang Fan, you've really screwed me over this time. Mo Xiaoping looked at Jiang Fan with a bitter smile. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. Spare me the chatter. A bet is a bet. You're not thinking of welching on me, are you? Absolutely not. Mo Xiaoping said seriously, do I look like that kind of person? I can afford to lose over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Mo Xiaoping, who dared to run a betting ring in the arena, had a very formidable background. After all, his uncle was none other than the renowned Academy Master of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, the nascent Soul Peak powerhouse, Mo Qiangying. With his status, there were few within the academy that Mo Xiaoping truly feared. If it had been anyone else, Mo Xiaoping might have considered welching. But defaulting on Jiang Fan, he never even entertained the thought. Although Jiang Fan was famously known as the Rice Bowl King of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, one had to consider who exactly he was leeching off of. The Academy's pride and joy, Yue Qingying. She was undoubtedly the person Mo Xiaoping feared most within the Academy. Thus, despite the gnawing pain in his heart, he paid Jiang Fan every last spirit stone. Jiang Fan pocketed the spirit stones and gave Mo Xiaoping a thumbs up. Brother, you're a straight shooter. He'll be sure to visit the arena often to support your business. He had never been to the arena before and had no idea there was such a simple way to make money there. Now that he knew, there was no reason not to come more often. Mo Xiaoping nearly cursed aloud upon hearing that Jiang Fan would frequent the place. Damn it. One visit from him had cost him half a year's hard work. If he came a few more times, he'd end up losing even his marriage fund. Mo Xiaoping felt utterly helpless. After a moment's thought, he forced a smile and sidled up to Jiang Fan, whispering, Brother Jiang Fan, you're a busy man. There's no need to frequent the arena. If you want to earn spirit stones, why not join us as a partner? We'll give you a 30% share every month. Mo Xiaoping was a shrewd man. Since he couldn't get the better of Jiang Fan, he might as well bring him into the fold. Though it would mean earning fewer spirit stones, using Jiang Fan to latch onto Yue Qingying's coattails was still a good deal. Is there anything I need to do? Jiang Fan blinked. Mo Xiaoping waved his hand. Under normal circumstances, no. But if we encounter an insurmountable problem, we'll call on you, Brother Jiang Fan. All right, count me in. Jiang Fan patted Mo Xiaoping on the shoulder. Xiaoping, I consider you a friend now. Call me anytime you need help. Although he had made a tidy profit this time, Jiang Fan never turned down spirit stones. Since Mo Xiaoping was offering them up, why would he refuse? Leaving the arena, Jiang Fan sent his junior sister Ling Xuanxuan back to the sword court, while he returned to the Wangxian Tower's kitchen, lounged in a chair, and tallied his gains. This time he had turned his 13,000 from Mo Xiaoping into 130,000. Adding the 5,000 head won from Wanxiao, he now had a total of 135,000 spirit stones. Over 100,000 spirit stones should be enough for me to make a big spend. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, then prepared to open the system mall to enhance himself through spending. However, just as he opened the system mall, a system notification chimed abruptly in his mind. Ding! A new round of discounted items has been refreshed. Go check it out now. Finally, the discounted items have refreshed, haven't they? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Jiang Fan's eyes lit up with sudden brilliance. This system mall of his originated from a cultivation game in his past life. To stimulate players' spending, game developers often launch various events, with mall discounts being one of the most common activities. Every so often, the system mall would refresh with some discounted items. Since Jiang Fan traversed into this world, the system had refreshed quite a few discounted items over 3 years. However, at the very beginning, Jiang Fan had no spirit stones at all. Even when some items in the system mall were slashed to rock-bottom prices, he simply couldn't afford them, thus missing out on many good opportunities. In 3 years, the discounted items Jiang Fan managed to buy could be counted on one hand. The most satisfying purchases, aside from the outfit that boosted his combat power by 10%, were only a spell called a Mortal Fireball technique. Now he had hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in hand. If there were good items among the discounted goods, he absolutely couldn't miss them. The discounted items in the mall always appeared in the most prominent spot on the homepage. As soon as Jiang Fan entered the mall, they almost immediately caught his eye. This time there was only one discounted item refreshed. Ninth grade alchemist scroll, a mysterious scroll containing the Tao of alchemy, which upon use would directly elevate one to a ninth grade alchemist. On this scroll, a large 90 off tag was marked. In the price column, the original 100 high-grade spirit stones had been crossed out, replaced by 10 high-grade spirit stones. In the cultivation world, spirit stones were categorized into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the rarer it was, and the greater its value, with an exchange ratio of 1100. That was to say, one high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 medium-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for supreme-grade spirit stones, they were exceedingly rare in the world, sought after, but hardly obtainable, and their value was simply immeasurable. The original price of the 9th grade alchemist scroll was 100 high-grade spirit stones, which meant 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Even with a 90 discount, it still cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, I made a killing from Fatty Mo this time, or else I really couldn't afford this 9th grade alchemist scroll. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, his eyes burning with fervor. The 9th grade alchemist scroll. This was a scroll that could directly elevate him to a 9th grade alchemist. You see, a 9th grade alchemist was already the highest grade alchemist in the cultivation world, capable of refining pills that even tribulation transcendence cultivators dreamed of. And in the world where Jiang Fan now resided, alchemists were extremely scarce. A 4th grade alchemist could already be called a grandmaster of alchemy, revered and respected with a status not inferior to that of a nascent soul grandmaster. With the 9th grade alchemist scroll, he could surpass all alchemists in the world, and being hailed as the #1 alchemist under heaven would be no exaggeration. Without any hesitation, Jiang Fan directly used 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, exchanged them for 100 high-grade spirit stones through the system, purchased the 9th grade alchemist scroll, and then clicked to use it. Ding! You have purchased and used the 9th grade alchemist scroll, successfully promoted to 9th grade alchemist. As the system's prompt sounded, Jiang Fan felt a vast amount of alchemical knowledge pouring into his mind, endlessly causing his head to spin with dizziness. It took a full half-hour for Jiang Fan to absorb all this alchemical knowledge. Fortunately, I inherited the game's settings and already have the mental state of the tribulation transcendent stage. Otherwise, even a nascent soul grandmaster using this 9th grade alchemist scroll would likely risk a collapse of their Tao heart. Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes, his expression brimming with excitement. A 9th grade alchemist. If this identity of his were to spread, not to mention nascent soul grandmasters, even ancient monsters at the divinity transformation stage would have to treat him with courtesy. Most importantly, alchemist was the most lucrative profession in the cultivation world. As a 9th grade alchemist, casually refining some pills in the future would make earning spirit stones a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well refine some pills to test my current alchemy skills. Jiang Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Then he spent a few thousand low-grade spirit stones to purchase some ingredients for Xuanxuan pills from the mall. Xuanxuan pill, a 3rd grade pill, aided cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment in condensing their golden core and breaking through to the golden core stage. Advancing from foundation establishment to golden core was a formidable chasm for cultivators. The vast majority of cultivators in this world without external aid would find it difficult to break through from foundation establishment to golden core even after a lifetime. And the Xuanxuan pill was the hope for many foundation establishment cultivators to achieve that breakthrough. Because of this, for most foundation establishment cultivators, the Xuanxuan pill was undoubtedly a long-coveted treasure. However, refining Xuanxuan pills was no easy task. Even the lowest quality ordinary Xuanxuan pill was worth at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. And they were in short supply, hard to come by. Jiang Fan had no doubt that by refining a large quantity of Xuanxuan pills, he would surely rake in a fortune. Looking at the Xuanxuan pill materials before him, Jiang Fan waved his hand, and dozens of herbs floated directly in front of him. The next instant, a cluster of golden flame emerged from Jiang Fan's palm, enveloping all the herbs floating before him. Soon enough, the herbs were melted by the golden flame into a golden liquid. Under Jiang Fan's control, the golden liquid was constantly compressed. At last, the golden liquid split into 3, forming 3 thumb-sized golden pills, and a rich aroma of medicine instantly permeated the air. Tsk. As expected of a 9th grade alchemist, truly formidable. Jiang Fan gazed at the 3 Xuanxuan pills in his palm, marveling inwardly. With his current alchemy skills, refining a third-grade pill like the Xuanxuan pill had almost reached a level of effortless mastery. He didn't even need a cauldron, he could form pills with a single thought. Moreover, every pill he refined was of supreme quality. If put up for auction at an auction house, his Xuanxuan pills could likely fetch an astronomical price of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, each with ease. After all this fuss, I'm a bit hungry. Let me get a piece of Brahma sea snow fish to fill my stomach. Putting away the 3 Xuanxuan pills, Jiang Fan stretched slightly, then went straight to the kitchen and asked the chef at Wangxian Tower to prepare a serving of Brahma sea snow fish. Since that night's incident, Wangxian Tower had practically treated him like an ancestor. Jiang Fan naturally didn't hold back. He even treated the Brahma sea snow fish as a snack, occasionally asking the chef at Wangxian Tower to make him a serving. A quarter of an hour later, just as Jiang Fan was carrying the Brahma sea snow fish and preparing to go back to laze around, he happened to run into Chuyer, who was rushing toward the kitchen in a fluster. "Sister Chuyer, what are you doing in the kitchen?" Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned, then greeted her with a grin. "A distinguished guest has arrived at Wangxian Tower and wants to taste our signature dish, Brahma sea snow fish. I came to check on it myself." Chuyer looked at Jiang Fan, who was holding a plate of Brahma sea snow fish, and was at a loss for words. "Jiang Fan, even though the young miss said you can eat freely, can you take it easy? The Brahma sea snow fish at Wangxian Tower is almost all gone because of you. Sister Chuyer truly has foresight." Jiang Fan winked at Chuyer. "The chef just told me that this is the last Brahma sea snow fish." What? Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Chuyer nearly stumbled and fell. The Fanhai snow fish of Wangxian Tower was gone. If her memory served her right, just 3 days ago, before Jiang Fan had arrived at Wangxian Tower, there were still at least over 20 Fanhai snow fish in stock. And since Wangxian Tower only sold 3 portions of Fanhai snow fish daily, there should have been at least a dozen left. Yet now Jiang Fan told her they were all gone. In other words, in just 3 days, Jiang Fan had devoured the remaining dozen or so Fanhai snow fish. Chuyer was on the verge of losing her mind. In a mere 3 days, Jiang Fan had consumed over a dozen Fanhai snow fish worth tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. She felt that keeping this guy at Wangxian Tower was the biggest mistake her mistress had ever made. Such an extreme glutton. Who in the world could tolerate him? "Jiang Fan, were you born a pig? All you do all day is eat. My mistress and Wangxian Tower have been ruined because of you." Chuyer gritted her teeth as she glared at Jiang Fan. "That portion of Fanhai snow fish in your hand. Hand it over." "Sister Chuyer, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Fan pouted. "It's just a few extra Fanhai snow fish. What's the big deal? Besides, the boss told me to eat my fill. What do you know? You have no idea how important the Fanhai snow fish is to my mistress." Chuyer said anxiously. "In any case, you must give me that last portion today." "Who's this distinguished guest you're hosting today?" Jiang Fan looked at Chuyer's anxious expression with evident curiosity. Chuyer took a deep breath. "He's the renowned third-grade alchemist Meng Yongfeng from Sichuan City. My mistress needs him to refine a pill." "A third-grade alchemist? Is that such a big deal?" Jiang Fan blinked. He himself was a 9th-grade alchemist. A third-grade alchemist was no different from a babbling infant before him. What do you think? Alchemists hold an exalted status. A third-grade alchemist is a rarity even throughout the entire Han province. It took me considerable effort to invite him. Chuyer rolled her eyes. Then looking at Jiang Fan with utmost gravity, she said, "Jiang Fan, my mistress has been at the peak of foundation establishment for a while now. She urgently needs a Xuanxuan pill to break through to the golden core stage. This is of utmost importance to her." "Is that so?" Jiang Fan stroked his chin. "Sister Chuyer, are you sure that guy will refine the pill for your mistress after he eats this Fanhai snow fish?" Chuyer fell silent at his question. Alchemists were notoriously arrogant, and Meng Yongfeng was no easy person to deal with. His conditions for refining pills were extremely harsh. But her mistress was running out of time. Breaking through to golden core was an urgent matter. They had to try no matter what. "Sister Chuyer, you just want the beautiful boss lady to break through to golden core, right?" Jiang Fan grinned. "Take me to see the beautiful boss lady. Maybe you want me to find an alchemist after all. As the saying goes, one should not let profits flow to others." Since the beautiful boss lady was going to spend money on alchemy anyway, he could take the job. And since they were all friends, he could even give her a discount. Chuyer furrowed her delicate brows. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly recalled a hot news story from the Han Province Immortal Cultivation Academy. The headline read, "Ling Xuanxuan, the newly accepted personal disciple of Lu Wuqian of the Sword Academy at the Han Province Immortal Cultivation Academy, comprehended the sword intent at the 8th layer of Qi refining and defeated Wan Chao, an inner courtyard disciple, at the foundation establishment stage in a single move." When Chuyer saw this news, she was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out. She remembered that just 3 days ago she had personally received Jiang Fan and his little junior sister Ling Xianxian at Wangxian Tower. She had even witnessed the bet between Jiang Fan and Wan Chao. Back then when Jiang Fan claimed he could make Ling Xianxian comprehend sword intent in 3 days and defeat the Foundation Establishment stage Wan Chao, she had scoffed at the idea. Who would have thought that 3 days later Ling Xianxian truly had comprehended sword intent? If he could help someone comprehend sword intent, maybe this guy really could help her mistress break through to the golden core stage. Come, I'll take you to see my mistress. Chuyer took a deep breath, grabbed Jiang Fan, and hurriedly rushed out. Jiang Fan quickly shielded the plate in his hands, looking exasperated. Sister Chuyer, slow down. Don't drop my fish. Leaving the kitchen, the two soon arrived at the heaven-numbered private room of Wangxian Tower. Inside the room, the beautiful boss lady Su Yeme was accompanying a redrobed old man with an aloof expression. The old man appeared to be around 50, clad in a magnificent red alchemist's robe. A jade plaque engraved with 3 pill patterns on his chest was particularly dazzling. Xuanxuan had heard of this jade plaque before. It was said to be a magical artifact crafted by the Alchemist Alliance specifically for alchemists. For example, the jade plaque with 3 pill patterns worn by the redrobed old man was not only a symbol of his status as a third-grade alchemist, but was also said to be capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a golden core cultivator. Alchemist Ming, there really isn't much Fanhai snow fish left at Wangxian Tower. Can we negotiate another condition? Su Yemi's delicate brows were tightly knitted, her expression tinged with helplessness. Miss Su, you should know that the Chaoyuan pill is the most sought-after third-grade pill. It's practically priceless and unavailable on the market. Meng Yongfeng looked at Su Yeme indifferently. You provide the alchemical ingredients yourself, and I require 10 Fanhai snow fish as my fee. Otherwise, there's no deal. Su Yeme sighed inwardly. Meng Yongfeng had come specifically for the Fanhai snow fish, refusing any other form of payment. With her intelligence, how could she not see through his intentions? Xuanxuan had been established in Sichuan City for many years and undoubtedly had far deeper resources than Wangxian Tower. This alchemist before her was most likely connected to Xuanxuan. His true purpose in coming here was probably not to refine a pill for her at all, but to aid Xuanxuan in some nefarious scheme. Thinking this, Su Yeme decided not to waste any more time. Just as she was about to show him out, a lazy voice suddenly drifted in from the entrance of the private room. Beautiful boss lady, if you want a Chaoyuan pill, just come to me. Why go looking for someone else to refine it? Seeing Jiang Fan and Chuyer enter the room, Su Yemi's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. A charming smile bloomed on her exquisite face. Jiang Fan, do you have a Chaoyuan pill? I do, as long as you pay. You can have as many as you want. Jiang Fan blinked. Since you're my boss, I can give you a 20% discount. Don't boast until you've got something to show for it. Meng Yongfeng sneered contemptuously. The Chaoyuan pill is a rare third-grade pill that's hard to come by. Even your boss has to beg me to refine it. And a lowly servant from Wangxian Tower dares to spout such nonsense. Who are you? I'm talking to my boss. What's it to you? Jiang Fan shot Meng Yongfeng an annoyed glare. Then, carrying his plate of Fanhai snow fish, he sat down beside Su Yeme. Eating as he spoke, he said, Beautiful boss lady, my Chaoyuan pill costs 20,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Since you're the boss, I'll give you a 20% discount and sell it to you for 16,000. What do you think? Miss Su, where did you find this fellow? I suggest you fire him immediately. Meng Yongfeng sneered coldly. A single Chaoyuan pill is worth around 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. This kid is trying to swindle even you as boss. Even if he swindles me, I don't mind. Su Yeme cast an indifferent glance at Meng Yongfeng and issued a dismissal. Master Ming, I cannot afford to hire you for alchemy. Please leave. Meng Yongfeng's expression darkened. He stared coldly at Su Yeme. Su Yeme, think carefully. Once I leave Wangxian Tower today, I guarantee no one in Sichuan City will refine Chaoyuan pills for you. Don't regret this. If you're leaving, get lost. Don't hinder my business with the boss. Jiang Fan waved his hand, signaling Meng Yongfeng to scram. With that said, he looked up at Su Yeme and declared confidently, Boss, my Chaoyuan pill is no ordinary stuff. It's a nearly perfect supreme-grade elixir. Selling it for 16,000 low-grade spirit stones is an absolute bargain. Huh. Kid, you sure talk big without batting an eye. Do you even know what a supreme-grade pill is? Meng Yongfeng acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. For the same type of pill, various factors during the refining process can lead to differences in quality. The higher the quality, the better the effects. However, alchemy is a complex technical craft. The vast majority of alchemists, when refining pills of the same grade, can only produce ordinary quality. For instance, as a third-grade alchemist, he generally only had a higher chance of producing superior-grade pills when refining second-grade pills. When refining third-grade pills, even achieving a superior-grade result might not happen once in 10 attempts. And producing a supreme-grade pill of even higher quality was more than 10 times harder than making a superior-grade one. This required the alchemist to execute every single step with flawless perfection, leaving no room for error. The Xuanxuan pill was a third-grade pill. An ordinary third-grade alchemist would consider themselves incredibly lucky to refine a superior-grade Xuanxuan pill. A supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. In fact, across the entire Han province, the only alchemists capable of refining a supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill were likely the few grandmasters of the Alchemist Alliance. Moreover, even if they did produce such pills, they rarely let them circulate. After all, different pill qualities resulted in vastly different effects. Take the Xuanxuan pill, for example. If an ordinary Xuanxuan pill could increase the chance of breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core by 10%, a superior grade 1 could boost it by 30%. A perfect supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill could enhance the chance by at least 50%. The price of such a supreme pill was nearly 5 times that of an ordinary one. If it truly was a supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill, 16,000 low-grade spirit stones was an incredibly cheap price. But this kid was just a worker at Wangxian Tower. How could he possibly have a supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill? Hey, why are you so annoying? Whether I know what a supreme-grade pill is, does that concern you? Seeing Meng Yongfeng repeatedly interrupt his deal with the beautiful boss, Jiang Fan's face showed impatience. Of course it concerns me. Aren't you selling pills? I'm very interested in a supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill. Meng Yongfeng sneered coldly. Kid, if you can actually produce a supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill today, I'll buy it for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, the moment Meng Yongfeng's words fell, a golden pill materialized out of thin air, floating right before him. A rich fragrance of the pill instantly filled the private room. Jiang Fan pointed at the pill before Meng Yongfeng and said cheerfully, "Inspect the pill and pay up." What could he do? The old man's offer was simply too high. Jiang Fan couldn't find a reason not to sell it to him. Meng Yongfeng ignored Jiang Fan. From the moment the pill appeared before him, his gaze was locked onto it. With his expertise as a third-grade alchemist, he could tell at a glance that this Xuanxuan pill was truly a supreme grade, one almost entirely free of impurities. Supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill. How is this possible? Meng Yongfeng stared blankly, muttering in disbelief. As a third-grade alchemist of the Alchemist Alliance, Meng Yongfeng had never even seen a real supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill. He had never dreamed that this kid from Wangxian Tower could actually produce one. Old man, since you've inspected the pill, pay up. Jiang Fan extended his hand directly. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, not a single one missing. Don't try to welch, or I'll call my wife. Meng Yongfeng's expression flickered with uncertainty. Just as he was about to speak, Su Yemiai's calm voice reached his ears. Master Meng, think it over carefully. Jiang Fan's wife is none other than Yue Qingying, the celestial prodigy of the Han Province Immortal Cultivation Academy. Upon hearing this, Meng Yongfeng swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. As a third-grade alchemist, Meng Yongfeng held a considerable status across the entire Han Province, and few cultivators below the nascent soul stage dared to disrespect him. Yet this status paled in comparison to Yue Qingying. Yue Qingying, the celestial prodigy of the Han Province Immortal Cultivation Academy, was a peerless figure who could slay nascent soul cultivators while still at the golden core stage. Such an existence was far beyond what he could afford to provoke. Meng Yongfeng silently put away the supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill before him and paid Jiang Fan 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Generous boss. Jiang Fan accepted the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones with a joyful grin, then moved his hand, and another supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill appeared in his palm. Old man, want to buy another supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill from me? You're an old customer now, so I'll give you a discount. Just 80,000 low-grade spirit stones for this one. What do you say? Another supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill. Meng Yongfeng stared at the pill in Jiang Fan's hand, utterly stunned. He looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. You have another supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill. This was a supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill, a rarity even in the Alchemist Alliance. And this guy was producing one after another. How is this even possible? Jiang Fan, could you sell this supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill to me? At that moment, Su Yemei came to her senses and finally couldn't help but speak. If she could obtain a supreme-grade Xuanxuan pill, she had at least a 90% chance of breaking through to the golden core stage. So, even if this pill cost 80,000 low-grade spirit stones, she had to secure it. Boss, don't worry. Even if he buys this one, I still have more. Jiang Fan moved his hand, and another supreme-grade Shaoyuan pill materialized in his palm. He said with a grin, "My wife gives me these to eat like candy. I have as many as you want." Watching Jiang Fan pull out another top-grade Shaoyuan pill, Su Yeme and the other two were at a loss for words. Where on earth did this guy get so many top-grade Shaoyuan pills? Top-grade Shaoyuan pills given to his wife as candy. Isn't that absurd? Though his wife Yue Qingying was formidable, her talent didn't lie in alchemy. How could she have amassed such a trove of top-grade pills? Even if your wife were the head of the Alchemy Alliance, she couldn't possibly let you treat top-grade Shaoyuan pills like candy, could she? Old man, stop daydreaming. Are you buying or not? Just say the word. Jiang Fan glanced at the dazed Meng Yongfeng, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Meng Yongfeng's mouth twitched. Although top-grade Shaoyuan pills were far more valuable than ordinary ones, they were worth at most 20 to 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. He had already made a foolish impulse by earlier spending 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on one top-grade pill. There was no way he would spend 80,000 on a second one now. Did they take him for a complete fool? Besides, though he was a third-rank alchemist who earned spirit stones at a decent pace, he spent them just as quickly. That 100,000 low-grade spirit stones had been painstakingly saved. How could he possibly have more to spend on Jiang Fan's pills? I'm not buying. Keep them for yourself. Miss Su, since you no longer need my alchemy services, I shall take my leave. With that, Meng Yongfeng cast a deep glance at Jiang Fan before swiftly disappearing from sight. As Meng Yongfeng departed, Jiang Fan listlessly withdrew his gaze and casually tossed a top-grade Shaoyuan pill to Su Yeme. Boss, that'll be 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. Don't forget to pay up. Having said that, Jiang Fan picked up his unfinished braised snowfish and strolled out of the private room with effortless grace. Miss, where did that guy get so many top-grade Shaoyuan pills? Could Yue Qingying really have given them to him? Shui'er gazed at Jiang Fan's retreating figure, curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes. Su Yeme examined the top-grade pill in her hand and smiled slightly. Shui'er, that fellow enjoys living off Yue Qingying's reputation, but he doesn't truly rely on her. He has far more secrets than meets the eye. Though she was no alchemist, she had a discerning eye. The top-grade Shaoyuan pill Jiang Fan had given her was clearly a freshly refined pill. If her guess was correct, this pill had been made no more than 3 days ago. In other words, even if Jiang Fan hadn't refined it himself, there must be an alchemist behind him capable of producing top-grade Shaoyuan pills. Everyone said Yue Qingying was the greatest prodigy in the history of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. Yet Su Yeme had a feeling that this man who constantly spoke of his wife and led the world to believe he was nothing but a freeloader might in fact be the most fearsome existence in the entire academy. In the back kitchen of Wangxian Tower, Jiang Fan lounged in a chair, legs crossed, leisurely scrolling through his phone. Ever since selling the top-grade Shaoyuan pill to the beautiful boss, he had returned to his idle days of lolling about and grinding monsters. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. With over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in his possession, the now wealthy Jiang Fan was far from stingy. Every day while grinding, he would spend 200 low-grade spirit stones on an hour-long double experience scroll. And because of that, in these 2 months, Jiang Fan's cultivation had soared from the 2nd layer of the golden core to the 6th, a remarkably rapid pace. At this rate, within half a year at most, he would surely become a nascent soul master. 3 days ago, Yue Qingying, the celestial maiden of Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, appeared in Liangzhou and defeated its youngest nascent soul expert with a single sword strike. Casually tossing a bean into his mouth, Jiang Fan saw the news about his wife on his phone and could only shake his head in speechless admiration. His wife was, as always, an absolute monster. Even a dignified nascent soul master couldn't withstand a single blow from her. Shaking his head, Jiang Fan continued scrolling. When the next headline appeared on the screen, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Breaking news: a beast tide erupted on the western battlefield of Dachau a few days ago, resulting in heavy losses. Nascent soul expert Yue Qingying has fallen in the battle. Another nascent soul master had perished, and this time the fallen nascent soul master was someone Jiang Fan knew well. Yue Qingying was a close friend of his master and one of the 2 vice-headmasters of Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. When Jiang Fan first arrived at the academy, Yue Qingying had shown him great kindness. Later, when the western battlefield grew dire, he had gone to lend his support. No one expected that he would fall in this beast tide. Sigh. The old man will be heartbroken when he hears the news. Jiang Fan let out a soft sigh. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Just then a familiar voice abruptly pulled him from his thoughts. Jiang Fan looked up to see Ling Xianxian bounding over to him. Little junior sister, shouldn't you be diligently cultivating at the Sword Academy? What are you doing here? The 2 months senior sister gave you are up, and you still haven't broken through to the foundation establishment stage. And you dare to loaf around. Jiang Fan cast a critical glance at Ling Xuanxuan, showing no mercy. Second senior brother, I've already reached the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining, but I just can't break through to foundation establishment. Senior sister said she'd give me 10 more days, and if I still haven't succeeded, she'll use her own methods. Ling Xianxian asked cautiously, second senior brother, do you know what senior sister's methods are? For some reason. The mere thought of senior sister's methods sent a chill down her spine, which was why she had come to sound out second senior brother. I don't know, but you're probably in for a rough time. Jiang Fan looked at her with feigned sympathy. Little junior sister, if you have any last words, you'd better say them now. Like your inheritance, for instance. I can help you manage it. Ling Xianxian was speechless. You really are my dear second senior brother. I look up to you, and you're already thinking about inheriting my possessions. Second senior brother, you must have a way to help me break through to foundation establishment in 10 days, right? Judging by her brother's expression, senior sister's methods seemed quite dangerous, so Ling Xianxian thought it far safer to have second senior brother help her break through within the 10 days. Ever since he had helped her comprehend the sword intent, second senior brother had become a godlike figure in her eyes. Whenever she faced an insurmountable problem, she turned to him. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. Little junior sister, you're overestimating me. What can I possibly do? Second senior brother, just tell me. How many spirit stones do you need? Ling Xianxian didn't waste words and asked directly with a grin. There was no problem second senior brother couldn't solve. If he said he couldn't, it only meant you weren't offering enough. Name your price. Jiang Fan was at a loss for words. His little junior sister was throwing money around right from the start, leaving him with no reason to refuse. Second senior brother, just name a number, 10,000. Or 20,000. Or how about this, when will I take you back to the Ling family to mine for 3 days and nights? Seeing Jiang Fan silent, Ling Xianxian continued her relentless monetary persuasion. Little junior sister, let me think about it, let me think. Under the pressure of Ling Xuanxuan's financial tactics, Jiang Fan inevitably compromised. There was no other choice. This little junior sister really had a mining family. Thank you, second senior brother. Ling Xianxian immediately smiled happily. As long as second senior brother agrees, she would surely break through to foundation establishment within 10 days. Jiang Fan glanced at Ling Xuanxuan, and just as he was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. Master's message. Jiang Fan looked down, and his gaze involuntarily tightened. He was usually laid back, relying on his wife's support, often bickering with Lu Wuchen, who would rather see him roll far away. Out of sight, out of mind. Now that Lu Wuchen suddenly contacted him, it must be something important. Jiang Fan opened the message, and Lu Wuchen's voice came from the phone. Jiang Fan, you little brat, no matter where you are messing around, get back to the Sword Academy immediately. Ling Xianxian blinked. In her impression, Master Lu Wuchen usually had a good temper, and this was the first time she saw him so furious. Could it be that second senior brother got into trouble outside? Let's go back to the Sword Academy. Jiang Fan stood up and strode outside. Upon returning to the Sword Academy, Jiang Fan found Lu Wuchen outside his wife Yue Qingying's courtyard. He saw Lu Wuchen standing with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at his wife's courtyard, lost in thought. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fan's heart tightened slightly. Could it be that something happened to his wife? He hurriedly approached and asked, Master, why are you in such a hurry to find me? What happened? Rest assured, your wife is fine. Lu Wuchen turned around and said solemnly to Jiang Fan, it's just that her cultivation has already reached the 9th level of golden core, and she is likely to break through to nascent soul during this seclusion. Hiss. Jiang Fan couldn't help but gasp. His wife was about to break through to nascent soul. He had initially thought that during this time, he had made great progress in cultivation thanks to the advantages he gained in Wangxian Lu. Little did he know that his wife was even more impressive than him, having already reached the 9th level of golden core, just one step away from nascent soul. Beside Jiang Fan, Ling Xianxian was even more astonished. She was still worrying about breaking through to foundation establishment, while her senior sister was almost a nascent soul powerhouse. When comparing people, it really could be infuriating. Master, will Qingying really be okay? Jiang Fan felt a bit worried. Although his wife had extraordinary talent, wasn't this cultivation speed a bit abnormal? Lu Wuchen smiled wryly. 2 months ago when she left the Sword Academy, she was only at the 4th level of golden core. In these 2 months, she must have gained some opportunity, for now she has returned as a 9th level golden core. Jiang Fan was left speechless. If his wife were in the web novels of his past life, she would definitely be the protagonist of Fortune. Moreover, she would be the genius protagonist, undefeated among peers, dominating the world. He even suspected whether his wife had obtained the script of a reincarnated empress. Master, isn't it a good thing for senior sister to break through to nascent soul? If she can successfully break through, it is indeed a good thing. Lu Wuchen said with a worried expression. Breaking through from golden core to nascent soul requires enduring the nascent soul tribulation. The more gifted the golden core cultivator, the more terrifying the nascent soul tribulation they face. Your senior sister is an extraordinary golden core, and the nascent soul tribulation will not be easy to overcome. Hearing Lu Wuchen's words, Jiang Fan's expression slightly darkened. He almost forgot about this matter. Because he inherited the attributes from the game, his realm had reached the tribulation transcendent stage, and his cultivation breakthrough faced no obstacles. He just needed to accumulate enough experience. However, cultivators in this world were different. Every major breakthrough was a daunting task. Especially after reaching golden core, each major breakthrough required enduring the baptism of lightning tribulations. If one failed to transcend the tribulation, they would be obliterated under the thunder. His wife's extraordinary talent and divine-grade pill formation would likely mean she faces the most terrifying nascent soul tribulation. Although he had confidence in his wife, it was still necessary to be fully prepared just in case. Master, as far as I know, there is a type of 4th grade pill called the Falling Thunder Pill, which helps golden core cultivators transcend the nascent soul tribulation, right? I didn't expect you to know about the Falling Thunder Pill. Lu Wuchen looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. The Falling Thunder Pill can indeed help Qingying transcend the tribulation, but this 4th grade pill is extremely rare, and the materials needed are very difficult to find. I have already asked Master Mo to find a way, hoping for good news. Master, leave this matter to me, I will handle it. Jiang Fan said decisively. Give me 3 days, I guarantee I will procure a Falling Thunder Pill. Can you get the Falling Thunder Pill? Lu Wuchen looked at Jiang Fan with a doubtful expression. Kid, this is not a time for jokes. Although he knew that his second disciple was usually very reliable in what he promised, especially regarding matters related to Yue Qingying, he would never take them lightly. But a 4th grade pill like the Falling Thunder Pill was not something one could just obtain whenever they wished. Rest assured, Master, I, Jiang Fan, have always kept my word and would never joke with my wife's life. After saying this, Jiang Fan turned and strode away. Leaving the Sword Academy, Jiang Fan headed straight to a prominent building in the center of Sichuan City. Above the main entrance of this building, there was a striking symbol of a pill furnace engulfed in flames, making it particularly eye-catching. Pill Alliance, one of the largest official factions in the Great Xia Nation. In the Great Xia Nation, every province had a branch established by the Pill Alliance. This place gathered more than 90% of the alchemists in the Great Xia Nation and controlled the best alchemical resources in the nation. If there was any place to obtain the Falling Thunder Pill quickly, it would undoubtedly be the Pill Alliance. Even if there were no finished Falling Thunder Pills, the Pill Alliance should still have the materials to refine them. That would be enough for Jiang Fan. With his current alchemical skills, refining a mere Falling Thunder Pill would be a piece of cake. It's a pity the mall doesn't sell materials for the Falling Thunder Pill, otherwise there would be no need for such trouble. Jiang Fan sighed lightly in his heart. The game mall within him only sold common alchemical materials. The Falling Thunder Pill was a rare special pill, and several rare materials required for it were simply not available in the mall. Therefore, Jiang Fan could only come to the Pill Alliance in search of the materials. Boy, where is your alchemist token? This is the headquarters of the Hanzhou Alchemy Alliance. No one without alchemist status is allowed entry. As Jiang Fan slowly approached the gates of the Alchemy Alliance, a guard stationed at the entrance directly blocked his path. Esteemed elder, I am a newly accepted disciple of 3rd grade alchemist Meng Yongfeng, and I have yet to receive my alchemist token. I have urgent business with my master. Could you perhaps make an exception? Jiang Fan clasped his hands with a genial smile. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped 100 low-grade spirit stones to the guard. As a young man who had weathered life's harsh realities, Jiang Fan deeply understood that money greases the wheels. Sure enough, upon seeing the spirit stones, the guard's tone softened considerably. So you're the new disciple of alchemist Meng, eh? He pocketed the stones without a trace. Follow me. We'll take you to see him. Within the Hanzhou Alchemy Alliance, 3rd grade alchemists were a rarity. Each one commanded considerable renown within the organization. Thus the guard was well acquainted with Meng Yongfeng. He quickly led Jiang Fan to Meng's residence, where they happened upon the alchemist just as he was about to step out. Alchemist Meng, your disciple came looking for you at the Alliance, so I brought him here, the guard said, stepping forward with utmost respect. Meng Yongfeng was utterly bewildered. He had devoted himself to alchemical research for years and had never taken on any disciples. So where had this supposed apprentice come from? Coming to his senses, Meng's gaze instinctively shifted to the figure behind the guard. When he saw it was Jiang Fan, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Meng Yongfeng clearly hadn't anticipated that this fellow would impersonate his disciple to gain entry into the Alliance. I understand. You may leave, he said, waving the guard away without exposing Jiang Fan. Once the guard was gone, Meng Yongfeng narrowed his eyes at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you have some nerve posing as my disciple to infiltrate the Alchemy Alliance. What choice did I have? The gates of the Alliance aren't easy to pass, so I had to borrow your esteemed name, Jiang Fan shrugged. Meng Yongfeng didn't waste words. Spit it out. Why have you come looking for me? This fellow was no ordinary character. Not only did he have a monstrous wife, a golden core cultivator capable of slaying nascent soul experts, but also a master at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, upon returning to the Alliance last time, Meng had carefully examined the premium Chaoyuan pill head bought from Jiang Fan and discovered it had been refined not long ago. This meant that behind Jiang Fan likely stood an alchemy grandmaster capable of producing premium Chaoyuan pills. It was for this reason that Meng Yongfeng hadn't exposed him. Even after Jiang Fan had swindled him out of 100,000 spirit stones, Meng had no intention of making an enemy of him. If the opportunity arose, he would even seek to befriend Jiang Fan. In life, one must know how to read the times. Since he couldn't afford to offend Jiang Fan, he would instead join forces with him and strive to become his friend. Jiang Fan grinned. Alchemist Meng, I came today to propose a transaction. Don't tell me you're trying to sell me another premium Chaoyuan pill. I've already said I'm not buying. Meng Yongfeng's face darkened at the mention. Last time I had no idea you possessed such a pill, so I foolishly offered 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Don't take me for a gullible fool. Relax, I'm not selling anything today. I need you to help me purchase some herbs from the Alliance. Jiang Fan said, his expression turning serious. If you're willing to assist, I'll owe you a favor. Meng Yongfeng breathed a sigh of relief. At least Jiang Fan wasn't here to fleece him again. There was no irreconcilable conflict between them. Last time at Wangxian Tower, he had bet that Jiang Fan couldn't produce a premium Chaoyuan pill and ended up losing 100,000 spirit stones, a consequence of his own arrogance. Now helping Jiang Fan buy a few herbs in exchange for his favor was a deal Meng Yongfeng was more than happy to accept. After a moment's thought, he asked directly, what herbs do you need? 1,000-year violet, thunder bamboo, tenfold absolute green lotus, 7-star, dragon orchid. Jiang Fan rattled off the names of 5 herbs in one breath. Hearing the list, Meng Yongfeng's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at Jiang Fan in disbelief. These are ingredients for the 4th-grade Thunderfall pill. You're planning to refine a Thunderfall pill. As a 3rd-grade alchemist, Meng Yongfeng possessed considerable alchemical knowledge. He knew these were rare 4th-grade herbs specifically used to refine the Thunderfall pill. The Thunderfall pill, a 4th-grade elixir capable of neutralizing tribulation lightning and assisting golden core cultivators in crossing into the nascent soul stage. Even most 4th-grade alchemists would struggle to produce it. Clearly, the alchemy grandmaster behind Jiang Fan was far more formidable than Meng had imagined. That's right. My wife is about to break through to nascent soul, so I want to help her get a Thunderfall pill. Jiang Fan nodded, then looked up at Meng. Of course, if your alliance has a finished Thunderfall pill for sale, ID buy one too. Don't get your hopes up. Even the Alchemy Alliance doesn't stock finished Thunderfall pills, Meng said with a wry smile. The nascent soul tribulation was the nightmare of countless golden core cultivators. Many 9th-level golden core cultivators had perished under the tribulation lightning while attempting to break through. Thus, the Thunderfall pill had become a highly coveted legendary elixir. With it, a golden core cultivator's chances of surviving the nascent soul tribulation increased by at least 30%. Yet the Thunderfall pill was a rare 4th-grade elixir. Across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, alchemists capable of refining it were few and far between. Even if an alchemist in the Alliance managed to produce one, it would be snapped up at an exorbitant price immediately. How could there be any finished pills left? No finished pills, but surely you have the ingredients. Jiang Fan hadn't come expecting a ready-made pill, so he wasn't too disappointed. After all, the alchemists of the Alliance were mediocre at best. Even if they could refine a Thunderfall pill, it would likely be of the lowest quality. He'd be better off doing it himself. With his alchemical skills, given the ingredients, he could produce a premium Thunderfall pill, ensuring his wife's successful tribulation transcendence. The ingredients are available. Meng Yongfeng hesitated, a troubled look on his face. But purchasing 4th-grade herbs requires authorization from a 4th-grade alchemist. I don't have the clearance. The ingredients are available. Meng Yongfeng hesitated, a troubled look on his face. But purchasing 4th-grade herbs requires authorization from a 4th-grade alchemist. I don't have the clearance. The ingredients are available. Meng Yongfeng hesitated, a troubled look on his face. But purchasing 4th-grade herbs requires authorization from a 4th-grade alchemist. I don't have the clearance. The ingredients are available. Meng Yongfeng hesitated, a troubled look on his face. But purchasing 4th-grade herbs requires authorization from a 4th-grade alchemist. I don't have the clearance. Then take me to someone with authority. Jiang Fan frowned slightly. He had thought that with Meng Yongfeng's help purchasing a few medicinal herbs from the Alchemist Alliance would be easy. He never expected it to be so troublesome. However, his wife was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, and this matter could not be delayed. No matter how troublesome it was, he was determined to obtain the herbs for refining the Thunderfall pill from the Alchemist Alliance today. The Alliance Master of our Han Province Alchemist Alliance will be publicly refining pills within the Alliance today. I was just about to go observe. You can come with me. Meng Yongfeng pondered briefly. I can introduce you to the Alliance Master then, but whether you can purchase the herbs will be up to you. All right. Jiang Fan nodded. To Meng Yongfeng and the others, the Han Province Alchemist Alliance Master might seem like an incredibly formidable alchemy grandmaster. But before him, a distinguished 9th grade alchemist, the man was no different from a novice. Jiang Fan truly didn't believe he couldn't handle this so-called Alliance Master. Meng Yongfeng said nothing more and led Jiang Fan through the winding corridors of the Alliance. Before long, they arrived at a grand hall that stretched 100 zhang in size. Inside the hall, over a dozen 3rd-grade alchemists of the Alliance had gathered. Today was the day the Alliance Master 4th-grade Alchemy Grandmaster Nangong Yin would publicly refine pills. All alchemists above the 3rd grade within the Han Province Alchemist Alliance were qualified to attend and learn. Because of this, the vast majority of 3rd-grade alchemists had arrived early. After all, witnessing the pill refining process of a 4th-grade alchemist was no easy feat. If one could gain even a fraction of insight from the observation, it would greatly benefit their own alchemy. Besides the 3rd-grade alchemists, there were also some young people around Jiang Fan's age. Some, like Jiang Fan, lacked an alchemist jade token, while others had already become 1st-grade alchemists. These youths were clearly disciples of the 3rd-grade alchemists brought along by their masters to broaden their horizons. It seems connections matter everywhere, no matter the era, Jiang Fan mused inwardly. Those without backing, even if they had become 2nd-grade alchemists, lacked the qualifications to observe the Alliance Master's pill refining. Yet these disciples of 3rd-grade alchemists could stand here without even being alchemists themselves. Comparing people truly could drive one to frustration. Some individuals started at a height that others could never reach, even after a lifetime of effort. Some people's starting point was already a peak that others could never attain despite a lifetime of struggle. Jiang Fan, the Alliance Master, hates being disturbed while refining pills. Whatever you do, don't speak recklessly. Wait until he's finished, Meng Yongfeng said in a low voice as he led Jiang Fan to a corner of the hall. The Han Province Alchemist Alliance Master Nangong Yin was also one of the 2 4th-grade alchemists in the Alliance, wielding immense power. If Jiang Fan accidentally angered Nangong Yin, even he would suffer the consequences. Master Meng, rest assured. I understand. Jiang Fan nodded. He had come today to seek medicine, not to foolishly clash with Nangong Yin. Jiang Fan nodded. He had come today to seek medicine, not to foolishly clash with Nangong Yin. Although breaking through from the 9th level of Golden Core to Nascent Soul was no easy feat, most cultivators couldn't take that step even in a decade. His wife was different. With her monstrous talent, breakthroughs were as simple as eating or drinking. She might even break through to Nascent Soul tomorrow. So, he had to secure the Thunderfall pill as soon as possible. Meng Yongfeng was clearly still uneasy. Just as he was about to add a few more instructions, a figure slowly walked in through the main entrance of the hall. It was an old man clad in a gray robe. With his white hair and youthful complexion, he exuded an extraordinary aura, giving him an ethereal, immortal-like bearing. The moment the old man appeared, all eyes turned to him. The previously noisy hall fell instantly silent. Unquestionably, this old man was the Han Province Alchemist Alliance Master 4th-grade Alchemist Nangong Yin. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he slowly made his way to the center of the hall. He swept his gaze across the hall and said with a smile, "All of you are the elite of our Han Province Alchemist Alliance. Today I will refine a single nascent soul pill. I have specially invited you here to observe and discuss the Tao of alchemy. I hope you will all gain something." With that, Nangong Yin waved his hand, and a 3-foot-tall cauldron materialized before him. He sat cross-legged and quickly entered a state of focused alchemy. A cyan flame coalesced in his palm, heating the cauldron, and he methodically began adding the ingredients for the nascent soul pill. The nascent soul pill was a 4th-grade elixir somewhat similar in effect to the Chaoyuan pill. The only difference was that the Chaoyuan pill was used for foundation establishment cultivators breaking through to Golden Core, while the nascent soul pill increased the success rate for Golden Core cultivators breaking through to nascent soul. Refining such an elixir was child's play for Jiang Fan. But for an ordinary 4th-grade alchemist, it was quite challenging, with any slight error potentially leading to failure. However, as the Han Province Alchemist Alliance Master Nangong Yin's alchemy skill was respectable. At least in refining the nascent soul pill, he had some mastery and, barring accidents, would succeed. But in Jiang Fan's eyes, Nangong Yan's refining technique was riddled with flaws. If he continued like this, even if he succeeded, the pill would be of the most ordinary quality. Jiang Fan's eyes flickered. Then he transmitted a message to Meng Yongfeng beside him. Master Meng, do you want to show off a little? Meng Yongfeng was utterly baffled, a string of question marks appearing in his mind. Jiang Fan blinked. Tell your alliance master that if he swaps the order of the profound infant herb and the azure frost spirit fruit and refines for 10 fewer breaths, he can produce a top-grade nascent soul pill. Meng Yongfeng's mouth twitched. Show off in front of his own alliance master. The alliance master was a 4th-grade alchemy grandmaster. What right did a mere 3rd-grade alchemist like him have to show off? Showing off with skill was impressive. Showing off without skill was just foolish. If he failed to pull this off, there would be no place for him in the entire Han Province Alchemist Alliance. But, looking at Jiang Fan's confident expression, Meng Yongfeng hesitated. Could those words really have come from Jiang Fan? Was it the alchemy grandmaster behind Jiang Fan giving guidance? Then should he take the risk or not? If he succeeded, the alliance master would surely see him in a new light. His status in the Alchemist Alliance would rise like a boat lifted by the tide. Damn it, I'll bet on it. Meng Yongfeng gritted his teeth and shot up from his seat. Alliance Master Nangong, I have something to say. In an instant, everyone who had been focused on Nangong Yan's pill refining turned their gaze toward Meng Yongfeng. Meng Yongfeng, how dare you? Interfering with the Alliance leader's alchemy. At that moment, a short, middle-aged, 3rd-rank alchemist barked at Meng Yongfeng. This 3rd-rank alchemist, named Zhu Yao, was Meng Yongfeng's archrival in the Alchemist Alliance. Now that Meng Yongfeng had suddenly jumped out to disrupt the Alliance leader's pill refinement, it was a golden opportunity to strike at him. How could he let it slip by? Zhu Yao, my affairs are none of your concern. Meng Yongfeng snorted coldly. Enough. I have not yet finished my alchemy. What are you two bickering about? From the center of the hall, Nangong Yan's slightly displeased voice rang out. Meng Yongfeng, what do you have to say? You should know the consequences of disturbing my pill refinement. Hearing Nangong Yan's words, Meng Yongfeng felt a slight chill in his heart. If he did not produce a satisfactory explanation today, Nangong Yan would not let him off easily. With no other choice, he had to steel himself and bluff his way through. Alliance leader Nangong, while observing your pill refinement, just now I had a sudden insight. I believe the process could be optimized. If the order of the profound infant herb and the azure frost spirit fruit were swapped and the refining time shortened by 10 breaths, perhaps you could produce a top-grade pill. As Meng Yongfeng uttered these words, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at him with strange expressions. Who was Nangong Yan? The alliance leader of the Han Province Alchemist Alliance, a renowned 4th-rank alchemist. And here was Meng Yongfeng, a mere 3rd-rank alchemist, daring to instruct a 4th-rank alchemist on his craft. Wasn't that preposterous? Huh. Meng Yongfeng, have you lost your mind? With your pitiful alchemy skills trying to boss around the alliance leader, you'll only make a fool of yourself. Zhu Yao could not help but be the first to jeer loudly. Zhu Yao, be quiet. If you don't wish to observe my pill refinement, get out of the hall this instant. At the center of the hall, Nangong Yan snorted coldly, then fixed his gaze on the cauldron before him, furrowing his brow in deep thought. As a 4th-rank alchemist, Nangong Yan's mastery of the Tao of alchemy far surpassed everyone present. Thus Nangong Yan immediately realized that Meng Yongfeng's words were not without merit. If Meng Yongfeng's method were followed, these 2 herbs might indeed be refined more thoroughly, reducing impurities in the liquid and yielding a higher quality pill. Nangong Yan's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he swapped the profound infant herb in his palm for the azure frost spirit fruit and increased the cauldron's heat by 10%. Under this control, after about a quarter of an hour, Nangong Yan finally finished refining all the ingredients for the nascent soul pill and formed a hand seal to begin condensation. Soon a refreshing fragrance of the pill spread through the hall. Nangong Yan waved his hand, and a shimmering pill shot out from the cauldron, landing in his palm. It truly is a top-grade nascent soul pill. Sensing the quality of the pill, even Nangong Yan's aged face could not hide a flash of excitement. As a 4th-rank alchemist, Nangong Yan had refined the nascent soul pill countless times. He was exceedingly skilled in its creation. Yet even so, he had never before produced a top-grade nascent soul pill. To think he had succeeded this time. Nangong Yan suppressed his excitement and looked up at Meng Yongfeng. Alchemist Meng, how did you know this would yield a top-grade nascent soul pill? A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Everyone's gaze toward Meng Yongfeng was filled with disbelief and shock. Meng Yongfeng had been right. Under his guidance, Alliance leader Nangong Yan had indeed refined a top-grade nascent soul pill. How? How is this possible? Zhu Yao stared blankly, hardly believing his eyes. He knew Meng Yongfeng's caliber all too well. In terms of alchemy, Meng Yongfeng was at best his equal, perhaps even slightly inferior. Yet now he had transformed into someone capable of instructing the alliance leader himself. It was utterly unbelievable. Phew. Seeing that Nangong Yan had indeed produced a top-grade nascent soul pill, the weight lifted from Meng Yongfeng's heart, and he felt as if he were floating on air. A third-rank alchemist had guided a fourth-rank alchemist like Nangong Yan to refine a top-grade nascent soul pill. This feat alone was enough to boast about for a lifetime. At the same time, he could not help but marvel at the brilliance of the Tao of Alchemy Grandmaster behind Jiang Fan. A single casual pointer had left a fourth-rank alchemist like Nangong Yan utterly convinced. What a terrifying existence that was. Alliance leader, it was merely intuition. I felt that refining the nascent soul pill this way might yield better results. Meng Yongfeng smiled modestly. Impressive. I didn't know you possessed such talent. Nangong Yan's eyes shifted, then he looked at Meng Yongfeng with a genial smile. Little Meng, we should exchange alchemy knowledge more often from now on. Hearing Nangong Yan's words, everyone in the hall cast envious and jealous glances at Meng Yongfeng. From now on, Meng Yongfeng would likely become Nangong Yan's favored confidant. Thank you, Alliance Leader. There are indeed a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Meng Yongfeng seized the opportunity. He was determined to secure the materials for the Thunderfall pill for Jiang Fan today, no matter what, and latch onto Jiang Fan's coattails. The master behind Jiang Fan was undoubtedly an even greater benefactor than Nangong Yan. Follow me. Nangong Yan smiled, withdrew his cauldron, and left the hall. Meng Yongfeng quickly led Jiang Fan to follow. Soon the three arrived at an adjacent alchemy chamber. Nangong Yan sat cross-legged and looked at Meng Yongfeng with a beaming smile. Little Meng, what else do you need? Alliance Leader, I need to purchase several materials from the Alchemist Alliance. Without further ado, Meng Yongfeng listed all the herbs Jiang Fan required. A sharp glint flashed in Nangong Yan's eyes as he stared intently at Meng Yongfeng. Little Meng, your words in the hall just now, were they guided by someone? Nangong Yan was no fool. He had harbored suspicions all along. How could Meng Yongfeng, who had never been renowned in the Alchemist Alliance, possess such profound insight into the Tao of Alchemy? Now that Meng Yongfeng was requesting materials for the Thunderfall pill, Nangong Yan was even more certain that there was a master behind him. Those earlier words were undoubtedly the product of guidance. Meng Yongfeng paused briefly, then nodded. Alliance Leader, your eyes are truly discerning, nothing escapes you. Those words were indeed guided by a master. Nangong Yan indeed was not so easily deceived. Since he couldn't be fooled, Meng Yongfeng simply admitted it openly. As for whether Nangong Yan would vent his anger on him, he no longer cared. At worst, he could leave the Alchemy Alliance and directly latch onto Jiang Fan. If he were fortunate enough to establish a connection with the esteemed figure behind Jiang Fan, wouldn't that be far more rewarding than staying in the Alchemy Alliance? Nangong Yan's spirit stirred, and he hastily asked, Little Meng, where is this master? Could you introduce me? A mere casual hint had enabled him to refine a superior nascent soul pill. Nangong Yan had no doubt. The master behind Meng Yongfeng far surpassed him in alchemy. Such a master, even across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, could likely be counted on one hand. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, at his level, advancing further in alchemy was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Now that the master was right before him, how could Nangong Yan let this chance slip away? Meng Yongfeng was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but cast his gaze toward Jiang Fan. He was not qualified to introduce the alchemy master behind Jiang Fan to Nangong Yan. That required Jiang Fan's consent. Little Meng, who is this? Nangong Yan narrowed his eyes. He had originally assumed that the young man following Meng Yongfeng was his disciple. Now it seemed this youth was no ordinary individual. Perhaps the alchemy master who had guided him earlier was not the one behind Meng Yongfeng, but rather connected to this young man. Meng Yongfeng smiled wryly. Alliance Leader, this is Jiang Fan, the personal disciple of the Sword Academy Dean at the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. Surely Alliance Leader Nangong has heard of him. You are Lu Wuchen's disciple. Nangong Yan looked up at Jiang Fan, a flicker of surprise in his heart. The Hanzhou Cultivation Academy's Sword Academy Dean Lu Wuchen had two personal disciples. The eldest, Yue Qingying, was a peerless prodigy hailed as the heavenly maiden of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, capable of slaying nascent soul cultivators at the Golden Core stage. The second, Jiang Fan, was also renowned, but for living off his senior sister's reputation. Nangong Yan had clearly not anticipated that the person whom even Meng Yongfeng had to defer to would actually be Jiang Fan. That's right, I am Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded and cut straight to the chase. Alliance Leader Nangong, the herbs I requested earlier were also purchased on my behalf by Alchemist Meng. I hope you can accommodate this. Nangong Yin mused briefly. You're gathering the materials for the Thunder Calamity Pill presumably for Yue Qingying, aren't you? How does Alliance leader Nangong know? A hint of surprise flickered across Jiang Fan's face. Not long ago your academy's head Imo Changkong came to see me. Nangong Yin said with a bitter smile, but the Hanzhou Alchemy Alliance only had one set of materials for the Thunder Calamity Pill. Lacking confidence in succeeding on the first try, I asked Imo Changkong to find another peak 4th rank alchemist. There's no need for such trouble. Jiang Fan waved his hand. Just hand over these herbs to me. Even if Imo Changkong found another alchemist of Nangong Yan's caliber, they might not succeed in refining the Thunder Calamity Pill on the first try. It would be far more reliable to give the materials to him. A sharp glint flashed in Nangong Yan's aged eyes. He was now almost certain that the alchemy master who had guided him was intimately connected to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, the guidance Meng Yongfeng offered me earlier, must have come from the senior behind you, right? Nangong Yin took a deep breath. I know that senior's alchemy skills far surpass mine. I can give you the materials for the Thunder Calamity Pill, but I have one small request. I wish to observe the senior refining it. What senior? I have no idea what you're talking about. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. Alliance leader Nangong, I know your alchemy has hit a bottleneck. Later when I refine the Thunder Calamity Pill you can observe closely how it might prove enlightening. What? You're going to refine the Thunder Calamity Pill. Both Nangong Yin and Meng Yongfeng were dumbfounded. They even wondered if their ears were playing tricks on them. It took Nangong Yin a long moment to recover. He asked tentatively, Jiang Fan, are you sure you want to refine the Thunder Calamity Pill yourself? What rank alchemist are you? Me, a 9th rank alchemist. Jiang Fan blinked. Refining a mere Thunder Calamity Pill. It's as easy as pie. Nangong Yin and Meng Yongfeng were instantly covered in black lines. In all the years of alchemy development in the Great Xia Kingdom, not even a few 5th rank alchemists had emerged. And here you are claiming to be a 9th rank alchemist. Even if you're boasting, can't you be a little less absurd? Nangong Yin took a deep breath and couldn't help but advise, Jiang Fan, the Hanzhou Alchemy Alliance has only one set of materials for the Thunder Calamity Pill. If you fail, finding another set won't be easy. You need to think this through. Since there was an alchemy master behind Jiang Fan, he must have some skill in alchemy. But even so, Nangong Yin didn't believe Jiang Fan could refine a 4th rank Thunder Calamity Pill. Look down on me, do you, eh? Jiang Fan gave Nangong Yin a casual glance. Give me a set of materials for the nascent soul pill. Nangong Yin was taken aback. What was this fellow up to? Was he going to refine a nascent soul pill on the spot? Though puzzled, Nangong Yin waved his hand, and a set of nascent soul pill materials floated before Jiang Fan. Nangong Yin, today Jiang Fan will show you how to refine the most perfect nascent soul pill. As his words fell, a blazing flame in his palm engulfed the dozens of herbs before him. Then, the dozens of herbs spun wildly within the flames. In just a few breaths they were melted and refined, transforming into a crystalline serpent that darted back and forth through the fire. Condense. With Jiang Fan's soft command, the serpent compressed and coalesced, finally forming a flawless crystalline nascent soul pill that drifted lightly into his palm. How is this possible? Nangong Yin and Meng Yongfeng stared blankly, their faces etched with incredulous shock. They were clearly deeply shaken by Jiang Fan's sudden display. Without an alchemy furnace, in just a few snaps of the fingers, he had refined a nascent soul pill. Moreover, the quality of this pill was clearly superior to the one Nangong Yin had just refined. A supreme-grade nascent soul pill. Jiang Fan had accomplished it with such effortless grace. Nangong Yin and Meng Yongfeng could no longer fathom just how terrifying Jiang Fan's mastery of alchemy truly was. At that moment, both Nangong Yin and Meng Yongfeng finally understood. There was indeed no alchemy master behind Jiang Fan. The so-called alchemy master was in reality Jiang Fan himself. Nangong Yin and Meng Yongfeng were both dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Jiang Fan, feeling as if they were in a dream. An 18 or 19-year-old youth could effortlessly refine a top-grade Huaying pill. This meant that Jiang Fan was likely at least a 5th rank alchemist. Unbelievable. Even if he had started learning alchemy from his mother's womb, this was still utterly nonsensical. What was even more exasperating was how incredibly low-key he was. The Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy actually believed he was living off his wife. What a joke. With his alchemy skills, no matter where he went, even nascent soul experts or deity transformation elders would treat him like an ancestor. Alliance Master Nangong stopped daydreaming. Give me the ingredients for the Tribulation Thunder Pill. Seeing Nangong Yin still lost in thought, Jiang Fan finally urged him. Yes. Nangong Yin snapped back to reality and quickly responded with the utmost respect, as if addressing a master. On the path of cultivation, those who excel serve as teachers. Given Jiang Fan's mastery in alchemy, he was more than qualified to be his mentor. Without hesitation, Yin went to the medicine repository and retrieved the only set of ingredients for the Tribulation Thunder Pill from the Hanzhou Alchemist Alliance. "May I borrow your cauldron?" Jiang Fan inspected the ingredients and then said calmly to Yin. With his abilities, Jiang Fan could have refined the Tribulation Thunder Pill instantly with a single thought, but he chose not to do so. The Tribulation Thunder Pill was relatively difficult to refine among fourth-rank pills. Even with instant pill refinement, Jiang Fan was not entirely certain he could produce a top-grade one. For his wife, he naturally wanted to prepare the best. With only one set of ingredients available, Jiang Fan was not willing to take risks. Yin dared not be negligent. He quickly took out his cauldron, his aged face brimming with excitement. Jiang Fan possessed the divine skill of instant pill refinement, yet he chose to use the ordinary method for the Tribulation Thunder Pill. This was clearly because he feared they wouldn't understand the technique of instant pill refinement and intended to guide them. Yin carefully placed the cauldron before Jiang Fan, then respectfully stepped aside, his expression extremely earnest, like a humble student eager to learn. Beside him, Meng Yongfeng also stared intently at Jiang Fan, afraid to miss a single movement. Jiang Fan's alchemy had reached a level of extraordinary mastery. Being able to observe Jiang Fan refining the Tribulation Thunder Pill up close was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Jiang Fan wasted no time and began the alchemy process. Igniting the fire, warming the cauldron, adding ingredients for extraction, and condensing the pill. The entire process flowed like a seamless stream, executed in one breath, presenting a picturesque scene. Yin and Meng Yongfeng were mesmerized, completely immersed in Jiang Fan's alchemy, unable to tear themselves away. Yin, as a fourth-rank alchemist, could especially appreciate the subtle brilliance of Jiang Fan's technique. Many times he thought Jiang Fan's method of extracting ingredients defied common sense. Yet after Jiang Fan completed the operation, Yin realized that this method was without a doubt the most perfect. Each of Jiang Fan's extractions maximized the medicinal potency of the ingredients. Only such a flawless alchemy technique could effortlessly produce the highest quality top-grade pills. I have devoted my life to studying alchemy, becoming a rare fourth-rank alchemist in this world, and thought I was accomplished. But I now realize I was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Yin laughed at himself in self-mockery. Witnessing Jiang Fan's alchemy today taught him that there is always someone better, and beyond the sky, there is another sky. Compared to Jiang Fan, his own alchemy skills were nothing more than trash. However, observing Jiang Fan's alchemy today had been immensely rewarding for Yin. Having been stuck at a bottleneck, Yin suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. He believed that with time his alchemy skills would undoubtedly reach a higher level. It was even possible to break through to a fifth-rank alchemist. Under the astonished gazes of Yin and Meng Yongfeng, in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Jiang Fan successfully refined a Tribulation Thunder Pill. Without a doubt, the Tribulation Thunder Pill Jiang Fan had refined was nearly free of impurities, a top-grade pill. "Master Jiang, your alchemy is unmatched. I am in awe." Looking at the top-grade Tribulation Thunder Pill in Jiang Fan's hand, Yin was filled with profound admiration. As the Alliance Master of the Hanzhou Alchemist Alliance and a fourth-rank alchemist, Yin had once had the honor of witnessing a fifth-rank alchemy grandmaster from the Alliance refined pills. Yet in Yin's eyes, even that fifth-rank grandmaster paled in comparison to Jiang Fan. "Alliance Master thank you for today's help." Jiang Fan put away the Tribulation Thunder Pill, dusted off his clothes, stood up, and looked at Yin. "How many spirit stones are the ingredients for the Tribulation Thunder Pill?" "Master Jiang, your alchemy today has greatly benefited me. This set of ingredients is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Yin quickly shook his head. He moved his hand and handed Jiang Fan an alchemist jade token engraved with 4 pill patterns. "Master Jiang, this is a fourth-rank alchemist token from the Alchemist Alliance, a symbol of a fourth-rank alchemist's identity. With this token, you can not only withstand a strike from a nascent soul expert, but also enjoy a 50% discount on ingredients at any branch of the Alchemist Alliance. Given your alchemy skills, you truly deserve a higher rank token, but I lack the authority to grant one." Jiang Fan glanced at Yin and didn't stand on ceremony. The Alchemist Alliance held a high status in the Great Xia Kingdom, and this token could indeed save him many troubles. Of course, the most important thing for Jiang Fan was that this token saved money. "All right, I'll take this token. Farewell." Jiang Fan took the token, waved his hand, and strode out of the alchemy chamber. A prodigy. This young man's talent in alchemy is terrifyingly profound. Yin muttered softly as he watched Jiang Fan's disappearing figure. Such an extraordinary talent had been labeled a freeloader. Who in the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy spreads such nonsense? Meng Yongfeng from now on allocate more of the Hanzhou Alchemist Alliance's resources to the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. We must build a good relationship with them. A faint glimmer of light flashed in Nangong Yan's eyes. Previously, the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy had always ranked among the lowest in the Great Xia Kingdom's 9 prefectures, and Nangong Yan had not thought highly of it. But now things were different. The Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy not only had Yue Qingying a peerless genius, but also an alchemy prodigy like Jiang Fan. With these two for the next few hundred, or even 1,000 years, the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy would undoubtedly be the undisputed top institution among the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom. The Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy is destined to flourish. In the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy, the Sword Institute Lu Wuchan stood quietly in front of the courtyard where Yue Qingying was in closed-door cultivation. Feeling the increasingly powerful aura emanating from within, the worry on Lu Wuchan's face grew more pronounced. The opportunity Yue Qingying had acquired this time was truly terrifying. Since she announced her intention to break through to the nascent soul stage, Lu Wuchan could clearly sense the changes in her aura in just half a day's time. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Yue Qingying would shatter her core and give birth to a nascent soul, thus attracting the tribulation of the nascent soul. As the saying goes, heaven is jealous of exceptional talent. The more monstrous the genius, the more terrifying the tribulation they must endure. Since the Daxia Kingdom entered the era of universal cultivation, there had only been a few geniuses who reached the upper tier of golden core, and none had ever been born with a divine quality golden core. Yet even for upper-tier golden cores, the tribulation of the nascent soul was already extremely daunting, almost a matter of life and death. It could be said that every upper-tier golden core genius in the Daxia Kingdom needed to be fully prepared when breaking through to the nascent soul stage. And Yue Qingying was the first to possess a divine quality golden core in the Daxia Kingdom. No one knew how terrifying her nascent soul tribulation would be. However, Yue Qingying's breakthrough to nascent soul was happening too quickly, leaving the Han Prefecture Cultivation Academy utterly unprepared. Just as Lu Wuchan was deeply worried, a streak of light shot down from the distant sky, eventually transforming into an old man with white hair who landed beside Lu Wuchan. The old man wore a white robe, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, giving him an air of elegance. Although he was no longer young, he still retained an air of extraordinary handsomeness. The old man was none other than Mo Changkong, the head of the Han Prefecture Cultivation Academy. Mo Shixiang, what's the situation? Lu Wuchan asked eagerly upon seeing the sudden appearance of Mo Changkong. Mo Changkong let out a bitter smile and said, the Han Prefecture Alchemy Alliance only has 1 batch of materials for the Fallen Thunder Pill, and Nangong Yin cannot guarantee successful refinement alone. I need to go to other prefectures to invite a peak 4th grade alchemist. I'm afraid it will be too late. Lu Wuchan shook his head. A peak 4th grade alchemist holds a transcendent status within the Daxia Kingdom, and getting one to come is no easy task. Even if they could invite one from another prefecture, refining the Fallen Thunder Pill would still take considerable time. Given Yue Qingying's current state, she might not be able to wait until then. Lu Shidi, try not to worry too much, Mo Changkong reassured. Qingying possesses unparalleled talent. Though the tribulation for a divine quality golden core is exceptional, she might still be able to handle it. At this point, we can only take a gamble. I will go find Nangong Yin and hope he can successfully refine the Fallen Thunder Pill at once. Headmaster, there's no need to go to such trouble. I already have the Fallen Thunder Pill. Just as Mo Changkong was about to leave, a relaxed voice rang out beside him. Kid, you really brought the Fallen Thunder Pill? Lu Wuchan's face revealed an incredulous expression as he looked at Jiang Fan, who was slowly approaching. Mo Changkong looked at Jiang Fan, equally astonished. As the head of the Han Prefecture Cultivation Academy, he understood that Lu Wuchan's second disciple who relied on Yue Qingying was not as simple as he appeared. However, no matter how extraordinary Jiang Fan might be, obtaining the Fallen Thunder Pill was not a simple matter. Even as the head of the Han Prefecture Cultivation Academy, acquiring a Fallen Thunder Pill in such a short time was no easy feat. Where could Jiang Fan possibly procure the Fallen Thunder Pill? Master, could I possibly deceive you? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes, then with a flick of his palm, a silver pill appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the pill materialize in Jiang Fan's palm, both Mo Changkong and Lu Wuchan's pupils shrank suddenly. It really was the Fallen Thunder Pill. Moreover, it was an extraordinary one in a million quality. Mo Changkong and Lu Wuchan were utterly astonished, unable to recover from the shock for quite some time. Premium pills were already extremely challenging to refine. Especially for a fourth-grade pill like the Fallen Thunder pill, there were likely only a handful of alchemists in the entire Daxia kingdom capable of refining such quality. They simply could not fathom how Jiang Fan managed to acquire a premium Fallen Thunder pill in such a short time. However, with this premium Fallen Thunder pill in hand, Yue Qingying would likely find the upcoming nascent soul tribulation significantly easier. Master, you can take the Fallen Thunder pill. Also, here is this dress. Please give it to my wife to wear when she transcends the tribulation. Jiang Fan first handed the Fallen Thunder pill to Lu Wuchan, then took out a flawless white dress. The Moonlight dress. This was an outfit from the system mall priced at 8 low-grade spirit stones, which could increase defensive power by 20%. Clearly, Jiang Fan felt that one premium Fallen Thunder pill was not enough, which is why he bought this dress from the mall. Master, I leave the rest to you. I'm off now. After handing over the Fallen Thunder pill and the Moonlight dress to Lu Wuchan, Jiang Fan waved his hand and turned to leave. With his wife's breakthrough speed being so astonishing, he also needed to return to the Immortal building to continue hunting monsters, striving for an early breakthrough to nascent soul. Lu Shidi, your second disciple, probably has quite a few secrets as well, Mo Changkong remarked softly as he watched Jiang Fan's departing figure. With a premium Fallen Thunder pill and this specially crafted defensive robe, even someone like them, who were nascent soul experts, would be unable to produce such items. Both he and Qingying are people of great fortune, having their own opportunities, which is perfectly normal, Lu Wuchan said, as if making a significant decision. He suddenly looked at Mo Changkong and said solemnly, Mo Shixiang, please ensure that these two items are given to Qingying at a critical moment. I also hope you can take good care of these few young ones in the Sword Institute. Are you planning to go to the Western battlefield? Mo Changkong seemed to realize something, his gaze sharpening. Lu Wuchan nodded. With these two items, Qingying should be able to break through to nascent soul smoothly, allowing me to leave with peace of mind. Mo Changkong sighed lightly. Lu Shidi, given the circumstances, you should be well aware that Shue Shidi. One must see the living and the dead. Lu Wuchan waved his hand. Mo Shixiang, I have made up my mind. I hope you can keep this matter confidential and not let the young ones know. Mo Changkong remained silent for a while. Even if you must go, you should wait until Qingying breaks through to nascent soul. If she breaks through, she will surely stop me and go to the battlefield herself. Lu Wuchan shook his head. She is the future of the Daxia kingdom. Going to the battlefield at this time is far too dangerous. Mo Changkong saw this and chose not to say more. He patted Lu Wuchan's shoulder. Be careful, you can rest assured about things here. I will take care of everything. Thank you, Shixiang. Lu Wuchan cupped his fists in gratitude toward Mo Changkong, then transformed into a streak of light as he shot toward the sky. At the Immortal Vista Pavilion in the back kitchen. After resolving his wife's issue, Jiang Fan resumed his days of lying idle and slaying monsters. However, his wife was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage without even trying, which put some pressure on him. He was clearly no longer satisfied with just slaying monsters at the Immortal Vista Pavilion and began pondering other ways to level up. Maybe I should try my luck in the back kitchen of the neighboring Immortal Flavors residence. Jiang Fan stroked his chin. The Immortal Vista Pavilion and the Immortal Flavors residence were sworn rivals. It was obviously impractical for someone from the Immortal Vista Pavilion to moonlight at the Immortal Flavors residence. What about slaying monsters outside? Although humanity faced constant invasions from the demon race after the great changes in this world, the Great Xia Kingdom was formidable, firmly keeping the demons at bay beyond the borders. Within the Great Xia Kingdom, demonic beasts were extremely rare. Apart from heading to the border battlefield, it was not realistic for him to go out and level up by slaying monsters. If only the system could offer 4 times or 8 times experience scrolls, Jiang Fan sighed softly to himself. Unfortunately, the only thing available in the system shop now was the double experience scroll. With the double experience scroll combined with his 100-fold experience boost, Jiang Fan's cultivation speed was already quite fast. Yet compared to his wife, it still seemed somewhat inadequate. Second senior brother. Just then Ling Xianxian bounced in from outside. Jiang Fan naturally knew the purpose of her visit. He looked up at Ling Xianxian and casually tossed her a foundation establishment pill he had concocted. Second senior brother, is this a foundation establishment pill? Ling Xuanxuan's face froze, and she said weakly, not long ago, I already took 1 foundation establishment pill. As a little rich girl with a family fortune, since the senior sister demanded she break through to foundation establishment within a limited time, why wouldn't Ling Xianxian rely on pills? After reaching the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining, she attempted to break through using a foundation establishment pill. Unsurprisingly, she failed. Generally speaking, After taking a foundation establishment pill, trying to use another to break through again in a short time becomes much more difficult. That was precisely why Ling Xianxian came to seek second senior brother's help. If foundation establishment pills alone would work, she could buy a dozen herself. Why bother coming to him? This is a supreme foundation establishment pill, not that trash you took. Jiang Fan struck mercilessly. If even this supreme foundation establishment pill can't help you break through, then you'd better go back where you came from and stop embarrassing me and your senior sister. A supreme foundation establishment pill. Ling Xuanxuan's eyes lit up. So second senior brother had such a treasure. The effect of a supreme foundation establishment pill was at least 5 times that of an ordinary one. With this supreme foundation establishment pill, if she still couldn't break through to foundation establishment, she might as well go find a piece of tofu to smash herself to death. Thank you, second senior brother. I will break through as soon as possible and not let you down. After saying this, Ling Xianxian happily took the supreme foundation establishment pill and went off to break through. Having sent her away, Jiang Fan lounged lazily in his chair and began browsing the system shop. Ling Xuanxuan's visit gave Jiang Fan a new idea: taking pills. With his current alchemy skills, concocting pills was as easy as eating or drinking. Since there was no better way to gain experience for now, pills would have to do. For example, the 3rd grade spirit convergence pill could enhance golden core cultivation. Although his inherited game attributes only allowed 100-fold experience from killing monsters, cultivation and pill-taking didn't get the 100-fold boost. There was one advantage: even taking pills endlessly had no side effects. He might as well treat spirit convergence pills like candy beans and eat them to speed up his cultivation. Jiang Fan hadn't taken pills before, not because he didn't want to, but mainly because he was poor. Now that he was an alchemist himself and making money was easier, taking pills was a pretty good option. If he really ran out of money, he still had his little junior sister with a family fortune. Worst case, he'd go to her family's mine and dig for 3 days and 3 nights. As a common 3rd grade pill, the spirit convergence pill had all its materials available in the system shop. Jiang Fan didn't even need to worry about sourcing them. He directly spent over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy a large quantity of spirit convergence pill materials. Then he used the instant pill concoction technique to refine them all into supreme spirit convergence pills. After that, he replaced the beans on his tea table with the refined supreme spirit convergence pills, taking them while leisurely scrolling through his phone. Thousand Illusion Mountain. Located in the western part of Han Province, it was a mountain range thousands of miles away from Sichuan City. Thousand Illusion Mountain appeared in western Han Province after the great changes in the world. With ancient towering trees and a primeval atmosphere everywhere, it was an extremely dangerous, perilous land. Even golden core cultivators who ventured recklessly into Thousand Illusion Mountain could get lost and find it hard to come out alive. Because of this, over the years, Thousand Illusion Mountain had become a notorious forbidden area in Han Province, with no one daring to set foot in it lightly. At the center of Thousand Illusion Mountain, a mysterious cave beneath a cliff. The cave was about 10 zhang high, with faint ancient golden runes swirling at its entrance. These runes, like a mysterious barrier, covered the entire cave entrance, separating the inside from the outside into 2 different worlds. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of crimson light, like a meteor, tore across the sky and landed directly in front of the mysterious cave. The newcomer had a stern face and wore fine clothes. If Jiang Fan were here, he would surely be shocked. The person appearing at Thousand Illusion Mountain was none other than Wangxian, the talented disciple of the Han Province Cultivation Academy. Wangxian looked up at the mysterious cave before him and quickly formed a strange hand seal. The next moment, under his control, a series of mysterious runes slowly sank into the cave. Before long, a faint, elusive ripple emanated from within the cave. A mysterious black current pierced through the cave's barrier and transformed into a black shadow before Wangxian. This shadow looked no different from a human except for a mysterious rune mark on its forehead, which gave it a very eerie appearance. Wangxian, why have you come to contact my clan this time? The shadow looked down at Wangxian from above, its indifferent voice echoing. Though its voice sounded very ordinary, it seemed to possess a certain magic. Even Wangxian, whose cultivation had reached the golden core stage, felt a sense of unease. My lord, there have been changes at the Han Province Cultivation Academy. I came to Thousand Illusion Mountain this time, mainly to seek your assistance, Wangxian said, taking a deep breath and speaking with utmost respect. The shadow stared coldly at Wangxian and let out a snort. Wangxian, I told you last time, now is not the time for my clan to emerge. My lord, the Sword Academy of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy has produced another prodigious genius who comprehended the sword intent at the qi refining stage. Especially Yue Qingying, whom I have mentioned to you before, is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the nascent soul stage. Once she succeeds in her breakthrough, few below the transformation spirit stage will be able to contend with her. Now that the Sword Academy's Dean Lu Wuchen has departed for the Western battlefield, this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate the Sword Academy's genius. Wanyang's heart trembled, and he hastened to explain. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure furrowed its brow slightly. The name Yue Qingying was not the first time it had heard Wanyang mention it. This woman was the greatest genius in the history of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. In just 3 short years since entering the academy, she had risen against all odds, achieving a divine grade golden core and capable of slaying nascent soul cultivators. Such an extraordinary prodigy was indeed terrifying. If allowed to grow, she would undoubtedly become a grave threat to their emergence into the world. Our clan is hindered by the barrier and cannot emerge for now, nor can we send nascent soul cultivators. Sending 2 9th-layer golden core cultivators to aid you is already our limit. The shadowy figure fell silent for a moment, a faint gleam of sharp light flickering in its eyes. The Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy was formidable, with 9th-layer nascent soul cultivators guarding it. Eliminating the prodigy they had nurtured on their own turf was no easy task. However, it might be worth letting Wanyang try. Though they could not emerge, yet sending 2 9th-layer golden core cultivators was barely feasible. If successful, it would be ideal. Even if they failed, losing 2 9th-layer golden core cultivators would not be a significant loss. Thank you, my lord. 2 9th-layer golden core cultivators will suffice. Wanyang was overjoyed. I will clear the obstacles for you, my lord, and welcome your emergence. Wanyang, I will send the 2 9th-layer golden core cultivators shortly. If you can eliminate that genius from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, you will be the greatest contributor to our clan's emergence, and I will not treat you unfairly. When that time comes, I will not only help you reach unimaginable heights, but also enable you to take control of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, becoming our clan's representative in Hanzhou. With these words, the shadowy figure dissolved into wisps of black mist that vanished into the air. Wanyang stared at the spot where the shadow had disappeared, a sinister, icy glint surfacing in his eyes. He was once the foremost genius of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. In those days, he stood above all, revered and admired by countless disciples. Yet, everything changed after Yue Qingying entered the academy over 3 years ago. The halo of glory that once adorned him was completely eclipsed by her. This woman, blessed with both beauty and talent, also stirred a deep covetousness in Wanyang, igniting a fierce desire to conquer. So, he sought to subdue Yue Qingying and make her his woman. But Yue Qingying preferred to stay with her seemingly inept and dependent fiancé, never deigning to cast him a single glance. Over time, Wanyang's mentality began to warp. He scoured for opportunities, yearning to surpass Yue Qingying and force her to kneel at his feet. To this end, he even risked venturing into the illusory Thousand Mountain for a cultivation opportunity, where he ultimately encountered the shadowy figure. That shadowy figure belonged to the legendary Yao race. The illusory Thousand Mountain was renowned as a notorious forbidden zone in Hanzhou, primarily because it served as a seal for a Yao clan. The shadowy figure was a Yao elder trapped within the seal. When he first stumbled upon this place, it was a narrow escape from death. Ultimately, under the shadow's coercion and bribery, he had no choice but to submit, becoming a pawn of the Yao clan from the illusory Thousand Mountain within the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. However, the shadow also granted him considerable benefits. With its help, he had once broken through from the 9th-layer foundation establishment to the Golden Core stage. Thus, he willingly became a lackey of the Yao clan. He would use the power of the Yao clan from the illusory Thousand Mountain to dominate the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy and trample Yue Qingying underfoot. He would pay any price, no matter the cost. Just as Wanyang was lost in thought, a mysterious ripple suddenly stirred upon the barrier of the mysterious cave. Then, 2 streaks of black light shot out from the cave, landing before Wanyang and transforming into 2 cold, eerie figures dressed in black. Mei Chu Mei Yi, at the behest of our clan's elder, we have come to assist you. Wanyang smiled faintly. There is no need for formalities. I shall rely on your efforts from now on. The Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy is guarded by nascent soul cultivators. Fighting there is impractical. What is your plan? The figure on the left, Mei Chu, glanced at Wanyang and said indifferently. Before leaving, the elder had instructed them never to take action within the academy. After all, the academy was heavily fortified with more than 1 nascent soul cultivator stationed there. Going there would be akin to walking into a trap. Our first target is not the academy's celestial maiden Yue Qingying, but to kill Jiang Fan first. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Wanyang's mouth. Jiang Fan. Mei Chu frowned slightly. Who is this person? Their sole purpose here was to eliminate the Academy's genius. If this Jiang Fan had no connection to that genius, they would not act rashly. He is Yue Qingying's fiancé, deeply cherished by her. Killing Jiang Fan will allow me to ensure Yue Qingying, who is in seclusion for her nascent soul breakthrough, learns of this, throwing her mind into turmoil. Thus dealing with her will become much easier. Wangxian said with a sinister tone. Kill Jiang Fan to unsettle Yue Qingying. Even if it doesn't cause a backlash, it will at least hinder her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Then, he would use Jiang Fan's death to set a trap and strike at Yue Qingying. A sound plan. Mei Chu nodded coldly and asked, what is Jiang Fan's cultivation level? A complete waste. Wangxian snorted disdainfully. He's nothing but a freeloader, utterly useless. His cultivation is at most at the foundation establishment stage. In that case, lure him out of the academy, and we will kill him. Mei Chu said without further ado, his tone flat. He is not in the academy now. He is staying at an inn called Wangxian Tower in the city of Xuanxuan. The Wangxian Tower has no formidable cultivators. Only the innkeeper who recently broke through to the golden core stage poses any threat. Wangxian smiled at Mei Chu. With your abilities, killing Jiang Fan at the Wangxian Tower should not be difficult, right? Leave the killing to us. Just focus on your own tasks. Mei, let's go. With those indifferent words, Mei Chu beckoned to Mei Yi, and the two instantly transformed into streaks of black light, vanishing before Wangxian's eyes. The night was pitch black. It was already the middle of the month, the time when the moon should have been at its fullest. Yet over Sichuan City, the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, giving an oppressive feeling as if the dark clouds were pressing down, threatening to crush the city. In the kitchen of Wangxian Tower, Jiang Fan lounged on a chair, munching on a top-grade Jiuan pill while scrolling through his phone with great interest. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his finger, which had been gliding across the phone screen, came to an abrupt halt. A dark, windy night. Perfect weather for murder and arson, Jiang Fan muttered to himself. Then he set down his phone and lifted his head to gaze at the entrance of the room. Since you two are here, why not show yourselves, eh? As his words fell, a ripple of spatial energy undulated at the doorway, and two dark figures materialized out of thin air before Jiang Fan. These two dark figures were none other than Mei Chu and Mei from Thousand Illusion Mountain, Jiang Fan's second personal disciple of the Sword Academy at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, renowned across the land as the Rice Bowl King for living off his partner. Unexpectedly, you were able to detect our presence. How interesting. It seems the world has been deceived by you. Mei Chu, standing in front, gazed coldly at Jiang Fan, her icy voice echoing through the room. The moment her words ended, a brilliant crimson radiance suddenly burst forth before Jiang Fan. Then Su Yemiai's figure slowly emerged from within the red glow. Who are you people, and why do you break into my Wangxian Tower at night? Su Yemiai fixed her beautiful eyes on the two dark figures before her expression growing extremely grave. After obtaining the top-grade Chaoyuan pill from Jiang Fan, Su Yemiai had been diligently cultivating. During this time, she had successfully broken through from the 9th level of foundation establishment to the golden core stage. Yet even so, she still sensed an extremely dangerous aura from these two dark figures. Without a doubt, these two dark figures before her were at least golden core cultivators, and their strength far surpassed her own. Woman, we have come for Jiang Fan today. This has nothing to do with your Wangxian Tower. Mike's gaze swept over Su Yemiai with a fiery intensity, and he chuckled lecherously. If you're smart, just stand aside obediently and serve us well later. You might just have a chance to live. Su Yemiai's face turned cold, and she was about to make a move when Jiang Fan stopped her. Beautiful boss lady, you're no match for them. Let me handle this. Jiang Fan lazily rose from his chair and walked to stand in front of Su Yemiai. He smiled at the two dark figures. These two came for me. Oh, no, to be precise, they aren't human. Not human. Su Yemiai's beautiful eyes widened with incredulous horror at these words. Could it be that these two mysterious dark figures were from the demon race? As far as she knew, demonic beasts typically needed to reach the nascent soul stage to gain the ability to take human form. Did this mean that the two before her were terrifying entities at the nascent soul stage? Over the years, the Great Xia Kingdom had kept its enemies at bay, and attacks from the demon race within its borders were rare. How had these two nascent soul demon cultivators managed to infiltrate Sichuan City? You are indeed not simple, Mei Chu said, staring at Jiang Fan, his entire aura growing increasingly frigid. This kid was nothing like the Rice Bowl King that Wangxian had described. Even if it weren't for dealing with Yue Qingying, this boy had already earned a spot on his kill list. For your kind to take human form, you usually need nascent soul cultivation. But you two haven't broken through to nascent soul yet, have you? It's rare to see demon clans take human form before reaching that stage. Jiang Fan stroked his chin and said with a smile, "Let me guess your identities. Are you from the Charm Demon clan of the demon race?" Charm Demons. This was a rather unique race among the demon clans. They were ghostly in form, coming and going without a trace, and were born with the ability to take human shape. These two fellows were almost certainly from the Charm Demon clan. Big brother, don't waste words with him. Just kill him now, or we might face complications. As Mei's words fell, the powerful aura of a 9th-level golden core cultivator erupted without reservation. At that moment, the very air in the room seemed to freeze under the pressure of Mei's presence. Even Xuanxuan, who had broken through to golden core, found it nearly impossible to move under the oppression of this aura. 9th-level golden core. Xuanxuan's face paled in fright. Although these two charmed demons weren't nascent soul cultivators, they were only a step away from that stage. She was utterly powerless against them. Jiang Fan remained composed. With a casual wave of his hand, the powerful pressure from Mei vanished without a trace from the room. Logically speaking, a mere rice bowl king from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy wouldn't be worth sending two 9th-level golden core charm demons to kill. Tell me who sent you and the purpose of your mission, and I'll let you die with some dignity. Jiang Fan grinned at them, as if he were looking at long-lost prey. He had been worrying that his cultivation speed was too slow and that he had no place to quickly grind for experience. Now 2 experience packages had delivered themselves to his doorstep. These were 2 9th-level golden core charm demons. Killing them would surely give his cultivation a massive boost. To maximize the benefits of these 2 experience packages, Jiang Fan unhesitatingly opened the system shop and purchased a double experience card. Arrogant fool. Die. Mei snorted coldly, then flickered and vanished from his spot. Meichu remained expressionless, his gaze at Jiang Fan, as if he were already dead. The Charm Demon clan excelled in speed and illusion techniques. With Mei's 9th-level golden core cultivation, even some human nascent soul experts would suffer at his hands if they were careless. Even if this kid wasn't ordinary, Meichu didn't believe he could survive against Mei. Jiang Fan, be careful. Xuanxuan's face changed dramatically in alarm. The Charm Demon's movement technique was too bizarre. His disappearance was a true vanishing act. With her current strength, Xuanxuan could no longer sense Mei's presence at all. Don't worry. A mere pair of 9th-level golden core charm demons isn't qualified to act recklessly before me, Jiang Fan said with a faint smile. He formed 2 fingers into a sword and pointed them without warning at a spot to his right. With a piercing sound, the sword finger tore through space and a blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. The next moment, Mei's body flew backward through the air. Embedded in his brow was a 3-foot-long golden sword. The sword had pierced through his forehead, pinning his entire body to the wall on the right side of the room. Meichu's pupils contracted and an unmistakable terror surfaced in his eyes. Mei, like him, was a demon fox at the 9th layer of the golden core. Though his strength slightly surpassed Mei's, the gap was negligible. 100 moves would hardly decide the victor. Yet now, Mei, whose power matched his own, had been effortlessly slain by Jiang Fan with a single sword stroke. How is this possible? Meichu was utterly horrified, scarcely believing his eyes. Could this young man before him possess a terrifying strength on par with a nascent soul cultivator? Wanyang. Meichu gritted his teeth, cursing Wanyang's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. That treacherous Wanyang. A monstrous existence whose strength rivals a nascent soul cultivator, and you dared to tell me he was a worthless parasite living off his wife. If you have any last words, speak them now. If I'm not mistaken, you've been set up. Jiang Fan looked at Meichu with a smile. Tell me who tricked you, and I can help you get your revenge. Meichu stared fixedly at Jiang Fan, saying nothing. Wanyang was a mere dog by the side of an elder of the Mei Demon Fox clan, his life and death already in the elder's grasp. Meichu believed that even if he lent Wanyang 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare betray the Mei Demon Fox clan to specifically set him up. The only possibility was that this young man had concealed himself too well, fooling even Wanyang. Since Wanyang as a pawn still held value for the clan, Meichu naturally wouldn't expose him now. A cold glint flashed in Meichu's eyes. Suddenly, a burst of black light erupted from his body, transforming the entire room into a chilling netherworldly realm. This man could slay Mei with a single sword. His strength was utterly terrifying. With his own power, even fleeing seemed impossible. Only by striking first could there be a glimmer of hope. Yet, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Although Jiang Fan's talent paled in comparison to his wife's, having inherited the attributes of a game, his combat prowess was hardly inferior to hers at the same cultivation level. Before this, Jiang Fan's cultivation had already reached the 6th layer of the golden core, allowing him to effortlessly slay the 9th layer golden core Mei. After killing Mei, the vast experience boosted Jiang Fan's cultivation by 1 minor realm from the 6th to the 7th layer of the golden core. Mei Chu was merely on par with Mei. How could he pose any threat to Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan waved his hand. Dozens of sword chi burst forth, instantly shredding the surrounding netherworld illusion into nothingness. In the next instant, a golden longsword radiating sharp sword intent pierced straight through Mei Chu's brow, pinning him to the wall as well. At that moment, Jiang Fan's cultivation surged at a terrifying pace. In just a brief span, it reached the peak of the 7th layer of the golden core, a mere step away from the 8th layer. Clearly, slaying such 9th layer golden core demons yielded far more experience than any foundation establishment beast could provide. That's it. Su Yimei gazed at the scene in shock, struggling to regain her composure. Even though she had witnessed Jiang Fan's prowess before, she never imagined his strength had reached such terrifying heights. Killing a 9th layer golden core demon was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. This man was indeed monstrous enough to rival Yue Qingying. He was another heaven-defying existence capable of slaying a nascent soul cultivator while still at the golden core. Jiang Fan, the sudden appearance of Mei demon foxes in Sichuan City is no trivial matter. You should report it to the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy immediately. Su Yimei snapped back to reality and urgently reminded Jiang Fan. I have my plans. He'll return to the sword court first. Jiang Fan waved his hand, then vanished from the room, disappearing into the vast night. Back at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, Jiang Fan went straight to his wife, Yue Qingying's courtyard. Seeing Academy Master Mo Changkong sitting cross-legged outside, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Sensing Jiang Fan's arrival, Mo Changkong opened his eyes, a puzzled expression on his face. Jiang Fan, why are you here? Though it was natural for Jiang Fan to check on his wife, Mo Changkong knew him well enough to find his sudden late-night visit suspicious. Just now at Wangxian Tower, 2 golden core demon foxes suddenly appeared and tried to kill me, Jiang Fan said without hiding anything, meeting Mo Changkong's gaze. If I'm not mistaken, I wasn't their real target. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Fan was no fool. His reputation at the academy was notorious, the infamous rice bowl king living off his wife. The Mei Demon Fox clan had no reason to send 2 9th layer golden core assassins after him. Even if they targeted the academy, their goal would be its renowned geniuses. Like his wife Yue Qingying. Only, they likely found her too formidable, so they picked the softest target first, using him to get to her. Demon foxes in Sichuan City. Mo Changkong's expression shifted. As the academy's master, he was no ordinary man. What Jiang Fan could deduce, he could too. The Mei Demon Fox clan was almost certainly after Yue Qingying. Jiang Fan, leave this to me. I'll ensure Qingying comes to no harm. Mo Changkong took a deep breath and said solemnly, there's also a matter I need your help with. Academy Master, you overestimate me. I'm hardly capable of helping you. Jiang Fan turned to leave. He didn't need to guess. Whatever Mo Changkong had in mind was bound to be trouble. Since the master was guarding his wife's courtyard, there was nothing to worry about. Time to make a swift exit. Jiang Fan, this involves your junior sister Ling, Xuanxuan. Surely you won't abandon her. Just then, Mo Changkong's voice rang out again. Jiang Fan halted. He turned back to look at Mo Changkong and rolled his eyes. What about my master? He took her as his disciple. Shouldn't he handle her affairs? Your master is away on business and isn't at the academy, Mo Changkong said, his eyes flickering. He smiled at Jiang Fan. I've heard that when Ling Xuanxuan became a disciple, you accepted spirit stones to pull strings for her. Academy Master, that's a blatant slander, Jiang Fan said indignantly. My junior sister is exceptionally talented. She comprehended sword intent at the foundation establishment stage. Does someone like that need to pull strings? Enough, stop your nonsense, Mo Changkong said, his face darkening. Not long ago, a beast tide erupted on the western front. A wave of beasts broke through the defenses and surged into the 3 western provinces of the Great Xia Kingdom. Your junior sister's family, the Ling clan of Han Prefecture, is in trouble. Go and help them out. Your junior sister's family, the Ling clan of Han Prefecture, is in trouble. Go and help them out. Oh, Jiang Fan's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise upon hearing this. It seems that the beast tide that recently occurred on the western battlefield is far more severe than the news suggested. It appears that some demonic beasts have breached the defense line and surged into the Great Xia. Could the 2 charming demons he just killed also have come from the western battlefield? I wonder if there are other charming demons hidden within Sichuan City. Shaking his head, Jiang Fan decided not to dwell on it. He had already informed Mo Changkong about this matter, and Mo Changkong would definitely find a way to resolve it, so he need not worry. However, With the old man gone and his wife in a critical moment of breaking through to the nascent soul, he truly could not neglect the matter concerning his junior sister Ling Xianxian. Even if he didn't care about his junior sister, he couldn't disregard the mine and her family. His junior sister had promised to take him to the Ling family to mine for 3 days and nights. If something were to happen to the Ling family, he wouldn't be able to mine at all. More importantly, having killed 2 golden core level charming demons had already given Jiang Fan a taste of some benefits. This was far more efficient than grinding low-level monsters at Wangxian Tower. The border battlefield was too perilous and Jiang Fan had no intention of going there for the time being. However, these demonic beasts that had flooded into the Great Xia could be a target for him to hunt. Perhaps he could easily break through to the nascent soul. Helping his junior sister a bit mining at the Ling family and conveniently killing some demonic beasts for experience would indeed be a very good thing. Alright, I'll take my junior sister to the Ling family tomorrow. Jiang Fan yawned, waved goodbye to Mo Changkong, and then strode away. After Jiang Fan left, Mo Changkong's expression instantly turned much colder. The charming demon clan had suddenly appeared in Sichuan City, and they specifically targeted Jiang Fan, being fully aware of his movements. Clearly someone was providing information. There must be a spy from the demon clan within the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy. If it weren't for Jiang Fan's deep concealment, having been mistaken for someone who relied on others this time would undoubtedly be very dangerous. Should anything happen to Jiang Fan, it would likely impact Yue Qingying's breakthrough to the nascent soul. The worst case is failure in the breakthrough, or even backlash. This was clearly an attempt to ruin the Academy's most gifted daughter. A cold glint flashed in Mo Changkong's eyes as he sent out a message directly into the air. Under his watch, the appearance of a traitor colluding with the demon clan within the Han Prefecture's academy was something Mo Changkong could not tolerate. No matter what, he had to uncover that traitor hiding within the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy as soon as possible. Otherwise, this would undoubtedly pose a tremendous threat to the academy. Meanwhile, at the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy in the Sword Academy, there was a spacious and exquisitely designed courtyard that exuded an extraordinary atmosphere. The owner of this courtyard was none other than the renowned first genius of the Sword Academy, Wangxian. At this moment, Wangxian was pacing back and forth in the central hall of the courtyard as if waiting for something. Why is there still no news? Wangxian frowned, a hint of impatience appearing on his face. Logically speaking, 2 golden core level charming demons handling a mere Jiang Fan at Wangxian Tower should have been a sure thing. Yet for some reason, ever since returning to the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy, he had felt an uneasy sensation as if something bad was about to happen. Tap, tap, tap. After an unknown amount of time, a hurried sound of footsteps finally came from the entrance. Wangxian turned around abruptly. He saw his younger brother Wanchao hurriedly entering through the door. Wanchao, what's the situation now? Wangxian asked eagerly. Wanchao shook his head, saying, Elder brother, Wangxian Tower has been very calm tonight, and there hasn't been any movement at all. Wanyang's expression slightly changed. The 2 golden core level charming demons had been at Wangxian Tower for quite some time. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have already dealt with Jiang Fan. Once Jiang Fan faced trouble, there would certainly be chaos at Wangxian Tower, and the news would quickly reach the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy. But now Wangxian Tower had remained completely silent. This shouldn't be the case. Given the strength of those 2 charming demons, unless there were nascent soul experts stationed at Wangxian Tower, they should not have been able to stop them from killing Jiang Fan. What on earth happened at Wangxian Tower? Wanyang's gaze flickered slightly. There must be something unusual going on, although he did not know why the originally flawless plan had gone awry. One thing was certain, the 2 golden core level charming demons had probably run into trouble. Wanyang felt a surge of fear in his heart. Escape. He must flee from the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy as soon as possible, because he could not be sure whether those 2 charming demons would expose his identity. If the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy found out that he had become a lackey of the demon clan, he would surely end up without a burial place. Wanchao, if anyone asks about my whereabouts, make sure not to say I've returned recently. I'm leaving now. After saying this, Wanyang did not give Wanchao a chance to respond, and with a flash he vanished without a trace. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Fan made an unusual early rise and arrived at his junior sister Ling Xuanxuan's residence. At that moment, he saw Ling Xianxian slowly walking out of the courtyard with 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Junior sister, what happened to you? Jiang Fan said with a speechless expression. Even if you've broken through to Foundation establishment, you shouldn't be so excited that you can't sleep right. Second senior brother, you're here. I was just about to find you. Ling Xianxian forced a smile at Jiang Fan and said, Yesterday, I received a message from my father. He wants me to return to the Ling family immediately. Jiang Fan blinked. Sure, I'll go with you. You want to go to the Ling family with me? Ling Xianxian was momentarily taken aback. Of course. Jiang Fan replied seriously. Junior sister, you mentioned before that you would take me to the Ling family to mine for 3 days and nights. You wouldn't be going back on your word, would you? How could that be? Second senior brother can mine however he likes. Ling Xianxian said with a cheerful smile, her face finally regaining some of its former vitality. In her eyes, her second senior brother was the most amazing. She had been hesitating about whether to ask him for help, but unexpectedly he took the initiative to find her and wanted to go to the Ling family with her. With her second senior brother personally stepping in to resolve the troubles of the Ling family, it would surely be a matter of minutes. Although Jiang Fan verbally claimed it was to mine for 3 days and nights, Ling Xianxian understood that he must have learned about the situation in the Ling family. Her second senior brother truly cared for her as his junior sister. All right, enough chit-chat, let's go. Jiang Fan waved his hand and turned to leave. Yes, second senior brother. Ling Xianxian responded and quickly followed him. The two left the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy, exited Sichuan City, and headed directly westward towards Han Prefecture. The Ling family of Hanzhou, situated in the western region of Hanzhou, stands among the few clans in the province graced by a nascent soul cultivator, earning them considerable renown across Hanzhou. Not only is the Ling family formidable in cultivation strength, but it is also one of the wealthiest clans in Hanzhou, owing to its control over a natural spirit stone mine. It is precisely this mine that has elevated the Ling family to its status as a famed nascent soul clan of Hanzhou. Confronting City, the largest metropolis in western Hanzhou and one of the closest urban centers to the western border battlefield. The Ling family resides within Confronting City. Thus, when monstrous beasts from the border battlefield breached the defensive lines, the Ling family bore the brunt of the assault and found itself in grave peril. At the heart of Confronting City lies the Ling family's ancestral manor. Within its grand council hall, several figures of extraordinary aura gather, their expressions grave and unyielding. An atmosphere of chilling austerity permeates the entire hall. At the head of the chamber sits a silver-robed, middle-aged man whose features bear a striking resemblance to Ling Xianxian. He is Ling Xuanxuan's father, Ling Qianlei, patriarch of the Ling family, and the sole nascent soul cultivator within the clan. Yet, at this very moment, Ling Qianlei's sharply defined countenance bears an unsettling pallor, evidence unmistakably of grievous injury. This nascent soul powerhouse of the Ling family appears severely wounded. Patriarch, we cannot endure this any longer. The might of our clan alone is insufficient to subdue that nascent soul beast. Silence hung heavy in the hall, until after an indeterminate span of time, an elderly white-haired elder finally broke the stillness. He was Ling Yuan, the Ling family's senior elder, his cultivation having reached the apex of Golden Core 9th rank, second only to Ling Qianlei in strength. Do you think I am unaware? Ling Qianlei let out a bitter laugh. The western battlefield has suffered catastrophic losses and can offer us no support. I have already summoned Xuanxuan, hoping she might bring reinforcements from the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. Ling Yuan hesitated slightly. Patriarch, the Zhao family of Tianxian. Before he could finish, Ling Qianlei waved his hand dismissively. Senior elder, you know well the Zhao family's intentions. Let us speak of this no further. The Zhao family of Tianxian, the only clan in western Hanzhou rivaling the Confronting Ling family in prestige. Yet for centuries they have been sworn enemies, locked in endless cycles of feud and vengeance. Now that the Ling family faces calamity, it would be miraculous if the Zhao family refrained from pouring salt into the wound, let alone extending aid. The situation has changed. Ling Yuan shook his head. Should the Ling family fall, the Zhao family will not remain unscathed. I believe negotiation remains possible. Ling Qianlei furrowed his brow, just as he prepared to speak, when a sudden thunderous burst of laughter echoed from the entrance of the council hall. Senior elder Ling Yuan speaks wisely. When demonic beasts breach the frontier, the Zhao family cannot stand idly by. All matters are open to discussion. Before the laughter faded, a broad-shouldered, crimson-haired, middle-aged man strode slowly into view at the hall's threshold. His mere presence unleashed a torrent of domineering aura. Ling Qianlei emitted a quiet, disdainful snort, effortlessly dispersing the oppressive force surging through the chamber. His gaze hardened as he fixed it upon the crimson-haired man. Zhao Tianlai. What brings you here? The Ling family is no place for your reckless insolence. Zhao Tianlai, the patriarch of the Zhao family of Tianxian. Ling Qianlei had clearly not anticipated his solitary arrival. Patriarch, circumstances are dire. I invited Lord Zhao here to deliberate on urgent strategy. Ling Yuan bowed respectfully and stepped forward. Ling Qianlei glanced at him, then said nothing, only gazed at Zhao Tianlai with icy detachment. Zhao Tianlai, the Ling family and yours have little left to discuss. You heir Ling Qianlei Zhao Tianlai replied with a serene smile. The extraplanar beasts are our shared enemy. We of the Zhao family are willing to set aside old grudges and lend you the Ling family our temporary aid. Would the Zhao family truly act so benevolently? Ling Qianlei sneered coldly. He knew Zhao Tianlia's nature all too well. That this man now volunteered assistance could mean only one thing. He sought something in return. Indeed, Zhao Tianlai did not disappoint. With a sly, knowing smile, he revealed his true intent, like a fox baring its fangs. Ling Qianlei, my Zhao family will aid yours without holding past enmities, but on one condition: we claim half of your spirit stone mine. A collective shock rippled across the Ling family elders. Lord Zhao, you seize advantage amid our crisis. The Zhao and Ling families are bound like locusts on a single thread. If the Ling family falls, your Zhao family shall not escape unharmed. Senior Elder Ling Yuan's face darkened as he rebuked sharply. Though he had advocated seeking Zhao's aid to avert disaster, he would never permit their humiliation or exploitation. The Ling family's spirit stone mine, the very lifeblood sustaining their existence. Under no circumstance would they allow the Zhao family even a finger's breadth of influence over it. Whether the Zhao family survives unscathed is none of your concern. Zhao Tianlai wore the look of a man holding all the cards. Ling Qianlei, my patience wears thin. Decide swiftly, will you ally with the Zhao family or not? The mine was already lost to the Ling family. Accepting his terms would not only resolve the immediate crisis, but restore half the mine to their control. He was certain Ling Qianlei would choose wisely. Ling Qianlei's expression twisted into profound anguish. Refusal meant inevitable collapse, yet agreement demanded a devastating price, even if it preserved a sliver of hope. Zhao Tianlai had calculated this perfectly, pressing precisely where the wound was deepest, forcing submission through desperation. Just as Ling Qianlei wrestled inwardly, torn between surrender and defiance, a clear, sharp voice pierced the air from beyond the hall's threshold. Zhao Tianlai, our Ling family needs no alliance with you. You may leave, now. This sudden declaration stunned every soul in the chamber. All turned instinctively toward the source, where two figures stood at the entrance, a young woman leading and a handsome youth following closely behind. The woman was none other than the Ling family's cherished princess Ling Xianxian. Behind her stood a dashing young man. Xianxian, you've returned. At the sight of his beloved daughter, a rare, tender smile softened Ling Qianlei's ashen face. Ling Xianxian skipped merrily to her father's side, shot Zhao Tianlai a disdainful glance, and declared, Father, I've brought reinforcements from the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. We need no Zhao family aid. Send him away, immediately. Hearing this, Ling Qianlei curiously appraised the youth who had entered beside his daughter, before he could utter a word. Zhao Tianlia's scornful, derisive laugh rang out across the hall. Niece Xianxian, is this boy truly the reinforcement you fetched from the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy? Zhao Tianlai gazed at Jiang Fan, his eyes brimming with contempt. This time a breach had been opened in the western battlefield by a beast tide, allowing numerous demonic beasts to flood into the territory of Daxia. Ordinary demonic beasts posed no real threat to the Ling family. However, the trouble they now faced was a nascent soul-stage peerless beast, the Crimson Tiger Demon King. After entering Daxiao, the Crimson Tiger Demon King descended upon Confronting City, throwing the entire Ling family into chaos. In the end, Ling Qianlei, who had been in seclusion, was forced to intervene and repel the Crimson Tiger Demon King. Yet, after retreating from Confronting City, the Crimson Tiger Demon King did not leave. Instead, it seized the Ling family's mine, using it to cultivate. Ling Qianlei sought to reclaim the mine and engage the beast in battle there. Unexpectedly, the Crimson Tiger Demon King's power surged within the mine, and Ling Qianlei was ultimately defeated, returning gravely wounded. Moreover, the Crimson Tiger Demon King had issued an ultimatum: the Ling family must submit within half a month, or he would raise Confronting City. To help the Ling family survive this crisis, they would need Ling Xianxian to summon a nascent soul powerhouse from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Yet the helper she had brought was merely a young man under 20. Even if this youth was a peerless genius of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, it was utterly impossible for him to contend with the nascent soul great demon, the Crimson Tiger Demon King. Old fool, how dare you look down on my second senior brother? Ling Xianxian was instantly furious. But, before she could erupt, Ling Qianlei directly ordered Zhao Tianlai to leave. Zhao Tianlai, leave. The Ling family does not welcome you. Zhao Tianlai had not come to genuinely help the Ling family resolve the crisis, but to exploit their plight. Ling Qianlei had no desire to accept Zhao Tianlai's terms. Since Ling Xianxian believed the Ling family need not cooperate with Zhao Tianlai, Ling Qianlei chose to trust her unconditionally. He trusted that his daughter would never harm the Ling family. Good, good, good. Ling Qianlei, since your family insists on courting death, I shall grant your wish. Zhao Tianlai let out a furious laugh, turned, and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. After Zhao Tianlai departed, Ling Qianlei turned his gaze to Jiang Fan, asking with a smile, Xuanxuan, who might this be? Ling Xianxian blinked. Dad, this is my second senior brother Jiang Fan. As Ling Xianxian spoke, Ling Qianlai's expression froze. The Ling family elders, led by Ling Yuan, stared at Ling Xianxian in disbelief. They had clearly not anticipated that the helper Ling Xianxian had brought would be her second senior brother Jiang Fan. They were well aware that Ling Xianxian had entered the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy and become the third personal disciple of Lu Wuqian, the dean of the Sword Academy. Before Ling Xuanxuan, Lu Wuqian's two personal disciples were already renowned across the land. The eldest Yue Qingying was a peerless genius who looked down upon the ages, the proud daughter of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. The second disciple Jiang Fan was infamous for living off Yue Qingying's goodwill. Now, with the Ling family on the brink of destruction, summoning the senior sister, who could slay nascent soul cultivators at the golden core stage, would be somewhat reliable. This second senior brother, who relied on handouts, would be lucky not to drag the Ling family down, let alone help them overcome this crisis. So it's Jiang Fan, my worthy nephew. You must be weary from the journey. Ling Qianlei smiled warmly at Jiang Fan, though Ling Qianlei had no idea what had possessed his precious daughter to bring this famously freeloading king of soft rice back. To help the Ling family, he still treated Jiang Fan with great courtesy. Uncle Ling, you're too kind. My little junior sister's matters are my own. Jiang Fan waved his hand and yawned lazily. I'm a bit tired from the journey. Could I have a place to sleep? Ling Qianlei, you're the helper Xianxian brought. Shouldn't we be discussing strategy now? Yet you want a place to sleep the moment you arrive. My precious daughter, I told you to find a formidable helper at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, and you bring me this. They'll have a guest room prepared for you to rest, worthy nephew Jiang Fan. Though somewhat speechless, Ling Qianlei called for the steward to arrange Jiang Fan's accommodation. Little junior sister, when you come to find me later, remember to bring what's on this list. Jiang Fan tossed a crumpled paper ball to Ling Xianxian and followed the steward out of the meeting hall. After Jiang Fan left the meeting hall, Ling Qianlei quickly reached out to feel Ling Xuanxuan's forehead. Dad, what are you doing? Ling Xianxian slapped his hand away in displeasure. I'm checking if you've lost your mind. Ling Qianlei rolled his eyes. Bringing your second senior brother back to help? That's nonsense. What's wrong with second senior brother? Ling Xianxian glanced at her father, wearing a mysterious expression. His coming here is an honor for the Ling family. My second senior brother's abilities are beyond the comprehension of you ordinary folk. Ling Qianlei and the others were covered in black lines. It's over. This girl is bewitched. They never expected that after a few months at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, Ling Xianxian had become Jiang Fan's little fangirl. If you must be a fangirl, why not be your senior sisters? What is there to admire about this freeloading second senior brother? Xuanxuan, are you serious? Ling Qianlei looked at her irritably. This is no joke. If your second senior brother can't help us, both your father and the Ling family are done for. I'm not in the mood to joke with you. My second senior brother's skills are unmatched in this world. Ling Xianxian said proudly, just rest assured. Once second senior brother takes action, nothing is impossible. Ling Qianlei, we're doomed. The more this girl speaks, the less reliable it sounds. Dad, I need to prepare what second senior brother asked for. I won't argue with you anymore. Ling Xianxian waved her hand and turned to leave. Wait. Ling Qianlei quickly called her back. Xuanxuan, could you show me what your second senior brother needs? Ling Xianxian thought for a moment and opened the paper ball her second senior brother had given her. What second senior brother wanted must be extraordinary. If she couldn't handle it, she'd have to ask her father anyway, so she might as well take a look in front of him. Unfolding the paper, Ling Xianxian saw some herbs listed in a scrawling hand. Dad's second senior brother needs some herbs. Could you prepare them for me? Having no knowledge of herbs, she was completely baffled and tossed the paper to her father. Ling Qianlei took the paper. When he saw the names of the herbs on the list, his pupils constricted sharply. These were clearly ingredients for refining fourth-grade pills. What did Xuanxuan's second senior brother want with these fourth-grade herbs? Ling Hua, take a look at these medicinal herbs. Is this the prescription for a fourth-grade pill? A glint of sharp light flashed in Ling Qianlei's eyes as he tossed the crumpled paper to a middle-aged man clad in an alchemist's robe standing nearby. The middle-aged man was none other than Ling Hua, an elder of the Ling family. He was also the family's sole peak third-grade alchemist. Ling Hua was slightly taken aback. He took the paper, his gaze swiftly scanning the names of the herbs listed on it. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Ling Qianlei, speaking slowly. Patriarch, if I am not mistaken, this is the formula for the 4th grade pill, the rejuvenating heaven pill. Upon hearing this, Ling Qiangli's gaze involuntarily sharpened. The rejuvenating heaven pill. This was a 4th grade supreme healing elixir boasting the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh from bone. For cultivators at the nascent soul stage and below, no matter how severe their injuries, as long as they clung to a single breath, the rejuvenating heaven pill could bring them back from the brink of death. If he could consume a single rejuvenating heaven pill, the injuries within his body would almost instantly heal. Why would Jiang Fan choose this moment to give Ling Qiangliang the formula for the rejuvenating heaven pill, instructing her to prepare the medicinal herbs for its refinement? Could it be that Jiang Fan had already discerned his injuries and intended to refine a rejuvenating heaven pill for him? Was he perhaps overthinking things? The rejuvenating heaven pill was, after all, a 4th grade pill. How could Xuanxuan's second senior brother possibly be a 4th grade alchemist? Becoming a 4th grade alchemist was even more difficult than reaching the nascent soul stage. If Jiang Fan truly were a 4th grade alchemist, his talent in the Tao of alchemy would be extraordinarily rare in this world. How could he then be known throughout the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy as the infamous kept man? Ling Qianlei shook his head and couldn't help but ask Ling Xuanxuan, "Xuanxuan, your second senior brother, does he know alchemy?" Without a second thought, Ling Qianxian replied with a face full of adoration, "Of course my second senior brother is capable of anything." Ling Qianlei raised a hand to his forehead. This girl was deeply poisoned. He realized that whenever Jiang Fan was mentioned, it was impossible to have a normal conversation with Ling Qianxian anymore. "Xuanxuan, use your head for a moment. If your second senior brother were truly omnipotent, would he still need to live off your senior sister?" Ling Qianlei said with some exasperation. This girl was too deeply poisoned. If she didn't face reality, soon she might be beyond saving. "You don't understand. It's because second senior brother has deep feelings for senior sister and willingly stands behind her." A look of envy spread across Ling Xuanxuan's small face. "When I look for a man in the future, I want to find one just like second senior brother." Ling Qianlei was speechless. It was over. This girl was truly beyond hope. "All right, Dad, I know nothing I say now will make you believe me. In that case, I'll use facts to show you just how capable second senior brother is. Once you witness second senior brother's skills, you'll understand what it means to be struck dumb with awe, only to realize the fool was you all along." Looking at her nearly exasperated father, Ling Qianxian said with a giggle. "Oh." Hearing Ling Xuanxuan's words, Ling Qianlei felt a jolt of energy. "Stop the nonsense. Get on with it. I want to know just how amazing this second senior brother whom you've praised to the heavens really is." Ling Qianxian blinked. "Dad, take a look at my cultivation base." Ling Qiangli's gaze swept over Ling Xuanxuan, and his eyes nearly popped out in shock. "Xuanxuan, have you already succeeded in foundation establishment?" He hadn't paid attention until now, but prompted by Ling Xuanxuan, he realized that the girl's cultivation had already reached the first layer of foundation establishment. Not only was Ling Qianlei astounded by Ling Xuanxuan's cultivation, but the many elders of the Ling family also couldn't help but draw in sharp breaths. In just over 2 months since entering the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, she had broken through from the 8th layer of qi refining to the first layer of foundation establishment. Wasn't this cultivation speed a bit too absurd? "That's right, I succeeded in foundation establishment. Second senior brother helped me achieve it," Ling Qianxian said proudly. Ling Qianlei nodded. "It seems your second senior brother does have some skill. It's not over yet." As Ling Qianxian spoke, a surge of sword intent suddenly radiated from her body. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Ling family, led by Ling Qianlei, were all frozen solid in place. Sword intent. Ling Qianxian had actually comprehended sword intent. How? How was this even possible? They had watched Ling Qianxian grow up and were well aware of her talent. This girl's talent, if placed in the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, would likely be considered second-rate at best. Her breakthrough from qi refining 8th layer to foundation establishment in 2 months was already absurd enough. Who would have thought Ling Qianxian had also comprehended sword intent? Comprehending sword intent at the foundation establishment stage. Such a prodigy, even across the entire Daxia kingdom, would be a rarity that could be counted on one's fingers, wouldn't they? How could a girl of ordinary talent transform into a peerless genius rarely seen in the world after a single trip to the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy? This was utterly unbelievable. Ling Qianlei came to his senses and couldn't resist touching Ling Xuanxuan's forehead again. If not for the fact that Ling Qianxian showed no signs of being possessed, Ling Qianlei might have suspected that the person before him was not his daughter. He had raised Ling Qianxian for over a decade and had never discovered she possessed such incredible talent. Could it be that the girl had stumbled upon incredible luck And when someone else was comprehending sword intent, the heavenly Tao had dozed off and mistakenly bestowed it upon her. Dad, see for yourself. Sword intent. My second senior brother helped me comprehend it. Seeing her father's shocked expression, Ling Xianxian was clearly very satisfied and said boastfully. Ling Qiangli's mouth twitched. So sword intent can be comprehended with help. Are you taking me for a fool? Ignorant. In front of my second senior brother, there are many things you think impossible. Ling Xianxian pouted. Do you know my senior sister? Her sword intent was also comprehended with my second senior brother's help. Hiss. Ling Qianlei and the others drew in a sharp breath, hardly believing their ears. Xuanxuan, are you joking? Who was Ling Xuanxuan's senior sister? She was none other than Yue Qingying, the greatest genius in the history of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Half a day to Qi refining 1 month, to foundation establishment 3 years, to achieve the legendary divine grade golden core capable of killing nascent soul cultivators in defiance of the natural order. This stunningly brilliant peerless prodigy had actually comprehended sword intent under Jiang Fan's guidance. This was simply outrageous. Of course, Master told me this. Ling Xianxian recounted everything her master had told her to Ling Qianlei and the others in detail. Upon learning that Jiang Fan had comprehended sword intent even earlier than Yue Qingying, the Ling family members were utterly stunned. Could it be that Ling Xuanxuan's second senior brother, renowned for being a kept man, had been playing the fool all along? Could he truly be a hidden master lying low? Ling Qianlei came to his senses and quickly made a decision in his heart. Hearing is not as good as seeing, seeing is believing. Whether Jiang Fan was as formidable as Xianxian claimed wouldn't a test reveal the truth. Ling Qianli's gaze flickered slightly as his indifferent voice echoed through the hall. Great Elder, immediately prepare the medicinal herbs listed here and have Xianxian deliver them to Jiang Fan. In the backyard of the Ling residence, a delicately arranged and elegantly furnished guest room, Jiang Fan lounged lazily in a recliner, his legs crossed. He tossed a top-grade spirit-gathering pill into his mouth, then opened the system shop to browse. Just moments ago, the system shop had refreshed with a new round of discounted items. This time, the discounted items were strikingly similar to the previous round. Only a single item was on sale. A 9th-grade array master scroll, a mysterious scroll imbued with myriad array principles. Upon use, it instantly elevates one to a 9th-grade array master. A 9th-grade array master scroll at a 90% discount. Just like the previous 9th-grade alchemist scroll, it was priced at 10 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Fan checked his shop balance. Although he had accumulated quite a few spirit stones recently, his spending had been equally swift. The 9th-grade alchemist scroll, the moonlight silk dress he bought for his wife. Coupled with miscellaneous expenses like purchasing herbs and double experience boosts, his remaining spirit stones amounted to less than 40,000, far from enough to buy the discounted 9th-grade array master scroll. Looks like I'll have to ask my little junior sister to take me mining, Jiang Fan muttered to himself as he exited the system shop. The discounted items in the shop were time-limited, typically available for only 3 days. So to acquire the 9th-grade array master scroll, he had to gather 100,000 low-grade spirit stones within 3 days. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Just then Ling Xuanxuan's voice rang out from the doorway. The next moment, Ling Xianxian pushed open the door, accompanied by Grand Elder Ling Yuan, as they stepped into the room. Jiang Fan glanced at the two, speaking lazily. Little junior sister, bring me the things I asked for. Young friend Jiang Fan, the herbs you requested are ready, Ling Yuan said, quickly handing over the herbs with a genial smile. May I ask what you intend to do with them? Ordinarily, delivering herbs to Jiang Fan was beneath his station. Yet he had shamelessly tagged along, eager to witness firsthand if this young man was truly as extraordinary as Ling Xianxian claimed. Isn't that obvious? To refine pills, Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. Don't tell me your Ling family is so inept that no one recognized the formula for the rejuvenation pill. Ling Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He asked cautiously, the rejuvenation pill is a 4th-grade healing elixir. Can young friend Jiang Fan truly refine it? Do I look like I've lost my mind? Why would I ask for the ingredients if I couldn't refine it? Jiang Fan felt a headache coming on. Was this grand elder of the Ling family senile? Why did he keep asking such foolish questions? Second senior brother, father, and grand elder have been a bit slow lately. Just ignore him, Ling Xianxian said. Suddenly she noticed that the peanuts on the plate before Jiang Fan seemed to have been replaced by pills. She asked curiously, second senior brother, have you switched snacks? I got tired of the old ones. Thought I'd try something new, Jiang Fan nodded. Second senior brother, these look tasty. I want to try some too. As she spoke, Ling Xianxian reached for a pill to toss into her mouth. Smack! Jiang Fan caught her hand and gave her a sharp rap on the head. Second senior brother, you're so stingy. Ling Xianxian pouted, looking aggrieved. If you're not afraid of exploding, go ahead and toss it in. This isn't something you can just eat on a whim. If you want to try, take one pill back, split it into 4 parts, and consume no more than a quarter at a time, Jiang Fan said, releasing her hand with an exasperated tone. These were top-grade spirit-gathering pills. Even an average golden core cultivator would need at least half a month to fully absorb the medicinal power of such a pill. And you, a mere fledgling at the foundation establishment stage, swallowing it whole would be suicide. Top-grade spirit-gathering pills. At that moment, Ling Yuan exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. His gaze was fixed on the plate before Jiang Fan. He had been so focused on observing Jiang Fan that he hadn't noticed the plate until now. Only now did Ling Yuan realize with shock that the plate was piled high with pills, dozens of them. Third-grade spirit-gathering pills. And every single one was of the finest quality, top-grade. Spirit-gathering pills were valuable third-grade pills that accelerated the cultivation of golden core cultivators. Top-grade spirit-gathering pills were rare treasures sought after but seldom found. Yet this man was treating them like snacks. This was simply too extravagant. Ling Yuan took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his astonishment. If he had harbored any doubts before about whether Jiang Fan could refine the rejuvenation pill, they were now completely dispelled. Top-grade spirit-gathering pills as snacks. Even a 4th-grade alchemy grandmaster might not have such skill. Thank you, second senior brother, Ling Xianxian said cheerfully as she carefully stowed the pill away. Judging from the Grand Elder's reaction, she knew her second senior brother's new snack was something extraordinary. Ling Yuan watched the scene, a flicker of envy in his aged eyes. That girl Xianxian was incredibly fortunate to have such an astonishing second senior brother. These were top-grade spirit-gathering pills. Even Ling Yuan, a 9th-level golden core cultivator, found them extremely tempting. He had been stuck at the 9th level of golden core for years, unable to find a breakthrough. With just one top-grade spirit-gathering pill, his cultivation might advance, allowing him to break through to the nascent soul stage. Young friend Jiang Fan, could you sell me one of these top-grade spirit-gathering pills? Ling Yuan took a deep breath and, swallowing his pride, made the request. He truly desired a top-grade spirit-gathering pill. Jiang Fan glanced at him, holding up 2 fingers. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones each. In an instant, Ling Yuan fished out 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Jiang Fan, as if afraid he might change his mind. Jiang Fan casually tossed a top-grade spirit-gathering pill to Ling Yuan. After pocketing the spirit stones, he waved his hand, and the herbs for the rejuvenation pill rose into the air before him, floating in orderly formation as if responding to his command. Refine, Jiang Fan uttered softly. Flames erupted from his fingertips, instantly transforming the herbs into a pool of golden liquid. Then Jiang Fan formed hand seals. Condense. As he spoke the word, the golden liquid visibly coalesced, eventually forming a golden pill the size of a chicken egg. Give this rejuvenation pill to your father. Although it's only high grade, it will more than suffice to heal his injuries, Jiang Fan said, casually tossing the pill to Ling Xianxian. Thank you, second senior brother. Ling Xianxian grinned as she caught the pill. She knew nothing of alchemy, but she was certain her second senior brother's display was nothing short of remarkable. But Ling Yuan, standing nearby, was stunned. His eyes were wide, his gaze vacant, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to snap out of his shock for a long time. Without the need for a cauldron, in just a few breaths, he refined a rejuvenation pill. How could this be possible? As the Grand Elder of the Ling clan in Hanzhou, Ling Yuan had lived for over 300 years and considered himself a man of vast experience. Yet he had never seen alchemy performed in such a way. It completely defied his understanding of the art. There's no need for thanks. Jiang Fan waved his hand and looked up at Ling Xianxian. Remember to come early tomorrow and take me to mine. Ling Xuanxuan's face immediately fell into a bitter grimace. Second senior brother, the Ling clan's mine has been occupied by a nascent soul great demon. We can't mine for now, we have to drive that demon away first. Jiang Fan frowned slightly. Then we'll deal with it tomorrow. The discount period for the 9th grade formation master scroll in the shop was only 3 days. He had to hurry to make money. After the limited time discount, purchasing the 9th grade formation master scroll would cost 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Second senior brother, I'll go discuss this with father right now. With that, Ling Xianxian dragged the still-stunned Ling Yuan away. Soon Ling Xianxian pulled Ling Yuan into the Ling clan's main hall. Inside, Ling Qianlei and several elders had not yet left, seemingly in discussion. Xuanxuan, weren't you delivering herbs to Jiang Fan? Why are you back so soon? Ling Qianlei looked at them startled. Ling Xianxian said nothing and simply tossed the rejuvenation pill to Ling Qianlei. This is... A rejuvenation pill. Ling Qianlei shot up from his chair, hardly believing his eyes. He had just sent Ling Xianxian to deliver herbs to Jiang Fan, and in the blink of an eye she returned with a rejuvenation pill. Wasn't this too absurd? Ling Qianlei stood frozen for a long moment before staring at Ling Xianxian in disbelief. Don't tell me this pill was just refined by your second senior brother. Of course, Ling Xianxian said, gesturing proudly. My second senior brother just waved his hands like this, then clasped them together, and the pill was done. Ling Qianlei rolled his eyes in exasperation. What nonsense was this? Even if he hadn't eaten pork, had seen a pig run. How could alchemy be done without a cauldron? No matter how skilled your second senior brother was at alchemy, he still needed a cauldron. Was he supposed to believe he could refine pills with nothing? Did you take your second senior brother for an immortal? Clan leader Xianxian is telling the truth. That's exactly how Jiang Fan refined the rejuvenation pill. At that moment, Ling Yuan interjected with a wry smile. Ling Qianlei's expression froze. Ling Xianxian had become Jiang Fan's devoted admirer, so he could doubt her words. But he knew Grand Elder Ling Yuan's character well. If even Ling Yuan said so, it had to be true. At that moment, even Ling Qianlei, the clan leader and a nascent soul cultivator, felt his mind reeling. Clan leader, I once had the fortune to peruse an ancient text in the Alchemy Alliance. It recorded a divine art from antiquity that allowed alchemy without a cauldron. That art is the legendary one-thought alchemy. If what the Grand Elder says is true, Jiang Fan must have used this technique to refine the rejuvenation pill. At this, Ling Hua, who had been silent, spoke up with excitement. An ancient divine art, one-thought alchemy. As Ling Hua's words hung in the air, a wave of unprecedented shock washed over the faces of Ling Qianlei and the others. They had clearly never anticipated that Jiang Fan was not only a master alchemist capable of refining fourth-grade pills with ease, but also possessed a lost ancient divine art. Clan leader Xuanxuan's second senior brother is an anomaly that defies common sense, Ling Yuan said with a bitter smile. No wonder Jiang Fan made alchemy look as simple as eating or drinking. Only someone with such a divine alchemy art could treat top-grade spirit-gathering pills like snacks. Indeed, Ling Qianlei sighed inwardly. Ling Qianlei was a nascent soul cultivator who had seen much of the world. Few things could still astonish him. But ever since Jiang Fan arrived at the Ling clan, the events surrounding him had repeatedly shocked him so deeply that his eyes nearly popped out. Now he finally understood why his precious daughter had become Jiang Fan's fangirl. This was no mere freeloader. He was clearly a grandmaster of alchemy, one whom even nascent soul cultivators would revere like an ancestor. Ling Qianlei took a deep breath. Although Jiang Fan's talent lay in alchemy and couldn't directly resolve the Ling clan's crisis, with the rejuvenation pill he had refined, Ling Qianlei's injuries could heal instantly, giving him the capital to contend with the Crimson Tiger Demon King. I told you all before, second senior brother's skills are unmatched in this world, but you wouldn't believe me, Ling Xianxian said with a pout, then turned to Ling Qianlei. Father's second senior brother wants me to take him to the clan's mine tomorrow. Ling Qianlei looked puzzled. Mining? I promised second senior brother when we were at the Hanzhou Immortal Academy that I'd take him to mine at the Ling clan. Ling Xianxian smiled sheepishly. His main purpose is really just to mine. Helping the Ling clan with its troubles is just a bonus. Ling Qianlei was speechless. Does your second senior brother need spirit stones that badly? Should we give him some? Ling Xianxian shook her head helplessly. Father, you don't understand my second senior brother. Even if we gave him all the spirit stones in the world, he'd still insist on going to the mine. She knew well her second senior brother's love for wealth. If he said he wanted to mine, then he would mine. No amount of gifted spirit stones would stop him from digging up more. Ling Qianlei pondered for a moment. Since your second senior brother wants to mine, we'll make a trip to the mine tomorrow. He too hoped to reclaim the mine as soon as possible. After all, the Crimson Tiger Demon King had been occupying the Ling clan's mine and cultivating there. The longer it stayed, the more damage it would inflict. Moreover, its strength had grown terrifyingly since occupying the mine. The longer they delayed, the worse it would be for the Ling clan. Now with the rejuvenation pill, Jiang Fan had refined his injuries would fully heal, giving him a chance to confront the Crimson Tiger Demon King at the mine. He could feign weakness, pretending his injuries hadn't healed, and then seize an opportunity to seriously wound the Demon King. However, the Crimson Tiger Demon King was indeed formidable. Even if they went to the mine, they would need to be fully prepared. Ling Qianlei's gaze swept over the elders. Everyone go prepare. Tomorrow we will mobilize the entire clan to attack the mine and slay the Crimson Tiger Demon King. The next morning at the Ling family's front courtyard, Ling Qianlei, the family head along with the 6 elders and over 100 elite disciples had gathered. Patriarch, are we truly going to fight the Crimson Tiger Demon King to the death today? The Grand Elder Ling Yuan looked at Ling Qianlei, a trace of concern flickering in his aged eyes. The Crimson Tiger Demon King, a nascent soul great demon from the western battlefield, was immensely powerful. Having seized the Ling family's mind, it had only grown stronger. Days ago, Ling Qianlei had challenged the Demon King there and returned severely wounded. Though Ling Qianlei had recovered, facing the Crimson Tiger Demon King again seemed hopeless. This battle was inevitable, Ling Qianlei declared, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Rather than wait for it to descend upon Confrontation City, it's better to strike first. As they spoke, Jiang Fan and Ling Xinxian slowly emerged from the back courtyard. Uncle Ling, isn't this just a mining trip? Why does it feel like we're going to war? Jiang Fan said, looking exasperated at the grand preparations. Ling Qianlei smiled. Jiang Fan, my nephew Xinxian, must have told you a nascent soul great demon occupies our mine. To enter, we must eliminate it. Does a crowd help against a nascent soul demon? You're only inviting more casualties, Jiang Fan said, waving his hand dismissively. Uncle Ling, send them away. You and I will go to the mine alone. Ling Qianlei was taken aback. He had brought so many mainly to protect Jiang Fan and Ling Xinxian. Going alone was fine, but he feared he couldn't ensure their safety. Father, just listen to second senior brother, Ling Xinxian said confidently. With him here, dealing with a mere nascent soul demon is a piece of cake. Ling Qianlei was speechless. His daughter had become incredibly cocky after spending time with Jiang Fan. A nascent soul demon was now a piece of cake in her words. I admit your second senior brother is formidable, but his forte is alchemy, Ling Qianlei thought. Uncle Ling, you really don't need so many. How about little Junior and I go alone? Jiang Fan suggested. Without waiting for a reply, Jiang Fan said to Ling Xuanxuan, little Junior, let's go. She obeyed without a second thought, barely glancing at her father as she led Jiang Fan away. Given Jiang Fan's current strength, dealing with an ordinary nascent soul demon was no problem. He had only called Ling Qianlei for safety, never expecting such a grand show. Jiang Fan didn't mind revealing his power, but he didn't want the whole world to know. It was better to stay low-key. If only Ling Qianlei saw his true strength, he wouldn't easily spread the word. But if the entire Ling family witnessed it, the news would reach the entire Han province soon. Then how could he continue to play the fool, relying on his wife's wealth to catch his enemies off guard? Patriarch, what do we do now? Ling Yuan and the others were dumbfounded as Ling Xinxian led Jiang Fan to the mine. These two were truly fearless. Ling Qianlei pondered for a moment. He'll go with them first. You follow later and wait outside the mine for my orders. With that, he hurried after them. The Ling family mine was located 300 li south of Confronting City. With their speed, Jiang Fan and the others arrived in no time. Jiang Fan, my nephew, engaged the Crimson Tiger Demon King. Be careful, Ling Qianlei said. He soared into the sky, standing proudly 100 zhang high, his voice thundering over the mine. Crimson Tiger Demon King, come out and face me. Boom. A fierce, violent aura erupted from deep within the mine. The next moment, a crimson light shot into the sky, materializing into a figure in red robes 100 zhang away. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s with red hair and a towering build. His tiger-like eyes were sharp and intimidating, exuding an aura of domineering authority. This man was the Crimson Tiger Demon King, the nascent soul great demon occupying the mine. Ling Qianlei, I can't believe you've come seeking death again, he sneered. Crimson Tiger Demon King, this land of the Great Xia Empire is no place for your kind to run wild. Today I will kill you, Ling Qianlei declared without further ado. He flipped his palm and vast true essence coalesced into 100 zang wide thunder palm, crashing down on the Demon King with terrifying might. The Crimson Tiger Demon King remained impassive. He raised a hand and threw a casual punch. Boom. The massive thunder palm shattered into nothingness. Ling Qianlei, your injuries haven't healed, have they? Even at your peak you were no match for me. Now you're even less so, the Demon King said with a cold laugh. He stomped the void, his body tearing through space as he threw a devastating punch at Ling Qianlei. Ling Qianlei's expression remained stoic as he unleashed his full power. With a motion of his hands, a thunder python crackling with golden lightning formed above his head. Tens of zhang long it shot toward the Demon King with destructive force. The lightning was so solid it seemed like a real dragon. Extinction Divine Thunder. This was a divine ability Ling Qianlei had comprehended after breaking through to nascent soul, now unleashed without reserve. Boom. The Extinction Divine Thunder clashed with the Demon King's punch, sending shockwaves through the air. The Demon King was sent flying back over 100 zhang by the violent blast. I underestimated you. I didn't expect your injuries to have fully healed. But even so, you won't escape death today, the Crimson Tiger Demon King snarled, looking at his scorched right palm. His eyes grew even colder as his body blazed with light. Countless crimson flames materialized around him, causing the surrounding space to boil. Witnessing this, Ling Qianli's expression turned gravely serious. 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 This Scarlet Tiger Demon King's strength was indeed growing greater by the day. Ling Qianlei had initially thought that by feigning weakness and then unleashing a surprise supreme strike, he could catch the Demon King off guard. Yet to his surprise, the Scarlet Tiger Demon King had not suffered significant damage from his attack. However, at this very moment, Ling Qianlei had no time to ponder further. Facing the Scarlet Tiger Demon King, who had now entered a berserk state, Ling Qianlei had no choice but to muster all his concentration and engage in a full-scale battle. Second senior brother father seems no match for that Scarlet Tiger Demon King. Please help him quickly. Watching Ling Qianlei being steadily forced back by the Demon King, a flicker of anxiety appeared in Ling Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes. All right, Jiang Fan nodded slightly. Due to their innate physique and other factors, demon beasts inherently possessed greater combat prowess than human cultivators of the same realm. That Scarlet Tiger Demon King had already reached the second level of nascent soul, while Ling Qianlei was merely at the peak of the first level of nascent soul. Naturally, he stood little chance against the Demon King. Jiang Fan watched the two battling in the sky with calm intensity. Just as the Scarlet Tiger Demon King conjured a blazing flame that seared the very space and sent Ling Qianlei staggering back with a single punch. Jiang Fan's form flickered and vanished from before Ling Qianxian. In the next instant, a resplendent golden sword intent soared into the sky, swiftly coalescing into a beam of golden light that slashed toward the Scarlet Tiger Demon King. The golden sword light carried an indomitable force. Where it passed, it seemed to cleave heaven and earth asunder. In that moment, the Scarlet Tiger Demon King, who had been poised to press his advantage and deny Ling Qianlei any respite, instinctively sensed a hint of danger. A furious roar tore from his throat as he spun around and hurled a punch at the golden sword light that seemed to rend the very heavens. Boom! A terrifying wave of scorching energy erupted from his fist, forming a massive fireball. Sizzling! The fireball, with its power to incinerate space, hurtled forward like a falling meteor, crashing violently against the oncoming golden sword light. Rumble! A cataclysmic roar exploded across the sky. The moment the golden sword light touched the fireball, it sliced through it effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu, cleaving it cleanly in two. The sword light, undiminished in speed after shattering the fireball, traversed 100 zhang in the blink of an eye and struck the Scarlet Tiger Demon King's body. The Scarlet Tiger Demon King let out a muffled grunt. His towering form staggered backward through the void, each step causing ripples of dark spatial distortion beneath his feet. Holy crap! Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Ling Qianli's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in shock. Even this nascent soul elder of the Ling family couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Just what kind of celestial being was Xuanxuan's second senior brother? Not only was his alchemy talent monstrously terrifying, but his cultivation aptitude was equally extraordinary. At the Golden Core stage, he had already comprehended the second level of sword intent and achieved its materialization. With talent like this, he might not even pale in comparison to Yue Qingying, would he? Suddenly, he recalled Ling Xuanxuan's words from yesterday. Second senior brother Jiang Fan had comprehended sword intent even earlier than senior sister Yue Qingying. It was only because Jiang Fan's subsequent alchemy talent was so overwhelmingly prodigious that he had overlooked this fact. Now it seemed that Jiang Fan's cultivation talent was likely never inferior to Yue Qingying's. No wonder his precious daughter had been utterly captivated by Jiang Fan in just over 2 months at the Hanzhou Prefecture Cultivation Academy. He was handsome. His alchemy and cultivation talents alike could overshadow countless geniuses of the world. If he were a woman, he would probably be just as enchanted by Jiang Fan. On the other side, the Scarlet Tiger Demon King steadied himself, looking disheveled. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at the sword scar that nearly ran the entire length of his chest, his expression a mix of shock and fury. Kid. Who are you? The Scarlet Tiger Demon King's gaze locked onto the figure 100 zhang away. He never expected that the one who had suddenly struck was the very youth who had arrived with Ling Qianlei. The Demon King had noted the youth's presence earlier, but had paid him no heed. After all, as a mighty demon beast at the second level of nascent soul, why would he concern himself with a cultivator below that realm? Yet it was this very youth he had dismissed. With a single sword strike, he had inflicted grievous wounds. This was a human prodigy at the Golden Core stage who had already mastered the second level of sword intent. if not for the exceptional bloodline and formidable defense of the Scarlet Tiger clan. That blow might have cleaved his entire body in two. No wonder Ling Qianlei dared to provoke him. He had found such a powerful ally. I am here to kill you. The lands of our great Xia Empire are no place for foreign beasts to run rampant. Those who trespass upon great Xia shall die. Jiang Fan cast an indifferent glance at the Scarlet Tiger Demon King. As his words fell, he raised a hand and pointed into the void. Vast true essence instantly converged above his head, condensing into a golden sun. In the next moment, the golden sun transformed into a dazzling golden sword, chi piercing through space like a rainbow spanning the sky and appearing before the Scarlet Tiger Demon King in an instant. The 10 zhang of space before the Demon King were shattered into nothingness by the golden sword chi. Solar sword chi. After arriving in this world, Jiang Fan, having inherited his game attributes, was too lazy to cultivate the divine abilities of the Zhou Prefecture Cultivation Academy. After all, the system shop he carried with him contained numerous divine techniques. These techniques required no cultivation on his part. He could instantly master them by purchasing and using them. However, in any game, spending money was a bottomless pit, so Jiang Fan had always been relatively poor. In total, he had purchased only 4 divine abilities from the shop. This solar sword chi was one of them. But, although Jiang Fan had mastered few divine techniques, each one was meticulously selected from the shop. Even by the standards of the Zhou Prefecture Cultivation Academy, they were among the most supreme. Now, with Jiang Fan unleashing the solar sword chi amplified by the 2nd level of sword intent, its power was naturally terrifying. Even the Scarlet Tiger Demon King at the 2nd level of nascent soul dared not be careless. With a furious roar, his entire body swelled, transforming into a massive tiger 10 zhang in height. The giant tiger's body was entirely crimson, exuding a wild and scorching aura. Facing Jiang Fan's fierce assault, the Demon King unhesitatingly revealed his true form. Roar! The Scarlet Tiger Demon King let out a heaven-shaking roar, opening his maw to spit out a crimson light. Boom! The crimson light instantly transformed into a Tenjiang pillar of fire, carrying the incinerating force of destruction as it collided with Jiang Fan's solar sword chi. Boom! 2 equally terrifying forces collided violently in midair. The Tenjiang fire pillar of the Red Tiger Demon King was utterly unable to withstand Jiang Fan's great sun sword chi, continually collapsing beneath its might. Evidently, even in its manifested form, the Red Tiger Demon King still could not block Jiang Fan's sword strike. It's worth noting that Jiang Fan's cultivation had now reached the peak of the 7th level of the Golden Core. Moreover, he had already mastered the 2nd level of sword intent. Although his Golden Core was condensed through the system and could not compare to his wife's divine grade Golden Core, it was certainly not inferior to a superior grade Golden Core. What's more, he was also wearing an outfit that enhanced combat power by 10%. Given Jiang Fan's current combat strength, while he might not be able to reverse slice a nascent soul like his wife did right after breaking through to Golden Core, he would still have no significant issues dealing with the Red Tiger Demon King, a 2nd level nascent soul demon. Roar! Looking at the unstoppable Great Sun Sword Chi, the Red Tiger Demon King erupted with a thunderous roar once more. Immediately, its entire body surged with blood energy, and an eerie light dyed the surrounding space within 100 zhang a crimson hue. Following that, a colossal phantom tiger towering 100 zhang coalesced above the Red Tiger Demon King's head. The phantom tiger glared at the descending Great Sun Sword Chi and opened its enormous maw, resembling a black hole, to swallow the sword chi whole. Jiang Fan, be careful. This is a nascent soul avatar, a life-bound divine ability that only nascent soul experts can master. At that moment, Ling Qianlei flashed and appeared directly beside Jiang Fan. A nascent soul avatar. Generally, it is the last resort of most nascent soul experts and is rarely used unless absolutely necessary. After all, once the nascent soul avatar is destroyed, the nascent soul itself would also suffer severe damage. And the nascent soul is the foundation of a nascent soul expert. If the nascent soul is injured, not only is recovery difficult, but it could also greatly impact future cultivation. The Red Tiger Demon King manifesting a nascent soul avatar undoubtedly indicated it was going all out. Ling Qianlei, evidently worried Jiang Fan could not handle it alone, and intended to join forces with him against the Red Tiger Demon King's nascent soul avatar. Seeing Ling Qianlei suddenly standing beside him ready for action, Jiang Fan was instantly displeased. Uncle Ling, what are you doing? Are you trying to steal my kill? Jiang Fan shot a disgruntled glance at Ling Qianlei. Don't steal my kill, otherwise, even if you are my little junior sister's father, I won't let you off. Steal. Steal your kill. Ling Qianlei was left bewildered. Jiang Fan pointed at the Red Tiger Demon King and said earnestly, "Uncle Ling, this creature can only be killed by me. Stealing kills is wrong." Last time, 2 ninth-level golden core charm demons had allowed his cultivation to surge significantly. Meanwhile, the Red Tiger Demon King before him was a second-level nascent soul demon. The experience from such a powerful demon was likely countless times richer than that of a 9th-level golden core charm demon. He had already activated double experience and was ready to slay the Red Tiger Demon King to level up. Who knew Ling Qianlei would jump out at this moment? If a careless strike from Ling Qianlei landed the final blow, who would he complain to? Ling Qianlei couldn't help but smile wryly. He only intended to help out and never thought about stealing Jiang Fan's kill. Moreover, he really didn't understand what was worth stealing. As long as the Red Tiger Demon King was dealt with, does it matter who kills it? Could it be that Jiang Fan wanted to make a name for himself and was afraid he would steal his kill? But that didn't make sense. This guy was just a wolf in sheep's clothing, clearly possessing unparalleled talent, yet he had been lurking in the Han Prefecture's Cultivation Academy, living off his wife's resources. If he truly wanted fame, why wait until now? Kid, don't be arrogant. If you want to kill me, you'd better see if you have the capability. The Red Tiger Demon King glared at Jiang Fan, its mouth letting out a furious roar of humiliation. It was a dignified second-level nascent soul demon. How could this kid in front of him treat him with such disdain, as if regarding him as prey ready for slaughter? How could the Red Tiger Demon King not be enraged? The Hanzhou nascent soul avatar suddenly appeared above Jiang Fan and Ling Qianlei, opening its massive mouth like a black hole, intending to engulf both Jiang Fan and Ling Qianlei along with the surrounding space. Uncle Ling, step back a bit and don't steal my kill, Jiang Fan once again reminded Ling Qianlei. He looked up at the Red Tiger Demon King's nascent soul avatar and flipped his palm, condensing a fireball about the size of a palm. Seeing the fireball in Jiang Fan's palm, Ling Qianlei, who was about to retreat, nearly stumbled and fell from midair. Fireball technique. One of the most basic spells in the cultivation world. Generally, any cultivator who has successfully established their foundation can cast it. Ling Qianlei could hardly believe it. At such a critical moment, Jiang Fan didn't use sword intent or unleash a grand move, but instead conjured such a fireball technique. Was Jiang Fan planning to use this fireball technique against the Red Tiger Demon King's nascent soul avatar? This was utter nonsense. The Red Tiger Demon King was a fire attribute beast. Ordinary fire attribute attacks were virtually no different from tickling for the Red Tiger Demon King. Even if Jiang Fan was extraordinary, could he really solve the Red Tiger Demon King with just a fireball technique? Naturally, Jiang Fan was unaware of Ling Qianlei's thoughts. He merely waved his hand, and the fireball shot out with a whoosh, disappearing into the gaping maw of the Red Tiger Demon King's nascent soul avatar in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fan looked at the Red Tiger Demon King's nascent soul avatar, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, then he snapped his fingers. Explode. As the word explode fell from Jiang Fan's lips, the massive nascent soul avatar of the Red Tiger Demon King trembled violently. A terrifying wave of scorching power surged from within its body. Under this force, the Red Tiger Demon King's nascent soul avatar began to crack, visible fissures appearing all over. Following that, countless flames erupted from the cracks. These flames appeared extremely ordinary, yet seemed to contain an exceptionally mysterious power capable of melting even the Red Tiger Demon King's nascent soul avatar. In the blink of an eye, the Red Tiger Demon King's nascent soul avatar was melted, creating numerous massive voids. Ultimately, it could no longer sustain itself and exploded violently in midair. How is this possible? Ling Qianlei's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. A seemingly ordinary fireball technique had effortlessly destroyed the Red Tiger Demon King's nascent soul avatar. Ling Qianlei was stunned. A single fireball technique had directly taken out a nascent soul expert's nascent soul avatar. Even the legendary transformation god monsters might not be able to achieve such a feat so easily. Having lived for so many years, Ling Qianlei had seen many bizarre things, but he had never witnessed anyone as outrageous as Jiang Fan. Ling Qianlei was unaware that the fireball technique Jiang Fan had cast was no ordinary one. This technique was one of the 4 divine abilities he had purchased from the system mall, known as the Immortal Fireball Technique. The Immortal Fireball Technique, as its name implied, was a true celestial art. The flames it conjured surpassed any mundane fire. Though it appeared ordinary, it was more fearsome than any flame in the world. That was precisely why even the nascent soul incarnation of the Crimson Tiger Demon King, who had carelessly devoured Jiang Fan's fireball, could not withstand it and was utterly destroyed by this celestial art. If this were a game without spending money in the store, this divine ability could only be obtained by entering the Tribulation Transcendence dungeon after reaching that cultivation stage. The price of this divine ability in the store was exorbitant. Had it not been for a flash sale where the immortal fireball technique was reduced to one high-grade spirit stone, Jiang Fan would never have been able to afford it. In other words, the immortal fireball technique was one of Jiang Fan's strongest trump cards. The nascent soul incarnation destroyed the Crimson Tiger Demon King's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly became extremely feeble, and his expression was filled with terror. The Crimson Tiger Demon King never expected that this golden core human prodigy wielded such terrifying power. Even when he unleashed his nascent soul incarnation with all his might, he was effortlessly crushed by this brat. Flee! This kid was too monstrous, far beyond his ability to contend with. The Crimson Tiger Demon King was now terrified out of his wits. Ignoring his injuries, he fled in panic like a beaten cur. Do you think you can escape? Better become my experience points. Jiang Fan sneered coldly. A shocking sword intent erupted from him, pressing down on the Crimson Tiger Demon King. Under Jiang Fan's dual-layered sword intent, the already gravely wounded Crimson Tiger Demon King's heart trembled and his fleeing body faltered midair. In that instant, the sword intent surrounding the Crimson Tiger Demon King coalesced into a golden sword, which shot into his body with a whoosh. Crack! The Crimson Tiger Demon King was utterly defenseless. The golden sword shattered his nascent soul within. After destroying his nascent soul, the golden sword pierced through his body in a flash. Scorching demon blood rained down from the sky like droplets. Before the Crimson Tiger Demon King could even let out a scream, his massive body crashed to the ground with a thud devoid of any life. At the same time, Jiang Fan's cultivation surged rapidly. In mere moments, he leaped from the peak of the 7th level of Golden Core to the early 9th level of Golden Core. If not for the system perfectly concealing Jiang Fan's aura, such a terrifying speed of advancement would have stunned anyone. The Crimson Tiger Demon King is dead. Staring at the lifeless corpse, Ling Qianlei was dumbfounded at a loss for words to describe his feelings. The Crimson Tiger Demon King. This second-level nascent soul great demon, which had left him helpless, had been slain by Jiang Fan. Yet amidst his shock, Ling Qianlei breathed a sigh of relief. With the Crimson Tiger Demon King dead, the Ling family could reclaim the mine, and the crisis was fully resolved. Uncle Ling, if anyone asks, say you killed the Crimson Tiger Demon King. I'm off to mine. Having dealt with the Crimson Tiger Demon King, Jiang Fan said this to Ling Qianlei before drifting down into the mine to begin his work. Time was of the essence. He needed to mine enough low-grade spirit stones quickly, or the time-limited discount on the 9th rank Array Master Scroll would be lost to huge waste. Seeing Jiang Fan's obsession with mining, Ling Qianlei was speechless. Looking at the Crimson Tiger Demon King's corpse, he finally understood why Jiang Fan had insisted he come alone. With Jiang Fan's strength, he had never taken the Crimson Tiger Demon King seriously and needed no assistance. The reason he had called Ling Qianlei alone was not to fight the Demon King, but to avoid revealing his power and to continue playing the underdog. Ling Qianlei was just a patsy Jiang Fan had summoned to take the blame. Patriarch, are you all right? Just then Ling Yuan and over 100 elite Ling family disciples arrived belatedly. What could happen to me? Ling Qianlei rolled his eyes. He pointed at the Crimson Tiger Demon King's corpse. See that? I've dealt with the Crimson Tiger Demon King. A nascent soul great demon's body is full of treasures. Carry it back to the Ling residence. Ling Yuan and the others stared wide-eyed at the corpse. Holy crap! The Crimson Tiger Demon King was dead. What in the world was going on? They clearly remembered. Just a few days ago, their patriarch had come to the mine to fight the Crimson Tiger Demon King and was beaten like a dog. How had he inexplicably killed him this time? This made no sense at all. Yet seeing the Demon King's lifeless body, they had to accept the fact. The Crimson Tiger Demon King was really dead. Enough gawking. Get someone to start mining again and take the corpse away. Ling Qianlei glanced at Ling Yuan, and the others then turned into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Tianxian City. The only city in Western Han Prefecture that rivaled Kunshan City, both were hailed as the two fortresses of Western Han. Both the Kunshan Ling family and the Tianxian Zhao family had made great contributions to the Western battlefield against demon invasions, earning illustrious reputations. Especially the Tianxian Zhao family, one of whose prodigies had won the favor of a nascent soul old monster from the Great Xia Kingdom. As a result, the Tianxian Zhao family had developed rapidly in recent decades, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the Kunshan Ling family. Zhao Tianlia, the Zhao family patriarch, was ambitious, always harboring the desire to annex the Kunshan Ling family and build the Zhao family into the foremost clan of Han Prefecture. In the Zhao family's main hall, Zhao Tianlai and a dozen high-ranking members had gathered. Gentlemen, I've just learned that Ling Qianlei has led his people to confront the Crimson Tiger Demon King. This is a golden opportunity. Zhao Tianlai scanned the crowd and broke the silence. Patriarch, the Confronting Ling family has deep foundations and won't be easy to deal with. An elder hesitated slightly. Moreover, the Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy will inevitably intervene. The Confronting Ling family had a longer history than the Zhao family. Even if the Ling family was currently in trouble, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. They were not a soft target to be toyed with. Most importantly, the Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy would not allow them to destroy the Confronting Ling family. No matter victory or defeat, Ling Qianlai's campaign against the Red Tiger Demon King will exact a grievous toll on the Ling clan. With the current strength of our Zhao clan, annihilating a depleted Ling clan would be but child's play. Zhao Tianlai let out a cold sneer. As for the Hanzhou Immortal Academy, as long as we act swiftly, they will have no chance to interfere. Both the Confronting Ling clan and the Tianxian Zhao clan guarded the western gateway of Hanzhou. Indeed, the Hanzhou Immortal Academy would never permit an internal war between the Zhao and Ling clans. It was precisely for this reason that despite centuries of feuds, the Zhao and Ling clans had never engaged in large-scale warfare. Though Zhao Tianlai held the Hanzhou Immortal Academy in some regard, he was not afraid. The Zhao clan now boasted 2 nascent soul cultivators. As long as they could strike swiftly and obliterate the Ling clan before the Hanzhou Immortal Academy could react, the academy would be left with no recourse. After all, if the Ling clan fell, only the Zhao clan would guard the western gateway of Hanzhou. At that point, could the Hanzhou Immortal Academy possibly aid the Ling clan and destroy the Zhao clan as well? Many of the world's rules are merely crafted for the weak. For the strong, rules are meant to be broken. Upon hearing Zhao Tianlai's words, the Zhao clan elders still felt the decision was rash and prepared to continue his counsel. Clan leader. Zhao Tianlai waved his hand, cutting him off. My mind is made up. Say no more. Go now and make preparations. Once Zhao Lin returns, we will strike directly at the Ling clan's mind. Zhao Lin is returning. Hearing Zhao Tianlai utter that name, the Zhao clan elder opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. Zhao Lin. The most exceptional prodigy the Zhao clan had seen in 300 years. 20 years ago, at the mere age of 10, Zhao Lin had caught the eye of a divine transformation cultivator from Jingzhou and had gone to study at the Jingzhou Immortal Academy. Over these 2 decades, Zhao Lin's growth at the Jingzhou Immortal Academy had been nothing short of terrifying. Half a month ago, they had received word that Zhao Lin had successfully shattered his golden core to form a nascent soul. Achieving nascent soul at 30. Even in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, this was an accomplishment that would rank among the most notable. With Zhao Lin's participation, the annihilation of the Confronting Ling clan would be all but assured. At the Ling clan's mine, within one of the largest caverns, Jiang Fan found himself in a peculiar rock formation. The entire expanse of rock was a faint milky white. Embedded within the rock were lustrous, smooth ore stones that shimmered with a soft glow, dotting the surface like stars. These ores were unmistakably spirit stones. Clang, clang. Jiang Fan swung his mining pick, striking the rock a few times, and soon extracted several pieces of low-grade spirit stones, each the size of a chicken egg. Not bad. With the spirit stones in hand, Jiang Fan was brimming with energy and dug with even greater vigor. Not far from Jiang Fan, Ling Qianxian was gripping a mining pick, her delicate face a picture of misery. Her second senior brother had actually called her out to mine as well. She knew that the rock which bore the spirit stone vein was incredibly hard and not easy to dig. Especially for her, a mere first-level qi condensation cultivator, every swing of the pick required her full strength. After just mining 1 spirit stone, her arms were already aching unbearably. If she had to accompany her second senior brother for 3 days and nights, her arms would likely be ruined. Second senior brother, can we negotiate? Ling Qianxian glanced at Jiang Fan and couldn't help but ask timidly. Negotiate what? Jiang Fan didn't even bother to look at her, focusing entirely on mining his own spirit stones. I think the mining should be left to the Ling clan members. There's really no need for you to do it yourself, second senior brother. Ling Qianxian quickly added, how about we stop? Second senior brother, just estimate how much you could mine in 3 days, and well, go take that amount from the Ling clan stock. Fine. Jiang Fan blinked, looking up at Ling Qianxian. I think I could mine 1 million. Ling Qianxian was speechless. Their Ling clan had dozens of miners at the mine, and even if they all worked frantically for 3 days, they couldn't dig up 1 million spirit stones. All right, give me 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I'll mine the rest here myself. Jiang Fan glanced at Ling Qianxian. This spirit stone vein was indeed not easy to mine. At this rate, Even with Ling Xuanxuan's help, he might not be able to gather the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones within the next 2 days. Since his junior sister was offering to give him spirit stones, he would take the 50,000 first to buy the 9th grade Array Master Scroll. Ling Xianxian didn't hesitate and directly handed over 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Between giving her second senior brother 50,000 spirit stones and mining for 3 days and nights, Ling Xianxian unhesitatingly chose the former. Jiang Fan didn't stand on ceremony, either, quickly pocketing the 50,000 spirit stones. Before coming to the Ling clan, he had over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and he had earned 20,000 from selling a top-grade spirit gathering pill to Ling Yuan. With this additional 50,000, he now had enough to purchase the 9th grade Array Master Scroll. Just as Jiang Fan was opening the system shop preparing to buy and use the 9th grade Array Master Scroll, a sharp and urgent peculiar sound abruptly came from outside. This is the Ling clan's distress signal. Ling Xuanxuan's face changed dramatically. Are we under attack? The Ling clan was one of the 2 nascent soul clans in western Hanzhou. Now that the Red Tiger Demon King had been dealt with, who would dare to cause trouble at the Ling clan's mine? Let's go out and see. Jiang Fan frowned slightly, and with a flicker of his form he appeared outside the mine. He raised his head slightly, his gaze instinctively drawn to a spot in the sky beyond the mine. There dozens of figures with formidable auras stood proudly. The one at the lead was none other than Zhao Tianlia, the clan leader of the Zhao clan, whom Jiang Fan had met once before. People from the Tianxian Zhao clan. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. Jiang Fan was somewhat familiar with the grudge between the Tianxian Zhao clan and the Kunshan Ling clan. Zhao Tianlia, the ambitious Zhao clan leader, had already shown his intention to encroach upon the Ling clan's mine during his visit yesterday. If his guess was correct, the Zhao clan must have learned that the Ling clan had come to the mine to deal with the Red Tiger Demon King. Zhao Tianlai had brought his men here aiming to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After all, the Red Tiger Demon King was a second-level nascent soul great demon. Without his intervention, regardless of whether the Ling clan could defeat the Red Tiger Demon King, the outcome would leave them severely weakened. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to annex the Ling clan. Zhao Tianlia, what is the meaning of you coming to our Ling clan's mine with such fanfare? Above the mine, Ling Yuan, the great elder of the Ling clan, stood in the air, letting out a cold, sharp shout. Ling Yuan, your Ling clan has occupied this mine for far too long. It's time to hand it over. Zhao Tianlai's gaze was icy. This mine, the Zhao clan claims it. This mine shall belong to the Zhao clan. As Zhao Tianlai uttered these words, Ling Yuan's expression shifted drastically. Zhao Tianlia, are you trying to provoke a full-scale war between the Ling and Zhao clans? Have you no fear of the Han State Immortal Cultivation Academy's wrath? Ling Yuan's heart trembled with fury. Though he knew Zhao Tianlai was ambitious and had long harbored ill intentions toward the Ling clan, he never expected Zhao Tianlai to act so blatantly. War? That won't happen. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Zhao Tianlai's lips. With your Ling clan's current state, you're hardly qualified to wage war against the Zhao clan. Zhao Tianlia, such arrogant words. If you wish to covet the Ling clan's mine, you'll need to see if the Zhao clan possesses the capability. At that moment, a furious roar rolled in from the distance. The next instant, Ling Qianlia's figure descended heavily above the mine. Patriarch, something is amiss. An elder of the Zhao clan spoke in a low voice, observing the scene. Wasn't the Ling clan's mine supposed to be seized by the Crimson Tiger Demon King? According to their intelligence, the Ling clan's mine should now be occupied by the Crimson Tiger Demon King. The Ling clan would have to engage in a fierce battle to reclaim it. Yet now there was no sign of the Crimson Tiger Demon King, and the Ling clan seemed to have retrieved the mine unscathed. This was far too unusual. Could it be that the Ling clan had already vanquished the Crimson Tiger Demon King? That was a nascent soul second-tier great demon. If the Ling clan had truly slain it, they must possess hidden power beyond what was known. So what? Zhao Tianlai's face remained expressionless. Since we've made our move today, nothing can stop me from annihilating the Ling clan. Though the situation differed from his expectations, it would only take a bit more effort to destroy the Ling clan. The Zhao elder frowned deeply, his gaze shifting to the stern-faced young man beside Zhao Tianlai. Young Master Lin, I believe. However, before he could finish, the young man interrupted. Enough. The young man waved his hand dismissively. A mere Ling clan. Annihilating them is trivial. With me, Zhao Lin, here, there will be no waves. The Zhao elder sighed inwardly and said no more. He had a lingering feeling that today's events would not be so simple. Ling Qianlai, you've hidden your strength, well, even deceiving me. Zhao Tianlai looked up at Ling Qianlai, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yesterday, when he visited the Ling clan, Ling Qianlai had clearly appeared gravely wounded. Now there was no trace of injury at all. It seemed Ling Qianlei had been feigning weakness. The Crimson Tiger Demon King had likely been caught off guard by Ling Qianlei's ruse and fell in defeat. Ling Qianlei ignored Zhao Tianlai. His gaze fixed intently on the young man beside Zhao Tianlai. Nascent soul, and such a youthful nascent soul powerhouse. Though Ling Qianlei did not recognize the young man, he quickly deduced his identity. The prodigy of the Zhao clan, Zhao Lin. 20 years ago, a peerless genius was born in the Zhao clan, caught the eye of a divine transformation elder from Jing State, and went to cultivate at the Jing State Immortal Cultivation Academy. After entering the academy, he quickly became a renowned young prodigy across the Great Xia nation. Even in Han State, Ling Qianlei occasionally came across news about Zhao Lin. He never expected Zhao Lin to return to the Zhao clan, having already reached the nascent soul stage. Ling Qianlei finally understood why Zhao Tianlai had the confidence to strike against the Ling clan. The Zhao clan now boasted two nascent soul powerhouses, one of them a young prodigy. Under normal circumstances, the Ling clan stood no chance against the Zhao clan. Ling Qianlei's gaze darkened. He glanced down at Jiang Fan and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, his precious daughter had been reliable enough to bring back her second senior brother Jiang Fan. Otherwise, even without the threat of the Crimson Tiger Demon King, the Ling clan would have fallen into an irreversible catastrophe. Zhao Lin, the prodigy of the Zhao clan, is indeed a genius favored by a divine transformation master from Jing State, achieving nascent soul in just 20 years of cultivation. Ling Qianlei gazed at Zhao Lin with a remarkably calm expression. Zhao Lin's talent was indeed extraordinary, but compared to Jiang Fan, it was merely average. Let's act now. No more idle talk, lest delays lead to unforeseen changes. A sharp, cold glint flashed in Zhao Tianlai's eyes. To annihilate the Ling clan today, they must strike swiftly, leaving no opportunity for the Han State Immortal Cultivation Academy to intervene. Agreed. Zhao Lin nodded. He stepped forward, and an overwhelming aura surged toward Ling Qianlei. Ling Qianlei's expression shifted as he fully unleashed his nascent soul, first-tier peak aura colliding with Zhao Lin's. Boom. An invisible storm swept through 1,000 meters of void. With a muffled grunt, Ling Qianlei was sent flying back over 100 paces through the air. He suppressed the churning energy within him, his expression growing grave. This Zhao clan prodigy, a young nascent soul powerhouse, was indeed formidable. Though he had only recently broken through to nascent soul, his combat prowess surpassed even that of a second-tier great demon like the Crimson Tiger Demon King. Ling Qianlei, you are too weak. Zhao Lin stood with his hands behind his back, looking down on Ling Qianlei. If you know what's good for you, lead the Ling clan in submission, and I might spare your life. Ling Qianlei sneered coldly. Dream on, seeking death. Zhao Lin shook his head as vast purple true essence surged from his body, covering the sky. However, just as Zhao Lin prepared to strike down Ling Qianlei, a somewhat displeased voice rang out abruptly. Zhao Lin, are you attacking my little junior sister's father right in front of me? Do you have no regard for me at all? The sudden voice startled Zhao Lin. He followed the sound and quickly fixed his gaze on a young man below. Brat, who are you? Jiang Fan, a direct disciple of the Sword Court at Han State Immortal Cultivation Academy. Jiang Fan announced his affiliation lazily. So it's the infamous kept man of Han State Immortal Cultivation Academy. Zhao Lin sneered contemptuously. Jiang Fan, who do you think you are to spout nonsense before me? Even if Yue Qingying herself were here, Zhao Lin could kill her. Caught. As Zhao Lin's words fell, a phoenix-like heaven-shaking sword cry echoed from the distant horizon. The next instant, a resplendent sword light, like a phoenix spreading its wings, streaked across 10,000 zhong of space and descended before Jiang Fan. Within the sword light, a woman in white as pure as snow with a face of peerless beauty materialized slowly. She looked up at Zhao Lin, her clear, cold voice resonating through heaven and earth. Is that so? Yue Qingying is here. I beg you to kill me. Yue Qingying. Zhao Lin's pupils contracted sharply as he gazed upon this peerless woman who had suddenly descended. Even though he was a student at the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, he had long heard of this prodigy of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Ever since Yue Qingying appeared at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy 3 years ago, even the countless geniuses of the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy had their brilliance completely overshadowed by her alone. At the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, she set one record after another, leaving all the geniuses of the Great Xia Empire far behind, unable to even catch a glimpse of her dust. Yue Qingying's battle achievements over the years were also incredibly formidable. Even though Zhao Lin was now at the nascent soul stage, he had no absolute confidence that he could defeat her. His earlier words were merely an attempt to show off. Yet he never expected that Yue Qingying would actually appear here so suddenly. Wife, you've broken through. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned as he looked at Yue Qingying standing before him. He clearly hadn't anticipated this, that his wife could break through so quickly. For others, breaking through from the peak of the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage required seclusion for 3 to 5 years, time measured in years. But for his wife, the unit of time was days. This breakthrough speed was enough to drive countless geniuses in the world to despair. Isn't it normal for me to break through? Yue Qingying gave Jiang Fan a radiant smile, then took his hand and examined him seriously. Not bad, not bad. It's been a while and my Fan has gotten even more handsome. Jiang Fan. His wife's focus on him was always so peculiar. A large part of the reason he had become the infamous kept man at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy was because of her. As a man, Jiang Fan hadn't initially intended to live off his wife. But every time they were together, his wife, the aloof goddess of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, would act like a love-struck fool. Her focus was always on whether he was handsome or strong. This made the entire Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy believe he was living off his looks. Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply played the part of a sly dog, unabashedly living off his wife's support. Behind Jiang Fan, Ling Xuanxuan, who was about to greet her senior sister, widened her beautiful eyes in shock. She never imagined that her usually aloof and strict senior sister could act like this in front of her second senior brother. The senior sister was flirting and showing off her affection with the second senior brother. She decided not to intrude on their moment. "Wife, let's first help little junior sister's family resolve their troubles," Jiang Fan said helplessly. "All right." Yue Qingying released Jiang Fan's hand, her entire aura shifting as she instantly transformed back into the lofty, frosty goddess. She looked up at Zhao Lin. "You said you wanted to kill me, eh?" "Yue Qingying, my words were merely a joke." Zhao Lin's expression shifted slightly. "But I took it seriously." Yue Qingying's face was expressionless. "Come and kill me." Zhao Lin's expression turned extremely grim. This woman clearly didn't intend to let him off so easily. "Yue Qingying, don't push me too far. Don't think I'm actually afraid of you. Today I want to see what the only divine grade golden core in the history of the Great Xia Empire is truly capable of." A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. As a nascent soul prodigy from the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, although he was wary of Yue Qingying and didn't want to make an enemy of her, he wasn't afraid. Since Yue Qingying insisted on a fight, he would oblige. Boom. Zhao Lin's aura erupted to its peak. "Blade, come," he roared. A colossal purple blade light, piercing the heavens and earth, shot up from his body. Within the blade light, a 10-foot-long lightning blade faintly materialized. The lightning blade appeared ordinary, but purple divine lightning gathered on its surface, and arcs of electricity coiled around the entire blade. As soon as this lightning blade appeared, the space within 100 zhang trembled. Above the void, dark clouds gathered densely, and lightning surged wildly. The terrifying aura made even a nascent soul powerhouse like Ling feel a pang of fear in his heart. Facing Yue Qingying, a legendary figure with earth-shattering combat prowess, Zhao Lin clearly held nothing back, unleashing all his power from the very start. "Yue Qingying, try and take this strike." Zhao Lin slashed his blade forward. Purple lightning tore through space, and 100 zhang blade light, seemingly unstoppable, descended upon Yue Qingying. Yue Qingying's exquisitely beautiful face remained unchanged. She raised her hand and waved, and the 100 zhang blade light collapsed with a resounding boom. The next moment, an ancient simple long sword pierced through space in an instant, stopping less than an inch from Zhao Lin's brow. Zhao Lin's body froze instantly. He felt as if his entire being was bound by the power emanating from the sword, unable to move even a fraction. You. Staring at Yue Qingying, who stood proudly in place, without having moved an inch, Zhao Lin's soul felt as if it had fled his body, his expression one of utter terror. He had originally thought that as a distinguished nascent soul prodigy, he was a rare talent even within the Great Xia Empire. Even if he couldn't compare to Yue Qingying, the gap shouldn't be too vast. Yet he never expected that he would be utterly powerless against her. This woman before him was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. "You're too weak." Yue Qingying glanced at Zhao Lin with disinterest. "Is this all the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy's nascent soul prodigy amounts to, eh?" At her indifferent words, a deathly silence fell over the heavens and the earth. Everyone stared in awe at Yue Qingying, who seemed like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world, unable to snap out of their shock for a long time. Was Zhao Lin weak? He was not weak at all. An ordinary first-stage nascent soul cultivator like Ling would have almost no power to resist against him. But before Yue Qingying, even someone as strong as Zhao Lin was no different from an ant. It wasn't that Zhao Lin was too weak. Rather, this prodigy of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy was truly strong enough to drive one to despair. "Yue Qingying, let's call this matter settled here, shall we?" Zhao Tianlai suppressed the shock in his heart, his gaze fixed darkly on Yue Qingying. Zhao Lin is a nascent soul prodigy of the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, apprenticed to the divine transformation venerable thunder punishment. Are you certain you want to kill him? Yue Qingying had descended so suddenly. For the Zhao family to annihilate the Ling family was now impossible. The only option was to retreat for now and plan for the future. Are you threatening me? Yue Qingying's gaze was icy. Zhao Tianlai sneered coldly. You can think of it that way. The Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy was the foremost immortal academy among the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Empire. Behind Zhao Lin was the backing of a divine transformation venerable. Zhao Tianlai truly didn't believe that Yue Qingying would dare to attack Zhao Lin without any restraint. However, the moment Zhao Tianlai's words fell, a flash of sword light streaked across the sky. Zhao Tianlai's head flew off without any warning. The headless corpse with blood gushing like a fountain rapidly fell from midair, crashing heavily onto the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Yue Qingying cast a glance at where Zhao Tianlai's body had fallen, her clear voice ringing out instantly. Who do you think you are to dare threaten me? What do you think you are daring to threaten me? At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to echo with nothing but this single cold voice. Everyone stood dumbfounded as if seeing a ghost. Zhao Tianlai had fallen. The esteemed head of the Zhao family, a nascent soul grandmaster, had been decapitated by Yue Qingying without even a chance to react. And it was a true fall. Even his nascent soul was utterly annihilated by that single sword strike. Killing a nascent soul was like slaughtering a chicken or dog. Just how terrifying was the strength of this heavenly daughter of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy? Senior sister, is this too overpowered? Ling Xuanxuan's lips parted slightly. A nascent soul powerhouse was no different from a weakling before the senior sister. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Stay calm, this is just your senior sister's usual routine. Jiang Fan appeared remarkably composed. Even before his wife had broken through to nascent soul, killing a nascent soul like Zhao Tianlai was as easy as slicing vegetables, let alone now. Yue Qingying, you go too far. Zhao Lin snapped back to reality, letting out a furious roar. A terrifying aura that could overwhelm heaven and earth erupted from within him, like the awakening of a primordial dragon. Then, a phantom figure of an elder in a thunder robe coalesced above Zhao Lin's head. The elder's expression was indifferent, exuding an overwhelming presence that none dared to defy. His ethereal eyes in particular were profoundly deep. Even a nascent soul cultivator would feel their soul tremble with a single glance. Master, save me. As the thunder-robed elder appeared, Zhao Lin hurriedly cried out to him. This elder was none other than Zhao Lin's master, Lei Xing, a divine transformation venerable from the Jingzhou Immortal Academy. Spiritual energy had revived on Tianlan Star less than a millennium ago. Nascent soul cultivators were already considered top-tier powers, and divine transformation cultivators above nascent soul were nearly at the pinnacle of Tianlan Star, honored as divine transformation venerables. As Lei Xing's direct disciple, Zhao Lin was deeply cherished by him. When Zhao Lin left the Hanzhou Immortal Academy this time, Lei Xing had sealed a wisp of his divine sense within Zhao Lin as a life-saving trump card. Facing Yue Qingying, whose strength was despairingly overwhelming, Zhao Lin had no choice but to unseal it and summon his master's divine sense. Divine transformation. Yue Qingying looked up at Lei Xing, her expression still utterly calm. Lei Xing's gaze swept over Yue Qingying, a flicker of surprise passing through his ethereal eyes. He was well aware of his disciple Zhao Lin's abilities. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, the young prodigies who could suppress Zhao Lin so absolutely were few and far between. This girl before him was no simple matter. Young girl, who are you, and why do you seek to kill my disciple? Yue Qingying let out a cold snort. Old man, what of your disciple? I, Yue Qingying, never need a reason to kill. You are Yue Qingying? Lei Xing's gaze sharpened abruptly. The heavenly daughter of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy, Yue Qingying, the first divine grade golden core in the history of the Great Xia Empire, an unparalleled peerless prodigy. Even ancient monsters like them, the divine transformation elders, were no strangers to that name. No wonder Zhao Lin had been defeated so miserably. Yue Qingying, can you spare Zhao Lin for my sake? Lei Xing glanced at Yue Qingying, his tone calm, yet laced with an unyielding authority. Though Yue Qingying's talent was unmatched, the dignity of a divine transformation venerable was not to be challenged. Your dignity is worthless in my eyes. Yue Qingying's face remained expressionless, as if she held Lei Xing in no regard at all. How dare you? Lei Xing bellowed in fury, and a terrifying pressure descended upon Yue Qingying like a mountain crushing down. At that moment, the 100-zhang void above Yue Qingying's head began to collapse. She raised her jade hand, and an ancient phoenix-patterned sword materialized from her palm, then she slashed through the void. In an instant, the collapsing void was cleaved apart by Yue Qingying's sword. The unstoppable sword light crossed 1,000 zhang in the blink of an eye, piercing through Lei Xing's ethereal form. The next moment, a visible crack rapidly spread across Lei Xing's head. You? Lei Xing's face was filled with horror. Though this was merely a wisp of his divine sense, it still possessed a fraction of divine transformation power enough to easily suppress anyone below the 4th level of nascent soul. Yet unexpectedly, Yue Qingying had annihilated him with a single strike. If your true self had come, you might have earned a sliver of my respect. But a mere wisp of divine transformation, divine sense dares to posture before me. Yue Qingying's gaze was icy, her expression contemptuous. Fine, fine, fine. Lei Xing's Yetophalike phantom let out a chilling roar. Yue Qingying, I have underestimated you. If you dare kill Zhao Lin, I will never forgive you. As Lei Xing's words fell, the ancient sword embedded in Zhao Lin's brow pierced through his head with a sharp whoosh. No. Zhao Lin's face was a mask of despair and terror. But before he could utter another word, a sword aura spread from his brow and surged downward. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Lin's body, along with his nascent soul, was utterly annihilated into nothingness by that sword aura. What are you babbling about? In this world there is no one Yue Qingying dare not kill. Having slain Zhao Lin with a single sword strike, her domineering cold voice once again resounded across heaven and earth. Yue Qingying, just you wait. In the void, Lei Xing let out a furious roar as his phantom form completely shattered at that moment. Seeing Zhao Tianlai and Zhao Lin killed one after another, the leading Zhao family elder's face turned ashen like one mourning the dead. From the moment he arrived, a foreboding dread had gripped his heart. And reality proved him right. Zhao Tianlai and the others had dragged the Zhao family into an abyss of doom. Quick, retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, he led the Zhao family members fleeing like beaten dogs in panic. Yue Qingying paid no heed to these Zhao remnants. She turned to Jiang Fan and smiled radiantly. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you recognize me? Jiang Fan was speechless. Your combat power is indeed ridiculously off the charts. You even obliterated a divine transformation divine sense with one strike. Can't I at least be a little shocked? Shaking his head, Jiang Fan asked curiously, Wife, why did you suddenly come to the Ling family? I missed you, so I came to see you. Is that not allowed? Yue Qingying blinked. Stop joking. Jiang Fan took her hand and said helplessly, if you were willing to spend time on romance with me, the sun would rise in the west. I need to go to the western battlefield. Yue Qingying didn't hide it, speaking softly to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was startled. Wife, why are you going to the western battlefield? Master has departed for the western battlefield. Yue Qingying spoke these words for the first time with a trace of worry softening her peerless countenance. Jiang Fan's expression shifted instantly. And no wonder Mo Changkong had withheld the elder's destination during their last meeting. It seemed the old master had indeed gone to the western battlefield. Why would the elder suddenly head to the western battlefield? Is it related to senior brother Xue? Jiang Fan drew a slow, deep breath and spoke gravely. Though recent unrest had stirred the western battlefield, it had not yet warranted reinforcements from the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. And the elder's departure there could only be tied to Yue Qingying. The last time Jiang Fan had heard news of Yue Qingying's demise, he'd anticipated grief, but never imagined the elder would immediately journey westward. A beast tide erupted on the western battlefield not long ago. Yue Qingying nodded. Senior brother Xue vanished during the great battle. His fate remains unknown. And so that was it. The elder and Yue Qingying were sworn brothers bound by life and death. And with Yue Qingying now missing, how could the elder possibly remain idle? I'll accompany you. Jiang Fan paused briefly before speaking. And with both the elder and his wife bound for the western battlefield, there remained no reason for him to linger in safety. No need. I will bring Master back unharmed. Yue Qingying smiled with quiet confidence. Rest assured, few in this world can detain me now, given my current strength. Having spoken, Yue Qingying seemed to recall something. And she raised her hand, and a pill materialized hovering above her palm. Supreme Falling Thunder Pill. Jiang Fan stared, momentarily stunned. Wife, you haven't consumed this pill. Do you truly underestimate me so much? In a mere nascent soul tribulation, I cleave it apart with a single sword stroke. What use have I for this? Yue Qingying curled her lips in mild disdain and tossed the pill to Jiang Fan. I'll keep the dress, but this returns to you. Save it for your junior sister. Jiang Fan fell silent. The elder had described the nascent soul tribulation of a divine rank golden core as an apocalyptic trial. Yet his wife had severed it with one effortless slash. They had worried in vain. Ni's wife hadn't even regarded the nascent soul tribulation as worthy of concern. In junior sister trained diligently under your second senior brother. No slacking allowed. Strive to comprehend the second layer of sword intent and break through to the golden core. And at that moment Yue Qingying glanced toward Ling Xianxian. In senior sister, I'll do my best. Ling Xuanxuan's face instantly crumpled into a bitter grimace. And did senior sister truly hold her in such high esteem? As for her own talent, Ling Xianxian possessed at least a modicum of self-awareness. To have grasped the first layer of sword intent so swiftly already felt like ancestral graves exhaling auspicious green smoke. In mastering the second layer and breaking through to the golden core, Ling Xianxian dared not even imagine it. I'm off. Look after the Sword Academy and your junior sister. Yue Qingying was ever decisive. She cast one final glance at Jiang Fan, then dissolved into a streak of sword light vanishing toward the western horizon. Second senior brother, senior sister is so formidable. She'll surely return master safely. Don't fret. And noticing Jiang Fan gazing blankly at the sky where Yue Qingying had vanished, Ling Xianxian stepped forward softly. Which eye of yours saw me fretting over your senior sister? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. Ling Xianxian grinned. Second senior brother isn't worried at all. I understand. You understand precisely nothing. Jiang Fan retorted, exasperated. Idle hands are we. Go draft a cultivation plan, detailing exactly how you'll master the second layer of sword intent and break through to the golden core within 2 years. 2 years. Ling Xianxian nearly stumbled backward. She looked up at Jiang Fan, voice trembling. Second senior brother, you're joking, right? Mastering sword intent and breaking through to the golden core in 2 years. That was her standard, the benchmark set by your wife. What am I if not ordinary talent? Don't you possess even the faintest sense of proportion? Applying her standard to me, that's outright bullying. Second senior brother, I beg you, have mercy on me as a human being. Do I look as though I'm jesting? Jiang Fan's tone turned solemn. If your senior sister and I achieved it, then, as our junior sister, you must not disgrace us. Ling Xianxian sighed inwardly, utterly drained. What madness possessed me to bribe my way into this sect, and to inherit this senior sister and this second senior brother? This junior sister role was simply not meant for ordinary mortals. Jiang Fan ignored Ling Xuanxuan's despondent expression. In a flash he appeared where Zhao Tianlia's corpse had struck the ground and retrieved the elder's spatial ring. Zhao Tianlia, a nascent soul expert and patriarch of the Zhao clan, was certainly no pauper. Jiang Fan would never let such an opportunity slip away. And indeed, he was not disappointed. Within Zhao Tianlia's spatial ring lay over 100,000 spirit stones and a vast trove of artifact-grade materials. Pity Zhao Lin's spatial ring was shattered by my wife's sword stroke. Recalling Zhao Lin's ring, Jiang Fan winced inwardly. Such wanton waste. Zhao Lin, a nascent soul prodigy of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, likely held wealth surpassing even Zhao Tianlia's. Next time his wife moved to strike, he'd insist she temper her blade, just enough to spare the corpse intact, granting him proper looting rights. Nephew Jiang Fan, today's affair owes you profound gratitude. At that moment Ling Qianlei approached Jiang Fan, his face alight with sincere appreciation. Had it not been for Jiang Fan and Ling Qingying, the Ling clan would surely have been swallowed whole by the Zhao clan. Gratitude is unnecessary, practicality suffices. Jiang Fan waved dismissively and winked at Ling Qianlei. After you ransack the Zhao residence, just remember to share the spoils with me. Ling Qianlei froze speechless. He'd rehearsed a lengthy speech of thanks and alliance building, only for Jiang Fan to render him utterly tongue-tied. Yet, the Ling and Zhao clans had long been mortal enemies. With both Zhao clan nascent souls fallen, Ling Qianlei truly had no justification to refrain from ransacking them. Rest easy, nephew Jiang Fan. Once the Zhao residence is seized, every resource shall belong solely to you. The Ling clan shall claim not a single coin. Ling Qianlei beamed. The Zhao clan, a nascent soul lineage spanning centuries, its riches were impossible to ignore, yet his desire was feigned. In Ling Qianlei's estimation, clinging to Jiang Fan's favor outweighed even Zhao clan wealth. And after all, behind the Zhao clan stood a divine transformation sovereign. Should that sovereign descend upon them unopposed, the Ling clan would stand no chance. I'll take only the spirit stones. The rest goes to your Ling clan. Jiang Fan waved again. The Ling clan, after all, was his junior sister's bloodline. He couldn't be excessively ruthless. None must feed the horse before demanding its speed. Moreover, he cared solely for spirit stones. As for the Zhao clan's other assets, He lacked the patience to liquidate them. Agreed. I'll ransack the Zhao residence at once and deliver their spirit stones to you, nephew. Ling Qianlei's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. Ling Yuan, summon the troops. We march upon Tianxian City to seize the Zhao residence. Seeing Ling Qianlei's eagerness to raid the Zhao family and deliver spirit stones to Jiang Fan, Ling Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed their clan leader had truly mastered the art of clinging to the powerful. Clan leader, could we put the raid on hold? Something's happened at the mine. Ling Yuan said helplessly. Ling Qianlei was taken aback. He glared at Ling Yuan. Are you talking nonsense with your eyes wide open? The mine is perfectly fine now. The Crimson Tiger King that had seized the Ling family mine was dealt with. Zhao Tianlia, who coveted the mine, was also dead. Their mine was now as safe as could be. What could possibly go wrong? Clan leader, that's not what I mean. Ling Yuan gave an awkward smile. There's an incident in one of the tunnels. What incident? Can you just get to the point? Ling Qianlei rolled his eyes. He was eager to go raid the Zhao family in Tianxian City. If he arrived late, and the Zhao family fled with their treasures, what would he have to plunder? When the Crimson Tiger King ruled the mine, it ravaged many spirit or veins. One tunnel has been hollowed out, revealing a mysterious purple or vein. Ling Yuan gave a wry smile. This purple ore is extremely hard. Even a nascent soul cultivator might not be able to dig it. Oh. Ling Qianlei's eyes flickered with surprise. Let's go take a look. Jiang Fan, also curious, followed Ling Qianlei and the others toward the tunnel. A purple or vein that even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't dig. That sounded impressive. Could it be that the Ling family mine held something even more precious than spirit stones? Soon they arrived at a tunnel. The scene was chaotic. The milky white or vein that had once produced spirit stones had been crudely mined by the Crimson Tiger King. Only the deep purple or vein at the tunnel's end remained untouched, radiating a faint purple glow that bathed the entire tunnel in an aura of mystery. Without a word, Ling Qianlei grabbed a mining pick and struck the purple ore. Clang! A crisp metallic sound echoed through the tunnel. The pick in his hand shattered with a crack, yet the purple ore remained completely intact. Ling Qianlei's strike hadn't even left a mark on the purple ore. I refuse to believe this. Unwilling to give up, he rolled up his sleeves and channeled his nascent soul power into a lightning blade, slashing at the purple ore. But it was useless. Even his powerful assault failed to budge the purple ore. Ling Qianlei stood dumbfounded, utterly stunned. What in the world was this purple ore? How could it be so absurd? Don't waste your energy. The Crimson Tiger King must have tried brute force when it found this. Do you think you're stronger than it? Jiang Fan glanced at Ling Qianlei, delivering a merciless blow. Ling Qianlei gave an awkward smile. Nephew Jiang Fan, do you know what this purple ore is? I do. Jiang Fan nodded. Ling Qianlei was overjoyed, but just as he was about to ask, Jiang Fan poured cold water on him. But even if I told you, a mere nascent soul like you wouldn't understand. Ling Qianlei, you're just a golden core cultivator, albeit an abnormally strong one, but still golden core. I'm a genuine nascent soul cultivator. How am I mere in your eyes? Ling Qianlei rolled his eyes. He suspected Jiang Fan didn't know what the purple ore was either. The kid just wanted to show off. Uncle Ling, go ahead and raid the Zhao family in Tianxian City. They'll study this purple ore. Jiang Fan waved at Ling Qianlei, his eyes fixed on the purple ore. All right. Ling Qianlei nodded. Since he couldn't figure out the purple ore, leave it to Jiang Fan. Compared to this immovable, useless, or raiding the Zhao family was far more practical. Soon Ling Qianlei left with Ling Yuan and the others, leaving only Jiang Fan and Ling Xuanxuan, who was following him in the tunnel. Second senior brother, what exactly is this purple ore? Ling Xinxian blinked, her face full of curiosity. Jiang Fan didn't answer. He stared intently at the purple ore, a solemn expression appearing in his eyes. This Ling family mine was far from ordinary. As a 9th grade alchemist, Jiang Fan was intimately familiar with all kinds of rare treasures. The moment he entered the tunnel, he almost immediately recognized it. The purple ore before him was a supreme spirit mine capable of producing purple spirit immortal crystals. These were an extremely rare 9th grade material in the cultivation world. Such a material could be used to refine 9th grade pills, coveted even by tribulation transcendence cultivators. However, such a supreme spirit mine was incredibly difficult to form naturally. At the very least, the mine owned by the Ling family could never have produced it. In other words, this supreme spirit mine's appearance here was almost certainly man-made. The Ling family mine definitely hid some earth-shattering secret. Jiang Fan's eyes flickered. He sat down cross-legged and entered the system shop to purchase a 9th grade formation master scroll. Despite the presence of such a supreme spirit mine, not a trace of its aura had leaked out. If Jiang Fan's guess was correct, There must be an extremely powerful formation here that completely sealed off the aura of the purple spirit immortal crystal. He decided to become a 9th grade formation master first, hoping to discern some clues. After using the 9th grade formation master scroll, Jiang Fan spent a full half-hour absorbing the vast knowledge of formations into his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes and examined the purple aura again. After a brief observation, he flickered and appeared above the mine, surveying the entire terrain. When he took in the full layout of the mine, an uncontrollable shock spread across his face. What a magnificent grand formation! The purple spirit immortal crystal in the Ling family mine was indeed man-made. Someone had used this supreme spirit mine as a foundation to set up a grand formation, as if to seal and suppress some terrifying existence. This formation was extremely profound and mysterious. Even with Jiang Fan's 9th grade formation mastery, he could barely grasp its full scope. Jiang Fan was utterly astounded. What was hidden in the Ling family mine? Only a tribulation transcendence elder one step away from immortality would be worthy of being sealed by such a grand formation. Jiang Fan stood silently above the Ling family's mine, his gaze fixed intently upon it, as if he wished to commit every blade of grass and every tree to memory. Unbeknownst to him, half a day slipped by in a flash. Jiang Fan finally stirred. His hands traced array patterns in the void, pointing in all directions around the mine. But in the next instant, Jiang Fan's body jolted violently, and he could not help but spew a mouthful of blood. Such a fearsome formation. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiang Fan murmured softly. He had observed for a long while, attempting to tear a small rift in the formation to glimpse its entirety. Yet the moment he began, he suffered a backlash. Shaking his head, Jiang Fan decided not to press further. Though his mastery of formations had reached the 9th rank, his cultivation remained at the golden core stage, leaving him unqualified to probe this formation. Second senior brother, what happened to you? Ling Xuanxuan looked utterly bewildered. Her second senior brother had inexplicably stood in midair in a daze for half a day. After snapping out of it, he suddenly made a few strange gestures, and then spat blood. She simply could not fathom his actions. It's nothing. Jiang Fan waved his hand and pulled out his phone. While observing the formation, he had sensed a message but had ignored it. Opening it, he found it was from Mo Changkong. Jiang Fan, after settling the Ling family matter, returned to Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy at once. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He had only just resolved the Ling family issue, and Mo Changkong was already summoning him back. Was the old man about to pile more work on him again? Just then a figure shot over from afar and landed before him in an instant. It was none other than Ling Qianlei, who had returned from confiscating assets in Tianxian City. Nephew Jiang Fan, the Zhao family moved quickly. They had already evacuated by the time I arrived, so I gathered only a modest amount of spirit stones. Ling Qianlei handed a storage ring to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan probed it briefly and found roughly 200,000 spirit stones inside. If you find it insufficient, nephew Jiang Fan, I can convert the seized resources into spirit stones for you. Seeing Jiang Fan silent, Ling Qianlei quickly added, No need. Jiang Fan waved his hand. These spirit stones will suffice. The 200,000 here plus over 100,000 from Zhao Tianlai's ring would be enough for some time. Uncle Ling, the Ling family matter is settled, and I must return to Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Jiang Fan put away the storage ring, his gaze solemn. Before I leave, I have one thing to impress upon you. Remember it well. Ling Qianlai's eyes sharpened. Please speak, nephew Jiang Fan. He had a faint inkling that Jiang Fan's words pertained to that mysterious purple mine. That purple mine is far beyond what the Ling family can lay claim to. You must rebury it and ensure no one ever discovers its existence. Jiang Fan spoke slowly. Ling Qianlai's heart tightened. Nephew Jiang Fan, what exactly is that purple mine? All I can tell you is that it must not be disturbed. Jiang Fan's words were startling. If it is not only the Ling family, but the entire Xia kingdom, even Tianlan Star itself, will face utter annihilation. Ling Qianlai gasped, his scalp tingling. Drawing a deep breath, he said gravely, Rest assured, nephew Jiang Fan. I will never let the secret of the purple mine leak. Though Jiang Fan still had not revealed what the purple mine was, Ling Qianlai could sense from his words that it harbored some earth-shattering secret. Ling Qianlai dared not dwell on it. Such a monumental secret was indeed beyond the reach of a mere nascent soul cultivator like himself. Sichuan City. In the kitchen of Wangxian Tower, Jiang Fan lounged lazily in a chair. His right hand scrolled through his phone, while his left hand casually tossed a medicinal pill into his mouth. After returning from the Ling family, Jiang Fan had not gone back to Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Instead, he resumed his idle life of killing monsters in the kitchen. Though his current cultivation level meant that slaying monsters here yielded little experience, every bit counted. With the occasional pill breaking through to nascent soul was only a matter of time. There's been no news about the Western battlefield on my phone lately. I wonder how my wife and the old man are doing there. After scrolling for a while, without finding any updates, Jiang Fan frowned slightly. He had decided. Once he broke through to nascent soul, if there was still no word, he would have to go to the Western battlefield himself. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Just as Jiang Fan was lost in thought, Ling Xianxian burst in hurriedly. Little junior sister, I didn't expect you to come looking for me on your own. Jiang Fan glanced at her lazily. So is your plan written? Ling Xianxian grinned. Don't worry, second senior brother. I finished it long ago. As she spoke, she handed him the plan. Jiang Fan opened it and was instantly dumbfounded. Title: Ling Xuanxuan's 2-year cultivation plan. Plan 1: breakthrough from qi refining first level to second level in 1 month. Seek second senior brother. Plan 2: breakthrough from qi refining second level to third level in 1.5 months. Seek second senior brother. Plan 9: breakthrough from qi refining 9th level to golden core in half a year. Seek second senior brother. Plan 10: comprehend the second level of sword intent. Seek second senior brother. Little junior sister, is this your plan? Jiang Fan's face darkened. I asked you to write a cultivation plan, and this is what you came up with. 10 plans, all revolving around seeking second senior brother. If I have to handle everything, what's the point of you writing a damn plan? Of course. Ling Xianxian blinked, her expression earnest. Second senior brother, I thought long and hard about every single plan. In the end, I found that only seeking you seemed reliable. Jiang Fan was speechless. How did he end up with such a troublesome junior sister? Don't be mad, second senior brother. Ling Xianxian came up behind him, massaging his shoulders while showering him with flattery. Who else but you is powerful? Your little junior sister lacks talent, so she has to rely on you. Second senior brother, you're unmatched in both civil and martial arts. May you live 1,000 years and rule the world. Jiang Fan. Enough, take a few more pills and go into seclusion to cultivate. Stop wasting time on this nonsense. Jiang Fan said irritably. Wensheng Wu de unite the Jianghu. Am not the invincible East, for crying out loud. Thank you, second senior brother. Ling Xianxian grabbed a handful of top-tier spirit-gathering pills before finally getting down to business. Second senior brother, headmaster Mo wants to see you. Jiang Fan sighed inwardly. Ever since his return, he had deliberately avoided Mo Changkong, hoping the latter would forget the matter. Yet what must come will come. He wondered what new trouble Mo Changkong would stir up this time. I truly miss the days when the old man and my wife were around. Jiang Fan murmured to himself. With the old man and his wife here, he could do as he pleased. Why would he have to deal with all these nuisances now? At the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, in an unadorned study, Mo Changkong glared at Jiang Fan, standing before him, his anger flaring up. Jiang Fan, you've been back for 2 days. Why haven't you come to see me? Jiang Fan replied with an innocent look. Headmaster Mo, you only told me to return quickly. You never said I had to report to you. Mo Changkong was speechless, his face darkening. He finally understood why Lu Wuqian always gritted his teeth whenever he talked about his second disciple Jiang Fan. This rascal could be downright infuriating with his words. If it weren't for something important, would I have called you back? Can you stop being so evasive? Mo Changkong almost gnashed his teeth as he looked at Jiang Fan. If it's something important, then it's even less my business. If you send a freeloader like me, people will think the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy has no one else. Jiang Fan plopped down opposite Mo Changkong, crossing his legs. Mo Changkong felt his blood pressure spike. How did their academy end up with such an infuriating character? Jiang Fan, are you sure you want to refuse? Mo Changkong shot Jiang Fan a glance, not bothering to argue, and went straight for the kill. I've already spoken with Headmaster Lu. Your previous bribery case helping Ling Xianxian pull strings was exceptionally egregious. After deliberation, the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy has decided to fine you 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan leaped from his chair like a shot. I only took 2,000 low-grade spirit stones from Lu Xiao back then, and now you want to fine me 100,000. Isn't this bullying? Headmaster Mo, you're abusing your power. I won't accept this. Jiang Fan said indignantly. Headmaster Lu was the one who brought the briber. If anyone should be fined, it should be him first. He's the principal offender. I've already fined him. Mo Changkong said with a sly smile. Given his voluntary confession, I dealt with him leniently. Jiang Fan felt a herd of wild horses stampeding through his heart. Those 2 old foxes had clearly conspired long ago, using this to force his hand. Headmaster Mo, you win. Jiang Fan was silent for a long while before speaking weakly. Fine, what exactly do you want me to do? even though he now had a fortune of over 300,000. Paying a fine of 100,000 to the academy was more painful than killing him. Seeing Jiang Fan yield, a smug smile finally crept across Mo Changkong's aged face. It seemed Lu Wuchen was right. His second disciple could only be controlled with spirit stones. Shaking his head, Mo Changkong looked solemnly at Jiang Fan. I called you back because of Mount Taishu. Mount Taishu? What's that? Jiang Fan looked puzzled. Over the years, he had focused solely on grinding for experience and money. Apart from scrolling through news on his phone, he paid little attention to anything else. The name Mount Taishu that Mo Changkong mentioned only sounded vaguely familiar to Jiang Fan. Mo Changkong felt utterly exhausted. Any random outer disciple from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy could recite the information about Mount Taishu by heart. This guy didn't even know what Mount Taishu was. Mount Taishu is an ancient relic that appeared in the Great Xia Kingdom after the world changed. Not only is it rich in spiritual energy, giving birth to countless rare treasures unseen in the outside world, but it also holds numerous ancient legacies. The most famous among them is the Taishu Heavenly Sect, founded by a return-to-void Heavenly Lord above the Spirit Transformation Venerable, and it contains the legendary Heavenly Lord's legacy. Mo Changkong patiently explained. And then, Jiang Fan remained utterly indifferent. To Jiang Fan, all that talk of the Taishu Heavenly Sect and Heavenly Lord's legacy was less appealing than a pile of spirit stones. With enough spirit stones, he could get his hands on anything, even celestial arts, in no time, let alone a mere Heavenly Lord's legacy. Mo Changkong's expression froze. This was a Heavenly Lord's legacy. Even those lofty spirit transformation venerables would get as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline at the mere mention of it. If Mount Taishu weren't restricted to cultivators below the nascent soul stage, they'd probably be itching to enter and explore it themselves. Can't you give me a normal reaction for once? Mount Taishu opens every 10 years. The 9 immortal cultivation academies of the Great Xia Kingdom all send their young talents below the nascent soul stage to seek opportunities within. It's less than half a month until the next opening. Mo Changkong continued. Is that all? Jiang Fan blinked. Headmaster Mo, the number of spots for our Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy at Mount Taishu must be limited, right? Only 10, and I had a hard time securing them. Mo Changkong nodded. The Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy was relatively weak among the 9 academies of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it was one of the few without a spirit transformation venerable overseeing it. That was precisely why the spots they received each time were indeed scarce. Headmaster Mo, since the spots to enter Mount Taishu are so precious, I, Jiang Fan, am utterly unworthy of one. I'm just a freeloader. If you give me a spot, how can you convince the others? In my opinion, you should give this spot to a more deserving disciple of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Jiang Fan put on a righteous air. Mo Changkong's mouth twitched. Every time Mount Taishu opened, the disciples of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy would fight tooth and nail for a single spot to enter. Now he was offering this spot to Jiang Fan on a silver platter, and this guy still didn't want it. He really wondered where Lu Wuchen had found such an oddball. If you don't go, then pay the fine of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, not a single one less. Mo Changkong said flatly, pulling out his trump card again. Jiang Fan barely held back a curse. He said helplessly, Headmaster Mo, I really have no interest in Mount Taishu. Can't you find someone else? If you wish to accept punishment, I have no objection. Mo Changkong's anger surged uncontrollably. He was sending him to Mount Taishu to seek fortune, not to push him into a fiery pit. Why must you act as if you're desperately avoiding disaster? Mo Changkong felt deeply aggrieved. If the Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy couldn't find anyone else capable of holding the fort, he swore he truly wouldn't have come to find Jiang Fan. Originally, Yue Qingying should have been the best choice. Who would have guessed she was too extraordinary, breaking through to the nascent soul stage before Mount Taishu even opened? Apart from Yue Qingying, although the Han Prefecture Academy still had a few young prodigies at the Golden Core stage, they were clearly outmatched when compared to geniuses from other prefectures. Yet the opening of Mount Taishu was also crucial for the Han Prefecture Academy. That was why Mo Changkong had no choice but to seek out Jiang Fan. Although Jiang Fan was openly regarded as a kept man at the academy, Mo Changkong still knew a thing or two about his true background. For instance, during his recent trip to the Ling family, Jiang Fan had single-handedly slain a nascent soul second-tier great demon. His talent, even compared to Yue Qingying, was likely not far behind. All right, you're the academy master, you decide. I'll go if I must. Jiang Fan appeared listless. Seeing Mo Changkong's determined stance, it seemed he was set on sending him to Mount Taishu. Since he couldn't refuse, he might as well treat it as a trip to Mount Taishu for a business vacation. At worst, he could just slack off once inside regardless of what Mo Changkong wanted him to do. After all, Mount Taishu was an independent pocket world who no one outside knew what happened inside. Jiang Fan, don't look so reluctant. I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing Jiang Fan's attitude, Mo Changkong was so infuriated his waist, and even his very core ached. He couldn't help but earnestly persuade him. Mount Taishu is an ancient relic brimming with countless fortunes. Especially the Taishu Heavenly Sect, an ancient sect built upon a superior grade spirit vein once presided over by a return-to-void Heavenly Lord. If you can gain some fortune from the Taishu Heavenly Sect, the benefits will be endless. Jiang Fan directly ignored the rest of Mo Changkong's words. He focused only on one key point, that the Taishu Heavenly Sect possessed a superior grade spirit vein. Academy Master Mo, a superior grade spirit vein. Is that a place that can produce superior grade spirit stones? Jiang Fan stroked his chin. If there truly were superior grade spirit stones, then he absolutely had to go to Mount Taishu. Isn't that obvious? Mo Changkong rolled his eyes. Superior grade spirit veins are rare in the world. Oh, of course they can nurture. Slap. Before Mo Changkong could finish, Jiang Fan suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet. Academy Master Mo, I am but a brick in the Han Prefecture Academy. Move me wherever I'm needed. Since you need me to go to Mount Taishu, I, Jiang Fan, am willing to brave any danger, even death. Watching Jiang Fan's righteous demeanor, Mo Changkong was utterly dumbfounded. He had used both soft and hard tactics, exhausting his words, yet Jiang Fan remained unwilling. Who would have thought that at the mere mention of superior grade spirit stones? Jiang Fan instantly perked up as if injected with adrenaline, doing a complete 180 in attitude. So all the various fortunes of Mount Taishu, the Heavenly Lord's legacy, and such were less important to him than superior grade spirit stones. Mo Changkong was furious. As a core disciple of the Han Prefecture Academy, can't you have a bit more ambition? You can get lost now. Mo Changkong waved his hand directly, ordering Jiang Fan to leave. Just looking at Jiang Fan annoyed him. Thankfully, this guy wasn't his disciple, otherwise staying with him day in and day out might even make his nascent soul explode from rage. Jiang Fan didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he grinned at Mo Changkong and said, Academy Master, can I make a small request? Mo Changkong replied irritably, spit it out if you have something to say. Well, I want to bring my junior sister to Mount Taishu. Mo Changkong frowned. Your junior sister is only at the first level of foundation establishment. What's the point of taking her to Mount Taishu? Ling Xinxian had comprehended the sword intent at the Qi refining stage, making her an undeniably rare prodigy at the Han Prefecture Academy. Giving her a spot was no issue. However, Mount Taishu was an ancient relic filled with unknown dangers. Entering at the first level of foundation establishment was far too perilous. Jiang Fan said earnestly, I want to help my junior sister break through to Golden Core and comprehend second-tier sword intent within 2 years. Mo Changkong's eyelid twitched. Break through to Golden Core and comprehend second-tier sword intent in 2 years. If Ling Xinxian could truly achieve that, she would undoubtedly become a prodigy on par with Yue Qingying. Are you sure? Mo Changkong looked up at Jiang Fan. If Jiang Fan could indeed create such a prodigy for the Han Prefecture Academy, Mo Changkong would be more than delighted. I'm sure. Jiang Fan had made up his mind to nurture his junior sister quickly. With the old man and his wife gone, and Mo Changkong constantly trying to squeeze him for all he was worth, it was better to raise his junior sister quickly and let Mo Changkong pester her instead. Mount Taishu was full of fortunes. Though he wasn't interested, he could seize them all for his junior sister. Even if his junior sister were a pig, he would pile up resources to make her a genius. Moreover, on this trip to Mount Taishu, Jiang Fan didn't want to reveal too much of his strength and needed a reliable tool like his junior sister. He would let his junior sister handle whatever she could while he stayed hidden in the shadows, continuing to play the underdog. In life, low-key was the true path. Like last time, if he hadn't kept a low profile, keeping the succubus tribe unaware of his true strength, they might have sent a 9th-level Golden Core assassin instead of a 9th-level one. If that had happened, he probably would have kicked the bucket. Fine, I can give your junior sister a spot. But if anything goes wrong, you'll have to explain it to your master yourself. I won't take the blame. Mo Changkong said expressionlessly. Academy Master Mo, do I look like that kind of person? Jiang Fan was speechless. I'm off. When do we leave? Remember to notify me in advance. Jiang Fan waved his hand and turned to leave gracefully. Watching his retreating figure, Mo Changkong couldn't help but sigh softly. The opening of Mount Taishu was not only a trial for the young geniuses of the Great Xia Empire, but also a contest among the 9 prefectural academies. Now the battlefield beyond the Great Xia Empire's borders had become increasingly perilous, fraught with hidden dangers. Recently, Mo Changkong had even felt a vague sense of impending crisis. For the Han Prefecture Academy, to have the capital to face such threats, the opening of Mount Taishu was of paramount importance. He could only pray silently that this time Jiang Fan would not let him down. Emerging from Mo Changkong's study, Jiang Fan did not linger long at the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, but headed straight back to Wangxian Lodge. As he stepped through the main gate of Wangxian Lodge, he spotted Chui'er, hunched over the counter diligently tallying accounts. He strolled forward with a grin and asked playfully, "Senior Sister Chui'er, is the beautiful young mistress in?" "What do you want with my young mistress?" Chui'er lifted her head, eyeing Jiang Fan warily. She knew him all too well. Ever since this fellow had arrived at Wangxian Lodge, every time he sought out her young mistress, trouble was sure to follow. Once a thriving establishment, Wangxian Lodge had in recent days plummeted into losses, entirely due to Jiang Fan's presence. Even their own clan had grown discontented with the young mistress. Had she not recently broken through to the Golden Core realm, she would likely have already faced disciplinary action from the family. Jiang Fan scratched his nose. "I need to speak with her about something." "You're scheming to swindle my young mistress again, aren't you?" Chui'er shot him a sharp, unimpressed glance and retorted, "The young mistress is entertaining distinguished guests. She has no time for you." "Entertaining distinguished guests, again?" Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. "Does she fancy herself the emperor of the great Xia kingdom? How many distinguished guests could possibly be lining up?" Just as he prepared to head upstairs in search of Su Yeme, he sensed something, and lazily leaned against the counter to wait. Moments later, Su Yeme descended the second-floor staircase with serene, unhurried grace. Beside her walked a strikingly handsome young man clad in opulent robes bearing a faint familial resemblance to Su Yeme. "Jiang Fan, what are you discussing with Chui'er?" At the sight of Jiang Fan by the counter, Su Yeme's usually aloof countenance softened into a beguiling smile. Jiang Fan blinked innocently. "Beautiful young mistress, I've actually come to see you. What business do you have with me?" Su Yeme smiled sweetly. "I'd like that black stone on your desk," Jiang Fan replied without preamble, stating his purpose plainly. The Taisu Mountain sect was about to open its sacred gates. The Zhozhou Immortal Palace had dispatched nearly exclusively golden core cultivating prodigies. Foundation establishment cultivators were exceedingly rare among them. His junior sister Ling Xuanxuan had only just achieved foundation establishment. Her cultivation base remained perilously weak. To enter Taisu Mountain in such a state truly posed grave danger. Since Jiang Fan had resolved to bring her inside, he needed to prepare carefully, to ensure her safety above all else. After careful deliberation, he decided to craft for her a portable restriction, a unique type of formation far more enigmatic and profound than ordinary arrays. As a 9th-rank formation master, Jiang Fan commanded mastery over countless restrictions, and among them the all-be-equal restriction stood out as exceptionally formidable. Once activated, this restriction conjured a localized celestial law within its domain. Any opponent whose strength surpassed that of the restriction's master would find their cultivation forcibly suppressed, leveled precisely to match the master's own realm. In other words, should junior sister Ling Xianxian bear the all-be-equal restriction, any activation would instantly cap adversary's power at foundation establishment 1st rank. Thus, not only would her safety in Taisu Mountain be vastly enhanced, but her trials there would become richer, more meaningful, and far more instructive. Yet, crafting such a portable restriction demanded a rare, specialized medium obsidian. Not long ago, while visiting Su Yeme's chamber, Jiang Fan had noticed, resting upon her desk, an excised piece of obsidian. It was precisely for this reason that he now sought her out. Su Yeme paused, faintly startled. She had not anticipated Jiang Fan's request would center on that very obsidian. "Chui'er, fetch the obsidian from my desk," Su Yeme instructed calmly without further inquiry. After all, Jiang Fan had once gifted her a supreme-grade Chaoyuan pill, enabling her effortless breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, yet she still hadn't found proper occasion to express her gratitude. Now that Jiang Fan had finally made a request, Su Yeme naturally refused to decline. "Su Yeme, what is the meaning of this?" At that moment, the young man beside her turned ashen-faced. He had journeyed to Sichuan City expressly for that obsidian in Su Yeme's possession. He had negotiated with her for a long while, even offered an exorbitant price, yet she remained unmoved. Now at this stranger's mere word, she intended to hand it over without hesitation. Did she truly hold him, her own blood relative, in less esteem than some outsider? "Su Hao, my intentions are none of your concern." Su Yeme cast him a cool, detached glance. "This place does not welcome you. You may leave, by the same path you came." "No, you cannot give that obsidian to this boy." Su Hao's expression hardened into icy disdain. Obsidian was an extraordinarily rare 4th-rank formation material. Years earlier, Su Hao had discovered a fragmented, mysterious fourth-rank formation scroll within a hidden realm. This formation possessed miraculous, heaven-defying power. Once fully deployed, it could propel him to nascent soul cultivation in record time. To decipher it, he had spared no expense, hiring a renowned fourth-rank formation master. Now the formation was complete, lacking only one final indispensable component: obsidian. And years ago he had learned that his half-sister Su Yeme, whom he barely acknowledged, possessed exactly such a piece. That knowledge had spurred him to rush immediately to Sichuan City, confronting this estranged sister in person. Now seeing her ready to bestow the obsidian upon another, Su Hao burned with bitter resentment. Su Hao, have you overstepped your bounds? Su Yeme's lovely face turned frosty. This is my private affair, hardly your domain to interfere with. Su Yeme, your private affairs indeed lie beyond my jurisdiction. But do not mistake your golden core breakthrough for invulnerability. Hand over the obsidian, and I shall plead your case before our father. Perhaps then you might yet seize a chance to alter your fate. Su Hao sneered, issuing his threat with chilling composure. Get out. Su Yeme's voice cut like a blade of ice. Su Hao's face darkened utterly. He realized with grim certainty that she was utterly resolute in refusing him. Seeing his intimidation of Su Yeme fail utterly, Su Hao shifted his glacial gaze toward Jiang Fan. Boy, I advise you do not grasp what is not yours to hold, lest you lose your life in the attempt. Is that so? Jiang Fan gazed at Su Hao with a cheerful, almost mocking smile. Having failed to threaten the beautiful young mistress, you pivot to me. Do you truly believe I'm easier to intimidate? And if I do? Su Hao's cold laugh rang hollow. Jiang Fan regarded him with amused, almost insolent curiosity. Then his voice rose bold and unapologetic. What wretched scrap dares posture threats before me? Today I shall demonstrate the pinnacle of intimidation, authentic, unassailable, and absolute. Vanish from my sight within 10 breaths, or I shall dispatch my fiancée to your Su clan and cleave your entire ancestral estate in two, with a single stroke of her sword. Strike down the Su family with a single sword stroke. Hearing Jiang Fan's arrogant words, Su Hao's face twisted with disdain, a cold sneer echoing in his heart. There were 5 nascent soul families in Hanzhou. Even if the Su family could not claim the top spot, they were undoubtedly second to none. Throughout all of Hanzhou, how many dared to boast of cleaving the Su family with one sword? Yet, just as Su Hao prepared to hurl a few sarcastic remarks, Su Yeme spoke first, adding a finishing touch for Jiang Fan. His wife is Yue Qingying. Su Hao's expression froze instantly. The words that had already reached his lips were swallowed back down. He suddenly recalled the name Su Yeme had uttered earlier. Jiang Fan. He hadn't paid much attention at first, but now it finally dawned on him. This man before him was the notorious sponge husband of Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, Jiang Fan. Su Hao's face darkened to an extreme. He had initially thought that since Jiang Fan called Su Yeme boss, he must be an ordinary man with no background, which emboldened him to issue threats. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself counter-threatened by Jiang Fan. What made Su Hao's blood boil even more was that Jiang Fan's level of intimidation was indeed a cut above his own. Because this scoundrel's wife was Yue Qingying. Even the Su family dared not provoke this woman lightly. Yue Qingying, the most prodigious genius in the history of Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, had the entire institution backing her. Moreover, this woman alone was enough to instill fear in the Su family. Since the dawn of the cultivation era in the Great Xia Kingdom, she had formed the first divine-grade golden core capable of slaying nascent soul cultivators upon reaching the golden core stage. Not long ago, Yue Qingying under 20 shattered her golden core to form a nascent soul, becoming the youngest nascent soul prodigy in the Great Xia Kingdom. She has dominated trending searches ever since, and her fame remains undiminished. How terrifying Yue Qingying's power had become after breaking through to nascent soul was unknown to all. But one thing Su Hao knew with certainty. The Su family was far from qualified to challenge Yue Qingying. Yet Jiang Fan, the man before him, was deeply cherished by her. If Jiang Fan so much as spoke a word, Yue Qingying would likely rush to the Su family and cleave them with a single sword stroke. Su Hao dared not utter another syllable. Fearing that staying in Jiang Fan's presence beyond 10 breaths would spell disaster, he hastily slunk away. Seeing Jiang Fan use his wife's name to send Su Hao fleeing in panic, Chui'er couldn't help but roll her eyes. He could handle it himself, yet he insisted on playing the part of a dependent husband. This man was truly addicted to living off his wife. However, thinking of Su Hao and the Su family, Chui'er's eyes betrayed a flicker of worry. Miss, you've offended Su Hao today, and he won't let this go easily. He'll find every way to retaliate against you. Su Yeme smiled faintly. It's fine. Go fetch the obsidian from my desk. From the moment she was born, the Su family had never cared for her. She was merely a tool for the Su family to trade for benefits. As long as she remained useful to them, Su Hao wouldn't dare openly harm her. To change her fate, she had to rely on herself. And Jiang Fan before her was her only chance. Chui'er hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue, but ultimately said nothing. She quickly went upstairs and brought down the obsidian. Jiang Fan, this piece of obsidian was obtained by my mother from a certain place back then. There should be more obsidian there. If you need it, I can take you there. Su Yeme handed the obsidian to Jiang Fan with a smile. All right. Jiang Fan took the obsidian and winked at Su Yeme. Beautiful boss, how much for this? Want to deduct it from my wages? No need. Consider it a gift from me. Su Yeme couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that to further bond with Jiang Fan, she would need to earn more spirit stones. Thank you, boss. You're generous. Jiang Fan pocketed the obsidian with a grin. He looked up at Su Yeme. Boss will be heading to Mount Taishu in a while, so I'd like to take some time off. I won't be coming to Wangxian Tower for now. All right. Su Yeme smiled softly, a sharp glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Mount Taishu, a renowned ancient relic in the Great Xia Kingdom said to hold the legendary legacy of a celestial lord. Su Yeme had heard of it like thunder roaring in her ears. The reason she had managed to stay safely in Sichuan City until now was that the Qin family in Jingzhou had been preparing for Mount Taishu. After Mount Taishu, her fate would likely be decided. The Qin family of Jingzhou is a divine transformation family. Even if you befriend Jiang Fan, it may be futile. Chui'er murmured, watching Jiang Fan's retreating figure. Though Jiang Fan and Yue Qingying were extraordinary, they were likely no match for a divine transformation family. Moreover, if they learned of Miss' situation, would they even be willing to wade into these troubled waters? Chui'er, at this point I have no choice but to gamble. Even if I lose, it's only death. Su Yeme smiled faintly. A divine transformation family stood at the pinnacle of this world. Though she possessed unparalleled wisdom before absolute power, she was utterly powerless to break the deadlock. And Jiang Fan's appearance had undoubtedly brought her a glimmer of hope. Jiang Fan and Yue Qingying, this extraordinary couple who had suddenly descended upon Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, might just bring her an unexpected outcome. Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. Sword Court. Returning to his courtyard, Jiang Fan took out the obsidian he had obtained from Su Yeme and began carving upon it. Using his finger as a blade, he tapped continuously on the obsidian. About an hour later, a golden light flashed and a grain-sized golden rune appeared on the stone. The golden rune was bizarrely shaped, resembling Buddhist Sanskrit, exuding an air of mystery. Jiang Fan continued carving. For 10 whole days, Jiang Fan etched 98 golden runes onto the egg-sized obsidian. Soon, the 99th golden rune was finally carved. The moment it took shape, all the golden runes on the obsidian trembled slightly, then swiftly merged into one, vanishing into the stone. Finally done, Jiang Fan gazed at the obsidian in his hand, a faint smile gracing his weary face. Equality of all beings. Even among the myriad forbidden laws Jiang Fan commanded, this was a profound existence. After 10 days of effort using the obsidian as a vessel, he had successfully inscribed this forbidden art. What a pity. This obsidian's quality is ultimately too low to unleash the true power of all beings equal. Jiang Fan let out a soft sigh inwardly. All beings equal was an exceedingly fearsome prohibition. If this prohibition could be perfectly inscribed, even a cultivator at the tribulation transcendent stage would have their cultivation base effortlessly suppressed. However, for this prohibition to achieve perfection, it required the most flawless vessel. A 4th-grade material like obsidian was far from sufficient to bear it. Moreover, Jiang Fan's cultivation at the golden core stage was insufficient to support the perfect inscription of this prohibition. The all beings equal inscribed on obsidian would at best be effective only against golden core cultivators. Should it encounter a nascent soul powerhouse, the prohibition's laws would completely lose their effect. But Mount Taishu was only accessible to cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Though it could only suppress cultivations below the nascent soul stage within Mount Taishu, it would suffice for his junior sister. These 10 days have been utterly exhausting. Let me get some sleep first. Jiang Fan casually tossed the obsidian onto the tea table before him, then lay down directly on a nearby chair, beginning to snore loudly as he fell asleep. Second senior brother. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Fan, who was in the midst of a dream, was awakened by Ling Xuanxuan's calls. He opened his drowsy eyes and said irritably, "What's all the noise? Can't you see I'm sleeping?" Second senior brother, something terrible has happened. Someone has come to the sword courtyard to cause trouble. Ling Xianxian quickly spoke. Jiang Fan glanced at her and said, "Who would dare cause trouble at the sword courtyard? Are you messing with me?" Within the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, though the Sword Courtyard had few members, its status was exceptionally unique. No one had ever dared to stir up trouble there. After all, the old man and his wife were fiercely protective. He recalled the last time someone bullied a Sword Courtyard disciple, his wife had stormed over and beaten up every disciple in that entire courtyard. It was only when Mo Changkong intervened that the matter was resolved. Since then, not only did no one dare cause trouble at the Sword Courtyard, but its disciples could practically strut around the academy without worry. Who would dare cause trouble at the Sword Courtyard? Unless they were an old man tired of living courting death. Second senior brother, I'm serious, Ling said anxiously. Almost every branch of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy has sent people here. Oh, what's going on? Jiang Fan sat up straight. Even if these people knew the old man and his wife were away, they shouldn't be so brazen as to cause trouble at the Sword Courtyard. Weren't they afraid his wife would settle the score later? Second senior brother, it seems to be related to the Mount Taisu slots. Mount Taisu is about to open. Master Mo announced the candidates this morning, and then these people came looking for trouble. Ling explained. In truth, she was equally bewildered. Though she knew about Mount Taisu, she was merely a foundation establishment cultivator who had just broken through, harboring no illusions about the place, and thus paid it little attention. But just moments ago, when people from other branches of the academy came to cause trouble, she learned that she herself was among the candidates for Mount Taisu. Jiang Fan couldn't help but curse under his breath. That old swindler Mo Changkong. He had assumed that since Mo Changkong had willingly let him go to Mount Taisu, he would properly handle the aftermath. Who would have thought Mo Changkong would simply hand over the slot and wash his hands of the matter entirely? He and his junior sister. One was the infamous kept man of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, and the other was a rookie who had just joined and broken through to foundation establishment. For the two of them to each receive a slot to Mount Taisu, it was no wonder the academy's disciples were up in arms. Junior sister, hang that stone from the tea table around your neck. Let's go take a look. Jiang Fan stood up reluctantly. With the old man and his wife away, he was now the highest authority in the Sword Courtyard. Since someone was causing trouble, he couldn't just ignore it. Ling picked up the pitch-black stone from the tea table and said with a speechless expression, "Second senior brother, what is this? Wearing this is way too ugly." As a young girl in her prime, carrying such an ugly stone felt utterly awkward. Jiang Fan said indifferently, "It lets you fight golden core cultivators. Wear it or not, your choice." Holy crap, that's awesome. Ling Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes went wide. Second senior brother, actually this little black ball is quite nice. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Ling quickly hung the obsidian around her neck. At her current peak of foundation establishment first layer, this little black stone could let her fight golden cultivators. Incredibly impressive. Whether it was ugly or not didn't matter, what mattered was that it worked. At the gate of the Sword Courtyard in the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, thousands of disciples had gathered, nearly surrounding the entrance. Ever since news of Mount Taizu's impending opening spread, the entire academy had erupted into chaos. There were 10 slots to Mount Taizu from the academy. 8 of those slots had been determined through rigorous selection over the past few days. The remaining 2 were reserved for internal appointment by the academy. But when the 2 internal slots were announced, countless people were thrown into turmoil. Jiang Fan and Ling no one had expected this. Though both were direct disciples of the Sword Courtyard, one was the academy's kept man, and the other was a rookie who had just broken through to foundation establishment. What qualified them to receive the Mount Taizu slots? Some who had narrowly missed out on a slot were incensed. Thus they flocked to the Sword Courtyard to cause trouble for Jiang Fan. Of course they had heard that Yue Qingying was currently away from the academy, otherwise they wouldn't dare court death. Xuanxuan, how dare you lead a group to cause trouble at the Sword Courtyard? Have you grown tired of living? At the Sword Courtyard's entrance, inner courtyard, disciple Yiming shouted sharply at the curly-haired youth at the head of the crowd. Xuanxuan snorted coldly. Yiming, spare me the nonsense. Tell Jiang Fan to get out here now. Xuanxuan's senior brother Jiang and senior sister Ling's slots were decided by the academy. If you have a problem, take it up with Master Mo instead of causing a scene here. Yiming shot Xuanxuan a glance. Are you not afraid, senior sister, you will come back to settle the score with you? Yiming, don't try to intimidate me with Yue Qingying. Even if the Heavenly King himself showed up, we still wouldn't accept Jiang Fan getting the Mount Taizu slot. Isn't that right, everyone? Xuanxuan quickly looked back at the others behind him. He dared not admit to being the ringleader. He absolutely couldn't bear this burden alone. Otherwise, once Yue Qingying returned to settle accounts, he alone wouldn't be able to withstand it. Outside the gates of the Sword Court, a profound silence reigned. Not a single disciple from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy responded to Zhang Kuei. Even those standing behind him deliberately averted their gazes as if oblivious to his stare. Their discontent over Jiang Fan securing the Taishu Mountain quota was genuine, as was their desire to claim that slot for themselves. Yet none wished to bear the burden of confronting Jiang Fan. Zhang Kuei's face darkened instantly, silently cursing their ancestors for generations. Brothers, say something. If you keep this up, I'm out. Zhang Kuei wore a forced smile while seething inside. Damn it. We agreed to share the burden. At the critical moment, you all sold me out. I'm no fool. There's no way I'm taking the blame alone. Yiming, since we've come to the sword court without the Academy's objection, it proves the dean tacitly allows us to seek Jiang Fan. Better summon Jiang Fan quickly. At that moment, a youth finally stepped forward from behind Zhang Kuei. The allure of Taishu Mountain was simply too overwhelming for them. They were truly covetous of Jiang Fan and Ling Xuanxuan's quotas. However, the young man clearly intended to avoid bearing the blame himself, so he raised the banner of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Exactly. Our visit to the sword court has the Academy's tacit approval. The others chimed in agreement upon hearing this. Yiming felt a twinge of helplessness. The Taishu Mountain quota was far too enticing. Even risking senior sister Yu's future retribution, these fellows would hardly back down today. Just as Yiming was at a loss for how to respond, a somewhat arrogant voice suddenly rang out across the grounds. Is that so? Whether the Academy sanctioned your visit or not, you'd all better vanish immediately. Otherwise, when my wife returns, I'll have her pay each of you a visit. By then, not even Mo Changkong might be able to protect you. The crowd turned to look. Jiang Fan and Ling Xianxian were slowly emerging from within the sword court. Jiang Fan, don't be too arrogant. If the Taishu Mountain quota were reserved for a prodigy like senior sister Yue, would accept it wholeheartedly. But what qualifies you and Ling Xianxian to claim it? Seeing Jiang Fan appear, Zhang Kuei sneered coldly, cutting straight to the point. Since matters had reached this point, there was no room for retreat. What, you're not convinced? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Kuei snorted. What do you think? He was one of the rare talents at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, having reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. If not for Jiang Fan and Ling Xianxian securing 2 quotas by default, he would have surely earned 1. How could he accept this? I'm a reasonable man. Since you're unconvinced, it'll make you yield. Jiang Fan swept his gaze over Zhang Kuei and the others. He'll give you a chance. If anyone here today can defeat my junior sister, he'll hand over both quotas without hesitation. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Everyone stared at Jiang Fan in disbelief. After all, those vying for the 2 quotas from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy were mostly talents at the 8th or 9th level of foundation establishment. Though Ling Xianxian was exceptionally gifted, having comprehended the sword intent at the qi refining stage, she was only at the 1st level of foundation establishment. These senior disciples from the academy were no slouches either. Even if Ling Xianxian could transcend levels, she couldn't bridge such a gap. Moreover, Jiang Fan expected her to take on everyone present single-handedly. This was utterly preposterous. Of course, one person present, Yiming, shot Jiang Fan a peculiar look. His intuition told him this unpredictable senior brother Jiang was up to his old tricks again. Second senior brother, can we not show off like this? My poor heart can't take it. Ling Xianxian snapped back to reality, forcing a bitter smile. Jiang Fan glanced at her. Relax, your second senior brother never shows off. I'm serious. Ling Xianxian was speechless. You want me, a mere 1st level foundation establishment, to fight against 8th and 9th level foundation establishment cultivators, and a whole group of them at that? Is this for real? Jiang Fan, do you mean it? Zhang Kuei was equally incredulous after a moment of stunned silence. He never expected Jiang Fan to propose such a contest. With his 9th level foundation establishment strength, defeating Ling Xianxian and claiming the Taishu Mountain quota would be a breeze. Of course, I, Jiang Fan, keep my word and never go back on it. He calmly raised 2 fingers. However, anyone who challenges my junior sister must pay a challenge fee of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones per match. A challenge fee. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones per match. At Jiang Fan's words, many onlookers wore expressions of sudden realization. Aside from being known for living off his wife, Jiang Fan was also notoriously greedy. Could it be that he knew he couldn't keep the Taishu Mountain quota and planned to use it to rake in some spirit stones? Hey race, 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. He'll go first. At that moment, a gaunt, sharp-faced youth leaped forward, tossing the spirit stones to Jiang Fan. That's Tang Ho from the spirit court. I didn't expect him to make the first move. He's at the 8th level of foundation establishment and made it to the final round in the Taishu Mountain quota contest a few days ago. Ling Xianxian from the sword court probably won't survive this match. The crowd buzzed with discussion as they watched the first challenger. Jiang Fan paid no heed to the chatter. He counted the spirit stones, pocketed them, then turned to Ling Xianxian with a grin. Junior sister, go get him. Ling Xianxian was speechless. Her second senior brother was using her as a money-making tool again. Second senior brother, I doubt I can beat him, she admitted nervously. 8th level foundation establishment. That was a full 7 minor realms above her. How could she fight that? Jiang Fan said seriously, junior sister, have faith in yourself. You're capable of taking down a golden core cultivator now. Ling Xianxian touched the small black stone at her chest. Heaven help me. I hope this little black stone can truly help me defeat a golden core. After a silent prayer, Ling Xianxian gritted her teeth and stepped forward from beside Jiang Fan. Ling Xuanxuan, even if you have comprehended the sword intent, you are no match for me. Tang Ho gazed at the approaching Ling Xuanxuan, his face twisted with contempt. If you wish to avoid physical suffering, you'd best concede defeat. Ling Xianxian looked at Tang Ho with a serious expression. I need to tell you something. What is it? Tang Ho paused, momentarily taken aback. Ling Xianxian declared coolly, the last person who acted so arrogantly before me was cut down with a single strike. Since arriving at the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, Ling Xianxian had witnessed the grand displays of bravado from the senior sister and second senior brother, and their influence had subtly shaped her demeanor, regardless of whether she could defeat this opponent. Now that she had stepped onto the stage, she might as well show off first. It had to be said, this feeling of swagger was actually quite exhilarating. Ling Xuanxuan's words drew the gaze of many in the arena toward Wan Chao, who was spectating among the crowd. Wan Chao nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. I'm just here to watch the show, no need to drag me out and make an example of me. Ling Xuanxuan, do you take me for a piece of trash like Wan Chao? Tang Ho curled his lip, his tone brimming with arrogance. Come on, I'll give you one free move. If you have the skill, try to cleave me in one strike. Ling Xianxian blinked. As expected of a genius from the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, you have far more grace than that, Wan Chao. She gave Tang Ho a thumbs up. Since you're offering me a free move, how could I be so rude as to refuse? Yet, though her words professed reluctance, her body acted with honesty. Her true essence erupted instantly, her body suffused with the chilling sword intent of frost. With a flash of light from her blade, she raised her sword and slashed directly at Tang Ho. Just as Ling Xianxian unleashed her strike, a string of golden ancient runes faintly emerged on the obsidian stone at her chest. The next instant, an invisible mysterious force radiated outward from Ling Xianxian as the epicenter. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jiang Fan's lips. As long as Ling Xianxian made a move or came under attack, the prohibition laws etched into the obsidian would be triggered immediately. This kind of prohibition law was undetectable by almost anyone present save for Jiang Fan. Playing such underhanded tricks again. Pity. Before absolute power, everything is but fleeting clouds. Tang Ho sneered with disdain. He calmly watched the incoming strike from Ling Xianxian. Only when the sword was less than 3 zhang away did he prepare to muster his true essence to defend. Yet at that moment, Tang Ho was horrified to discover that his cultivation at the 8th level of foundation establishment had vanished. His cultivation had inexplicably plummeted from the 8th level to the peak of the 1st level of foundation establishment. While what is happening? Tang Ho was instantly thrown into panic. The very reason he had dared to boast about giving Ling Xianxian a free move was his reliance on his 8th level foundation establishment cultivation, a full 7 minor realms above hers. If his cultivation were equal to hers, he would never be able to withstand Ling Xuanxuan, who had comprehended the sword intent. Tang Ho repeatedly channeled his true essence, summoning every ounce of strength he could muster, yet he remained stuck at the 1st level of foundation establishment. However, as Ling Xuanxuan's sword light bore down on him, Tang Ho had no time to dwell on it. He could only muster the power of the 1st level of foundation establishment to form a defensive light shield around himself. Crack! The light shield had barely formed before it was shattered by a single sword strike. Then, Tang Ho's entire body trembled, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground 10 zhang away. Tang Ho coughed up a mouthful of blood, scrambling to his feet in a disheveled mess. But at that moment, Ling Xuanxuan's figure had already appeared before him, her long sword poised unerringly at the center of his brow. At that instant, a deathly silence fell over the arena. Thousands of spectators stood frozen, their gazes vacant, long unable to shake off the shock. No one could have imagined that Tang Ho at the 8th level of foundation establishment would be utterly powerless against Ling Xianxian and defeated in a single strike. Ling Xuanxuan at the mere 1st level of foundation establishment possessed such terrifying combat prowess. How could this be possible? Tang Ho, with such meager skills, you still dare to show off before me? I think you and Wan Chao are about the same. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Ling Xianxian shook her head, her face a mask of proud disdain. Carry him off. Next. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was churning with astonishment. She had never expected the little black stone gifted by her second senior brother to be so effective. Even Tang Ho at the 8th level of foundation establishment had been vanquished by her in one blow. The second senior brother was truly omnipotent. Tang Ho clenched his fists, his face dark, as if it were about to drip with fury. If he hadn't suddenly been unable to unleash his 8th level foundation establishment power, how could he have been defeated by Ling Xianxian in a single strike? Ling Xuanxuan, don't get too cocky. Even though I lost this round, your luck won't hold forever. Though Tang Ho was seriously injured, he wasn't in need of being carried off. He spoke coldly, then turned to leave. A dignified 8th level foundation establishment cultivator defeated in front of a crowd by Ling Xuanxuan, who was only at the 1st level. He couldn't bear the shame. Tang Ho, what happened just now? How did Ling Xianxian defeat you with one blow? As Tang Ho passed by Zhang Kui couldn't help but ask. The scene that had unfolded was simply too bizarre. Even Zhang Kui at the 9th level of foundation establishment felt a chill run down his spine. Defeating an 8th level foundation establishment cultivator with a single strike was nearly impossible even for him. Tang Ho paused mid-step. He looked up at Zhang Kui. What if I told you that I was suddenly unwell and couldn't muster my 8th level foundation establishment cultivation? Would you believe me? Zhang Kui. Not only Zhang Kui was speechless, everyone who heard Tang Hao's words couldn't help but twitch their lips. We all understand how you feel about being defeated by Ling Xianxian in one blow. But even if you need an excuse to save face, at least come up with something more plausible. Feeling unwell. Suddenly unable to use your 8th level foundation establishment cultivation. It's not like you're a woman who has those few days every month. Even if a woman were on her period, it wouldn't cause her cultivation at the 8th level of foundation establishment to suddenly fail. There's something strange about her. I've said my piece, you're on your own. Seeing that Zhang Kui and the others didn't believe him, Tang Ho couldn't be bothered to say more and strode away. Zhang Kui's eyes flickered. He glanced at the people beside him. Who's next? The strength Ling Xianxian had displayed earlier was far too uncanny. To be safe, he decided to observe a little longer. Otherwise, if he ended up like Tang Ho suffering an unexpected defeat at Ling Xuanxuan's hands, it would be a humiliation beyond measure. Zhang Kui didn't want to go first, and the others weren't foolish either. Those who had been eagerly rolling up their sleeves suddenly fell silent. They exchanged glances with one another, none daring to step forward and face Ling Xianxian. For a moment, the scene stood frozen in stillness. Hey, will you fight or not? And a group of you men, all foundation establishment 8th and 9th realm cultivators, trembling before my junior sister, who's merely foundation establishment 1st realm. How utterly shameful. Seeing no one step forward to issue another challenge, Jiang Fan casually activated his taunting skill. Ni's junior sister truly had no sense of restraint. A single sword strike had already shattered their courage. They'd been hoping to collect a few more challenge fees. At Jiang Fan's words, Zhang Kui and the others' faces instantly darkened. They were all prodigy disciples of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. And across the entire academy, only a handful of golden core prodigies could reliably overpower them. Should they truly cower today before Ling Xianxian, a mere foundation establishment 1st realm cultivator, they would become the laughingstock of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. How then could they ever hold their heads high within the academy again? Jiang Fan, do not grow too arrogant, and I shall test your junior sister myself. At that moment, a broad-shouldered, powerfully built youth finally stepped forward and tossed Jiang Fan 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lei Xiong of the Combat Academy. He's stepping in. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. In the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy comprised 4 major academies: Sword Academy, Blade Academy, Combat Academy, and Spirit Academy. The Spirit Academy boasted the largest enrollment, specializing in diverse arcane arts. In the remaining 3 academies, each focused on mastery of a single weapon. And for instance, Sword Academy disciples cultivated the way of the sword, renowned as sword cultivators. The Blade Academy specialized in the way of the blade, its disciples known as blade cultivators. And sword and blade cultivators formed the mainstream of the cultivation world. Nearly every immortal prefecture across the 9 provinces of Xia dynasty maintained dedicated academies for them. Beyond sword and blade cultivators, practitioners of rarer paths, such as spear cultivators, were comparatively scarce, and thus all assigned to the Combat Academy. Though cultivation in these 3 academies proved far more arduous than in the Spirit Academy, disciples who grasped profound martial intent invariably surpassed their Spirit Academy peers of equal realm in raw combat prowess. This held especially true for sword and blade cultivators. Once they comprehended sword intent or blade intent, defeating opponents of higher realms became commonplace. Lei Xiong was a prodigy disciple of the Combat Academy, Foundation Establishment 9th Realm. He was also an exceptionally rare type of cultivator, a fist cultivator. Ni's unique physique and bloodline enabled him to forge a legendary reputation across the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy solely with his bare fists, boasting near unrivaled dominance within his realm. Not long ago, during the contest for quotas to Mount Taishunei, might well have secured a slot, had he not suffered severe injury from a golden core prodigy early in the competition. His strength ranked among the very strongest present. In seeing Lei Xiong step forward, Zhang Kui and the others breathed a quiet sigh of relief. With Lei Xiong's combat prowess, and few below the golden core realm could stand against him. In surely subduing Ling Xianxian, a mere Foundation Establishment First Realm cultivator, would pose no difficulty. Big fellow, will you let me strike first? Ling Xianxian blinked up at Lei Xiong as he advanced. Na faint twitch tugged at Lei Xiong's lips. Even Tang Ho, a Foundation Establishment 8th Realm prodigy, was someone he dared not claim to defeat in a single blow. Yet this girl had just cleaved Tang Ho down with one stroke, and now had the audacity to ask him to yield her the first strike. Lei Xiong's limbs were formidable, but his mind was sharp, not simple. This young lady wielded too many stratagems. He refused to unwittingly follow in Tang Ho's footsteps. Thus Lei Xiong wasted no words. Planting his foot hard upon the ground, he launched himself forward like a thunderbolt, his fists surging with terrifying true energy, striking straight and unadorned toward Ling Xianxian. Excellent! Zhang Kui and the others burst into cheers. Even a typical Foundation Establishment 9th Realm cultivator would struggle to block Lei Xiong's punch cleanly. Ling Xianxian would undoubtedly lose this battle. Gazing upon that ferocious fist hurtling toward her, Ling Xianxian flinched violently, just as she prepared to evade its full force. An invisible, mysterious force rippled outward once more from the obsidian stone at her chest. Ling Xianxian swiftly realized Lei Xiong's thunderous punch, though fearsome in appearance, had dwindled alarmingly in power, losing countless degrees of intensity. Even his explosive forward momentum slowed drastically. Turns out you're all flash and no substance. Impressive to look at, useless in practice. A flicker of disdain crossed Ling Xuanxuan's mind as she unleashed a frigid sword aura imbued with sword intent, slashing directly at Lei Xiong. Watching that sword descend, Lei Xiong's heart froze in abject terror. He'd charged forth at full power, determined to seize the initiative and deny Ling Xianxian any chance to deceive. Yet Lei Xiong could never have imagined. Mid-swing, his cultivation base inexplicably collapsed, plummeting instantly from Foundation Establishment 9th Realm to mere Foundation Establishment 1st Realm. In that instant, Lei Xiong finally understood why Tang Ho had fallen to Ling Xianxian in a single stroke. Not because Tang Ho had been unwell or unable to manifest his Foundation Establishment 8th Realm strength. Rather, Ling Xianxian almost certainly possessed some artifact capable of suppressing an opponent's cultivation realm. No wonder Jiang Fan had confidently sent her forth to challenge them. Damn it! Jiang Fan, the ultimate freeloader, had clearly intended to swindle them all along. Lei Xiong cursed inwardly, just as Ling Xuanxuan's icy sword aura struck. With his cultivation suddenly suppressed, Lei Xiong hadn't even begun to adjust. How could he possibly withstand Ling Xuanxuan, who wielded genuine sword intent? Boom! A deafening crash echoed, and Lei Xiong's body flew backward without resistance, cleaved clean by Ling Xuanxuan's sword. Gazing upon Lei Xiong's airborne form, the surrounding crowd sank once more into deathly silence. All remained stunned, unable to recover from the shock. Lei Xiong, Foundation Establishment 9th Realm, had likewise been felled in a single stroke. How is this possible? Even granting Ling Xianxian extraordinary talent, her mastery of sword intent at the Foundation Establishment realm marking her as a peerless prodigy, this defied all reason. Lei Xiong steadied himself, slightly disheveled. Ni's exceptional physique and bloodline allowed him to endure Ling Xuanxuan's sword strike far better than Tang Ho had fared. He raised his gaze to Jiang Fan, his expression ominously dark. Jiang Fan, you pit your junior sister against us, relying on an artifact that suppresses our realms. Is this not sheer bullying? Upon hearing Lei Xiong's words, the crowd instantly grasped the truth. That explained why neither Tang Ho nor Lei Xiong had withstood even a single stroke from Ling Xianxian. So Ling Xianxian bore an artifact capable of suppressing cultivation realms. Nowhere did we stipulate artifacts were forbidden in duels. Refusing to use one would make me a fool, would it not? Jiang Fan glanced coolly at Lei Xiong and said calmly, enough talk. Fight, or leave. Now. In Lei Xiong's face twisted with profound humiliation. Ling Xuanxuan's artifact appeared capable of lowering an opponent's realm to match her own. Nan Ling Xianxian had already grasped sword intent. At equal realms, how could he possibly prevail against her? And to continue fighting would only invite further disgrace. In with a cold snort, Lei Xiong turned silently and strode away. Jiang Fan didn't spare Lei Xiong a second glance. Ni's eyes swept over Zhang Kuei and the others, and he asked with a gentle smile, any others wish to challenge? Zhang Kuei and his companions wore grim expressions, remaining silent. They dared not respond to Jiang Fan. The magical artifact on Ling Xianxian could even suppress the cultivation of those at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Among them, the strongest was merely at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Once their cultivation was suppressed, unless they had mastered intent, none of them could possibly be a match for Ling Xianxian. Senior Brother Zhang, I recall you possess a spirit detonation pill that can grant you the power of a golden core for a short time. Why not give it a try? Just then a youth smiled and spoke to Zhang Kuei. Zhang Kuei cast a cold glance at the youth. I could give you the pill. How about you try? The spirit detonation pill was a type of elixir that could temporarily surge one's strength. Using it would indeed grant him the power of a golden core for a short period. Yet this pill came with severe side effects. Once its effects wore off, he would fall into a prolonged weakness, unable to recover to his peak state for 10 days or even half a month. With Mount Taishu opening in 3 days, if he used the spirit detonation pill, even if he defeated Ling Xuanxuan, he would struggle to recover in time. Even if he secured a spot, it would only benefit others. If not for this, he would have used the spirit detonation pill in the final round of the Mount Taishu quota competition yesterday, rather than waiting until now. Moreover, no one knew the true grade of Ling Xuanxuan's magical artifact. It might even suppress a golden core cultivator's power. If that were the case, no matter who paid the 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and used the spirit detonation pill to challenge her, they would likely still be struck down by Ling Xianxian with a single sword strike. Zhang Kuei would not foolishly engage in such a losing endeavor. The youth chuckled awkwardly and fell silent, unwilling to take on such an unprofitable task. Zhang Kuei lifted his head to glance at Jiang Fan and Ling Xianxian across from him, a look of unwillingness spreading across his face. This opening of Mount Taishu seemed destined to be beyond his reach. He would have to wait another decade. Since the quota for Mount Taishu was hopeless, Zhang Kuei naturally had no intention of causing further trouble at the sword courtyard. He turned and left without looking back. With Zhang Kuei's departure, the remaining few exchanged glances and eventually left with reluctant expressions. Soon after, the thousands of onlookers at the sword courtyard's entrance quickly dispersed as well. Meanwhile, in a void space within the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, Mo Changkong and Lu Xiao concealed themselves, silently observing everything that had unfolded at the sword courtyard. What a lad! I never expected he possessed such means. No wonder he dared to bring Ling Xianxian into Mount Taishu. Mo Changkong couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration. He had indeed subtly encouraged Zhang Kuei and his group to cause trouble for Jiang Fan at the sword courtyard, and had instructed the high-ranking officials of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy not to intervene. After all, he dared not let Jiang Fan take risks with Ling Xianxian casually. If anything went wrong, Yue Qingying's fury would be something he couldn't contain. Thus, he wanted to test the waters. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Fan had once again given him a tremendous surprise. Headmaster Mo, what exactly is going on with Xianxian? Lu Xiao looked down at Ling Xianxian below, asking with astonishment. He was quite familiar with this niece of the Ling family. But ever since Ling Xianxian entered the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, she had become a completely different person, growing increasingly extraordinary. Lu Xiao felt he could no longer understand her. This is likely some ancient restriction that can suppress the cultivation of any cultivator below the nascent soul stage to the same level as hers, Mo Changkong said with a slight smile. With such a restriction, Ling Xianxian could venture into Mount Taishu without too much trouble. Lu Xiao was stunned. Could such a miraculous restriction also be the work of Jiang Fan? He's good in every way except for being too greedy and too lazy, Lu Xiao said with a wry smile. If he were as diligent as Yue Qingying, his achievements would likely be no less than hers. Some things need not be forced, Mo Changkong replied with a faint smile. He suddenly took a deep breath and said solemnly, in 3 days I will take a few young ones to Mount Taishu. The Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy will be in your hands. Rest assured, Headmaster. Lu Xiao nodded gravely. With Mo Changkong away, he would be the only nascent soul cultivator overseeing the academy. Not long ago, the Charm Fox clan had appeared in Sichuan City, leaving him no choice but to treat this matter with utmost caution. Mount Taishu was located in the Qingying mountain range in the central part of the Great Xia Kingdom. Hundreds of years ago, spiritual energy had revived on Tianlan Star, and the world underwent a tremendous transformation. The entire territory of Tianlan Star had expanded more than tenfold, giving rise to many mysterious, unknown regions. Mount Taishu was originally one such unknown region that appeared within the Qingying mountain range. Through continuous exploration by the Great Xia Kingdom, it was discovered to be an ancient relic forming its own independent world. Mount Taishu was not only abundant in heavenly treasures, but also housed countless ancient legacies. The most renowned among them was the ruins of the Taishu heavenly sect, rumored to hold the inheritance of the legendary Void Return Heavenly Lord. Some venerable cultivators speculated that Mount Taishu opened once every decade, allowing cultivators below the nascent soul stage to enter, likely to seek suitable successors for the Taishu heavenly sect to inherit the Heavenly Lord's legacy. For this reason, the 9 prefectures' immortal academies of the Great Xia Kingdom controlled Mount Taishu, sending young prodigies every decade to compete for the Heavenly Lord's inheritance. There were even rumors that whoever obtained the Heavenly Lord's inheritance from Mount Taishu would become the future ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet over the years, despite sending young prodigies every decade, no one had ever obtained the Heavenly Lord's inheritance. The azure sky stretched endlessly devoid of clouds. A colossal silver sword, 10 zhang in length, streaked through the void at great speed. At its forefront stood a figure proudly. Mo Changkong, the headmaster of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Behind him were Jiang Fan and the other 9 young prodigies heading to Mount Taishu. Though Jiang Fan had been at the academy for 3 years, he paid little attention to its genius disciples. Aside from himself and Ling Xuanxuan, among the remaining 8 prodigies, Jiang Fan recognized only 2, a sword courtyard disciple and Mo Xiaopong, whom he had dealt with not long ago. Jiang Fan hadn't expected this fatty to be a golden core genius. Brother Jiang Fan, these spirit stones are your dividend for this period. Mo Xiaopong stood beside Jiang Fan, cheerfully stuffing a pile of spirit stones into his hands. Previously, Mo Xiaopong had only been polite to Jiang Fan out of respect for Yue Qingying. But yesterday, Mo Changkong had called him aside for a stern lecture, instructing him to do only one thing upon entering Mount Taishu: cling to Jiang Fan's coattails. Mo Xiaopong was utterly baffled. As a golden core genius himself, his uncle actually wanted him to latch onto Jiang Fan, the freeloader. Mo Xiaopong had always been obedient to the strict Mo Changkong, never daring to defy him in the slightest. Moreover, Mo Xiaopong was no fool. Since his uncle told him to latch onto Jiang Fan, there must be a reason. For that very reason, Mo Xiaopong immediately handed over 30% of the spirit stones he had earned, intending to further strengthen his bond with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan glanced at the spirit stones Mo Xiaopong offered, estimating there were about 20 to 30,000. He never refused spirit stones, so he took them without hesitation. He pocketed the stones unceremoniously and said with a smile, "Fatty, looks like you've done well in the arena these past 2 months." "Not bad," Mo Xiaopong chuckled. "Brother Jiang Fan, we must stick together during this trip to Taishu Mountain." Sure, Jiang Fan replied with a grin. He had a good impression of this tactful fatty. The 2 of them then slung their arms around each other's shoulders and conversed in low voices. The Qingying Mountains, an ancient mountain range in central Daxia, were also revered as the nation's dragon vein. Long before the spiritual energy revival on Tianlan Star, countless legends about the Qingying Mountains had circulated in Daxia. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world underwent a great transformation. The Qingying Mountains expanded manifold, giving rise to many unknown and mysterious regions. Some even speculated that Tianlan Star might have been a world with a brilliant cultivation civilization in ancient times. For reasons unknown, that once glorious cultivation civilization suddenly declined. Tianlan Star thus entered a prolonged era of Dharma decline. It wasn't until a few hundred years ago, when the world underwent a drastic change, that Tianlan Star once again ushered in an age of cultivation. These mysterious regions appearing on Tianlan Star were likely always part of it. In ancient times, when the Dharma declined, certain cultivation masters sealed their sect's legacies to prevent the tradition from being lost. Now, with the revival of spiritual energy on Tianlan Star, these places are gradually being revealed. Taishu Mountain is one such place. The Qingying Mountains were far from the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, but for a nascent soul 9th layer powerhouse like Mo Changkong, the distance was trivial. In less than an hour, Mo Changkong brought Jiang Fan and the others to the skies above the Qingying Mountains. Looking down from above, the mountain range lay like a sleeping dragon sprawled across the earth. The mountains undulated in endless peaks and ridges, lush with verdant vegetation and towering ancient trees. As soon as Jiang Fan and his group entered the airspace, they were greeted by a breath of ancient aura. With a whoosh, a silver giant sword flashed across the Qinling sky. Before long, Mo Changkong guided the sword down to land before an ancient massive peak. The peak soared into the clouds shrouded in swirling mist. Jiang Fan looked up, but could only see a faint silhouette. A majestic ancient force of heaven and earth emanated faintly from the mountain. Jiang Fan and the others knew, without a doubt, that this peak was the legendary Taishu Mountain. At that moment, around 100 young prodigies gathered nearby, divided into 7 or 8 factions. The strength of each faction's prodigies was formidable. 2 or 3 of them surpassed the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy in both number and quality. Their arrival drew little attention. Most people merely glanced at them casually before looking away. After all, the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy ranked lowest among the 9 great academies, almost invisible. The only prodigy worth noting was Yue Qingying, but she had recently broken through to the nascent soul stage, losing her eligibility to enter Taishu Mountain. Thus, the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy was of little interest. Mo Changkong told Jiang Fan and the others, "Wait here and don't cause trouble." Then he glanced toward a spot in the void and vanished before their eyes. Brother Jiang Fan, the prodigies from other academies are quite strong. Mo Xiaoping said, his expression turning serious as he scanned the area. With his golden core's second layer cultivation, he ranked in the top 3 among the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy's young talents, but among the 100 here, he was probably only average. How strong? Stronger than my wife. Jiang Fan scoffed dismissively. Mo Xiaoping was speechless. If you compare them to your wife, these prodigies from the 9 prefectures don't measure up. If she could enter Taishu Mountain, I'd bet the Hanzhou Academy could rival the Jingzhou Academy. But she broke through to nascent soul and can't go in. Tisk TSK. The Hanzhou Cultivation Academy is truly declining. Even a puny chi refining first layer trash is qualified to come to Taishu Mountain. Just then a mocking voice rang out inappropriately. Hearing someone mock his junior sister, Jiang Fan grew annoyed and followed the voice. The speaker was a beautiful woman dressed in an exotic style, standing not far away. Brother Jiang Fan, that's my Xuanxuan from the Liangzhou Cultivation Academy, Mo Xiaoping quickly introduced. Liangzhou and Hanzhou, both in western Daxia, had a history of conflict. This rivalry made disciples of the 2 academies hostile toward each other. Mo Xiaoping had prepared thoroughly for the Taishu Mountain expedition and recognized Ma Yuanshuang as a top genius of the Liangzhou Academy. This woman, under 25, had already reached the Golden Core 4th layer ranking among the finest Golden Core prodigies in Liangzhou. "You're Ma Yuanshuang." Jiang Fan looked up at her. "Do you have a sister named Ma Yuanin?" "Yes," Ma Yuanshuang replied proudly. Her sister was the youngest nascent soul prodigy in Liangzhou, a source of pride. "Not long ago, your sister Ma Yuanin was cleaved by my wife with one sword strike. What are you bragging about in front of me?" Jiang Fan struck mercilessly. "Even your sister was a one-sword kill. Who do you think you are to call my junior sister trash? Are you that man living off Yue Qingying's success, the infamous sponge king Jiang Fan of Hanzhou Academy?" Ma Yuanshuang's gaze turned icy. Her face frosty, she stared coldly at Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, if you have any guts, stop mooching off Yue Qingying. Let's duel and see who's the real trash." Jiang Fan looked at her contemptuously and shook his head. "Duel? Your sister couldn't handle it, and you're even worse. Duel? Your sister couldn't handle it, and you're even worse. Duel? Your sister couldn't handle it, and you're even worse. Duel? Your sister couldn't handle it, and you're even worse. Duel? Your sister couldn't handle it, and you're even worse. Duel? Your sister couldn't handle it, and you're even worse. Duel? Your sister couldn't handle it, and you're even worse. Duel? Your sister couldn't handle it, and you're even worse." "What did you say?" Ma Yuanshuang's beautiful eyes nearly blazed with fury, her entire demeanor instantly turning murderous. She and her sister Ma Yuaning had depended on each other since childhood. In her heart, her sister had always been her pride and her faith. Some time ago, Yue Qingying appeared in Liangzhou, not only seizing the opportunity that rightfully belonged to her sister, but also severely wounding her with a single sword strike. This deepened Ma Yuanshuang's existing disdain for the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, making her even more hostile toward its members. It was precisely for this reason that she couldn't help but mock anyone from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. However, Ma Yuanshuang never expected that the target of her ridicule would be Yue Qingying's junior sister. And Jiang Fan, that freeloader, even dared to taunt her publicly about her sister's defeat at Yue Qingying's hands. How could Ma Yuanshuang not be enraged? Her gaze icy, she fixed her eyes on Jiang Fan, and the aura of a golden core 4th layer cultivator pressed down overwhelmingly toward him and his companions. At that moment, even the young prodigies of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy including Mo Xiaopeng, felt as if a great enemy was upon them. Mo Xiaopeng gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to block Ma Yuanshuang's oppressive aura, Ling Qianxian stepped forward. The next instant, a chilling sword intent emanated from Ling Xuanxuan, instantly dissolving Ma Yuanshuang's oppressive pressure into nothingness. Sword intent. It is an existence most fearless of realm suppression. This is also the greatest asset for a sword cultivator who has comprehended sword intent to battle across realms. You've actually comprehended sword intent. Ma Yuanshuang stared intently at Ling Xuanxuan, a barely concealed shock flashing in her eyes. She was also a sword cultivator and naturally knew how difficult it was to comprehend sword intent. Even with a sister who had mastered sword intent and had imparted some insights, she had only grasped a mere surface layer and had yet to truly comprehend it. She never expected that this little girl at the first layer of foundation establishment had already comprehended a layer of sword intent. At that moment, even the young prodigies from other academies couldn't help but cast a second glance at Ling Qianxian. To comprehend sword intent at the first layer of foundation establishment, even across the entire Daxia kingdom, this was undoubtedly a rare and unparalleled genius. Wretched woman, if you want to fight, it'll take you on. Trash like you can't even beat a lowly foundation establishment first layer like me. What right do you have to challenge my second senior brother? Ling Qianxian glanced at Ma Yuanshuang and spoke arrogantly. Mo Xiaopeng and the others standing nearby felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. This pair of senior and junior siblings had a knack for showing off and drawing hatred that was simply unmatched. However, they also knew that Ling Qianxian truly had the capital to show off. A few days ago, they had heard about what happened at the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. Ling Qianxian possessed a magical artifact capable of suppressing an opponent's cultivation. As long as Ma Yuanshuang's cultivation was suppressed to the same level as Ling Xuanxuan, she probably wouldn't stand a chance. Little girl, don't think that comprehending sword intent gives you the right to act so arrogantly before me. Seeing a mere foundation establishment first layer daring to speak so boldly before her, Ma Yuanshuang was furious. Just as she was about to teach Ling Qianxian a lesson, a violent surge of energy rippled across the sky above Mount Taisu. A deep voice instantly resonated through heaven and earth. Mount Taisu is now officially open. As the voice faded, many young prodigies in the arena immediately soared into the air, rushing swiftly into Mount Taisu. Little girl, you're lucky this time. You'd better hope you don't run into me inside Mount Taisu. Ma Yuanshuang snorted coldly, then transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the mist-shrouded mountain. Let's go in too. Jiang Fan and the others followed suit, unfurling their forms and darting toward Mount Taisu. As they entered, in the void above, 9 nascent soul powerhouses, including Mo Qiangying, gathered within a formation. Mo Qiangying, your Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, is quite fortunate to have produced another genius who has comprehended sword intent. Sending a foundation establishment first layer into Mount Taisu, aren't you afraid she'll perish inside? A rough-faced middle-aged man beside Mo Qiangying sneered. Mo Qiangying's aura as a 9th layer nascent soul cultivator erupted violently, and he stared coldly at the middle-aged man. Jia Kuang, what do you mean? I'm just speaking the truth. Jia Kuang was unafraid and sneered. What? Want to fight? I'm ready. Both of you quiet down. At that moment, a white-browed elder seated at the center of the formation frowned slightly. Since Elder Bai has spoken, I want stoop to his level. Jia Kuang chuckled. Mo Qiangying glanced at Jia Kuang, a cold sneer in his heart. This fellow was clearly trying to target their Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. However, Jiang Fan and Ling Qianxian were not so easily targeted by the Liangzhou Cultivation Academy. Whoever provoked this pair of senior and junior siblings would likely pay a heavy price. After Jiang Chun entered Mount Taisu, it felt as if he had stepped from one world into another. Around him, a denser spiritual energy than that of Tianlan's star enveloped Jiang Fan. By his side, apart from Ling Xuanxuan, who had entered Mount Taisu simultaneously, there was no one else. As a 9th grade array master, Jiang Fan understood that the entrance to Mount Taisu resembled some kind of spatial formation. Entering at different spatial nodes or times could randomly teleport one to any corner of Mount Taisu. Jiang Fan released his divine sense to survey the surroundings. They seemed to be in an ancient forest, but their luck was poor. They had landed directly in a wolf den. In the surrounding woods, over a dozen giant wolves with gleaming green eyes were already encircling them, exuding a ferocious aura. Second senior brother were surrounded. At that moment, Ling Qianxian was startled by the giant wolves and cried out in alarm. What are you panicking about? Jiang Fan glanced at her indifferently. They're just a pack of foundation establishment level demon wolves. Just go straight at them. Second senior brother, why do I have to go? Ling Xianxian looked aggrieved. Jiang Fan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Your second senior brother only fights in high-stakes battles. Oh, anything below nascent soul doesn't interest me. Ling Xianxian was speechless. However, her hands didn't hesitate as she drew her sword ready to charge into the wolf pack. Wait a moment. Just then Jiang Fan's voice sounded from behind again. Second senior brother, what's wrong? Ling Xianxian looked at him with confusion. Jiang Fan quickly advised, little junior sister, take it easy. Don't kill them with one strike. Leave them alive, and I'll finish them off. Ling Xuanxuan. Ling Xianxian was utterly bewildered. What was her second senior brother up to? He wanted her to deal with these wolf demons, but forbade her from killing them. She had to leave them alive for him to deliver the finishing blow. What kind of absurd request was this? However, faced with a pack of wolf demons charging at her, Ling Xianxian had no time to ponder further. She raised her hand and sent a sword aura slashing toward the nearest one. These wolf demons were all at the first or second layer of foundation establishment. Ling Xuanxuan, having reached the peak of the first layer of foundation establishment and comprehended the first stage of sword intent. Even without triggering the restriction of equality, these wolf demons posed little threat to her. She handled over a dozen of them with effortless ease. Soon more than 10 wolf demons lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies covered in bloody sword wounds, utterly drained of strength. Clearly, Ling Xianxian complained, but she still complied with her second senior brother's unreasonable demand. Each of her strikes was not lethal. Instead, she continuously bled the pack, causing them to lose so much blood that they collapsed. At that moment, the dozen wolf demons gazed at Ling Xianxian with eyes filled with extreme resentment. This little girl was nothing short of a demon. We attacked you, and that was our fault. But you could have struck us down with a single blow. Why did you have to slowly bleed us dry? Was there any need to torment wolves like this? Well done, Jiang Fan observed and nodded in satisfaction. He casually pulled out an iron sword and cleaved one of the wolf demons. He had his junior sister fight to train her. Lately, she had been cultivating by consuming his top-tier Jiuan pills. With her cultivation at the first layer of foundation establishment, she could hardly fully absorb the medicinal power of the Jiuan pill. Having her move around more would better facilitate the absorption of the top-tier Jiuan pill and speed up her cultivation progress. However, training his junior sister was one thing, but he could not neglect his own cultivation. Thus, he had to deliver the final blow himself. The remaining wolf demons were stunned by the sight. So the girl had crippled them, just so this pale-faced pretty boy could finish them off. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. Is this how you toy with wolves? Yet, no matter how humiliated and unwilling they felt, it was utterly futile. They could only watch helplessly like lambs to the slaughter as Jiang Fan dispatched them one by one. After killing over a dozen wolf demons, Jiang Fan and Ling Xianxian began to explore the mountain forest. They encountered several more waves of foundation establishment demonic beasts and used the same tactic. Ling Xianxian would cripple them and Jiang Fan would deliver the killing blow. Second senior brother, I've broken through. After continuous battles, Ling Xuanxuan's cultivation smoothly advanced from the peak of the first layer to the second layer of foundation establishment. She looked at Jiang Fan, who was finishing off the beast, her small face brimming with excitement. So you've reached the second layer of foundation establishment. What's there to brag about? Jiang Fan said without much patience. If you hadn't broken through by now, you might as well hit yourself with a brick. For ordinary cultivators at the first layer of foundation establishment, even using common second-grade Peiyuan pills for cultivation was a luxury. But you're directly consuming third-grade Jiuan pills. And not just any, top-grade ones. Even if you split one top-grade Jiuan pill into 4 parts, any single part has enough medicinal power to push you up a minor realm. Ling Xianxian gave an awkward smile. She was used to her second senior brother and senior sister having skewed perspectives. For her, reaching the second layer of foundation establishment this quickly was already quite impressive. After all, it had been less than a month since she broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Next time we encounter a demonic beast, take a quarter of a top-grade Jiuan pill before fighting, Jiang Fan said, glancing at Ling Xianxian. Although forcing Ling Xianxian to absorb the top-grade Jiuan pill's power through continuous combat would waste some of its medicinal potency, Jiang Fan didn't mind. To him, top-grade Jiuan pills were merely snacks. I understand, Ling Xianxian quickly nodded and asked, second senior brother, where are we going now? To the Taishu Heavenly Sect, of course. Do you know where it is? Jiang Fan answered without hesitation. He had little interest in the treasures and opportunities of Mount Taishu. The only thing that intrigued him was the Taishu Heavenly Sect built atop a superior-grade spirit vein. After all, there might be a superior-grade spirit mine there. One superior-grade spirit stone was worth 10,000 low-grade ones. If he could dig up 80 or 100,000 superior grade stones, he would have no trouble spending lavishly in the future. Second senior brother, I don't know either, Ling Xinxian blinked. Generally, when entering such ancient ruins, one should understand the situation in advance. But in Ling Xuanxuan's eyes, her second senior brother was powerful. She would just follow him and not bother worrying about it. Junior sister, look at you. You know nothing at all. I went through great trouble to get you a spot to enter Mount Taishu, and this is how you repay me. Opportunities favor the prepared. Couldn't you have learned something about Mount Taishu beforehand? Jiang Fan began lecturing her with a look of frustration. Ling Xuanxuan, you're the senior brother and you don't know anything about Mount Taishu, yet you have the nerve to scold me, your junior sister. Have you no shame? Of course, Ling Xinxian could only mutter this to herself. After thinking for a moment, she whispered to Jiang Fan, second senior brother, how about we grab someone to ask? Let's go find someone. They were wandering aimlessly in Mount Taishu, so they had to ask for directions. Roar. Just as they were speaking, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the distant mountain forest, causing the sky and earth to tremble. Someone is fighting a golden core stage demonic beast ahead. Let's go take a look. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan grabbed Ling Xinxian and sped toward the source of the energy. Before long, the two traversed hundreds of miles of forest and arrived at a small valley. Above the valley, violent energy, mixed with dazzling saber light, swept in all directions. In the storm, a massive black bear had its abdomen, back, and arms covered in a layer of cold, gleaming scales. It roared furiously, its savage black claw light tearing through the sky. Opposite the black bear, a domineering silver-haired young man swung his silver thunder saber. Boom. 100-foot blade light split the sky, carving a massive black rift. You two, this area is already occupied by the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Leave immediately, or we won't be polite. Just then, two young men guarding the valley entrance glared at the suddenly appearing Jiang Fan and Ling Xuanxuan, shouting sternly. No need to be alarmed, Jiang Fan said with a light smile. Rest assured, I have no interest in the opportunities within the valley. I simply want to ask for directions. Asking for directions. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, the two young prodigies from Jingzhou Immortal Academy immediately darkened their expressions. The detailed information about Taishu Mountain varied, as each Immortal Academy's exploration situation differed, leading to potential discrepancies in knowledge. However, almost all academies possessed a general map of Taishu Mountain. Anyone who obtained a spot to enter Taishu Mountain would prepare a map of the area without delay. And you dare claim you're just asking for directions? Such a flimsy excuse. Do you take us for fools? Clang. One of the young men drew his longsword, staring at Jiang Fan with murderous intent. Leave our sight within 10 breaths, or don't blame us for showing no mercy with our blades. The other youth seemed to recognize Jiang Fan and his companion and chuckled. Senior brother, no need to be so tense. Isn't this the Rice Bowl King of Hanzhou Immortal Academy, Jiang Fan, and his junior sister? Jiang Fan, the infamous Rice Bowl King of Hanzhou Immortal Academy, was utterly talentless. His junior sister, though gifted and having comprehended sword intent, was merely at the first level of foundation establishment. Oh, wait. That little girl had reached the second level of foundation establishment. But so what? Among the 20 young prodigies from Jingzhou Immortal Academy entering Taishu Mountain, their strength was at the bottom. However, their cultivation had long reached the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment. For these two to compete with them for the opportunities in the valley was nothing short of wishful thinking. I said I just wanted to ask for directions, but you insist on showing off in front of me. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. He directly looked at Ling Xinxian and said, Junior sister, get them. Beat them until they're willing to point the way. Jiang Fan didn't bother with further nonsense. Regardless of their answer, he was determined to get directions today. Yes, second senior brother. Ling Xinxian charged forward with her sword without hesitation. Since her second senior brother told her to fight, she would just go all out. Her sword intent erupted as a chilling sword light enveloped the two young men opposite. With the little black stone given by her second senior brother, she now brimmed with confidence. Taking on two opponents didn't scare her in the least. Courting death. Seeing Ling Xinxian dare to strike, first the young man who had drawn his sword narrowed his eyes coldly. He stepped forward, his grip on the long sword tightening, ready to counterattack, only to find his strength weakening. Second level of foundation establishment. His cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment had inexplicably plummeted to the second level of foundation establishment. How can this be? Terror seized the young man's heart. But, at this moment, there was no time to dwell on it. He could only muster what little power remained and meet Ling Xuanxuan's incoming strike. Boom. The young man was sent flying by Ling Xuanxuan's sword. What the hell is going on? The other young man was utterly bewildered. His senior brother, a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment, had been knocked away by a girl at the 2nd level. As a string of massive question marks appeared in his mind, Ling Xianxian swung her sword at him again. He hurriedly defended, only to discover his cultivation had dropped to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Unsurprisingly, he too was sent flying by Ling Xuanxuan's sword. Then, Ling Xianxian unleashed several sword auras in quick succession, leaving the two young men like bloody figures sprawled miserably on the ground. Junior sister, why did you bleed them too? Jiang Fan looked speechless. Ling Xianxian stared at him in confusion. Second senior brother, didn't you tell me to leave them alive so you could finish them off? She fought, crippled them, and her second senior brother delivered the final blow. Ever since entering Tai Su Mountain, this had become second nature. Jiang Fan. Killing beasts for the finishing blow was for experience. These two had no experience. What was there to finish off? Senior brother Luo, save us. At that moment, the two young men cried out in terror. Above the valley, the silver-haired youth had gravely wounded a black bear with a single slash and was about to pursue its fleeing form when he heard the cries for help from below. The silver-haired youth swept his gaze downward. He saw that his two junior brothers had already been crippled, but when he spotted the two figures opposite, he was stunned. Jiang Fan and his junior sister. Before entering Tai Su Mountain, when Jiang Fan and his group clashed with my Xuanxuan and Ling Xianxian suddenly unleashed her sword intent, he had taken notice. He clearly hadn't expected that the ones who appeared here and crippled his two junior brothers would be Jiang Fan and his companion. His two junior brothers, though not top-tier talents at Jingzhou Immortal Academy, were still prodigies at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Two prodigies at the 9th level of foundation establishment had been crippled by a rice bowl king from Hanzhou Immortal Academy and a little girl at the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Worthless. The silver-haired youth cursed under his breath, then descended from midair with a flicker. Jiang Fan, the opportunity in this valley was mine to discover first. Are you sure you want to compete with me? The silver-haired youth stared at Jiang Fan and his companion, his expression exceptionally cold. But he didn't strike immediately. Though he called his two junior brothers worthless, he was well aware of their abilities. Both were prodigies at the 9th level of foundation establishment from Jingzhou Immortal Academy. Even a typical cultivator at the 1st level of Golden Core might not easily handle them. Yet they had been effortlessly crippled by Jiang Fan and his companion. There had to be a trick. Originally, I had no interest in the opportunity in the valley. Jiang Fan glanced at the silver-haired youth and said flatly, but now I've changed my mind. Jiang Fan, if Yue Qingying were here, I'd turn and leave immediately. But you, a mere rice bowl king, don't have the right to act recklessly before me. The silver-haired youth's murderous intent surged. The treasure in the valley was something he would never yield to Jiang Fan and his companion. Since Jiang Fan insisted on competing for the opportunity, he would have to kill. Without further words, the silver-haired youth swung his blade at Jiang Fan and his companion. Senior brother Luo, be careful. That little girl has something strange that suppresses our cultivation. At that moment, one of the young men lying on the ground hastily called out in warning. The silver-haired youth felt as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his heart. These two idiots. Truly useless as teammates. Since you knew the enemy had something strange, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? The moment the silver-haired youth struck, he was horrified to find his cultivation inexplicably suppressed. His cultivation at the 2nd level of Golden Core had abruptly plummeted to the 2nd level of foundation establishment, matching that of the little girl opposite. No wonder the two prodigies at the 9th level of foundation establishment had fallen. This little girl had comprehended a single level of sword intent. At equal cultivation, few could likely withstand her. Crack. The silver-haired youth's suppressed strike was instantly shattered by Ling Xuanxuan's effortless sword stroke. Ling Xianxian gazed at the silver-haired youth, her delicate face brimming with excitement. Her second senior brother hadn't deceived her after all. This little black stone truly allowed her to contend with a Golden Core cultivator. A treasure capable of suppressing Golden Core cultivation. No wonder the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy dared to let you enter Mount Tai Su despite your mere foundation establishment stage. The silver-haired youth fixed his gaze on Ling Xuanxuan, his expression growing far more solemn. Now that his cultivation had been suppressed to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, he had to approach this little girl with extreme caution. Come on, let's keep going. Today I'm going to overthrow a Golden Core. Ling Xuanxuan, brimming with arrogance, raised her sword and charged at the silver-haired youth. Oomph! The silver-haired youth let out a cold snort. His silver lightning blade blazed with crisscrossing arcs of light, unleashing an indescribable might of thunder as he clashed with Ling Xianxian once more. Ling Xuanxuan, having comprehended the first level of sword intent, was indeed formidable within the same realm. But he was after all a prodigy at the second layer of Golden Core. Even with his cultivation suppressed to the second layer of Foundation Establishment, his combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator. What's more, although he had not yet comprehended true blade intent, he had touched upon it and grasped a sliver of its nascent form. Coupled with his battle experience, which was evidently richer than Ling Xuanxuan's, he managed to suppress Ling Qingying for a time. For a moment, Ling Qingying found it difficult to gain any advantage, instead being overwhelmed by the silver-haired youth. However, though he had temporarily suppressed Ling Xuanxuan, the silver-haired youth's expression was far from pleasant. For he had already noticed. This little girl seemed as if she had been injected with adrenaline, growing more excited with each clash. Within her body there appeared to be some kind of energy that was being continuously digested and absorbed during the battle. As time passed, not only did this little girl show no signs of fatigue, but her cultivation seemed to be visibly increasing at a discernible rate. The silver-haired youth abruptly used his blade to force Ling Qingying back, creating some distance between them. Little girl, stop. Fighting like this will benefit neither of us. How about we split the treasure in the valley 50-50? The silver-haired youth chose to compromise. This little girl was far too bizarre. He genuinely did not wish to continue this desperate struggle with her. Ling Qingying was momentarily startled, her beautiful eyes instinctively turning to Jiang Fan. Whether to fight or not, her second senior brother would decide. Junior sister, take a pill and keep going. Jiang Fan's expression remained impassive. His junior sister bore the restriction of equality among all beings. With the suppression of others' cultivation, she was virtually impervious to any threat from them. This silver-haired youth before him was a perfect opponent. With such an excellent tool at hand, how could Jiang Fan be so willing to let it go? Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Ling Qingying did not hesitate. She directly took out a quarter of a top-grade spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it. After consuming the top-grade spirit-gathering pill, Ling Qingying became far more ferocious, as if an uncontrollable power surged within her. Thus she once again raised her sword and charged at the silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth's face instantly darkened. Although Ling Qingying had only swallowed a quarter of the top-grade spirit-gathering pill, as a golden core cultivator who had used spirit-gathering pills for cultivation, he recognized it at a glance. A spirit-gathering pill, and one of extraordinary quality no less. No wonder this little girl grew more excited and stronger with each passing moment. So she had taken a spirit-gathering pill and was using combat to hasten its absorption, thereby continuously enhancing her strength. Taking a spirit-gathering pill at the Foundation Establishment stage and using it in such a wasteful manner. This was simply too extravagant. The silver-haired youth felt a strong urge to curse. Not only did this little girl possess a treasure that suppressed cultivation, but she was also consuming spirit-gathering pills mid-battle, using him as a mere tool to absorb the pill's energy. Was there no end to this humiliation? However, faced with Ling Xuanxuan, who was now charging at him with her sword intent fully unleashed, the silver-haired youth had no time to dwell on it. He could only raise his blade once more and engage Ling Qingying in fierce combat. Ling Qingying grew braver with each clash. The silver-haired youth, who had initially been able to suppress her, was now clearly running out of steam, gradually being beaten back step by step. The silver-haired youth was furious. As a rare golden core prodigy of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, he had never felt so stifled and aggrieved in his entire life. Jiang Fan, don't push us too far. Stop now, and we can share the treasure in the valley. Otherwise, I swear I'll make you pay. While fending off Ling Xuanxuan's onslaught, the silver-haired youth shouted in a rage mixed with shame. Go, junior sister. He's on his last legs. Jiang Fan completely ignored the silver-haired youth, calmly cheering Ling Qingying on from the sidelines. The silver-haired youth nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he used all his strength in a single blow to force Ling Qingying back, then retreated, repeatedly grabbing the two limp young men and preparing to flee. Jiang Fan had no intention of reconciliation whatsoever. If he continued fighting Ling Xuanxuan, he would only become a tool for her to absorb the spirit-gathering pill and might even perish here. The only option now was to retreat first and temporarily abandon the treasure in the valley. However, just as the silver-haired youth was about to leave, he noticed a ghostly figure had somehow blocked his path. Jiang Fan. The silver-haired youth's pupils contracted sharply. When had this fellow appeared here? He hadn't sensed a thing. It seemed that this so-called kept man of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy was not as simple as the rumors suggested. Jiang Fan, I've already conceded the opportunity in the valley to you. What more do you want? Within Mount Taisu, the young prodigies of the 9 prefectures academies may compete for opportunities, but they are forbidden from killing each other. Have you considered the consequences of killing us? The silver-haired youth's expression was a mix of shock and fury. With his cultivation suppressed, dealing with Ling Xianxian alone was already a headache. If Jiang Fan also possessed strength comparable to Ling Xuanxuan's, they would be in serious trouble today. Rest assured, no one will know that I killed you. Jiang Fan grinned. An overwhelming sword intent instantly enveloped the silver-haired youth. In the next instant, 3 materialized golden sword intents had already pierced through the foreheads of the 3 men without warning. To release a tiger back to the mountain is to court disaster. Jiang Fan understood this principle all too well. Since he had already offended them, he wasn't foolish enough to let the silver-haired youth and his companions go only to await their revenge. What's more, these 3 were from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Last time, his wife had cleaved a nascent soul prodigy of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy with a single sword stroke. There was no hope for a peaceful resolution between him and the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Thus, there was even less reason to spare these 3. Second-level sword intent. Feeling his life force ebbing away, the silver-haired youth, not yet fully dead, finally revealed an unmistakable terror in his eyes. Second-level sword intent materialization. This was no kept man at all. He was clearly a sword prodigy, no less talented than Yue Qingying. Second senior brother, you seem to have forgotten to ask for directions. Ling Xianxian looked utterly exasperated. Even if you're going to kill, at least ask for the way first before you do. In this desolate wilderness, finding someone to ask for directions wasn't easy. Jiang Fan ignored Ling Xuanxuan, skillfully beginning to loot the bodies. He plundered the 3 men's storage rings and smoothly retrieved a map of the Taishu mountain ruins from their persons. Jiang Fan's gaze swept over the map. The general outline of the entire ruins instantly appeared in Jiang Fan's mind. The mountain forest where they currently stood was located in the eastern part of the ruins, an immense distance from the Taishu heavenly sect at the central area. The small valley before them had apparently been explored by disciples of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Thus, the map contained detailed annotations about the small valley. Within the small valley grew an extremely rare plant known as the Blood Infant Demon Tree. The Blood Infant Demon Tree. It could only be born with a 1 in 10,000 chance in places where a nascent soul great demon had fallen and the ground was steeped in its demonic blood. This extraordinary tree had an exceedingly long growth cycle, bearing only 1 blood infant demon fruit every 100 years. And the blood infant demon fruit was an incredibly rare spiritual fruit of the world. Although its name carried an ominous tone, this spiritual fruit was actually extremely gentle. Any cultivator could consume it directly without suffering the slightest harm to their body. Moreover, once consumed, it would instantly and dramatically boost one's cultivation. Rumor had it that the cultivation increase from 1 blood infant demon fruit equaled 100 years of bitter training for any cultivator below the nascent soul stage. As a 9th-rank alchemist, Jiang Fan knew this was somewhat exaggerated. However, 1 blood infant demon fruit could still elevate a golden core cultivator by 1 or even 2 minor realms without much issue. If the little junior sister consumed it, she could likely break through from the 2nd layer of foundation establishment directly to the 6th or even 7th layer. Furthermore, the effect of the blood infant demon fruit wasn't limited to merely boosting cultivation. Those who had consumed the blood infant demon fruit would also see a greatly increased chance of shattering their golden core to form a nascent soul when breaking through to that stage later. It could be said that consuming the blood infant demon fruit was equivalent to permanently retaining the effects of an infant-forming pill within the body. According to the information annotated by the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, the blood infant demon fruit in the valley was nearing its centennial maturity. The blood infant demon fruit is indeed a fine treasure. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up slightly. His purpose in entering the Taishu mountain ruins this time, aside from mining high-grade spirit stones at the Taishu heavenly sect, was primarily to nurture his little junior sister. He intended to cultivate Ling Xianxian into a prodigy of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, second only to his wife. Although he had kept Ling Xianxian in constant battle and feeding her top-grade spirit-gathering pills since entering Taishu Mountain, Ling Xuanxuan's constitution was merely average and her absorption of the top-grade spirit-gathering pills was limited, leaving Jiang Fan dissatisfied with the speed of her cultivation progress. Now this blood infant demon fruit appeared just in time. Come on, I'll take a look inside the valley. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan strode deeper into the valley. The valley was not large, less than 1,000 zhang in diameter. Before long, Jiang Fan led Ling Xianxian to the valley's deepest point. There beneath a sheer cliff lay a pool of water 10 zhang in circumference. The water in the pool was a vivid blood red, giving off an eerily ominous aura. At the center of the pool stood a 3-hang-tall, blood-colored fruit tree. At the very top of its branches hung a fist-sized blood-red fruit that resembled an infant. A faint blood-colored light swirled around the fruit, emitting a tantalizing fragrance. Even the mere scent of it left one feeling refreshed and invigorated. It truly is the blood infant demon fruit, and it's about to ripen. Jiang Fan was extremely satisfied. His wife's talent was heaven-defying. She truly had a cheat. As for his little junior sister, he would just have to pile opportunities and treasures on her to achieve the same effect. Roar! Just as Jiang Fan was appraising the blood infant demon fruit, a thunderous beast's roar erupted from the cave in the cliff behind the pool. Immediately, a massive black shadow burst forth from the cave. This shadow was none other than the black bear that had fought the silver-haired youth earlier. After being driven back by the silver-haired youth, the black bear had clearly not left the valley, instead continuing to guard the blood infant demon fruit. After all, the blood infant demon fruit was a coveted treasure even for demonic beasts. This golden core black bear was evidently not willing to give up so easily. Jiang Fan watched the black bear charging at them and casually slashed out a golden sword beam, cleaving the bear in two. I wasn't planning to kill you in the first place. Wouldn't it have been better to just stay hidden? But no, you had to come and deliver yourself as experience. Jiang Fan shook his head. Ever since entering the Taishu Mountain ruins, he had been constantly finishing off monsters and eating top-grade spirit-gathering pills like candy, steadily increasing his cultivation. Now with the black bear slain, Jiang Fan vaguely sensed that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of golden core, and he was not far from breaking through to nascent soul. He'll have to take it easy from now on, Jiang Fan muttered to himself. The Taishu Mountain ruins could not be entered by nascent soul cultivators or above. He wasn't sure if breaking through to nascent soul here would result in being forcibly expelled. If so, he couldn't just randomly finish off monsters anymore. He would have to wait until he had mined the high-grade spirit or at the Taishu Heavenly Sect before attempting a breakthrough. Next, Jiang Fan and Ling stayed by the blood pool, quietly waiting for the blood infant demon fruit to ripen. About 2 days later, a fragrance 10 times stronger than before finally emanated from the blood infant demon fruit. The blood-colored light on the fruit also surged instantly. From a distance, it looked like a blood-red sun slowly rising. Jiang Fan leaped into the air without hesitation and plucked the ripe blood infant demon fruit. Then, he waved his hand, and the blood infant demon fruit transformed into a streak of light, floating directly before Ling. Little junior sister, eat it. Ling hesitated for a moment before asking, second senior brother, why don't you eat it? Although she didn't recognize the blood infant demon fruit, she could tell it was something extraordinary. With talent like mine, do you think I need such trash? Jiang Fan looked at Ling with utter disdain. Just eat it quickly so you don't embarrass me and your senior sister out there. Despite Jiang Fan's contemptuous look, Ling Xuanxuan's heart was filled with deep emotion. Second senior brother was truly too good to her. If it weren't for the fact that his wife was the senior sister, she would have been tempted to give herself to him and steal him away. Without further hesitation, Ling swallowed the blood infant demon fruit in one gulp. And the moment she did, the blood infant demon fruit instantly transformed into a vast, yet gentle surge of spiritual energy circulating through Ling Xuanxuan's meridians. The spiritual energy transformed from the blood infant demon fruit continuously cycled through Ling Xuanxuan's meridians. With each full circulation, her channels thickened slightly, and her true energy multiplied exponentially. Before long, Ling Xuanxuan's aura surged past the peak of Foundation Establishment 2nd Realm and stabilized at Foundation Establishment 3rd Realm. Yet her cultivation continued ascending at a terrifying pace. Foundation Establishment 4th Realm, 5th Realm, 6th Realm. Approximately half a day later, Ling finally absorbed all the spiritual energy from the blood infant demon fruit. Her cultivation had skyrocketed from Foundation Establishment 2nd Realm to the very precipice of Foundation Establishment 6th Realm, just one step shy of the 7th Realm. Senior brother heir, I've already reached Foundation Establishment 6th Realm. Sensing her own profound advancement, Ling felt as though it were all a dream. She had merely consumed a single fruit, and her realm leapt upward in rapid succession, ascending for minor realms at once. This was simply too extraordinary. At this rate, she genuinely believed she might break through to the golden core within 2 years. And what did you expect? This is the blood infant demon fruit, a celestial spirit fruit so rare and potent that even golden core cultivators gain 1 or 2 minor realms upon consuming it. Senior brother heir, then let's go find more blood infant demon fruits. Ling Xuanxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. She had never been one to embrace arduous cultivation. Even before enrolling at the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, she practiced erratically, 3 days fishing, 2 days sunbathing. Even when her father dispatched attendants solely to supervise her training, she habitually shirked her duties. After entering the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, it was only under the strict supervision of her senior sister that she reluctantly applied herself with greater discipline. If she could acquire several more blood infant demon fruits, she could effortlessly meet her senior sister's expectations, without exerting herself at all. To advance simply by eating fruit was quite frankly perfect for her. You're dreaming. The blood infant demon fruit is a celestial spirit fruit whose emergence demands extraordinarily stringent conditions, truly a matter of serendipity. To encounter even one is already an immense stroke of fortune. Moreover, its efficacy is strongest only upon first consumption. Jiang Fan retorted, exasperated. I see. Senior brother heir, could you enlighten me about spirit fruits? Are there others that directly boost cultivation? Ling Xinxian blinked innocently. No matter. Aside from the blood infant demon fruit, countless other spirit fruits must exist in this world. Ling Xinxian resolved that acquiring foundational knowledge of such fruits was now essential. Learning lore and hunting spirit fruits surely demanded far less toil than endless grueling cultivation, didn't it? Jiang Fan stared silently, his brow darkening. He suddenly realized he'd inadvertently steered his junior sister astray by piling her with spirit pills and rare elixirs. Junior sister, the Tao of cultivation hinges on self-reliance. Must your mind always wander toward shortcuts and devious schemes? Jiang Fan tapped her forehead with a sigh. Yes, senior brother heir. Ling Xinxian rubbed her head, feigning grievance. But if I seek spirit fruits through my own skill, how is that not self-reliance? Jiang Fan glanced at her helplessly. Well, so be it. Among the Sword Pavilion's 3 direct disciples at the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, none were exactly conventional. Let's go to the Tai Su Celestial Palace. Without further ado, Jiang Fan seized Ling Xuanxuan's hand and shot skyward like a streak of light, heading straight for the Tai Su Celestial Palace. Armed with the map of the Tai Su mountain ruins, Jiang Fan saw no reason to waste time. Treasures and fortuitous encounters were secondary concerns. First priority, reach the Tai Su Celestial Palace and excavate the high-grade spirit ore. To deter interference, he fully unleashed his golden core 9th realm aura, unrestrained and overwhelming. Wherever he passed, both golden core demonic beasts and young prodigies from the Jiuzhou immortal mansion, seeking fortuitous opportunities, trembled involuntarily, heart-pounding, flesh-crawling. Yet, Jiang Fan moved with blinding speed, vanishing across the heavens in an instant. No one caught even a glimpse of his face. Those young prodigies from the Jiuzhou immortal mansion could scarcely imagine that the golden core 9th realm genius who terrified them so profoundly was none other than the infamous cultivation parasite of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. Jiang Fan pressed onward, until without warning he sensed something. His lightning-fast flight halted abruptly midair. Senior brother heir, what's wrong? Ling Xinxian asked, puzzled. It's Mo Fatso's aura. Something's gravely amiss. He's being hunted. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed faintly. As a disciple of the Hanzhou Cultivation Academy, he could not stand idly by while a fellow disciple faced mortal peril. Especially since the one pursued was Mo Xiaoping, a friend with whom he shared genuine camaraderie. Let's go, I'll investigate. Instantly, Jiang Fan suppressed his aura and guided Ling Xinxian toward Mo Xiaoping's location. Before long, they spotted Mo Xiaoping's ragged, desperate figure fleeing wildly toward them, while 2 figures, a man and a woman, pursued him relentlessly from behind. The man possessed striking features and a sinister magnetic gaze. The woman bore a peach blossom visage and a voluptuous, alluring figure. Both cultivated golden core. She at 2nd realm, he at 3rd realm. Lecherous scoundrel, prepare to die. The man's voice echoed coldly across the heavens, saturated with murderous intent. What the hell happened to you, fatso? Jiang Fan gaped, utterly dumbfounded. This fellow truly knew how to stir chaos. Even amid the ancient ruins of Tai Su Mountain, he'd managed to brand himself a lecher. Brother, save me. Spotting Jiang Fan and Ling Xuanxuan, Mo Xiaoping's face lit up with relief, and he cried out desperately for aid. Fatso, did you actually bed their wife? Jiang Fan stared blankly at the breathless, disheveled Mo Xiaoping before him. Still, the fatso's taste wasn't entirely lacking. That woman opposite them was undeniably captivating, her beauty intoxicating, her figure breathtaking. Especially those twin peaks, voluptuous beyond measure, magnificently ample. Not a damn thing. Mo Xiaoping wailed near tears. I was just searching for fortuitous opportunities. Then these two lovebirds staged a live performance right before me. I swear I saw it purely by accident. Jiang Fan fell silent. So, he'd stumbled upon their tryst. As Mo Xiaopeng spoke, the pair drew within 100 zhang, closing in fast. Jiang Fan, it's you. The handsome youth fixed Jiang Fan and Ling Xianxian with a frosty glare. Out of respect for Yue Qingying, I'll spare you. Don't interfere in matters that don't concern you. He merely witnessed your private moment. Must you pursue him to annihilation? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. If you wish to remain unseen, perhaps refrain from open-air spectacles. You couldn't even wait until leaving the ruins to indulge your passion. How thrilling indeed. Jiang Fan, you'd better mind your own business, the man said with murderous intent. Mo Xiaopeng, I must kill you today. Jiang Fan expressed his utter incomprehension. Would a mere glance really cost a piece of flesh warranting such deep-seated enmity? In his previous world, countless people even streamed live, putting themselves on display for others to watch. Fatty, are you sure you only looked and did nothing else? Jiang Fan asked, his face filled with speechlessness as he turned his gaze back to Mo Xiaopeng. Mo Xiaopeng replied bitterly, well, I also overheard something I shouldn't have. What did you hear? Jiang Fan's interest was piqued instantly, a blazing fire of gossip igniting within his heart. Mo Xiaopeng glanced at the pair opposite him and whispered, I heard the woman say, Junior brother, you're truly amazing, far better than that useless man of mine. Holy crap. Jiang Fan's eyes widened instantly. This young couple was way too audacious. So they weren't in a normal relationship at all, they were having a wild affair outdoors. Mo Xiaopeng had accidentally stumbled upon their illicit affair. Mo Xiaopeng, you're courting death. At that moment the young couple, enraged and humiliated, radiated an increasingly fierce killing intent. Though Mo Xiaopeng's voice was very low, both of them were golden core cultivators. How could they not hear it? They never expected. Mo Xiaopeng would blatantly expose their shameful secret right in front of them. The young man was named Pan Jun, and the woman Lu Miaomiao. Both were prodigies from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Lu Miaomiao and Yu, the foremost genius of the sword court at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, and a nascent soul prodigy, were once hailed as the perfect couple of the academy. However, Yu was utterly devoted to the Tao of the sword, gradually neglecting Lu Miaomiao. Lonely and yearning, Lu Miaomiao set her sights on the handsome and charming Pan Jun. Thus they quickly became entangled. Recently, due to the matter of the Taishu Mountain ruins, Yu had not been in seclusion studying the sword, but had been guiding Lu Miaomiao in her cultivation. Lu Miaomiao and Pan Jun had long been deprived of opportunities to rendezvous. Consequently, after entering the Taishu Mountain ruins together, their pent-up passion ignited like dry, kindling meeting a flame. Yet they never expected to be seen by Mo Xiaopeng at the critical moment. Worst of all, Mo Xiaopeng had overheard things he shouldn't have. If Mo Xiaopeng spread the word, and Yu learned that he had been cuckolded, they would surely die a miserable death. Therefore, even though their deed was only half done, they mercilessly pursued Mo Xiaopeng. Because only the dead could better keep their secret. Miao Miao will kill Mo Xiaopeng, you take care of Jiang Fan and the other one. Pan Jun's chilling words fell as he unleashed the full force of his golden core third-layer cultivation, charging at Mo Xiaopeng. At this moment, he no longer cared whether Jiang Fan was under Yue Qingying's protection. Anyone who knew their secret had to die. Without a word, Mo Xiaopeng quickly hid behind Jiang Fan. He was at golden core second layer, while Pan Jun was at third layer with talent and strength no less than his own. During this time, fleeing for his life, he had been beaten black and blue by Pan Jun and was already severely injured. How could he dare to fight Pan Jun? Since his uncle told him to cling to Jiang Fan's coattails, he had no choice but to gamble. Let Jiang Fan, this big shot, help him bear the burden. Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. Could this damn fatty show some backbone? As the nephew of Mo Qiangkong and a golden core second-layer prodigy, how could he shamelessly hide behind me, the kept man? You've brought shame to the entire Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. A pair of shameless adulterers courting death. At that moment, Ling Xianxian let out a sharp cry and charged straight at Pan Jun with her sword. Jiang Fan watched, but did not stop her. His junior sister had been advancing too quickly through external means lately, her true energy somewhat unstable. She indeed needed more combat. Seeking death. Seeing Ling Xuanxuan, a mere sixth-layer foundation establishment girl, recklessly rushing to her doom, Pan Jun sneered coldly. Just as he prepared to strike her down, an invisible force enveloped him. In the next instant, Pan Jun was horrified to find his cultivation had dropped to the sixth layer of foundation establishment. A cultivation-suppressing treasure. Pan Jun's gaze sharpened. But even if you suppress my cultivation, I can still kill you at the same level. As Pan Jun's words fell, a sinister sword intent erupted from him. Pan Jun had caught Lu Miao's eye not only for his good looks and skill, but also for his talent. He was the only golden core prodigy at the Qingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, after Yi to comprehend sword intent. Hence, even with his cultivation suppressed, Pan Jun remained undaunted. His junior sister Xuanxuan is already at Foundation Establishment 6th layer. Sensing Ling Xuanxuan's cultivation, Mo Xiaopeng couldn't help but gasp, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. He distinctly remembered that before entering the Taishu Mountain ruins, Ling Xuanxuan was only at the 1st layer of Foundation Establishment. In just a few short days, Ling Xuanxuan had broken through 5 minor realms consecutively. Wasn't this too absurd? Even with Pan Jun's cultivation suppressed by the equality treasure, Ling Xuanxuan, who also faced an opponent who had comprehended sword intent, was at a complete disadvantage. Nevertheless, Ling Xuanxuan showed no panic. Drawing from her previous combat experience, whenever she felt she was about to falter, she would instantly swallow a top-grade gathering yuan pill and continue fighting without needing Jiang Fan's reminder. Pan Jun nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Not only was his cultivation suppressed, but she was also taking top-grade gathering spirit pills. This little girl was utterly unscrupulous. Miao Miao, go take care of those 2 boys. Temporarily held back by Ling Xuanxuan, Pan Jun could only instruct Lu Miao Miao to eliminate Jiang Fan and the other one. Junior brother Pan Mai. My cultivation has also been suppressed, Lu Miao Miao said, panic-stricken. Pan Jun's face darkened. He never expected that Ling Xuanxuan's cultivation-suppressing treasure was a group-type artifact. That fat bastard over there was at the Golden Core 2nd layer. If the fatty's cultivation hadn't been suppressed, wouldn't the 2 of them be in danger? Brother Jiang Fan, I'll take care of this woman. Hearing that Lu Miao's cultivation was also suppressed, Mo Xiaopeng perked up, rubbing his fists and stepping out from behind Jiang Fan. Damn it. He had just taken one look at this woman, and she had her lover chase him around for half a day. If he hadn't been quick on his feet, he'd be dead by now. A man who doesn't avenge such a grievance is no man at all. If he didn't drag this woman into the woods, he'd be unworthy of his reputation as a lecher. Are you sure? Jiang Fan glanced at Mo Xiaopeng and said flatly, your cultivation is now only at the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment. Equality for all beings. This was an ancient forbidden restriction. Once triggered within a certain radius around Ling Xuanxuan, the cultivation of all cultivators below the nascent soul stage would be suppressed. Even he at the 9th level of the Golden Core was no exception. Mo Xiaopeng's attempt to show off relying on his cultivation level was utterly impossible. Mo Xiaopeng's expression instantly froze. Holy crap. Ling Xuanxuan's magical artifact was indiscriminate, affecting friend and foe alike. He immediately shrank back, like a turtle hastily retreating behind Jiang Fan. At this moment, he was severely injured with less than 30% of his peak combat power remaining. If his cultivation hadn't been suppressed, he could still show off a bit. But if it were reduced to the same Foundation Establishment 6th level as Lu Miao Miao, he still couldn't defeat her. Hearing the exchange between Jiang Fan and the others, Pan Jun and Lu Miao Miao felt a wave of relief. As long as everyone was at the Foundation Establishment 6th level, things would be manageable. Bastard die. Lu Miao Miao hesitated no longer, directly swinging her sword to slash at Jiang Fan and his companion. Jiang Fan extended 2 fingers, casually catching Lu Miao's long sword, as if pinching a leaf. Sis, no need to be so hot-tempered, right? Jiang Fan said with a helpless look. This woman's fiery anger clearly showed she was someone unsatisfied in desire. No wonder she couldn't resist loneliness and hooked up with Pan Jun. Who are you calling sis? Lu Miao Miao, upon being called sis by Jiang Fan, instantly bristled like a tigress whose tail had been stepped on. You're the sis? Jiang Fan blinked, then looked at Mo Xiaopeng. Fatty, don't you agree I'm right? Indeed, very big. Mo Xiaopeng glanced at Lu Miao's chest, nodding in agreement. Lu Miao was both embarrassed and furious. She tried to pull back her long sword, but couldn't break free. Lu Miao was utterly shocked. Wasn't this guy the infamous kept man of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy? Even if they were both at the Foundation Establishment 6th level, she should be stronger than him, right? Yet now she was being suppressed by him. What the hell was going on? Damn, my uncle didn't lie to me. Jiang Fan is truly a formidable ally. Mo Xiaopeng's eyes widened. Lu Miao, that fickle woman, was after all a Golden Core 2nd level genius from the Qingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Even at his peak, he'd be at best evenly matched with Lu Miao. Yet Jiang Fan at the same cultivation level could casually block her attack. This was proof enough. At the same cultivation level, Jiang Fan's combat power likely far surpassed his own. Jiang Fan looked at the furious Lu Miao and said with a smile, Sis, how about you two continue your business? Calm down, I promise we saw nothing. Bastard, he'll kill you. Lu Miao's gaze at Jiang Fan was practically spitting fire. Since she couldn't overpower him in direct confrontation, she simply abandoned the sword he had caught. With a flick of her hand, a wooden sword less than a foot long materialized in her palm. The wooden sword looked utterly ordinary with no special features, yet it faintly exuded a terrifying aura that made hearts tremble. Jiang Fan, you force my hand. Dying under a single sword strike from a nascent soul sword cultivator is your honor. Gripping the wooden sword, Lu Miao looked at Jiang Fan and his companions as if they were already dead. This wooden sword was given to her by Lu Yu. Sealed within it was a sword aura left by Lu Yu capable of easily slaying even ordinary golden core 9th level cultivators. This sword aura was also her greatest trump card for seizing opportunities on Mount Taishu. But now Lu Miao no longer cared about any opportunities, she only wanted to annihilate everyone who knew her secrets. Sis, if we're fighting, pulling out a sword aura left by a nascent soul senior is really unsportsmanlike, isn't it? Jiang Fan's face was full of disdain. Lu Miao was so furious her chest heaved. You had Ling Xian use a magical artifact to suppress all our cultivation to foundation establishment 6th level from the start. And you still have the nerve to talk about sportsmanship. Brother Jiang Fan, don't worry. If it's a nascent soul trump card, I have one too. Just then, Mo Xiaopeng poked his head in. With a flick of his hand, 3 jade tokens radiating nascent soul power appeared in his palm. Fatty, you really are the Academy Master's own nephew, Jiang Fan said with a dark look. Since you have trump cards left by the Academy Master, why didn't you use them? Was getting chased around fun? I just forgot. Mo Xiaopeng gave an awkward smile. Though he was Mo Changkong's nephew and a bully at the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, he was still an innocent virgin after over 20 years of life, never having seen such a stimulating scene. In his excitement, he almost forgot who he was, let alone the trump cards his uncle had left him. Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. Pointing at the 3 jade tokens in Mo Xiaopeng's hand, he smiled at Lu Miao. Sis, even without sportsmanship, it seems you're still outmatched. Lu Miao's face turned extremely ugly. She had brought out a nascent soul level sword strike while her opponent directly produced 3 trump cards left by nascent soul seniors. Unable to win in combat and outmatched in trump cards, how could she even play this game? Just as Lu Miao was caught in a dilemma, several streaks of light shot over from the distant horizon. Lu Miao looked closely and saw that they were geniuses from the Liangzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Leading them was Ma Yuanshuang, who had clashed with Jiang Fan before. Lu Miao was overjoyed. Fairy Ma, I am Lu Miao from the Qingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Please lend me your aid to kill Jiang Fan and his companions. I will surely reward you handsomely. Ma Yuanshuang had naturally sensed the conflict on Jiang Fan's side. However, conflicts between the 9 prefecture academies over opportunities in the Mount Taishu ruins were perfectly normal. Ma Yuanshuang had been passing by without intending to meddle, but upon hearing Lu Miao's words, she finally stopped and looked over. It really is them. Ma Yuanshuang gave a cold smile, then flickered and appeared before Jiang Fan and his group. Back outside Mount Taishu, this brat had dared to publicly humiliate her and her sister. She had secretly sworn that once inside Mount Taishu, she would make Jiang Fan pay. Now that she had encountered Jiang Fan, how could she let him off easily? Jiang Fan, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Truly the world is small for enemies. But, as soon as she spoke, she sensed something was off. Lu Miao, a golden core 2nd level genius from the Qingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, was well known to Ma Yuanshuang. And the other man. Ma Yuanshuang quickly guessed his identity. Pan Jun of the Qingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, a golden core 3rd level genius who had comprehended the sword intent. Yet at this very moment, Pan Jun, that golden core 3rd level genius, was locked in fierce combat with the little girl Ling Xian. Ma Yuanshuang was utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? Ma Yuanshuang was inwardly astonished. Though her cultivation was at the 4th layer of the golden core realm, a minor realm above Pan Jun, he had comprehended the complete 1st level of sword intent. If she were to fight Pan Jun, she feared she would hardly gain any advantage. However, Ma Yuanshuang soon noticed some clues. Pan Jun and Ling Xian were both at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, and both had comprehended sword intent, which explained their fierce battle. Lu Miao, what's wrong with Pan Jun? Ma Yuanshuang couldn't help but turn her gaze to Lu Miao. That little girl has a treasure that suppresses cultivation. All our cultivations have been suppressed to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, Lu Miao said solemnly. Startled, Ma Yuanshuang quickly checked her own condition. Soon she discovered that her cultivation had also been unknowingly suppressed, limiting her to the power of the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Ma Yuanshuang finally understood why Pan Jun and Lu Miaomiao had been bested by Jiang Fan and his group. Yet, before entering Mount Taishu, Ling Xianxian had only been at the first layer of foundation establishment. Now in just a few days within Mount Taishu, she had reached the sixth layer. Clearly Jiang Fan and his companions had obtained considerable opportunities there. Fairy Ma, please lend us your aid. Afterward we are willing to share with you the legacy of an ancient alchemy master. Seeing Ma Yuanshuang remain silent, Lu Miaomiao had to add fuel. Ling Xuanxuan's treasure was too formidable. She and Pan Jun alone could not deal with Jiang Fan and his group. Jiang Fan and the other two knew the secret between her and Pan Jun, which was like a sword hanging over their heads. They had to eliminate Jiang Fan and his companions. Even at some cost, it was worth it. All right. A glint flashed in Ma Yuanshuang's eyes. They'll have my two junior brothers help you deal with Jiang Fan, while I assist Pan Jun against that little girl. She already had a grudge against Jiang Fan and his group. Now that Lu Miaomiao was offering to share the legacy of an ancient alchemy master, Ma Yuanshuang had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Lu Miaomiao and Pan Jun seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred for Jiang Fan and the others. She only needed to assist from the sidelines. When the time came, even if things were exposed, she could shift all blame onto Lu Miaomiao and Pan Jun. Ma Yuanshuang, we caught Lu Miaomiao and Pan Jun in their affair. Now she wants to silence us. By helping her, aren't you afraid Yu will come after you later? Jiang Fan said with a smile, his expression remarkably calm. Fairy Ma, don't listen to his nonsense. Pan Jun, your brother, and I are innocent. Don't fall for his divisive scheme. Lu Miaomiao said urgently, her face changing. These bastards from Jiang Fan's group kept spreading the story of her affair with Pan Jun to everyone. If they didn't get rid of Jiang Fan and his companions, soon wouldn't her secret become public knowledge? Don't worry, I know what to do. Ma Yuanshuang didn't even glance at Jiang Fan. Stop wasting time. Let's act. She had no interest in Lu Miaomiao and Pan Jun's affairs. Nor did she care about the grudge between Jiang Fan and Lu Miaomiao. Kill Jiang Fan and claim a share of the opportunity Lu Miaomiao mentioned. That was her only goal. As Ma Yuanshuang's words fell, her figure flickered as she charged at Ling Xianxian. With Ma Yuanshuang joining the fray, Ling Xuanxuan, who was already struggling against Pan Jun, felt the pressure mount, and the situation grew perilous. Brother Jiang Fan Jr. sister Xianxian is in danger. What do we do? Mo Xiaopang's expression turned serious. The odds were now against them. He could only grip the 3 trump cards his uncle had given him, deterring Lu Miaomiao and her group from acting rashly. Don't worry, my junior sister isn't so easily defeated. Jiang Fan remained utterly calm. Watching Ling Xianxian being forced back by Ma Yuanshuang's sword, his lazy voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Junior sister, you've comprehended the first level of sword intent for a while now. It's time to grasp the second level. Ling Xianxian gasped for breath, utterly bewildered by her second senior brother's words. Comprehend the second level of sword intent. She had only grasped the first level by accident and still didn't fully understand it. Now her second senior brother wanted her to comprehend the second level. She wished she could, but she had no idea how. Pan Jun and the others, however, acted as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. They knew well how difficult it was to comprehend sword intent. Even across the entire Great Xia nation, swordsmen who comprehended sword intent before the nascent soul realm were exceedingly rare. Ling Xuanxuan's achievement at foundation establishment was already extraordinary, but grasping the second level of sword intent was nearly impossible. Since the dawn of the cultivation era, only one person in Great Xia had achieved it at foundation establishment, Yue Qingying. Could this little girl truly rival Yue Qingying? Second senior brother, I don't know how to comprehend the second level, Ling Xianxian said with a bitter face. Last time her second senior brother had at least provided a sword scar for her to study. Now with nothing, she was supposed to comprehend the second level out of thin air. Even if the heavenly Tao opened a back door for her, it would need to be the biggest one. Junior sister, you have to believe in yourself. I say you can do it, so you will, Jiang Fan said cheerfully. The second level is sword intent manifestation. Empty your mind and imagine the form of your sword intent. You'll surely succeed. As he spoke, Jiang Fan opened the system shop and purchased a second-level sword intent scroll, designating it for Ling Xuanxuan's use. Ling Xianxian paused. She closed her eyes tightly and, following Jiang Fan's instructions, began to envision the form of her sword intent. Pan Jun, let's attack together. No more wasting time. Watching Ling Xuanxuan's actions, Ma Yuanshuang didn't believe she could comprehend the second level, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose in her heart. Without further hesitation, she signaled Pan Jun to charge at Ling Xianxian. However, just as they lunged toward her, Ling Xuanxuan's eyes snapped open, and a glacial sword intent 10 times more terrifying than before erupted from within her. This icy intent was nearly tangible, freezing the space around her. In an instant, Pan Jun and Ma Yuanshuang's movements became excruciatingly slow under the shroud of the glacial sword intent. The sword intent taking form. How is that possible? Feeling the terrifying ice sword intent surrounding them, Pan Jun and Ma Yuanshuang's expressions instantly turned to sheer terror. Ling Xuanxuan's maneuver completely blinded them. Just because of a single sentence from Jiang Fan, she instantly comprehended the second layer sword intent. This is the second layer sword intent. When did it become so easy to grasp the second layer sword intent? This is just too outrageous. Holy crap, Xuanxuan's talent is just too monstrous. Mo Xiaopeng stared blankly at the scene before him, his mouth agape enough to fit a goose egg. The second layer sword intent, grasped just like that. Such a terrifying talent, even compared to Yue Qingying, she would likely be no less impressive. Is the feng shui of the Han Prefecture Cultivation Academy's Sword Institute too good recently? What kind of divine prodigies are emerging here? Just as Mo Xiaopeng was in shock, the ice sword intent emanating from Ling Xianxian grew increasingly powerful. Even Pan Jun and Ma Yuanshuang found it nearly impossible to move an inch under its influence. With a flick of her mind, the endless ice sword intent instantly transformed into two sparkling crystal ice swords directly striking Pan Jun and Ma Yuanshuang's bodies. Bang! Bang! Pan Jun and Ma Yuanshuang flew backward like kites with their strings cut. After flying over 10 zhang in midair, they finally stabilized their pale faces with fresh blood continuously oozing from the corners of their mouths. They had no time to attend to their internal injuries. Both turned in unison, fleeing in different directions. The second layer sword intent is truly terrifying. If their cultivation wasn't suppressed, they could have leveraged their powerful cultivation to deal with Ling Xianxian. Now at the same level as Ling Xuanxuan, if she wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping her hand. Their only chance of survival lay in immediately escaping her vicinity and breaking free from the suppression of her treasure. Meanwhile, across from Jiang Fan, Lu Miao Miao and the others took a while to recover from their shock. Especially the two young geniuses from the Liang Prefecture Cultivation Academy, they turned and fled like startled birds. Though Lu Miao Miao was reluctant, she was powerless. She dared not linger for a moment, her figure instantly transforming into a streak of light, quickly disappearing from before Jiang Fan. Second senior brother, should we pursue? Ling Xianxian asked excitedly. The second layer sword intent, the sword intent taking form. She actually comprehended it so effortlessly. Of course, although Ling Xianxian was somewhat confused about grasping the second layer sword intent, she was clear that this was definitely related to her second senior brother. In any case, one thing is certain: second senior brother is amazing. Her second senior brother is like an omnipotent deity, as if he possesses some kind of magical power. Whatever second senior brother wants her to comprehend, she finds impossible to resist. Forget it, let's head to the Taishu Heavenly Sect. Jiang Fan shook his head. Jiang Fan never shows mercy to his enemies. However, since these guys are geniuses from the Jiuzhou Immortal Mansion, even if he were to kill them, it must be done cleanly, leaving no evidence. Otherwise, if the Jiuzhou Immortal Mansion investigates, it would be troublesome. Killing Ma Yuanshuang and Pan Jun would be easy, but Jiang Fan sensed that a supreme genius at the 9th layer of Golden Core is also hidden here. Such a genius not only possesses formidable strength, but likely has extremely powerful life-saving trump cards as well. Jiang Fan was not confident in easily taking them down. If it weren't for this person's existence, would he have given Ma Yuanshuang and Pan Jun the opportunity to escape? Jiang Fan glanced in a certain direction, then led Ling Xianxian and the others toward the Taishu Heavenly Sect. After Jiang Fan and the others left, a figure shrouded in black light suddenly appeared from the air without warning. He quietly watched the direction Jiang Fan and the others disappeared, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. Yue Qingying, the first divine-grade golden core in the history of the Great Xia Nation, and Ling Xuanxuan, a swordsmanship genius whose talent is not much inferior to Yue Qingying. Even Jiang Fan, the infamous soft rice king, seems to be more than he appears on the surface. TSK. This world is getting more interesting. The Han Prefecture Cultivation Academy's Sword Institute truly is an interesting place. As the Shadow's voice fell, his figure vanished into thin air again. Taishu Heavenly Sect. Located at the heart of the Taishu Mountain ruins, it is the core of the Taishu Mountain relics. The founder of Taishu Heavenly Sect, Old Man Taishu, was a legendary figure known as the Taishu Celestial. Cultivation has a total of 9 realms: Qi, Refining, Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent, Soul, Spirit, Transformation, Returning, to Void, Entering, Saint, Harmonizing, Tao, and Transcending Tribulation. In Tianlan Star, a nascent soul cultivator can be considered a powerful figure. Spirit transformation cultivators are even referred to as revered ones known as spirit transformation sovereigns. Above spirit transformation, returning to void represents the achievement of returning to one's original state. Returning to void cultivators possess unfathomable abilities and have lifespans of tens of thousands of years, almost living in harmony with the heavens and the earth. For this reason, returning to void cultivators are also called Taishu celestials. It is said that the Taishu heavenly sect holds the unparalleled legacy left by Old Man Taishu. However, obtaining the celestial's legacy is not an easy task. For hundreds of years, the Great Xia nation has sent out the most elite young geniuses from the Jiuzhou Immortal Mansion every 10 years, yet none have obtained the celestial's legacy. Jiang Fan and the others made their way toward the Taishu mountain ruins. About half a day later, a towering peak shrouded in immortal mist finally appeared in their sight. This towering peak looked like a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth, dense with an ancient aura that suppressed the world. What shocked Jiang Fan and the others the most was the shape of this peak remarkably resembled the Taishu mountain they had seen from the outside. The only difference was, at the very top of this peak stood a massive ancient palace outline faintly visible amidst the clouds and mist. This peak is undoubtedly the ruins of the Taishu heavenly sect, and the palace outline at its summit is the core of the Taishu heavenly sect, the Taishu heavenly palace. It can be said that the vast majority of opportunities within the Taishu heavenly sect lie in the Taishu heavenly palace, including the celestial legacy left by Old Man Taishu. However, the opportunities within the Taishu heavenly palace are not easily obtained. Unless they are exceptionally talented young geniuses, ordinary people might not even have the qualifications to enter. Jiang Fan, should we explore this peak first or go straight to the Taishu heavenly palace? Mo Xiaopeng looked at the Taishu heavenly sect ruins before him and asked Jiang Fan, "Fatty, do you know where the high-grade spiritual vein of the Taishu heavenly sect is?" Jiang Fan stroked his chin. Any opportunity or legacy from the Taishu heavenly sect is secondary to him. Finding a high-grade spiritual mine is his priority. His goal is singular: to make money and acquire resources. A superior grade spirit vein. Mo Xiaopeng was taken aback. He pondered briefly and said, "The superior grade spirit vein is the very foundation of the Taishu heavenly sect, hidden away by the sect. No one knows its whereabouts." Spirit veins were exceedingly rare. Throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom, only one spirit vein was widely known, and it was controlled by the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. For this reason, the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy had always been the foremost immortal academy among the 9 provinces of the Great Xia Kingdom, possessing unfathomable power and an unshakable position within the realm. However, the spirit vein under the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy's control was merely a low-grade one. The superior grade spirit vein of the Taishu heavenly sect was over 100 times more precious. If the superior grade spirit vein were discovered, the immortal academies of the 9 provinces would have spared no effort to seize it long ago. Why would they wait until now? Hearing Mo Xiaopeng's words, Jiang Fan cursed inwardly. Damn it! That old bastard Mo Qiangkong had tricked him again. The old man had deliberately concealed the truth about the superior grade spirit vein, fearing Jiang Fan wouldn't come to Taishu Mountain. The Taishu heavenly sect was founded by the return to void heavenly lord. With the divine abilities of a powerhouse like that, if he intended to hide the spirit vein, finding it would be no easy feat. Brother Jiang Fan, as far as I know, there's only one way to locate the Taishu heavenly sect's superior grade spirit vein. Just then, Mo Xiaopeng's voice rang out again. Oh, Jiang Fan's spirits lifted and he quickly asked, "What method?" "Enter the Taishu heavenly palace, pass the trials of the elder Taishu, and obtain the heavenly lord's inheritance." Mo Xiaopeng said solemnly. It is said that the one who obtains the heavenly lord's inheritance will gain control over everything in the Taishu heavenly sect, and thus learn the location of the superior grade spirit vein. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't been particularly interested in the so-called heavenly lord's inheritance before, but now he had no choice but to find a way to claim it. "Let's go. We're heading straight to the Taishu heavenly palace." With that, Jiang Fan strode toward the palace. Over the centuries, through the relentless exploration by the 9 provinces' immortal academies. Except for the Taishu heavenly palace itself, nearly every part of the Taishu heavenly sect's ruins had been thoroughly explored. The academies had even carved out a safe path leading directly to the palace. Thus, following the map's instructions, Jiang Fan and his companions encountered no obstacles and smoothly arrived outside the Taishu heavenly palace atop the mountain. It was an ancient palace that had stood for countless ages. The entire structure was pitch black, exuding an aura of timeless immortality. Despite its immense age, the palace showed no signs of erosion. It was vast beyond measure with no end in sight. Above the palace's 100-zhang-tall main gate hung a massive stone plaque inscribed with 4 ancient characters in a bold flowing script. Taisu Heavenly Palace. These 4 ancient characters faintly emanated an overwhelming divine might that none dared defy. At this moment, in the vast square before the palace, dozens of young prodigies from the 9 provinces' immortal academies had gathered. They gritted their teeth, struggling to advance toward the palace gates. Some had already reached their limits. Trembling violently, they retreated pale-faced from the 100-step radius of the palace, swallowed elixirs, and sat down to recover. Brother Jiang Fan, within 100 steps of the Taisu Heavenly Palace, there's an extremely powerful pressure. The closer you get, the more terrifying it becomes. That's why among the past generations of young prodigies from the 9 academies, few have managed to enter the Taisu Heavenly Palace. Mo Xiaopeng explained, observing the scene. After spending time together, Mo Xiaopeng had realized that this peculiar pair of junior disciples seemed utterly clueless about Taisu Mountain. I can see that, Jiang Fan said calmly. This is a 6th grade formation, the 100-fold celestial phenomena array. Each step forward within it bears the pressure of one celestial phenomenon, growing stronger with each step. As a 9th grade formation master, Jiang Fan saw through the situation at a glance. Brother Jiang Fan, you understand formations? Mo Xiaopeng's eyes widened. The art of formations was mysterious and unfathomable. In the Tianlan Star's cultivation world, formation masters were even rarer than alchemists. Jiang Fan had instantly recognized the 6th grade formation outside the Taisu Heavenly Palace. Could he be a 6th grade formation master? How? How was that even possible? As far as he knew, Xuanxuan, hailed as the Great Xia Kingdom's top formation master, was only a 5th grade one. Senior brother, Mo, don't make a fuss. My second senior brother knowing formations is perfectly normal, isn't it? Ling Xinshin pouted. In her eyes, her second senior brother was powerful. Knowing a bit about formations was nothing special. Even if someone told her he was a celestial reincarnated, she would believe it wholeheartedly. Mo Xiaopeng was speechless. It wasn't strange that his second senior brother knew formations. The problem was that he had identified a 6th grade formation with a single glance. Was that just knowing a bit? He suspected that even if Xuanxuan himself showed up, he would be no match. Mo Xiaopeng increasingly understood why his uncle had told him to cling to Jiang Fan, the Rice King of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Utter nonsense. This guy was definitely an old hand at playing the fool. Second senior brother, I feel like these young prodigies from the 9 academies might be a bit off their rockers. Ling Xinshin blinked as she watched the young talents tackling the formation. Though they were not weak, breaking through the 100-fold celestial phenomena array was clearly no easy feat. Most of them couldn't even make it halfway before giving up. Yet after retreating from the formation, they immediately swallowed elixirs to recover, only to start all over again. They knew they couldn't break through, but they stubbornly kept at it. Was that something a normal person would do? Junior sister Xuanxuan, this formation is likely a trial set by the Taisu Heavenly Palace. Entering the formation and enduring its various pressures greatly benefits cultivation. Many disciples from the 9 academies have comprehended sword intent or blade intent within this very formation. Mo Xiaopeng explained, somewhat exasperated. I see. Ling Xinshin suddenly understood. She looked at Jiang Fan eagerly. Second senior brother, should we take on the challenge? The 100-fold celestial phenomena array mainly tests talent and insight. You've already comprehended 2nd-level sword intent, so this formation won't do much for you. Follow my steps. We'll go straight in and find the Heavenly Lord's inheritance. With that, Jiang Fan strode boldly toward the Taisu Heavenly Palace. Isn't that Jiang Fan the kept man of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy? What does he think he's doing? Trying to group up and break through the formation to enter the Taisu Heavenly Palace. Idiot, he doesn't even understand formations and dares to charge in. Jiang Fan and his 2 companions swaggered toward the Taisu Heavenly Palace, quickly drawing the attention of the young prodigies present. Many young prodigies sneered at Jiang Fan and his group. The formation at the entrance of the Taisu Heavenly Palace could only be challenged alone. Attempting to group up and rely on numbers would multiply the pressure several or even dozens of times. Jiang Fan's decision to enter as a trio was practically suicide. Jiang Fan seemed completely oblivious to their taunts. Leading Ling Xinshin and the others, he quickly stepped into the range of the 100-fold heavenly image formation, heading straight for the palace gates. A 6th-rank formation might seem profound to ordinary eyes, but to Jiang Fan, it was nothing special. Moreover, the formation had existed for eons without maintenance by any formation master. In Jiang Fan's eyes, it was riddled with flaws. With his hands clasped behind his back, he led Ling Xinshin and Imo Xiaopang through the formation as if strolling in a leisurely garden following a winding path. The trio remained completely unaffected, as if the formation had suddenly ceased to exist. How? How is this possible? The young prodigy stared in shock as if seeing a ghost. It wasn't until Jiang Fan and his companions vanished through the palace gates that they snapped back to reality. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, hardly believing what they had witnessed. Why weren't Jiang Fan and his group affected by the formation's pressure? Could the formation be malfunctioning? Yet other young prodigies within it were still struggling under its terrifying force. Only Jiang Fan's trio remained unaffected. Many young prodigies were driven to exasperation. Outside the Tai Su Heavenly Palace, every step they took was a grueling ordeal under the formation's oppression, making entry nearly impossible. Yet Jiang Fan's trio treated the formation as nothing and swaggered right in. What in the world was going on? Damn it. Do you think this formation is just old and broken? Why should those three enter the Tai Su Heavenly Palace without facing any pressure from the formation outside? One young prodigy complained indignantly. The formation outside the Tai Su Heavenly Palace was notoriously capricious, often bullying those with lesser talent. The worse one's talent, the more it oppressed them, making it nearly impossible to withstand the pressure and enter. The better one's talent, the more lenient it became. For instance, a sword prodigy who had comprehended the sword intent could enter with ease. They could accept that the formation was lenient toward that sword-wielding girl. But Jiang Fan was the infamous kept man of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy, and that fat pig-headed guy was no better than any of them. Letting Jiang Fan and his companion off so easily was simply unreasonable. Did you notice? The path Jiang Fan took through the formation seemed peculiar. Just then a young man in blue robes spoke slowly. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Fan must have grasped the formation's weaknesses, allowing him to bypass it and enter the Tai Su Heavenly Palace. The other's eyes lit up at these words. A gaunt man who had observed carefully and vaguely recalled Jiang Fan's path grew eager to try. The Tai Su Heavenly Palace was the core of the entire Mount Tai Su ruins. Even a sliver of fortune within could yield boundless benefits. Since there was a way and only a fool would keep struggling here. The gaunt man flickered and appeared at the spot where Jiang Fan had entered, then cautiously stepped into the formation. The expected pressure did not descend. It works. Overjoyed, the gaunt man strode forward following Jiang Fan's earlier path. After 10 steps without any pressure, he relaxed his guard and proceeded confidently. However, on his 11th step, the surroundings transformed into a bitterly cold, icy world. A terrifying frost pressure slammed into him. The gaunt man shuddered and was hurled backward, crashing heavily over 10 zhong away. Many young prodigies wiped cold sweat as they watched his miserable state. Clearly following Jiang Fan's path blindly was unreliable. Didn't you say Jiang Fan had found the formation's weaknesses, eh? The gaunt man steadied himself, glaring at the blue-robed youth as if his eyes could spit fire. The blue-robed youth replied impassively, I said I was guessing. What can I be wrong? You dare mess with me? Enraged, the gaunt man summoned a few fellow disciples and started a brawl with the blue-robed youth. Inside the Tai Su Heavenly Palace, Jiang Fan was naturally unaware that a fight had broken out because of him. After entering the palace, he didn't bother searching for random opportunities, but headed straight for the main hall. His goal was clear: the Heavenly Lord's legacy within. Obtain the Heavenly Lord's legacy, master the Tai Su Heavenly Palace, locate the spirit veins and mines, and execute his grand mining plan. Moreover, once he controlled the palace, all its fortunes would belong to them. The main hall, named the Tai Su Hall, was once the cultivation site of the founder of the Tai Su Heavenly Sect, the returned void, Heavenly Lord, the Elder Tai Su. It held the Heavenly Lord's legacy. However, obtaining the legacy required passing the trials set by the Elder Tai Su, a challenge of unimaginable difficulty. For centuries, no one in the Great Xia Kingdom had ever succeeded in obtaining the Heavenly Lord's legacy. Though the Tai Su Heavenly Palace was filled with numerous formation restrictions, they posed little obstacle to Jiang Fan, a 9th-rank formation master. Under Jiang Fan's lead, the trio soon arrived outside the Tai Su Hall. It was an ancient hall that appeared quite ordinary. Despite its unremarkable look, anyone standing there couldn't help but feel a sense of insignificance. Second senior brother, look. Someone's arrived before us. Just as Jiang Fan was examining the hall, Ling Xuanxuan's exclamation rang in his ears. Jiang Fan was slightly taken aback. His gaze, as if responding to some unspoken call, drifted toward a figure standing to his left. There, a young man in brocade robes stood proudly. The youth in brocade robes appeared to be around 25 or 26. He was tall and straight, extraordinarily handsome, with black eyes like stars that seemed to harbor an intangible sharpness. He stood there exuding an aura of sharpness that none dared to challenge. Brother Jiang Fan, this is Xiao the foremost golden core genius of the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Mo Xiaopeng gazed at the brocade-robed youth, his expression grave. Xiao a peerless blade cultivator from the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. This man's talent in the way of the blade was terrifying. He was the sole genius in the Jingzhou Academy to comprehend blade intent during the foundation establishment stage. This fellow had once achieved the glorious feat of slaying a nascent soul cultivator while at the golden core stage. Before the emergence of Yue Qingying, Xiao had long been hailed as the foremost cultivator below the nascent soul stage in the Great Xia Empire. Rumor had it that his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th layer of golden core, ready to break through to nascent soul at any moment. Xiao had been suppressing his cultivation, his sole purpose being to enter the Taiying mountain ruins and obtain the Heavenly Lord's legacy of the Taiying heavenly sect. Mo Xiaopeng had never expected they would encounter Xiao here of all places. So this is Xiao. Jiang Fan looked at him, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Though he paid little attention to the prodigies of the 9 prefectures' immortal academies, he had heard of Xiao reputation. After all, this was a formidable figure said to be able to rival his own wife. As Jiang Fan and his companions observed Xiao, he too noticed them. A flicker of surprise crossed his usually calm, unruffled eyes. Xiao had never imagined that the ones to arrive here after him would be Jiang Fan and his group from the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. However, Xiao was merely a little surprised. He cast a brief, indifferent glance at the 3 of them and then ignored them. As the foremost golden core genius of the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, Xiao was exceedingly proud. In his eyes, no matter what means Jiang Fan and his group had used to get here, they were no more than ants, utterly incapable of posing any threat to him. All along, the only rival Xiao had acknowledged was Yue Qingying. But Yue Qingying had broken through to nascent soul before the opening of Taiying Mountain, rendering her unable to come here. With Yue Qingying absent, if there was anyone among the 9 prefectures' immortal academies worthy of inheriting the Heavenly Lord's legacy, who else could it be but him, Xiao. Second senior brother, what should we do now? Ling looked at Xiao in the distance, her delicate face also etched with seriousness. Having now comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent and possessing the small black stone given by her second senior brother, her confidence in battle was soaring. It could be said that Ling was now confident she could grind the vast majority of young prodigies from the 9 prefectures' immortal academies into the dirt. But this one before her was different. This was a monstrous existence renowned as a match for their senior sister. Though Ling felt she was formidable, now she didn't think she could surpass their senior sister. Don't worry, he won't make a move, Jiang Fan said with a faint smile. This Xiao was clearly the type to be exceedingly arrogant. In Xiao eyes, they were like ants on the ground, while he was a towering elephant. Why would an elephant bother with ants? And indeed, as Jiang Fan had predicted, Xiao treated them as if they were air, completely ignoring their presence, his gaze once again fixed on the grand hall before him. After a moment, Xiao finally moved. He raised his hand and waved, and a golden scroll radiating a strange fluctuation shot forth with a whoosh. Immediately after, the golden scroll erupted with a peculiar spatial fluctuation, transforming into a mysterious golden energy that enveloped the 100 space before the Taiying Hall. At that instant, Xiao entire being bristled with blade intent. He transformed into a dazzling blade of light, instantly piercing through the 100 space before him and entering the Taiying Hall. Whoa, he's in just like that. No wonder Xiao is the foremost golden core genius of the Jingzhou Academy. Truly incredible. Mo Xiaopeng said, his face full of awe. As far as he knew, the trial for the Heavenly Lord's legacy began even before entering the Taiying Hall. Entering the hall from here was many times more difficult than the trial to enter the Taiying Heavenly Palace from outside. Since the Great Xia Empire took control of Taiying Mountain, nearly 10,000 young prodigies had entered it. Yet among them, those who had actually stepped into the Taiying Hall could be counted on one hand. Xiao ability to enter the hall with such ease was truly extraordinary. Come on, let's go in and take a look too. This Taiying Hall isn't as hard to enter as before. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. Outside the hall there was indeed a 6th grade restriction, even more powerful than the 100-fold heavenly phenomenon array. However, this restriction seemed to have developed some issues. Otherwise, even with the trump cards given by his divine transformation, venerable Xiao might not have entered the hall so easily. Jiang Fan's hands moved in an ever-changing sequence before his chest. Strange runes shot out rapidly in all directions, and then without any hindrance he led Ling and the others into the Taiying Hall. Inside the hall, Xiao, who had entered first, showed a look of shock for the first time. Jiang Fan paid him no mind. He raised his head slightly, his gaze landing directly on the stone platform in the center of the hall. There an old man in a Taoist robe with white hair and a youthful complexion sat cross-legged in stillness. The old man held a Taoist hand seal, as if in meditation. An inexplicable aura of majesty emanated from him, inspiring an involuntary urge to bow and worship. Without a doubt, this white-haired elder was the founding patriarch of the Taiyang heavenly sect, the Taiyang Elder, a return to void heavenly lord who had reached the return to void stage. As expected of a return to void heavenly lord, though he has been fallen for who knows how many years, his physical body shows no sign of decay. Jiang Fan looked at the Taiyang elder before him, letting out an admiring sigh. How could you possibly fathom the might of a return to void heavenly lord? At this moment, Yue Qingying finally spoke. He stared directly at Jiang Fan. I didn't expect you lot to make it in as well. I've underestimated you a little. Oh, do you feel we're a threat now and want to eliminate us first? Jiang Fan looked up at Yue Qingying, speaking with a chuckle. A threat? If Yue Qingying were here, she might have the right to say that. But you're not worthy. Yue Qingying sneered disdainfully. Then his voice, brimming with confidence, rang out directly in the ears of Jiang Fan and his companions. I don't know what tricks you used to get here, but what does it matter even if you did? Among the 9 prefectures' immortal academies, who else but me, Yue Qingying, is qualified to obtain the Heavenly Lord's legacy in the Taiyang Hall? Truly worthy of being the foremost golden core prodigy of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. Such arrogance. Jiang Fan couldn't help but give Yue Qingying a thumbs up. He gazed at the elder Taishu on the stone platform, his face filled with curiosity as he asked, Isn't it said that after entering the Grand Hall, we must undergo the Heavenly Lord's inheritance trial? What's happening now? That is normally the case. Yue Qingying frowned slightly. The situation they encountered upon entering the Taishu Hall seemed different from the information provided by the Academy, which was clearly unusual. Brother Jiang Fan, never mind whether it's normal or not. There are many treasures on that stone platform. Should we try to snag 1 or 2? Mo Xiaopeng stared at the platform beneath the elder Taishu, his eyes burning with intense desire. On the stone platform beneath the elder Taishu lay no fewer than 10 treasures, each emanating an exceedingly formidable aura. These treasures were likely at least of the spiritual treasure level. In the world of immortal cultivation, treasures refined by low-level cultivators at the golden core stage or below were generally classified as magical instruments. Treasures refined by nascent soul cultivators were called Dharma treasures. Venerates at the spirit transformation stage could refine spiritual treasures, which were even more powerful than Dharma treasures. Heavenly lords at the void return stage could refine the legendary celestial treasures. The might of a celestial treasure was unfathomable, capable even of suppressing the fate of an entire region. As he knew, the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy had once produced a peerless genius who, though failing to obtain the Heavenly Lord's inheritance, brought back a supreme celestial treasure from the Taishu Hall for the Academy. This was also a key reason why the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy could dominate all others and become the foremost immortal academy of the 9 provinces of the Great Xia Kingdom. Now that they had entered the Taishu Hall with a celestial treasure in sight, how could Mo Xiaopeng not be excited? Before entering the Taishu Mountain, his uncle had instructed him to fully assist Jiang Fan. Even if he couldn't obtain the Heavenly Lord's inheritance, he should strive to acquire a celestial treasure from the Taishu Heavenly Sect. After all, the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy had already produced a monstrous prodigy like Yue Qingying. If they could also possess a celestial treasure to suppress their fate, the Hanzhou Academy might truly rise to prominence. Second senior brother, there seems to be a spiritual fruit on the stone platform too. Let's go get it. Ling Xuanxuan's gaze fell upon a fruit resembling a flat peach, her face brimming with excitement. Ever since consuming the blood infant demonic fruit, Ling Xianxian had become addicted to spiritual fruits. Now the mere sight of one made her eyes sparkle. Go get it, my foot. Jiang Fan shot the 2 in exasperated glare. If you want to die, go ahead. I won't stop you. These 2 fools. Did they take the elder Taishu for a decoration? They should know that the elder Taishu was a powerful cultivator at the void return stage. Even though he had fallen, his domain was enough to make even spirit transformation cultivators tread carefully. With Jiang Fan's keen perception, he could easily discern an extraordinarily terrifying force surrounding the stone platform. Anyone who dared to brazenly covet the treasures beneath the elder Taix's feet was surely tired of living. As Jiang Fan and the others spoke, Yue Qingying, who had been staring at the elder Taishu for a long while, bowed respectfully, yet without servility. Senior Yue Qingying has come to challenge the Heavenly Lord's inheritance trial. I humbly request your guidance. With those words, Yue Qingying stepped forward directly toward the elder Taishu. At that moment, a strange ripple of energy suddenly undulated through the grand hall. The next instant, the elder Taishu, who had remained utterly still, suddenly shuddered. Hiss! Is this old fellow still alive? Mo Xiaopeng gasped sharply, a chill running down his spine. Good thing he hadn't acted rashly, otherwise he might not even know how he died. Witnessing the scene before them, Jiang Fan and Xiao Jingyun remained remarkably composed. Although the elder Taishu possessed immense cultivation, far surpassing spirit transformation, venerates as a void return heavenly lord. A fallen cultivator was still fallen. No matter how unfathomable a void return heavenly lord's abilities might be, they could never possess the power to resurrect the dead. What was happening now was merely a contingency left behind by the elder Taishu before his demise. Sure enough, under Jiang Fan and the others' watchful eyes, after trembling slightly, the elder Taix's body rapidly disintegrated before their very eyes. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished completely, leaving only a fist-sized orb of light floating above the stone platform. Soon after, the orb transformed into an ethereal figure identical to the elder Taishu. Sigh, who knows how many years it has been, yet no one has ever obtained the inheritance I left behind. It seems the world of immortal cultivation today has truly declined from its former glory. The elder Taishu let out a faint sigh. His illusory gaze settled directly upon the four of them. You four little ones, having made it here today, are fated to cross paths with me. The inheritance I established long ago can no longer sustain itself after countless ages, but the legacy of the Taishu heavenly sect must not be severed. Today I shall choose one among you to carry forward the Taishu heavenly sect. At these words, even the usually unflappable Xiao Jinjian's expression instantly blazed with fervent excitement. He had never imagined that obtaining the heavenly lord's inheritance from the Taishu heavenly sect would be so effortless, not even requiring the inheritance trial. Among the four in the hall, he surpassed Jiang Fan and the others in both talent and cultivation by every measure. If the elder Taishu were to choose a successor, it could only be him, Xiao Jingyun. For centuries, countless prodigies from the great Xia kingdom had failed to obtain the heavenly lord's inheritance, yet he could claim it without lifting a finger. At that moment, Xiao Jingyun felt as though he were floating on air, convinced he was the chosen child of destiny. After today, with the heavenly lord's inheritance in hand, even a prodigy like Yue Qingying with her divine-grade golden core would be trampled beneath his feet. It's over. The heavenly lord's inheritance is likely to fall into Xiao Jinjian's hands. Mo Xiaopeng sighed inwardly. Although Jiang Fan and Ling were no slouches, his gut feeling told him that Xiao Jingyun probably had the edge. Ling Xuanxuan, however, remained perfectly calm. In her eyes, her second senior brother was capable of anything. Despite Xiao Jinjian's prowess, she firmly believed that the elder Taix's inheritance would ultimately go to her second senior brother. The elder Taix's gaze swept over each of the four in turn. After an indeterminable time, his eyes finally came to rest on Jiang Fan. Little one, are you willing to accept my inheritance and elevate the Taishu heavenly sect to glory? Xiao Jingyun, who had been fully prepared to inherit the heavenly lord's legacy, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The elder Taishu was actually going to bestow his inheritance upon Jiang Fan. How? How was this possible? He had been so confident that the heavenly lord's inheritance was his for the taking, only to receive a resounding slap from reality. At that moment, Xiao Jingyun felt a searing sting across his face. The Grand Void Elder was going to bestow the heavenly lord's legacy upon Jiang Fan. Mo Xiaopeng came to his senses, his eyes brimming with ecstatic disbelief. He had originally believed that the Grand Void Elder would almost certainly choose Xiao Jingyun as his successor. Yet to his surprise, the Grand Void Elder had selected Jiang Fan instead. Could it be that in the Grand Void Elder's eyes, Jiang Fan's talent surpassed even Xiao Jinjian's? Of course that no longer mattered. What truly mattered was that their Han Province Immortal Academy might finally rise to prominence. Senior Jiang Fan is known throughout the 9 provinces Immortal Academy of Daxia as a worthless waste. Why would you entrust him with the heavenly lord's legacy? Xiao Jinjian's face darkened to an extreme. He looked up at the Grand Void Elder, his features burning with defiance. He was the foremost golden core genius of the Jing Province Immortal Academy. Over the past decade, the only one in Daxia who could surpass him was Yue Qingying, who had risen against all odds 3 years ago. In terms of talent and cultivation, among the younger generation of this era, Xiao Jingyun was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional. As for Jiang Fan, he was nothing but a worthless parasite living off Yue Qingying's reputation. He simply could not fathom why the Grand Void Elder would choose to bestow the Heavenly Lord's legacy upon a waste like Jiang Fan. The Grand Void Elder said calmly, "He is a sword cultivator, and his talent surpasses yours. Naturally, he is more suited to inherit my legacy. Senior, have you made a mistake? Xiao Jingyun stared at the Grand Void Elder in utter disbelief, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Final accept that Jiang Fan is a sword cultivator. But which of your eyes discerned that Jiang Fan's talent exceeds mine? Even if I, Xiao Jingyun, am utterly mediocre, I cannot possibly be inferior to a freeloader like Jiang Fan. You dare to question my judgment. The Grand Void Elder cast a glance at Xiao Jingyun, letting out a faint, contemptuous snort. In that instant, Xiao Jingyun felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his chest, sending him crashing against the hall's wall with a resounding thud. Uft! Xiao Jingyun's face turned deathly pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Do you think a mere golden core cultivator can question my decisions? The Grand Void Elder gave Xiao Jingyun a cold stare. Who did he think he was? As a distinguished void return cultivator, even in the ancient era of immortal cultivation, he commanded awe across the land. Though he had fallen long ago, and only a wisp of his residual soul remained sealed within his flesh, he still possessed the discerning eye of a void return heavenly lord. Xiao Jingyun's talent was passable. At 25 or 26, he had already reached the peak of the golden core stage, and he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation. He had achieved perfection in the first layer of blade intent, and had even touched the threshold of the second layer, suggesting he would soon attain the realm of blade intent manifestation. Yet among these four young ones, Xiao Jingyun was only slightly stronger than the chubby one. That young girl, though merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment, had already comprehended the second layer of sword intent. Such a talent in the way of the sword would have been a rare prodigy even in their era, in the Grand Void Elder's eyes. Even this young girl's talent far outshone Xiao Jingyun's by more than a mere margin. How could his legacy ever fall to someone like Xiao Jingyun? Of course, the one the Grand Void Elder valued most was undoubtedly Jiang Fan. This fellow was profoundly enigmatic. Even with his void return cultivator's insight, he could not see through Jiang Fan's cultivation level. Nevertheless, though he could not see through Jiang Fan, relying on the potent intuition of a void return cultivator, the Grand Void Elder still chose Jiang Fan as his successor. Young one, have you made your decision? Seeing that Jiang Fan remained silent, the Grand Void Elder narrowed his eyes slightly. The Heavenly Lord's legacy. Even in their era, it was a coveted inheritance for countless cultivators. Any ordinary young prodigy, given the chance to receive the Heavenly Lord's legacy, would have been overwhelmed with excitement. Yet this young man before him was far too composed. It seemed as though in his eyes the Heavenly Lord's legacy was nothing more than an optional trifle. Senior, could we perhaps make a deal and have someone else inherit your legacy? Jiang Fan asked cautiously, then promptly pulled Ling Xianxian in front of him. This is my junior sister Ling Xianxian. At the 8th level of Qi refining, she comprehended the first layer of sword intent. At the 6th level of foundation establishment, she grasped the second layer. Her sword talent is unparalleled, making her an ideal candidate for your legacy. Jiang Fan looked at the Grand Void Elder with utmost sincerity. Having inherited game attributes and possessing an extraordinary in-game shop, the so-called Heavenly Lord's legacy held little real value for him. It would be far more fitting for his junior sister to inherit it. Moreover, once she received the Grand Void Elder's legacy, she would surely become a force to be reckoned with. Then Mo Changkong would stop constantly trying to squeeze every bit of value out of him. Wah! What? That freeloader actually refused. In a corner of the hall, Xiao Jingyun, wounded by the Grand Void Elder's cold snort, wore an expression of sheer incredulity. He was on the verge of losing his mind. The very thing he dreamed of obtaining, Jiang Fan, that freeloader, dismissed with indifference, casually giving it away to his junior sister. This was the Heavenly Lord's legacy, a treasure even soul transformation venerables yearned for. The Grand Void Elder fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan. After a long pause, he said coolly, "Young one, do you look down upon my legacy? How could that be? Senior is a mighty void return cultivator. My admiration for you flows like an endless river, ceaseless and boundless. I am but a nobody who lives off his wife's reputation. I am unworthy of inheriting your legacy. My junior sister is far more suitable." Jiang Fan felt a chill run down his spine under the Grand Void Elder's scrutiny and quickly explained. Though he did indeed hold the Grand Void Elder's legacy in somewhat low regard, he dared not voice it. After all, even with just a residual soul remaining, this old man was still terrifyingly powerful. Xiao Jingyun's fate was a stark warning. Killing him would likely be easier than crushing an ant. Very well, let it be someone else then. The Grand Void Elder gave Jiang Fan a profound look, but did not insist. This young man harbored secrets even he could not fathom. Perhaps he already possessed a far superior inheritance, which explained his indifference toward the so-called Heavenly Lord's legacy. Entrusting his legacy to such a figure would indeed be inappropriate. This young girl, Ling Xuanxuan, with her commendable sword talent, was worthy of inheriting his legacy. Moreover, Ling Xianxian was Jiang Fan's junior sister. Having his successor accompany someone of Jiang Fan's caliber would be an excellent arrangement. The Grand Void Elder wasted no time. He shifted his gaze directly to Ling Xianxian. "Young girl, are you willing to accept my legacy?" Ling Xianxian was utterly dumbfounded by the words of the Taishu Elder. That her second senior brother could catch the eye of the Taishu Elder seemed only natural in her eyes. Yet that her second senior brother would yield the Taishu Elder's legacy to her was something Ling Xianxian had never anticipated. Even more unexpected for Ling Xianxian was that the Taishu Elder actually agreed to such an unreasonable request from her second senior brother. For a moment, Ling Xianxian was at a loss, instinctively turning her gaze toward Jiang Fan. For her, a mere fledgling at the foundation establishment stage, to inherit the Celestial Lord's legacy, the dream of countless young prodigies in the Great Xia Kingdom, the pressure was immense. "Little junior sister, what are you looking at me for? Hurry up and thank the senior." Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. Oh. Coming to her senses, Ling Xianxian quickly bowed respectfully to the Taishu Elder and said, "Senior Taishu Xianxian is willing." Ling Xuanxuan's guiding principle now was simple: listen to second senior brother. Since her second senior brother wanted her to inherit the Celestial Lord's legacy, she would not hesitate. Her second senior brother was like a god. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Celestial Lord's legacy might be an unattainable dream, but in her second senior brother's eyes, it was probably nothing special. "Senior, I object." Just then Xiao Jinjian's voice rang out once more. Suppressing his injuries, he stood up and looked at the Taishu Elder, a glint of unyielding determination in his eyes. The Taishu Elder gazed at Xiao Jingyun, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. This young man, though severely wounded by him earlier, still dared to step forward and challenge him. A rare spirit and courage indeed. If this young man were willing to assist Ling Xuanxuan, he could be granted a fine blade cultivation legacy. "Do you feel that your talent and strength far surpass Ling Xuanxuan's, and thus you are unconvinced? Since you are unconvinced, I shall make you accept it willingly." The Taishu Elder then turned to Ling Xianxian with a smile. "Young lady, show him your second realm sword intent." "Yes," Ling Xianxian replied, and a terrifying icy sword intent instantly filled the hall. The next moment, a crystalline sword materialized from sword intent hovered above her head. Second realm sword intent, manifestation of sword intent. How is that possible? Xiao Jingyun stared fixedly at the crystalline sword above Ling Xuanxuan's head, hardly believing his eyes. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, he had only just touched upon the essence of second realm blade intent, yet to fully comprehend it and manifest the blade intent. But Ling Xuanxuan, at merely the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage, had already mastered second realm sword intent. No wonder the Taishu Elder chose Ling Xianxian. In terms of talent alone, he was indeed far outmatched by Ling Xianxian. At that moment, Xiao Jinjian's gaze was vacant, deeply shaken. For a long time, Xiao Jingyun had considered himself one of the foremost young prodigies of the Great Xia Kingdom. The only one he deemed worthy of his attention was Yue Qingying. But now Xiao Jingyun realized how laughable his thoughts were. Not to mention, comparing with Yue Qingying, even Yue Qingying's little junior sister far surpassed him in talent. So I, Xiao Jingyun, am nothing but a self-righteous frog at the bottom of a well. With a pale face and a self-mocking remark, he staggered out of the hall in a daze. The Taishu Elder glanced at Xiao Jingyun and shook his head. He had not expected that Xiao Jingyun would be so devastated just by witnessing Ling Xuanxuan's second realm sword intent. If this young man could overcome this, he might achieve great things in the future. Otherwise, he would likely be ruined. The Taishu Elder did not dwell on it. He directly addressed Jiang Fan. "Young friend Jiang Fan, you should wait outside as well. My time is short." "All right." Jiang Fan nodded and left the hall with Mo Xiaobang. Next, his little junior sister would need some time to inherit the Taishu Elder's legacy. With the Taishu Elder's residual spirit present, she should be safe. They just needed to wait outside. Upon leaving the Taishu Hall, Jiang Fan noticed that Xiao Jingyun, who had left before them, had vanished without a trace. But Jiang Fan paid it no mind. Their task now was to guard the Taishu Hall and ensure no one disturbed his little junior sister as she inherited the Celestial Lord's legacy. After leaving the Taishu Hall, Xiao Jingyun wandered through the Taishu Heavenly Palace like a walking corpse, lost and dazed. He, the foremost Golden Core prodigy of the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, once hailed as the unparalleled genius beneath the Golden Core stage, who considered himself a match for Yue Qingying. Yet now the ever-confident Xiao Jingyun, who believed his talent was unrivaled, was utterly crushed by a little girl at the foundation establishment stage. He thought he could rival Yue Qingying, but now he couldn't even compare to her little junior sister. How could Xiao Jingyun accept such a stark contrast? I never thought the foremost golden core prodigy of the Jingzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, Qingying, would be so fragile. Are you really willing to give up the Celestial Lord's legacy so easily? Just then a faint cold laugh suddenly echoed in Qingying's ears. The sudden sound jolted Qingying back to his senses somewhat. Who's there? As Qingying's words fell, a dark figure materialized before him. Yue Qingying, is that you? Qingying's gaze narrowed as he looked at the dark figure before him. Yue Qingying, the unparalleled prodigy of the Yuzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. This fellow was always low-key and mysterious, not widely known among the 9 prefectures' immortal academies, but his talent and strength were by no means weak. As far as Qingying knew, Yue Qingying's cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. He was the only young prodigy among all those who entered the Taishu Mountain from the 9 prefectures' immortal academies who could match Qingying in cultivation. Qingying, you know very well what the Celestial Lord's legacy is. Are you truly going to give it up so easily? Yue Qingying said calmly, looking at Qingying. The Taishu elder has already chosen his successor. What else can I do but give up? Qingying looked up at Yue Qingying. Even if he has chosen a successor, we can still seize the legacy from that successor, can't we? Yue Qingying smiled lightly. You mean? Qingying's eyes narrowed. The Celestial Lord's legacy had always been Qingying's dream. If possible, he certainly did not want to give up so easily. Yue Qingying did not waste words and directly stated his purpose. Let us join forces. After Jiang Fan and the others obtain the Celestial Lord's legacy, we will strike and seize it, then share the legacy. What do you say? Qingying felt a slight chill. His wariness of Yue Qingying deepened considerably. The fact that Yue Qingying knew it was Jiang Fan's group contending for the Heavenly Lord's inheritance meant he must have been near the Tai Su Hall earlier. Yet Qingying had been utterly unaware of Yue Qingying's presence. It was said that Yue Qingying's greatest strength lay in his movement techniques, arriving without a shadow, departing without a trace. Now it seemed the rumors were indeed well-deserved. With your abilities, you could probably handle Jiang Fan and his group alone, couldn't you? Qingying's gaze was fixed intently on Yue Qingying. In his view, given Yue Qingying's strength, if he truly intended to act, dealing with Jiang Fan's trio and seizing the Heavenly Lord's inheritance would be more than sufficient. If that were the case, why would this man go to the trouble of sharing the inheritance with him? Qingying, your greatest flaw is your arrogance. In your eyes, among the young prodigies of the great Xia kingdom, only Yue Qingying is worthy of your attention. You disdain to understand others, unaware that there is always a sky beyond the sky. To some, you Qingying are nothing special. Yue Qingying shook his head. Qingying's gaze turned icy. Yue Qingying, what do you mean? Did you come here specifically to humiliate me? Just stating the facts. Ling Xianxian possesses a treasure that suppresses cultivation, capable of reducing both your and my power to the same level as hers. Yue Qingying cast a casual glance at Qingying. At the same cultivation level, do you think you can defeat her? Qingying's expression shifted. Although Ling Xuanxuan's cultivation was merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment, she had already comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent. At the same level, she was utterly invincible, making it nearly impossible for him to overcome her. He finally understood why Jiang Fan's trio had not feared his lethal intent. Even if he had struck, he likely could not have killed them. Beyond Ling Xuanxuan, Jiang Fan is also no simpleton. Far from the so-called sponge you all speak of, Yue Qingying said calmly. If we act alone, we have no chance of contending for the Heavenly Lord's inheritance. Qingying's eyes flickered. After a moment, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, fine. I am willing to join forces with you to pursue the Heavenly Lord's inheritance. Outside the Tai Su Hall, Jiang Fan and Mo Xiaopeng stood silently at the entrance, guarding Ling Xianxian as she received the Heavenly Lord's inheritance. With the selection of the successor by the Void Elder, the array restrictions for the first trial of the inheritance had clearly dissipated entirely. Brother Jiang Fan, I doubt Qingying will give up the Heavenly Lord's inheritance so easily, Mo Xiaopeng said with a heavy expression as the formations vanished. The Heavenly Lord's inheritance, a peerless legacy unparalleled in the current cultivation world. Even nascent soul-venerated masters would covet it. Qingying had suppressed his cultivation, refusing to break through to the nascent soul stage, all for the sake of the Void Elder's inheritance. Now that Ling Xianxian had inherited it, how could he be willing to accept it? Moreover, among the young prodigies of the 9 provinces' Immortal Academy, those who coveted the Heavenly Lord's inheritance far outnumbered Qingying alone. With Ling Xianxian present, they could use her treasure to suppress these prodigies' cultivation and hold their ground. Now, relying only on the 2 of them, how could they contend with all the top geniuses of the 9 provinces' Immortal Academy? Although Mo Xiaoping knew that Jiang Fan chosen by the Void Elder possessed monstrous talent, even if Jiang Fan had the cultivation of the 9th level of the Golden Core and strength comparable to Xiao Jingyun, he alone might not withstand the onslaught. I know, don't worry, Jiang Fan said calmly. The Void Mountain was bound by the divine abilities of a returned Void Heavenly Lord, making it impossible for cultivators above the Golden Core stage to appear. Below the nascent soul stage, even prodigies like Xiao Jingyun at the 9th level of the Golden Core would pose little trouble unless they used their trump cards. Besides, even if Xiao Jingyun intended to act, it likely wouldn't be now. He would wait until the younger sister obtained the inheritance, and the Void Elder's residual spirit vanished. After all, Xiao Jingyun was well aware of how terrifying the Void Elder's residual spirit was. Without confirming its disappearance, how would he dare to act rashly? Otherwise, if the Void Elder grew angry, a mere flick of his finger would reduce him to ash. As Jiang Fan and the others spoke, the sound of slow, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Then a young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, carrying a massive black iron greatsword, slowly approached the Taisu Hall. Brother Jiang Fan, this is Xiang Tai from the Wu Prefecture Cultivation Academy at the 8th level of the Golden Core. Among all Golden Core prodigies of the 9 provinces Immortal Academy, his strength likely ranks in the top 3. Mo Xiaoping quickly whispered an introduction. Jiang Fan glanced at Xiang Tai and then ignored him. This fellow, though not weak, was still a tier below Xiao Jingyun. If he dared to enter the Taisu Hall and disturb the younger sister's inheritance, Jiang Fan would simply eliminate him. Xiang Tai halted 100 zhang from the hall and looked at Jiang Fan and Mo Xiaoping at the entrance. His slightly surprised, rough voice rang out. Jiang Fan, I thought I'd encounter Xiao Jingyun or Yi Wuing here, not you two. Regarding Jiang Fan, the so-called sponge of the Han Prefecture Cultivation Academy, Xiang Tai had only heard his name without knowing his face. Had it not been for the conflict Jiang Fan's group had before entering the Void Mountain, Xiang Tai would never have noticed them. Yet here this fellow was arriving at the Taisu Hall before him. Interesting. He was becoming more intrigued by this sponge from the Han Prefecture Cultivation Academy. Xiang Tai, you're too late. Jiang Fan said flatly. The Void Elder has chosen my junior sister to inherit the Heavenly Lord's legacy. This hall is not a place for you. Leave now. Xiang Tai's eyes narrowed. The junior sister Jiang Fan mentioned was undoubtedly the girl at the foundation establishment stage who had comprehended sword intent. Even he admitted her talent was superior to his, and she might indeed have obtained the inheritance. However, that didn't mean he would give up so easily. Huh. Jiang Fan, you underestimate me. Xiang Tai laughed arrogantly. The Heavenly Lord's inheritance belongs to the capable. Even if your junior sister has it, I can still take it from her. A cold, sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. Since this man was set on the inheritance, Jiang Fan saw no need for further words. He raised his hand and waved, and a fireball the size of a palm instantly tore through space, shooting towards Xiang Tai. You overestimate yourself. Xiang Tai sneered disdainfully, leveling his greatsword to block the incoming fireball. Yet, what shocked Xiang Tai was that, the moment the greatsword touched the fireball, it was inexplicably melted into nothingness. How is this possible? Xiang Tai's heart was seized with terror. Though his greatsword was no peerless divine weapon, it was still a rare top-grade magical artifact. Xiang Tai had never imagined that Jiang Fan, with just an ordinary fireball art, could instantly melt his weapon. However, at this very moment, Xiang Tai had no time to overthink. He surged his true essence, forming an earthen yellow protective barrier around his body in an instant, hoping to withstand the fireball. But how could Xiang Tai know that Jiang Fan's fireball art was no ordinary spell? It was the immortal fireball art, supreme over all flames in the world. Let alone Xiang Tai, who was merely at the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm. Even a nascent soul elder, if careless under this strike, would meet a gruesome end. With a sizzling sound before Jiang Fan's immortal fireball art, the defensive barrier Xiang Tai had conjured was as fragile as paper collapsing at the slightest touch. Xiang Tai's expression instantly twisted into sheer horror. Yet the immortal fireball art gave Xiang Tai no chance to react. It exploded violently, transforming into a sea of flames that engulfed Xiang Tai and the surrounding 10 zhang of space, turning everything into a blazing inferno. After a few breaths, the sea of flames slowly dissipated and all returned to calm. Where Xiang Tai had stood, there was now an empty void with no trace of him left. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I gave you a chance to live, but you failed to cherish it. A trash like you dares to covet junior sister's Heavenly Lord inheritance before me. Jiang Fan cast a cold smirk at the spot where Xiang Tai had disappeared. Back when his cultivation was only at the 7th layer of the Golden Core realm, his immortal fireball art had easily melted the nascent soul avatar of the Red Tiger Demon King, a great demon at the 2nd layer of the nascent soul realm. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, how could Xiangtai merely at the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm possibly withstand his immortal fireball art? Dead. Dead. Mo Xiaopeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him, struggling to snap out of his shock. Although Mo Xiaopeng now understood clearly that Jiang Fan, the so-called kept man of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, was merely putting on an act. His talent, even if not surpassing Yue Qingying's, was likely not far behind. Yet even so, Mo Xiaopeng never expected that Jiang Fan's combat prowess would reach such terrifying heights. With a mere casual fireball art, he had obliterated Xiangtai, a genius at the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm, leaving not even ashes behind. At that moment, Mo Xiaopeng felt nothing but profound admiration for Lu Wuchen, the dean of the Sword Academy at their Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. This man was simply too skilled at taking disciples. Having taken 3 personal disciples, each one monstrously abnormal. Where on earth did Dean Lu find such divine prodigies? What a pity, Jiang Fan sighed softly, gazing at the spot where Xiangtai had vanished. Mo Xiaopeng lamented, a genius at the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm dying here is indeed a waste. What are you thinking? I'm in Xiangtai's storage ring. A genius of the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm must have had plenty of spirit stones. It's a shame I struck too hard and missed the chance to loot. Jiang Fan said regretfully. A genius like Xiangtai at the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm was no weakling. Even an ordinary cultivator at the 1st layer of the nascent soul realm might not be able to defeat him. Moreover, such geniuses usually carried life-saving trump cards left by their backers. If Xiangtai had been given a chance to react, killing him would have been far more difficult. That was precisely why Jiang Fan had directly unleashed the immortal fireball art, annihilating Xiangtai in one blow. Mo Xiaopeng's expression froze. He had thought Jiang Fan was lamenting Xiangtai's death, only to realize he was regretting the spirit stones in the storage ring. The title of kept man might be questionable, but his love for spirit stones remained utterly unchanged. After dealing with Xiangtai, no one came to disturb them at the Taisu Hall for a long time. They silently guarded the entrance of the Taisu Hall. Unbeknownst to them, a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Taisu Hall, which had remained still, finally emitted a violent fluctuation. Even Jiang Fan and the others outside the hall could clearly sense it. Their gazes turned simultaneously toward the interior of the hall. Soon Ling Xuanxuan's figure slowly emerged from within. At this moment, Ling Xianxian exuded an ethereal, mysterious aura far more pronounced than a month ago. Her cultivation had leaped from the 6th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm directly to the 1st layer of the Golden Core realm. Evidently having inherited the Heavenly Lord's legacy, Ling Xianxian had undergone a complete transformation. Now, even without triggering the restriction of equality for all among the young geniuses below the nascent soul realm in the 9 provinces Immortal Academy, only a handful could rival her. Junior sister, have you finished inheriting the legacy of the Taisu Elder? Jiang Fan yawned lazily. Not yet. Ling Xianxian shook her head. My strength is still too weak. There are things I cannot yet grasp. You'll likely need to break through to the nascent soul realm first. I see. Jiang Fan blinked about to inquire about the spirit veins when he suddenly sensed something. He looked up into the distance, his calm voice echoing. Xiao Jingyan, since you're back, why skulk in the shadows? Get out here. As Jiang Fan spoke, a familiar figure gradually emerged at the edge of their vision. Xiao Jingyan. So this fellow hadn't given up after all. However, Mo Xiaopeng wasn't overly worried. Jiang Fan's strength was unfathomable. Ling Xuanxuan, having obtained the Heavenly Lord's legacy, had also grown significantly in power, coupled with the artifact suppressing her cultivation. Even if Xiao Jingyun was hailed as the #1 below the Golden Core realm, seizing the Heavenly Lord's inheritance now was nearly impossible. Xiao Jingyun, you have some nerve daring to return. Jiang Fan gave Xiao Jingyun a thumbs up as the latter approached slowly. Xiao Jingyun's expression remained impassive. With a flick of his hand, a gleaming crescent blade dagger materialized, its chilling sharpness radiating through the air. Jiang Fan, hand over the Heavenly Lord's inheritance, and he'll spare your lives. Xiao Jingyun, do you truly believe that bearing the title of supreme among all below the nascent soul realm makes you invincible? The Sovereign Lord's legacy. Dare you seize it if you can? Jiang Fan curled his lips in mild disdain, not deigning Xiao Jingyun a moment's concern. His junior sister, having inherited the Sovereign Lord's legacy, had undergone a profound surge in cultivation strength. And with the power of the all-equal beneath heaven restriction amplifying her might, She could subdue Xiao Jingyun utterly in moments. No intervention from him was required. Senior brother to someone else lurks unseen in the shadows. His strength surpasses Xiao Jingyun's. Ling Xianxian gazed lightly toward a point in the air above Xiao Jingyun's head and spoke softly. HM. A flash of sharp brilliance flickered across Jiang Fan's eyes. In the next instant, a dazzling golden sword intent shot forth like lightning, cleaving downward toward Xiao Jingyun's crown, so fierce that the very space above him warped and twisted beneath its edge. Within that distorted expanse, a ghostly figure clad in black robes slowly materialized before Jiang Fan and the others. Jiang Fan fixed his gaze upon the black-robed figure hovering midair, his eyes narrowing imperceptibly. During his earlier confrontation with Ma Yuanfeng and his companions, Jiang Fan had sensed, vaguely yet unmistakably, a formidable presence concealed in the darkness. That aura matched this black-robed figure almost identically. Dual-layered sword intent. The black-robed man glanced at the severed sleeve of his right arm, then locked his stare fiercely upon Jiang Fan. A sword cultivator whose talent rivals even Yue Qingying's, yet branded the infamous trophy husband of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy. How deeply you've concealed yourself. He has also comprehended dual-layered sword intent. Xiao Jingyun's face paled in shock. No wonder Elder Tai Su had chosen Jiang Fan as his first disciple. The boy had hidden his true depth with astonishing mastery. What celestial realm is the sword courtyard of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy? Its dean Lu Wuqian took only 3 direct disciples, each a prodigy whose sword aptitude defied reason, all having grasped dual-layered sword intent before reaching the nascent soul realm. This is dual-layered sword intent. When did it become so effortlessly attainable? Recall, across the other 8 immortal academies of the Great Xia Empire, no youth below the nascent soul realm has ever been recorded mastering it. Yet the sword courtyard of the Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy produced 3 such geniuses simultaneously. Is this sheer absurdity beyond measure? Xiao Jingyun felt his mind teetering on the brink of unraveling. How is this possible? Could Jiang Fan and his 2 junior siblings truly be chosen ones of heaven, bound to the Tao itself? Even dual-layered sword intent, they seem to have procured it en masse as though ordered from heaven's own catalog. Brother Jiang Fan, the newcomer, is Yi Wuiying of the Yuzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, a golden core cultivator at the 9th tier. Among all the geniuses of the 9 immortal academies, he alone matches Xiao Jingyun in cultivation base. Mo Xiaopeng snapped back to awareness and hurriedly explained. Having witnessed Jiang Fan's feats within the Tai Su mountain ruins, Mo Xiaopeng was long past astonishment. He had grown numb to wonder. So when Jiang Fan manifested dual-layered sword intent, it struck him as perfectly natural. What truly startled him was Yi Wuiying's sudden appearance. For the sake of the sovereign lord's legacy, Xiao Jingyun and Yi Wuiying, 2 of the 9 academies' most peerless geniuses, had forged an alliance. Jiang Fan, the sovereign lord's legacy within the Tai Su mountain ruins, belongs collectively to the 9 immortal academies. For your Hanzhou Immortal Cultivation Academy, to claim it exclusively seems rather inappropriate. Xiao Jingyun spoke coldly. Originally, his and Yi Wuiying's plan had been to eliminate Jiang Fan and his 2 companions outright and seize the legacy. But Jiang Fan and Ling Xianxian both wielded dual-layered sword intent. Once their cultivation bases were suppressed by Ling Xuanxuan's artifact, neither Xiao Jingyun nor Yi Wuiying could hope to gain even the slightest advantage against them. Thus, Xiao Jingyun opted for compromise, to claim but a share of the sovereign lord's legacy. Yi Wuiying remained silent, clearly endorsing Xiao Jingyun's decision. Xiao Jingyun, if you covet the sovereign lord's legacy, speak plainly. Spare me your hollow self-righteous pretexts. The legacy rests upon me. Come and take it, if you dare. Ling Xianxian stepped forward. Her long sword pointed steadily at Xiao Jingyun and Yi Wuiying as she challenged with a faint defiant smile. Choose, single combat or group assault. Your call. Ling Xuanxuan, surrender the sovereign lord's legacy for shared access. That is the wisest path. I know you bear an artifact that suppresses cultivation bases, but should this escalate into life or death combat, you may find yourselves gaining little while losing much. Xiao Jingyun's expression darkened. Ling Xianxian was already a sword genius who had mastered dual-layered sword intent. Now that she had inherited Elder Tai Su's sovereign lord's legacy, her strength had ascended to an entirely new tier. At equal cultivation levels, no one, not even the most gifted, could possibly best her in single combat. Group assault. With Jiang Fan, another dual-layered sword intent master, standing resolutely beside her, what chance did they truly have? You talk far too much. Ling Xianxian let out a soft, disdainful hum and raised her sword in a swift, seemingly ordinary strike aimed at Xiao Jingyun, devoid of even the faintest ripple of sword qi. Yet Xiao Jingyun reacted as though facing mortal peril. His halberd-like blades surged with cutting intent, weaving a seamless, impenetrable barrier of blade aura across his chest. But at that very instant, an invisible sword intent descended, and the blade aura shattered with a thunderous crack. Xiao Jingyun shuddered, violently staggering backward across the ground with 3 heavy retreating steps. Having driven Xiao Jingyun back with a single stroke, Ling Xianxian pivoted her sword tip and unleashed another aerial slash, this time aimed squarely at Yue Qingying. Yue Qingying's figure likewise rocketed backward through the air, vanishing over 30 zhang into the distance. Frost-laced sword intent radiated from Ling Xuanxuan's form as she charged forward, blade flashing. Boom, boom, boom. A furious exchange erupted midair. Under the activation of the all-equal beneath heaven restriction, confronting Xiao Jingyun and Yue Qingying, both now reduced to golden core first tier, Ling Xianxian fought 2 adversaries alone without yielding an inch. Whoa, junior sister Xuanxuan's combat prowess is downright terrifying. Mo Xiaopong's eyes bulged wide open. Xiao Jingyun and Yue Qingying ranked among the absolute elite of the 9 immortal academies. Yet Ling Xuanxuan fighting them both alone dominated effortlessly. Granted, their cultivation bases were suppressed to match hers, but even so, such dominance was nothing short of extraordinary. Jiang Fan, however, showed little surprise at this spectacle. Even before inheriting the sovereign lord's legacy, geniuses like Xiao Jingyun and Yue Qingying could scarcely gain any advantage over his junior sister at equal cultivation levels. Now that she had inherited the sovereign lord's legacy, her power was incomparable. Consider just one aspect. The cultivation art she practiced had shifted from her family's standard nascent soul-level manual to the legendary sovereign lord's art itself. At identical cultivation tiers, her reservoir of primordial energy had multiplied many-fold beyond its former capacity. It mattered little that Xiao Jingyun and Yue Qingying were suppressed. Even at their peak strength, she likely possessed the power to challenge them heat-in. Ling Xianxian, you overstep your bounds. At that moment, Xiao Jingyun, once again hurled backward by Ling Xuanxuan's sword, flushed with a savage, bloodless grimace. Then, with a subtle motion of his palm, a golden dagger shimmering with incandescent blade light materialized from thin air within his grasp. Ling Xuanxuan, this dagger contains a single strike from a nascent soul 9th level blade cultivator. Are you sure you want to fight to the death? Xiao Jingyun gripped the golden dagger, his gaze cold and piercing as he stared at Ling Xianxian. Having obtained the Heavenly Lord's legacy, Ling Xuanxuan's combat prowess was now terrifyingly formidable. At the same cultivation level, she was undeniably an invincible existence. Fighting 2 opponents alone, she had left both him and Yue Qingying utterly defenseless. This alone proved just how fearsome the Heavenly Lord's legacy truly was. Amidst his shock and fury, Xiao Jingyun's heart burned with desire. No matter the cost, he had to seize the Heavenly Lord's legacy for himself. Brother Jiang Fan, Xiao Jingyun and the others are about to use their trump cards. We should go help her. Mo Xiaopang said, his expression shifting as he spoke urgently. Are you stupid? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. Do you think a true inheritor of the Heavenly Lord would be afraid to clash trump cards with Xiao Jingyun and his crew? Mo Xiaopang was momentarily stunned. He had indeed forgotten that point. Most of Xiao Jingyun's trump cards were at the nascent soul level, at most reaching the level of a venerable spirit transformation. Ling Xianxian was now the Heavenly Lord's inheritor. With just 1 or 2 Heavenly Lord-level trump cards, she could likely obliterate Xiao Jingyun and the others into dust. A single strike from a nascent soul 9th level blade cultivator, huh? Ling Xianxian blinked, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Jingyun's threat. Instead, she cheerfully urged him, if you want to use it, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Fine, fine, fine. Since you insist, I'll grant your wish. Xiao Jingyun laughed in fury. Without further hesitation, he activated the golden dagger in his hand. Boom. The golden dagger radiance surged, instantly transforming into 100 zhang blade light, carrying the terrifying might of a nascent soul. Like a mountain collapsing, it shattered space and bore down upon Ling Xianxian. Watching the heaven-shaking strike, Xiao Jingyun had unleashed. Ling Xuanxuan's delicate face showed no change. With a small motion of her hand, she produced an ancient black token. She gently waved the black token, and the 100 zhang blade light that was crushing toward her vanished without a trace. It disappeared so abruptly as if it had never existed. It was as though Xiao Jingyun's earlier strike had never been unleashed. At the same time, outside the Taishu Heavenly Palace, dozens of young prodigies from the 9 provinces' immortal academies were still struggling through the formation, trying to enter the palace to seek their fortunes. Among them, a white-robed man strode forward with an unhurried air, his hands clasped behind his back, now less than 10 steps from the palace gates. The white-robed man was tall and slender with handsome features and deep eyes that emitted a hint of eerie charm. Look, Qin Yulong is about to enter the Taishu Heavenly Palace. What's so surprising about that? Qin Yulong hails from the Qin family of Jingzhou and is the golden core genius second only to Xiao Jingyun in the Jingzhou Immortal Academy. Isn't it normal for him to breach the palace? Alas, comparing people is truly infuriating. Why don't I have such talent? Many young prodigies gazed at Qin Yulong, who was about to enter the palace, with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yet, just as Qin Yulong was about to step into the Taishu Heavenly Palace, the air outside trembled violently. The next moment, 100 Zhang blade light radiating the terrifying might of a nascent soul came crashing down. What the? Qin Yulong felt as if a herd of 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his heart. Wasn't there only one formation outside the Taishu Heavenly Palace? How could a nascent soul-level blade strike suddenly appear? And why did this nascent soul strike feel somewhat familiar? Bang! The nascent soul strike came too suddenly. Before Qin Yulong could react, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily over 100 zhang away in utter disgrace. Xiao Jingyun, F your mother. Qin Yulong seemed to realize something, and in a fit of rage he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. Staring at the sudden scene before them, countless young prodigies were utterly dumbfounded. How had Qin Yulong, who was about to enter the palace, been struck down with only half his life left? And, from Qin Yulong's words, this strike seemed to involve Xiao Jingyun. Weren't these two from the same Jingzhou Immortal Academy? Shouldn't they be uniting against outsiders instead of fighting among themselves? Outside the Taishu Hall, Xiao Jingyun stared at the scene, his expression one of utter horror. How is this possible? The power within the golden dagger, though not the full force of a nascent soul 9th level blade cultivator, could easily kill an ordinary nascent soul expert. Their cultivation was now suppressed to the 1st level of golden core. Such power was nearly invincible. Yet Ling Xianxian had merely produced a token and waved it lightly, and his strike had vanished. Before that token, the nascent soul strike he had unleashed seemed as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. A heavenly treasure. Xiao Jinjian's eyes locked onto the token in Ling Xuanxuan's hand as he forced out the words. The strike from a nascent soul 9th level blade cultivator before this black token hadn't even stirred a ripple before evaporating without a trace. Only a legendary heavenly treasure could possess such divine might. This isn't a heavenly treasure, it's just an ordinary token. Ling Xianxian blinked. If you want to see a real heavenly treasure, I can grant that wish. Xiao Jinjian's mouth twitched, and a deep sense of helplessness rose within him. He couldn't defeat her in combat. When it came to trump cards, she had the means of a heavenly lord, which could neutralize his with ease. What was the point of fighting for the heavenly lord's legacy? Xiao Jingyun suddenly realized that waiting for Ling Xianxian to inherit the legacy before trying to seize it was utterly the most foolish decision. Xiao Jingyun, hold off Jiang Fan and the other. They'll take the heavenly lord's legacy. Just then Yue Qingying's calm voice came from nearby. Xiao Jingyun was startled. Did this guy have another trump card that could deal with Ling Xianxian? He gave Yue Qingying a deep look, then flashed in front of Jiang Fan and the other. As expected of the heavenly lord's legacy, truly living up to its reputation. Yue Qingying stared directly at Ling Xianxian. It seems that to obtain the legacy on you, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Ling Xianxian pouted, her expression one of disdain. Yue Qingying, I know your true cultivation has reached the nascent soul level. Though I don't know what method you used to fool the restrictions of Taishu Mountain, if you unleash nascent soul power, you'll be expelled from this relic. Yue Qingying's gaze was cold as he formed hand seals, a powerful nascent soul aura erupting from him. At least before I'm expelled, killing you and taking the Heavenly Lord's legacy is more than enough. Before Yue Qingying's chilling words had even faded, his vast nascent soul power instantly coalesced into a colossal black palm that descended upon Ling Xianxian. At that moment, the 100 zhang space around Ling Xianxian seemed to be frozen by the force of Yue Qingying's strike. Yue Qingying was also well aware that, by using his nascent soul cultivation within the Taishu Mountain ruins, he had at most 10 breaths before he would be expelled. Thus he had to defeat Ling Xianxian and seize the Celestial Lord's inheritance within those 10 breaths. In nascent soul, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Yue Qingying, Mo Xiaoping couldn't help but cry out in shock. Within the Taishu Mountain ruins, cultivators above the Golden Core stage simply could not enter. Even a venerable cultivator could not alter this rule. Otherwise, those old venerable cultivators of Daxiao would have long since come to Taishu Mountain themselves and the Celestial Lord's inheritance would never have been left for young talents like them to contend over. Yi Wuying was clearly already a nascent soul cultivator. How had he managed to infiltrate the Taishu mountain ruins? More importantly, the fact that Yi Wuying could unleash his nascent soul power proved that the artifacts on Ling Xianxian could no longer suppress a nascent soul cultivator's cultivation. Brother Jiang Fan, "I'll hold off, Xiao Jingyun, you go help junior sister Xianxian." Mo Xiaopeng gritted his teeth and quickly said to Jiang Fan. Although Ling Xianxian had inherited the Celestial Lord's legacy, her cultivation had only just broken through to the Golden Core stage. Facing a nascent soul cultivator like Yi Wuying might be perilous. He was far inferior to Xiao Jingyun, but since Xiao Jingyun's cultivation was suppressed to the first level of the Golden Core stage, even if he couldn't defeat Xiao Jingyun, he could certainly hold him off for a short while. There's no need for that. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Jiang Fan smiled slightly, showing no concern for his junior sister's safety. Jiang Fan knew his junior sister's temperament well. When in doubt, she called for her second senior brother. If she felt she couldn't handle something, she would have called for him long ago, wouldn't she? Yi Wuying is already a nascent soul cultivator. Xiao Jinjian's eyes widened in disbelief. Within the Taishu mountain ruins, no one above the Golden Core stage could enter. How had this guy managed to sneak in? Xiao Jingyun was utterly baffled. These guys were all such schemers. However, Yi Wuiying's sudden outburst did give them a glimmer of hope for seizing the Celestial Lord's inheritance. Xiao Jingyun took a deep breath. His aura locked firmly onto Jiang Fan. Seeing that Jiang Fan had no intention of making a move, Xiao Jingyun did not attack first. After all, Jiang Fan was also someone who had comprehended a double-layered sword intent. If he truly fought Jiang Fan, he might not necessarily win. Besides, Yi Wuiying had only tasked him with stopping Jiang Fan and the others. Under the gaze of the three, Yi Wuiying's heaven-shading palm appeared in an instant above Ling Xuanxuan's head. However, Ling Xianxian seemed completely unaffected by this palm strike. She urged the black token in her hand and gently waved it once more at the colossal black palm above her. In the next instant, the colossal black palm, just like the nascent soul blade strike Xiao Jingyun had unleashed, vanished without a trace. At the same time, outside the Taishu Celestial Palace, a colossal black palm imbued with terrifying nascent soul power descended abruptly from the sky, sending countless young geniuses who were attempting the formation flying. Two golden core geniuses at the center of the black palm were directly melted by its power, leaving not even a trace of their remains. The countless young geniuses who had narrowly escaped were all shaken with terror. Damn it! Weren't they told there would be no danger outside the Taishu Celestial Palace? Earlier, a nascent soul blade strike had crippled Qin Yulong, who was at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Now, a nascent soul palm strike had nearly wiped out all the young geniuses attempting the formation. How could this be called safe? This palm strike seems to be Yi Wuiying of Hanzhou Cultivation Academy's signature technique, the Nether Cloud Annihilation Palm. Just then, a severely injured young genius said with a grim expression, "Fuck." Hearing this, the faces of the other young geniuses instantly darkened. What exactly did Xiao Jingyun and Yi Wuiying intend to do? Were they trying to monopolize the opportunities of the Taishu Celestial Palace and prevent them from entering? What a Yi Wuiying! He dares to openly kill a disciple of our Hanzhou Cultivation Academy. Our Hanzhou Cultivation Academy will not let this slide. Our Hanzhou Cultivation Academy feels the same. Many young geniuses were filled with righteous indignation, but none dared to step forward and attempt the formation again. Xiao Jingyun, Yi Wuiying, and those bastards were utterly inhuman. Who knew if those bastards would strike them again when they tried the formation? Inside the Taishu Celestial Palace, Yi Wuiying's expression had also turned extremely grim. The black token in Ling Xuanxuan's hand was simply too heaven-defying. No matter what attack was launched, a single wave of the black token would erase it from existence. How could he even fight this? I refuse to believe that this black token of yours can block everything. Feeling the rejection of the world's power around him, Yi Wuiying knew his time was limited. He immediately channeled his nascent soul power with all his might, preparing to condense a nascent soul avatar to suppress Ling Xianxian in one blow. Yi Wuiying, it seems you've forgotten something. I am now the sole successor of the Taishu Elder. This Taishu Celestial Palace is my territory, Ling Xuanxuan's domain. How dare you run wild in my domain? As Ling Xianxian spoke, she urged the black token in her hand, and a mysterious spatial fluctuation instantly spread out, enveloping both Yi Wuiying and Xiao Jingyun. In the next moment, the space around Yi Wuiying and Xiao Jingyun twisted, and their figures vanished without a trace from the Taishu Celestial Palace. Seeing this scene, even Jiang Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Junior sister, this token of yours is a bit heaven-defying. Those two aren't dead, are they? No, I've just expelled them from the Taishu Celestial Palace. Ling Xianxian shook her head and explained, this Taishu Celestial Palace itself is a celestial treasure. I can't fully control it yet, but with this token I can expel any foreign power. In short, with this token Ling Xianxian was invincible within the Taishu Celestial Palace. Junior sister, now that you've inherited the Taishu Elder's legacy, you should know where the high-grade spirit vein of the Taishu Celestial Sect is right. Jiang Fan didn't dwell on the matter and instead asked about his most pressing concern. Ling Xuanxuan. In her second senior brother's eyes, spirit stones were indeed above all else. Ling Xianxian felt a surge of helplessness. Second senior brother, the spirit vein is suppressed beneath the Taishu Celestial Palace. We can't get there for now. Can't go. Jiang Fan was slightly taken aback. Ling Xianxian nodded and said, that place requires at least my cultivation to reach the nascent soul stage and fully control the Tai Su Heavenly Palace before I can go. Jiang Fan looked utterly dejected. The hope of mining high-grade spirit ore had once again evaporated. So had this trip to Mount Tai Su been a complete waste of effort. Second senior brother, I just obtained some high-grade spirit stones from senior Tai Su. They're for you. Ling Xianxian waved her small hand, and a pile of spirit stones instantly appeared before Jiang Fan. Each of these spirit stones contained energy that was over 100 times greater than ordinary low-grade spirit stones. As for the Heavenly Lord's legacy, she had merely tagged along with her second senior brother to obtain it. Although she had no idea why her second senior brother needed so many spirit stones, she unhesitatingly handed all the high-grade ones over to Jiang Fan. High-grade spirit stones. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up as he gazed at the stones before him. Ling Xianxian had given him a full 80 or so high-grade spirit stones equivalent to 800,000 low-grade ones. Adding to the 300,000 or 400,000 he already had, his total wealth now exceeded 1 million. After returning this time, he could finally indulge in a substantial spending spree. Jiang Fan didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xianxian and directly pocketed all the high-grade spirit stones. Little junior sister, now that you are the successor of the Heavenly Lord, you must cultivate diligently after returning. Strive to form your nascent soul as soon as possible and do not tarnish the esteemed reputation of the old man Tai Su. After stowing away the spirit stones, Jiang Fan spoke to Ling Xianxian with a serious expression. Ling Xianxian was instantly rendered speechless. You urge me to break through to the nascent soul stage early, not out of concern for Tai Su's reputation, but because you're afraid it will delay your mining of high-grade spirit, or isn't that right? So even after accepting these dozens of high-grade spirit stones, her second senior brother was still fixated on the high-grade spirit mine of the Tai Su Heavenly Sect. She simply couldn't understand it. Why was her second senior brother always so desperately short of spirit stones? She had been following him for quite some time now. Even without keeping count, she knew he had amassed at least several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones recently. Even if he ate spirit stones for meals, he couldn't spend them this fast. Little junior sister, how do we get out of here now? The Heavenly Lord's legacy had been inherited by his little junior sister, and the high-grade spirit mine was temporarily inaccessible. For Jiang Fan, there was clearly no reason to remain in the Mount Tai Su ruins any longer. Second senior brother, we just need to wait. At most half an hour, Mount Tai Su will completely close and everyone will be expelled. After that, no one except me will be able to reopen Mount Tai Su. Ling Xianxian said with a grin. Her beautiful eyes turned to Mo Xiaoping. An ancient mysterious scroll materialized and floated before him. Senior brother Mo, this is the legacy of a divine transformation venerable from the Tai Su Heavenly Sect. A divine transformation legacy. Mo Xiaoping swallowed hard, trembling with excitement. His uncle was truly his biological uncle. Clinging to Jiang Fan's coattails was undoubtedly the best decision he had made on this trip to Mount Tai Su. He had done almost nothing yet ended up with a divine transformation legacy. This was a divine transformation legacy after all. Even across the entire Great Xia nation, such legacies were exceedingly rare. For any cultivator, a legacy was of paramount importance, because it determined the upper limit of a cultivator's future. In the world of immortal cultivation, the vast majority of cultivators spent their entire lives unable to form a golden core or nascent soul. Besides being limited by talent, there was another crucial reason. That was the inherited cultivation method. For instance, an ordinary nascent soul clan only possessed the techniques to cultivate up to the nascent soul stage. Even if a prodigy capable of breaking through to nascent soul appeared within the clan without a divine transformation technique, it would be nearly impossible for them to become a divine transformation venerable. Unless that prodigy was so extraordinary that they could create their own divine transformation technique. The fact that the Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy had never produced a divine transformation venerable was largely due to the lack of such a technique. The inheritance of techniques was precisely the issue that worried Uncle Mo Changkong. Without a divine transformation technique, even a peerless prodigy like Yue Qingying had only two choices to reach the divine transformation stage. Either create a divine transformation technique herself or leave the Han Prefecture Academy and join an immortal sect that possessed such a legacy. Neither was the outcome Mo Changkong desired. It was precisely for this reason that Mo Changkong had fervently hoped they would obtain a divine transformation legacy from this Mount Tai-Su expedition. Now, not only had they acquired one, but Ling Xianxian had even inherited the Heavenly Lord's legacy. The Han Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy would finally no longer be shackled by the limitations of its techniques. Outside Mount Tai-Su in the void above, the 9 nascent soul grandmasters from the 9 great immortal academies were still stationed at their respective positions guarding within the formation. At the center of the formation, the white-browed old man suddenly sensed something, his brow furrowing deeply. Everyone pay attention. Mount Tai-Su is about to close. The moment the white-browed old man spoke, the other 8 nascent soul grandmasters were utterly bewildered. In the past, each opening of Mount Tai-Su lasted at least 1 to 2 years. Now it was closing in less than 2 months. This seemed rather abnormal. Just as everyone was stunned, a spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated from the base of Mount Tai-Su. A disheveled black figure instantly materialized before their eyes. Yue Qingying. His aura has broken through to nascent soul. Could he have been expelled by the laws of Mount Tai-Su? They were well aware that Mount Tai-Su did not permit cultivators above the golden core stage. However, Yue Qingying's breakthrough to nascent soul within Mount Tai-Su clearly indicated he had obtained a significant opportunity. Yet, as the other nascent soul grandmasters of the 8 academies reeled in shock, only the nascent soul grandmaster from Yue Prefecture Immortal Cultivation Academy wore an expression of extreme displeasure. He knew very well. Yue Qingying had actually broken through to nascent soul long ago, merely using an ancient divine ability to suppress his cultivation back to the golden core stage. There was only one reason for Yue Qingying's expulsion now. He must have encountered trouble within Mount Tai-Su, forcing him to unleash his nascent soul cultivation. With Yue Qingying's strength even against Xiao Jingyun hailed as the number 1 under the nascent soul stage, he would have stood a fighting chance. Who could it be that forced Yue Qingying to reveal his nascent soul power? Let's go. Mount Tai-Su is about to close. There's no need to guard this formation any longer. Let's go ask Yue Qingying what happened. The white-browed old man said calmly. In an instant, the 9 nascent soul powerhouses rose simultaneously, appearing directly above Yue Qingying's head. Yue Qingying, this opening of Mount Tai-Su has lasted only 2 months and is already showing signs of closing. Do you know the reason? Someone has obtained the Celestial Lord's inheritance in the Taishu Heavenly Sect. Yue Qingying's face darkened to an extreme. Having exerted his nascent soul cultivation and been expelled from the Taishu Heavenly Palace by Ling Xuanxuan, he was then cast out by the laws of Taishu Mountain. Although Yue Qingying was not fully aware of the specifics within Taishu Mountain, he could vaguely surmise that this was undoubtedly related to Ling Xuanxuan, who had obtained the Celestial Lord's inheritance. The Celestial Lord's inheritance within Taishu Mountain had finally been claimed. At this moment, the minds of the 9 nascent soul grandmasters were jolted with great shock. Taishu Mountain had emerged in the Qinling mountain range for over 500 years. For 5 centuries, countless young prodigies of the Great Xia Kingdom had entered it, yet none had obtained the Celestial Lord's inheritance from Taishu Mountain. Unexpectedly, this time the Celestial Lord's inheritance was finally about to surface. Yue Qingying, tell us quickly which genius from the 9 provinces' immortal academies has obtained the Celestial Lord's inheritance. The white-browed elder's face instantly radiated with vigor as he asked impatiently. The nascent soul grandmasters of the other academies remained silent. They were all well aware that among the young prodigies who had entered Taishu Mountain this time, only 2 possessed the highest talent and strength. Xiao Jingyun of the Jingzhou Immortal Academy and Yue Qingying of the Yuzhou Immortal Academy. Now that Yue Qingying had appeared before them, the most likely candidate to have obtained the Celestial Lord's inheritance was undoubtedly Xiao Jingyun. Ling Xianxian of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy. Yue Qingying glanced at everyone and slowly uttered a name that no one expected. The expressions of the 9 nascent soul grandmasters instantly froze. They stared at Yue Qingying in disbelief, some even doubting their own ears. Especially the white-browed elder of the Jingzhou Immortal Academy, who felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Upon hearing that someone had obtained the Celestial Lord's inheritance, he had already assumed it must be Xiao Jingyun. Who would have thought he would be slapped in the face immediately? The one who obtained the Celestial Lord's inheritance was not Xiao Jingyun, nor was it any other young genius from the academies, second only to Xiao Jingyun. Instead, it was an obscure existence from the Hanzhou Immortal Academy. What the hell was going on? Mo Changkong Ling Xianxian is that little girl who comprehended sword intent at the Qi condensation stage, right? At that moment, Jia Kuang, the nascent soul grandmaster of the Liangzhou Immortal Academy, glanced at Mo Changkong and said with a displeased expression, when Taishu Mountain had opened, he had secretly transmitted a message to the young prodigies of the Liangzhou Immortal Academy, instructing them to find a way to make Ling Xianxian fall within Taishu Mountain. Yet not only had Ling Xianxian not fallen, but she had also obtained the legendary Celestial Lord's inheritance. The white-browed elder and the others also changed expression slightly. Naturally, they remembered the little girl from the Hanzhou Immortal Academy who had comprehended sword intent at the Qi condensation stage. However, in their eyes, although Ling Xianxian possessed extraordinary talent, she was merely at the first level of the foundation establishment stage. If 10 years had passed, she might have become a leading figure among the younger generation. But as for the present Ling Xuanxuan, they had not paid her much heed. Yet unexpectedly, this little girl whom they had dismissed had actually obtained the Celestial Lord's inheritance from Taishu Mountain. Mo Changkong was already stunned, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Ling Xianxian had comprehended sword intent at the 8th level of Qi condensation, truly a rare talent in the world. However, her cultivation was merely at the first level of foundation establishment, making it nearly impossible for her to contend with the top geniuses of the 9 provinces' immortal academies for the Celestial Lord's inheritance. The only possibility was that Jiang Fan had helped her obtain it. Although Mo Changkong also knew that Lu Wuqian, this second disciple, was low-key and mysterious, far from ordinary. That was why when Taishu Mountain opened this time, he insisted on Jiang Fan entering it, hoping that Jiang Fan could secure a nascent soul inheritance for the Hanzhou Immortal Academy and change its situation of having no nascent soul venerable. Yet he never expected that Jiang Fan would directly claim the legendary Celestial Lord's inheritance for Ling Xianxian. Amidst his excitement, Mo Changkong also felt a trace of worry. The Celestial Lord's inheritance. This was something the 9 provinces' immortal academies of the Great Xia Kingdom had coveted for centuries. Even if Ling Xianxian had obtained it, bringing her safely back to the Hanzhou Immortal Academy would not be easy. As the 9 nascent soul grandmasters were stunned by Ling Xuanxuan's acquisition of the Celestial Lord's inheritance, the spatial fluctuations outside Taishu Mountain grew increasingly intense. One by one, the young prodigies of the 9 provinces' immortal academies were teleported out of Taishu Mountain. Clearly, Taishu Mountain had begun to close. Academy Master Yue Qingying of the Yuzhou Immortal Academy, while we were challenging the formations of the Taishu Heavenly Palace, openly attacked and killed disciples of our Qinzhou Immortal Academy. We implore you to seek justice for us. Disciples of the Chuzhou Immortal Academy were also openly slain by Yue Qingying. We implore you to seek justice for us. Many disciples from the 9 provinces' immortal academies, upon exiting Taishu Mountain, pointed their accusations directly at Yue Qingying. Yue Qingying's face turned extremely grim. The moment he was expelled from the Taishu Heavenly Palace by Ling Xuanxuan, he realized that the palm strike he had aimed at her had also been diverted by Ling Xianxian to the outside of the palace. Many young prodigies outside the Taishu Heavenly Palace had been accidentally injured by that strike. In forcing his nascent soul cultivation, he had not only failed to seize the Celestial Lord's inheritance, but had also been schemed against by Ling Xianxian. Just thinking about it made Yue Qingying feel like vomiting blood. Academy Master Xiao Jingyun went too far. To prevent me from entering the Taishu Heavenly Palace to compete for opportunities, he actually used his nascent soul trump card to ambush me. I implore you to seek justice for me. At that moment, Qin Yulong, who had just emerged from Taishu Mountain, also gritted his teeth and lodged a complaint against Xiao Jingyun to the white-browed elder. Damn it! The white-browed elder nearly jumped in fury. Although disciples from the 9 provinces' immortal academies had fallen within the Taishu Mountain ruins during each open mutual slaughter was still forbidden on the surface. He had even gloated a little over Yue Qingying's public killing of disciples from other academies. But then Xiao Jingyun and Qin Yulong, those 2 bastards, had gone even further by starting an internal conflict. If you had only worked together, how the hell could the Celestial Lord's inheritance have been snatched by that little girl from the Hanzhou Immortal Academy? The white-browed elder felt utterly exhausted. He watched the several nascent soul grandmasters who were already heatedly arguing and on the verge of coming to blows, and felt a headache coming on. All right, everyone, stop arguing for now. The white-browed elder waved his hand and said solemnly, let's first discuss the matter of the Celestial Lord's inheritance. At his words, the nascent soul grandmasters instantly fell silent. the Celestial Lord's inheritance. Although it had been obtained by Ling Xianxian of the Hanzhou Immortal Academy, they clearly wanted a share of it. Mo Changkong felt a chill in his heart. What was bound to come had arrived. No one could resist the temptation of the Celestial Lord's inheritance. These nascent soul grandmasters from the 9 provinces' immortal academies were indeed growing restless. By Yuanhua, what is the meaning of this? Mo Changkong's expression turned icy cold. The Celestial Lord's successor shall naturally be chosen by the worthy. Ling Xianxian is the successor chosen by the Celestial Lord of the Taishu Heavenly Sect. What else is there to discuss? Bai Yuanhua spoke with a sly smile. Mo Changkong, that's not how it's said. Mount Taishu has always been jointly governed by the 9 prefectures' immortal academies, and the opportunities within should naturally be shared by all. Is that so? If that's the case, why haven't you been willing to share the nascent soul inheritance you obtained from Mount Taishu? Ling Xianxian earned the Celestial Lord's inheritance through her own ability. No one shall lay a finger on it. Mo Changkong let out a cold snort. He glanced at Jiang Fan and the others who had already emerged from Mount Taishu and wished to avoid further entanglement with Bai Yuanhua and his group. With a flicker of his form, he appeared beside Jiang Fan and the others, intending to lead them away. Regardless of anything else, his priority was to safely escort Jiang Fan and his companions back to the Hanzhou Immortal Academy. However, Bai Yuanhua and his cohorts were not about to let Mo Changkong leave so easily. 8 nascent soul peak grandmasters almost simultaneously encircled them, sealing off any path of retreat for Mo Changkong and his group. Bai Yuanhua, with demonic beasts running rampant across Tianlan Star, now the Great Xia Empire strictly forbids internal strife among the 9 prefectures' immortal academies. Are you trying to ignite a war among them? Mo Changkong's face darkened as he glared at Bai Yuanhua, his voice sharp with reprimand. For the sake of the Celestial Lord's inheritance, these old fools had truly abandoned all pretense of dignity. Mo Changkong, the Celestial Lord's inheritance is no trivial matter. Your Hanzhou Immortal Academy is weak in strength, lacking even a single nascent soul venerable to guard it. We are merely concerned for the safety of the Celestial Lord's inheritance. Gongsun Huai, the head of the Yuzhou Immortal Academy, spoke with a sardonic smile. Although the Great Xia Empire forbids civil war among the 9 prefectures' immortal academies, the covert conflicts and rivalries between them were far from scarce. Moreover, the allure of the Celestial Lord's inheritance was irresistible to anyone. The 8 other immortal academies had almost tacitly aligned themselves on the same front. Even if the nascent soul venerables of the Great Xia Empire learned of their coercion against the Hanzhou Immortal Academy, they would likely turn a blind eye. After all, the Great Xia Empire currently possessed no Celestial Lord cultivation techniques. For those nascent soul venerables seeking to advance further and achieve the return to void Celestial Lord realm, the Celestial Lord technique was indispensable. Their desire to obtain the Celestial Lord technique was even more urgent. For the Hanzhou Immortal Academy to monopolize the Celestial Lord's inheritance was utterly impossible. A bunch of shameless old codgers. If you want the Celestial Lord's inheritance, just say so. Don't dress it up so high and mighty. Since you want it, I'll give you a chance. Let anyone below the nascent soul stage challenge my junior sister in single combat. If anyone can defeat her, well, hand over the Celestial Lord's inheritance for all to share. Jiang Fan raised his head to look at the nascent soul grandmasters of the 9 prefectures' immortal academies, his calm voice resonating across the scene. For the sake of the Celestial Lord's inheritance, the other 8 academies had clearly abandoned all shame. With Mo Changkong alone, it was nearly impossible for him to lead them away unscathed. Jiang Fan had no choice but to step forward and seek another way out. Are you serious? The 9 prefectures' immortal academies value harmony above all. Oh, I believe a contest would be a fair way to decide. The academy that wins first place shall oversee the Celestial Lord's inheritance, while the others will receive a certain number of slots to study it based on their rankings. I agree, this is a viable approach. The heads of the various academies nodded in succession. Headmaster, you must not agree. Ling Xianxian has not only comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent, but also possesses a magical artifact that can suppress the cultivation of any cultivator below the nascent soul stage to the same level as hers. Below the nascent soul stage, no one can possibly defeat Ling Xianxian. Just then, Xiao Jingyun and Yi Wuing both hastily transmitted messages to their respective headmasters. At the same cultivation level, even the 2 of them fighting together had been utterly overwhelmed by Ling Xianxian without any chance to retaliate. If the 8 academies agreed, wouldn't they be walking right into the trap Jiang Fan had dug? Bai Yuanhua and Gongsun Huai's eyelids twitched. They had initially thought This method would give their respective academies an absolute advantage and silence all objections, and they were about to agree without hesitation. Who would have thought this was actually a pitfall dug by that brat? Even Xiao Jingyun and Yi Wuing thought so, who below the nascent soul stage could possibly defeat Ling Xianxian. Young man, if the 9 prefectures' immortal academy's young talents settle the distribution of the celestial lord's inheritance through friendly martial competition, we have no objections. However, the specific details need to be discussed jointly by the 9 academies. Your Hanzhou Immortal Academy lacks a nascent soul venerable to safeguard the inheritance. How about Ling Xianxian temporarily visits our Jingzhou Immortal Academy as a guest? Bai Yuanhua looked at Jiang Fan with a sly smile. Regardless, his first move was to get Ling Xuanxuan, the Celestial Lord's successor, over to the Jingzhou Immortal Academy. If he could persuade Ling Xianxian to join the Jingzhou Immortal Academy, that would be ideal. What a cunning old fox, a treacherous schemer. Jiang Fan cursed inwardly. Just as Jiang Fan's mind was racing for a countermeasure, his phone, which had just regained signal after being turned on, emitted a familiar notification sound. Jiang Fan knew very well. This was the alert he had set up on the official account for the Western battlefield to get the latest news about his wife. The sound meant there was new development on the Western battlefield. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his phone and began to check it right in front of everyone. The crowd was utterly bewildered by Jiang Fan's actions. What was this guy up to? After fiddling with his phone for a moment, Jiang Fan quickly looked up again. Headmaster, by my junior sister's safety is none of the Jingzhou Immortal Academy's concern. With that said, Jiang Fan directly addressed Mo Changkong. Headmaster, let's go. Mo Changkong was taken aback. Given the current situation, there was no way they could leave. Though uncertain of Jiang Fan's scheme, Mo Changkong still shielded Jiang Fan and the others as they prepared to depart. Young man, you seem to hold us in very low regard, don't you? Bai Yuanhua's gaze darkened as he let out a cold sneer. The heads of the 9 prefectures' immortal academies were all nascent soul peak grandmasters. Without their consent, Mo Changkong alone could never lead Jiang Fan and the others away. I advise you all to take a look at the latest news from the Western battlefield before making your decision. Jiang Fan toyed with his phone, looking utterly at ease. The crowd was stunned by his demeanor. Yi Wuing was the first to pull out his phone. When he saw the breaking headline from the Western battlefield, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. Yue Qingying has comprehended the 3rd level of Sword Intent Sword Dominion and successfully slain a demonic venerable in a counterattack. These words sent a wave of terror through the entire assembly.